Chapter 318. Damn it. I was fooled by this guy so much. In a short period of time, hundreds of media outlets in Hong Kong focused their attention on the same thing and even published the content of the recording word for word. This immediately plunged the entire Hong Kong into chaos and intense discussions. It's all deliberately fabricated by Tycoon Lee to deceive the people of Hong Kong. Watching Hong Kong media extensively report on this matter, citizens can no longer contain their anger. Damn it, I was so fooled by this guy. This kind of person deserves to be punished by heaven. What a waste of my trust. I should have thought earlier that these businessmen only care about money and have no patriotic feelings. Businessmen are like this. As long as the benefits are in place, even their loved ones can betray them. You're talking nonsense. This bastard really deserves to go to hell. You dare to call yourself a patriot? Your face is too thick. Oh my God, Li Daheng, you're too good at pretending. Pretending to be real. If it weren't for the media exposure, we would have been kept in the dark. It's shameless to want to be a good person and gain fame, but also to take all the benefits. You want to seek refuge with foreigners, and no one is stopping you. But using this method is too much, isn't it? Damn Li Tycoon. If your Li family doesn't go bankrupt, it's really unreasonable. He's not as honest as the miss from Portland Street when it comes to doing things. I'm so angry. I can't bear it anymore. I was fooled by this big scammer. For a moment, every citizen of Hong Kong was furious. Whether on the streets or alleys, one can hear people cursing Li Daheng everywhere. The labels previously attached to Li Daheng, such as hero, model Chinese businessman, and patriot, have been completely torn apart. Instead, there are widespread curses such as banana man, running dog, traitor, bitch, and heartless. Li Daheng's character, personality, and the things he has done have all been devalued to worthless by Hong Kong citizens. Since the morning when the news spread, many investors have been angrily selling off stocks of Zhengxiong Industrial. More precisely, all the stocks of companies under the name of Li Daheng have been sold off crazily. Countless Hong Kong citizens also ran to the doorstep of Li Daheng's assets to curse, and some emotionally agitated people even splashed paint, wrote insulting words, and threw rotten eggs on buildings. Such scenes can be seen everywhere. Such a big commotion cannot be concealed from Li Daheng. In the chairman's office of Zhengxiong Industrial, as soon as Li Daheng sat down at the company, his secretary rushed into the office in a panic. Li Daheng immediately furrowed his brow, feeling that his secretary was too unstable in his work, and calculating whether he should criticize him properly. The secretary even forgot to knock on the door. Before he could speak, the secretary hurriedly took a few newspapers in front of Li Daheng and eagerly said, "Boss, something big has happened. You should take a look." Li Daheng immediately lowered his head to read, and the newspaper prominently printed the headline, "The Amazing Insider Behind Hong Kong Electric Company." He immediately furrowed his brow into a ball. Then he picked up the second newspaper, titled "The So-Called Model of Chinese Businessmen, a Shame for the Chinese Business Community." Li Daheng's face is becoming increasingly ugly. He was both shocked and scared in his heart, and looked both guilty and angry on his face. Obviously, he didn't expect these things to be exposed publicly. How is this possible? Li Daheng's face was full of disbelief as he slumped down in his chair. I couldn't help but repeat, "How is this possible?" At this point, the secretary added with a panicked tone, "All the media in Hong Kong are reporting on this matter, and I heard that the evidence they have in their hands is a cassette tape." And some radio stations even played the recorded content and compared the sound in the recording with yours, saying that it is 100 your own voice. Wow. Li Daheng angrily crumpled up the newspaper in front of him and threw it on the ground, shouting angrily, "These are all fake. They're all fake." But whether these reports are true or false, Li Daheng himself knows better than anyone else. Immediately afterwards, the secretary asked with a mournful expression, "Tycoon, what should we do next?" Li Daheng's expression changed unpredictably, and finally he couldn't suppress his inner anxiety and shouted loudly, "Go and find out for me first, who entered the conference room before and after I held the top secret meeting." In fact, from Li Daheng's words, it can be basically seen that the news is true. Okay. The secretary quickly agreed, then couldn't help but say, "Now all the media in Hong Kong are reporting on this matter. I'm afraid it will." The secretary hasn't finished speaking yet. How could Li Daheng not know what consequences this matter will bring to him? Although it cannot be considered a catastrophic disaster, it will still make countless citizens in Hong Kong criticize him from behind. If this matter is classified, the Li family will be completely unable to establish themselves in Hong Kong in the future. So, the anger on Li Daheng's face instantly surged, and his tone was unquestionable as he sternly ordered, "Do you need to ask more questions? Contact the media immediately and arrange a press conference. The so-called recordings are all fake and not worth mentioning at all. To be honest, some people are jealous and intentionally designed to frame me. Those recordings are all forgeries. Anyway, I absolutely cannot admit that the content is true. Once I admit it, how can I establish myself in Hong Kong in the future? What kind of eyes will other wealthy people use to ridicule me? Okay, I'll take care of it right away." The secretary quickly responded and hurriedly turned around to run outside. At this moment, the news about this matter has already spread completely from the outside world. The secretary tirelessly found the heads of major media outlets and informed them that an emergency press conference would be held in 1 hour. As this is currently the most popular topic of concern, the media immediately organized reporters to rush to the press conference site as soon as they received the notice. 1 hour later, the press conference was held as scheduled. Daheng, who was filled with anxiety, appeared on time and spoke with a serious expression. Regarding the relevant news reported by major media outlets in Hong Kong this morning, I, Daheng, solemnly declare to all Hong Kong citizens and media staff present that these reports are all false. As soon as the words fell, Hong Kong's renowned female journalist Fong Siwei stood up and asked, "How do you plan to explain the recording matter, Daheng?" Chapter 319. Such a claim would not even be believed if presented to a 3-year-old child. It is undoubtedly a fabrication orchestrated through voice dubbing by someone lurking in the shadows. Tycoon Li rebutted with an unyielding tone, exuding an air of undeniable conviction. I suspect that certain commercial rivals are deliberately employing such audio tactics to maliciously entrap me. If there truly exists a recording circulating, why is there no corresponding video evidence to substantiate it? As he spoke, Tycoon Li's presence grew increasingly imposing, his voice lowered, yet his resolve unwavering as he argued. Moreover, integrity is the cornerstone of a merchant's existence and the most critical quality. I, Li Tycoon, can assure you, if I were truly untrustworthy, with a capricious demeanor, how could I have scaled my business to such heights and successfully ascended among the 4 great families of the harbor? He continued without pause. I can guarantee to everyone that the content mentioned in that recording is entirely fictitious, a baseless fabrication. I urge the citizens of the harbor not to be deceived by the schemes of nefarious individuals, but to approach these circulating rumors with rationality. In response to Tycoon Li's remarks, Liu Huijin clearly held a deep-seated disagreement. Rising from her seat, she deliberately raised her voice to question, "May I inquire, Tycoon Li? I recall not long ago, there seemed to be a conflict between you and the IHA group. Initially, your 3 construction sites were targeted by the IHA group, and subsequently, your companies faced unfair suppression, leading to the cessation of operations across all major projects and ventures. Surely, you remember this clearly?" Tycoon Li's brow instantly furrowed, a flicker of unease creeping into his heart, yet he maintained a facade of composure. That was merely a minor misunderstanding. We clarified matters later, and it was resolved. Before he could finish his dismissive explanation, Liu Huijin interrupted with a smile. "Since you have convened this press conference to clarify your complete disassociation from British capital, asserting that the recording is false, could you elaborate on how that matter was ultimately resolved?" Tycoon Li's heart sank. He had never anticipated that someone would remember this seemingly trivial incident. Yet, he found himself unable to answer the question directly. Almost immediately, other journalists standing beside Liu Huijin echoed her sentiments, pressing Tycoon Li for clarification. "Indeed, you ought to elucidate this matter for everyone. It would be prudent to clarify the details to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings regarding the Li family. At this juncture, there is nothing inconvenient to explain, as failing to do so could severely tarnish your reputation. After all, you have always considered yourself a patriotic businessman. Shouldn't you further delineate your stance from those foreign entities to avoid misinterpretation? The public sentiment is decidedly unfavorable towards you. We in the media hope you can present compelling evidence to counter these negative reports. Since you claim that the previous situation with the IHA group was a misunderstanding, surely you can provide a reasonable explanation?" Under the collective inquiries of numerous journalists, Tycoon Li's composure began to unravel, though he still feigned calm. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to explain, but this matter involves numerous commercial secrets, making it inconvenient to disclose." Liu Huijin, perceiving his attempt at evasion, retorted vehemently, "Tycoon Li, your explanation is utterly unconvincing." She then articulated her bold speculation. Could it be that at that time, you had already capitulated to British capital, choosing to surrender? Is that why the IHA group ceased their aggression against your companies? Perhaps this time, you have merely reached another agreement, but publicly, you have crafted a more palatable rationale to disguise it. Her words struck at the heart of the matter, each statement piercingly direct, leaving the audience astounded. It must be said that Liu Huijin truly possessed remarkable acuity, seeing through the truth of the situation. While many had previously speculated similarly, only Liu Huijin was sharp and forthright enough to pose the most pivotal and troubling question. The moment Liu Huijin posed her inquiry, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense, every gaze fixated on Tycoon Li, each individual holding their breath, awaiting his response. Confronted with the intense scrutiny of those around him, Tycoon Li felt a twinge of panic, yet he steadfastly maintained his facade, responding in an authoritative tone, "This is merely baseless rumor. Such an occurrence absolutely did not transpire." However, the attendees were not easily placated. Who would accept such a simplistic and insincere explanation? Not only did the reporters present remain skeptical, but even the viewers at home, glued to their televisions, were equally unconvinced. This cannot be termed an explanation. It is clearly mere fabrication, a blatant lie. I dare say this female reporter speaks the truth. He must have long since allied himself with foreign interests, becoming their pawn. Indeed, otherwise, what could possibly be so unclear, given his company's current capabilities? He simply cannot contend with the IHA group. He must have yielded, or else how could the IHA group have suddenly withdrawn their antagonism? Clearly, he is unable to provide a reasonable explanation, resorting instead to such evasive rhetoric. Such claims would fail to convince even a child. What do you mean by baseless rumors? It is your words that lack foundation. Evidently, the citizens of the harbor are wholly unconvinced by Tycoon Li's vague and unpersuasive explanations. Tycoon Li, recognizing the precariousness of the situation, understood that his words lacked the power to sway the crowd. Just as he was mentally scrambling for a countermeasure, a sudden, synchronized ringing of telephones erupted. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The entire assembly was momentarily taken aback. The incessant ringing filled the air, leaving even the viewers at home in a state of bewilderment, utterly at a loss as to what was transpiring. Almost immediately, numerous reporters pulled out their incessantly ringing phones. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chapter 320. All the reporters realized that something significant was unfolding. Upon witnessing this scene, Tycoon Li's heart sank, a foreboding sense of dread welling up from within. Subsequently, the journalists in attendance nearly simultaneously answered their phones. In the next moment, their expressions transformed, revealing astonishment and delight. Among them, Lu Huijin was the first to hang up her mobile, seizing the microphone and directing her gaze at Tycoon Li, her eyes brimming with pressure as she spoke in a low tone. Tycoon Li, we at TVB have just received another letter signed by a doctor. In quick succession, reporters from other media outlets chimed in. We received an identical letter. Our newspaper has received one too. Our business journal has as well. Tycoon Li's composure finally shattered. The panic evident on his face, clearly captured by the cameras present. The atmosphere in the room instantly transformed into one of exhilaration. Before the television audience, upon hearing that the letter was signed by a doctor, excitement surged through the crowd. Each individual fixated intently on the screen, eagerly anticipating the revelations contained within the missive. At that moment, Lu Huijin cast a cold smile at Li Daheng and proceeded directly to the camera's lens. Beside her, reporter Fong Siwei from ATV mirrored her actions, and together they addressed the citizens of the port city watching the live broadcast. Just now, our television station received another letter signed by a doctor. Here, I shall read its contents aloud for everyone. As Lu Huijin's voice fell, she scanned the cluster of reporters surrounding her and continued. I suspect that the letters received by other newspapers likely bear a resemblance to ours. No sooner had she spoken than she raised her voice, adopting a grave tone to declare. The essence of the letter reveals that the individual known as the doctor is profoundly dissatisfied with Li Daheng's opportunistic exploitation of the explosion incident for personal gain, while simultaneously capitalizing on the acquisition of Hong Kong stocks. Even more outrageous, Li Daheng has audaciously masqueraded as a patriotic businessman. With this, Lu Huijin had unveiled the crux of the letter, triggering an immediate and profound shock throughout Hong Kong. Both the reporters present and the viewers glued to their screens exhibited expressions of indignation. Their anger stemmed from Li Daheng's repeated deceit of the public through lies. Subsequently, Lu Huijin's following remarks struck a chord deep within the hearts of the citizens of Hong Kong, eliciting a strong resonance among all. The latter part of the letter articulates the doctor's grievances in detail. The doctor explicitly states his extreme anger towards Li Daheng's betrayal of national sentiment. What particularly disgusts him is Li Daheng's shameless declaration of his treacherous actions against the citizens of Hong Kong as patriotic endeavors. Such behavior is truly contemptible. As Lu Huijin conveyed these sentiments, the reporters who had just finished their calls mirrored her fury, nodding in agreement. These reactions underscored that Lu Huijin's assertions were undeniably truthful. Clearly, multiple media outlets had received identical letters, which explained the unified stance of the reporters against Li Daheng. At this moment, Li Daheng could no longer maintain his composure. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He harbored a deep regret, feeling that this press conference was both hasty and unnecessary. This was not an opportunity for him to clarify matters to the public. It was, in fact, a platform for the doctor to engage directly with the citizens of Hong Kong. This is all fabricated. That letter was not penned by a doctor. Li Daheng's face turned ashen as he abruptly interrupted Lu Huijin's report, forcefully asserting to the camera, "Someone is deliberately slandering me, using the doctor's name to frame me." At this moment, it was evident that Li Daheng was cornered, clinging to this aggressive posture as a flimsy means of support. However, the panic etched across his face betrayed his many cracks. His gaze darted, his fingertips trembled slightly, and even his voice bore a barely perceptible quiver. The audience was not oblivious. Many observed his demeanor, and doubts began to quietly surface within their minds. Just then, the camera shifted back to Lu Huijin. A smirk played at the corners of her mouth as she fixed her gaze directly on Li Daheng. Her tone calm, yet laden with pressure. Li Daheng, I have not finished speaking. There is no need for you to rush to conclusions, is there? Li Daheng's expression froze, as if doused with cold water in front of an audience, but he stubbornly persisted. This is absolutely false. It has been fabricated. Lu Huijin disregarded his rebuttal, a knowing expression gracing her features as she continued. By the way, there is one crucial point I have yet to mention. The doctor states in the letter that he is extremely angered by your shameless actions, and thus has made a specific demand. He hopes we, the media, will convey to you that you must liquidate all stocks you hold in the market. Furthermore, there is a time constraint. You must complete the sell-off within 3 days. Should you fail, Lu Huijin paused, articulating the next part clearly. He will take matters into his own hands, detonating your company's headquarters and launching terrorist attacks on your various properties. I suggest you act accordingly. Her words, laced with a hint of mockery, fell like a heavy hammer upon Li Daheng's heart. He could no longer hold himself together, feeling a dizzying wave of despair wash over him. His body involuntarily leaning back as if all strength had been sapped from him, collapsing into his chair. His face was a canvas of regret, despair, and disbelief. Moments ago, he had managed to feign composure, yet now he lacked even the strength to maintain a facade. Previously, he had sought to capitalize on the Doctor's attacks against the He group, secretly reaping benefits, never anticipating that retribution would arrive so swiftly, with trouble descending upon him in an instant. Would the tragedy of the He group befall him as well? The mere thought of the He group's previous devastation, where hundreds of billions in assets vanished in an instant due to an explosion, shattered Li Daheng's mental defenses completely. The name of the doctor had become synonymous with terror in Hong Kong, sending shivers down spines at its mere mention. Now, the target was him. As for the reason, Li Daheng was consumed by remorse. He cursed himself for having been so clever, for leveraging the doctor's name to gain prestige, only to find that his cunning had backfired. His wealth had only increased by 30, totaling just over 270 billion. Yet the doctor's demands landed upon him like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly stunned. Chapter 321. Li Daheng truly faced grave trouble this time. At that moment, Lu Huijin's voice rang out again, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Li Daheng, did you not just claim that this was a conspiracy orchestrated by your business rivals, masquerading under the doctor's name? Now that the letter has articulated its demands so clearly, I wonder what thoughts you harbor at this moment. Will you comply with the demands laid out in the warning letter, or will you persist in your previous assertions, denying that this reflects the doctor's intent? Or perhaps claiming that the author of this letter is an impostor? Not only Lu Huijin, but the other reporters present regarded Li Daheng with expressions of mockery, their eyes conveying a clear message. Go on, keep pretending. Continue your explanations. Why not hold your ground? Just wait for the doctor to blow up your building. It was evident that everyone was eager to witness Li Daheng's humiliation. In Hong Kong, aside from the doctor, no one could press a figure like Li Daheng into such a corner. Yet, faced with the mocking gazes of the reporters, Li Daheng could no longer maintain his composure. He was even reluctant to utter another word of defense, fearing that his words might provoke the doctor into truly detonating his buildings. He abruptly rose to his feet, nearly fleeing the conference room in haste. Witnessing this, his secretary rushed forward in a panic to manage the situation, awkwardly offering an excuse. Please do not misunderstand. Li Daheng is merely unwell. He has been overworked and overly concerned, which has taken a toll on his health. Yet, such a flimsy and transparent lie had long since lost its credibility. In comparison to the doctor's formidable influence in Hong Kong and the flicker of righteousness in the hearts of the people, Li Daheng's panicked retreat rendered him nothing more than a hapless clown. As the formidable Li tycoon departed, the journalists grew disinterested in the secretary's trivialities and rose en masse to vacate the press conference venue. Each one was eager to return and compose their articles. Such a significant event demanded immediate reporting, and no outlet wished to lag behind. In a matter of moments, the reporters had vanished from the scene. The secretary's countenance darkened instantly, and without a second thought, he hurriedly turned to pursue Li tycoon. It is worth noting that the press conference had been broadcast live, and many citizens were already aware of the unfolding events. Attempting to suppress the spread of this information was utterly futile, especially since the doctor had issued a final ultimatum. Li tycoon was indeed facing dire troubles. That very evening, newspapers from major outlets published related reports, while TVB and ATV continuously aired the news. As the information circulated, the citizens of Hong Kong erupted in a frenzy. My goodness, the doctor is truly formidable. Li tycoon has clearly lost his wits. Why provoke a doctor when there are countless easier paths? It is nothing short of self-sabotage. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Li Tycoon has indeed shot himself in the foot. He deserves it. The situation is becoming increasingly riveting. The warning documents from the doctor have already been dispatched, and Li Tycoon must be in a state of panic. Indeed, when it comes down to the wire, it is the doctor who must step in to resolve the issues. Wow, this series of maneuvers is simply spectacular. The doctor's prowess is undeniable. There is certainly more drama to unfold here. I believe I have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. If Li Tycoon were to sell off his circulating shares, it would be a foolish move. Anyone with a modicum of sense knows that Li Tycoon's stocks are bound to plummet. They had risen with such fervor, and now they will surely descend just as fiercely. Indeed, Li Tycoon is on a downward spiral. Anyone purchasing his shares now would be inviting their own misery. It is fortunate for us that the doctor has intervened. Otherwise, we would still be in the dark about Li Tycoon's true nature. Indeed, his collusion with foreign interests is utterly distasteful. Li Tycoon is beyond redemption. It is disheartening to recall that just yesterday, I held him in high regard. And now I am left with nothing but revulsion. That night, as all media outlets in Hong Kong reported the news, Li Tycoon's reputation underwent a complete reversal, becoming infamous and reviled among the populace. At this juncture, the doctor made another appearance. As anticipated, his return ignited a fervent discussion across Hong Kong. Previously, this mysterious and formidable figure instilled fear in the hearts of many citizens. However, now the doctor has not only targeted the Jardine Matheson group, but has also set his sights on Li Tycoon under the guise of a patriotic businessman, solidifying his fame in Hong Kong. Now, when the citizens of Hong Kong discuss the doctor, even recalling past incidents such as the explosive events involving Pepsi and Coca-Cola, they do so with a sense of intrigue. After all, those explosions were aimed at foreign entities. Although the doctor's methods are undeniably forceful, with his actions often targeting entire buildings, it is worth noting that he has not inflicted significant harm. Prior to each explosion, he would issue warnings, allowing relevant personnel to evacuate in time, resulting in minimal casualties. Observe the doctor's adversaries: Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Jardine Matheson, and Li Tycoon. Among these targets, all but Li Tycoon are not of Chinese descent. Even Li Tycoon has become a puppet for foreign interests. The historical tensions between Hong Kong and foreign powers need no elaboration. It is evident that the doctor has never acted without reason against local businessmen. Reflecting on this internationally recognized figure, one begins to perceive a certain warmth and charm. Clearly, as long as one does not emulate Li Tycoon's sycophantic behavior towards foreign entities, there exists no danger. Upon further analysis, one realizes the depth of the doctor's patriotism. He is not a ruthless international figure. Rather, he is one of us. Let us not overlook the fact that as long as such a person is present, foreign occupiers in Hong Kong will think twice before becoming too arrogant. At last, someone can instill fear in them. In this light, the doctor emerges as a true hero. We must cease to label him as a mere villain. In an instant, as the doctor unveiled Li Tycoon's hypocritical facade, his standing among the citizens of Hong Kong soared to unprecedented heights, particularly within the underworld circles, where self-interest reigns supreme. The doctor's emergence has not rekindled the bygone values of loyalty and righteousness, yet it has certainly instilled a sense of understanding. One must cherish their nation. Regardless of their profession, this love for one's homeland remains unchanged. Even a figure as notorious as the doctor can embody patriotism. What excuse do those navigating the underworld have for lacking such sentiments? At this moment, Li Tycoon resembles a rat scurrying across the street, pursued by the ire of all. Especially with the doctor's image having been completely transformed in the minds of the citizens, many young individuals in the underworld now idolize him, viewing him as a hero. Consequently, the doctor's reputation in all of Hong Kong has reached its zenith. Once the doctor's virtuous image was established, the Hong Kong police, as his counterforce, found their situation increasingly precarious. After all, regardless of the doctor's past actions, they do not alter his status as an outlaw. Yet the police are the enforcers of the law. If one were to inquire among the citizens of Hong Kong whom they trust more, the police or the doctor, the answer would undoubtedly favor the doctor. On the opposing side, the disparity in reputations is stark. The doctor's fame is resounding, while Li Tycoon's name has become synonymous with disgrace. At this moment, it is not an exaggeration to liken Li Tycoon to a rat fleeing from an onslaught. In truth, had Li Tycoon chosen the path of honesty, either by divulging the truth or, if reluctant, concealing the matter, there would have been little consequence. Even if the truth were eventually revealed, there would be no cause for alarm, considering Hong Kong's flourishing economy and the numerous individuals engaging in business with foreign investors and British capital. In other words, conducting business in Hong Kong inevitably involves dealings with foreigners. Yet he insisted on putting on an act, branding himself as a patriotic businessman. While such pretenses are typically inconsequential, they nonetheless offended Huo Zhengxiong, who rightfully exposed him. If Li Tycoon once reveled in his rising stock prices, he is now engulfed in despair. It is not difficult to predict that when the stock market opens tomorrow morning, the shares of Li Enterprises will undoubtedly plummet, likely to a level even lower than 3 days prior. Sitting numbly in his office, Li Tycoon was consumed by thoughts of these impending disasters. Muttering to himself, "What on earth have I done? I have gained nothing but trouble." His emotional state had spiraled into utter disarray. However, putting aside these matters for the moment, the most pressing concern for Li Tycoon was the demand posed by the doctor. Should he acquiesce to this request? The doctor's insistence that he sell off all his circulating shares was, without a doubt, a direct threat to the foundation of his career. It is imperative to recognize that once individuals begin to covet the assets under Li's name, opportunistically acquiring shares in the shadows, the fate of Li's enterprises may indeed be sealed. Frankly speaking, the request put forth by the doctor resembles a mere smokescreen, leaving the wealthy Li perplexed as to whether Huo Zhengxiong is secretly plotting against the Hong Kong Electric Company, while simultaneously threatening to plunge Li's enterprises into turmoil. To refuse? Alas, Li let out a heavy sigh, his face etched with resignation. He could not help but murmur regretfully, "Ultimately, it is my own greed that has led to this predicament. I had already gained considerable advantages by leveraging the influence brought forth by the doctor. It would have been wise to withdraw while ahead. Why did I have to take such unnecessary actions?" Beside him, the secretary wore an even more dismal expression than Li himself. Despite hearing the boss's words filled with remorse, he remained at a loss for how to console him. Standing silently by, the office descended into a profound silence. After several long minutes, the secretary, unable to contain himself, cautiously inquired, "Tycoon, should we acquiesce to the doctor's demands?" Noticing Li's silence, he hastily added, "Perhaps we should contact the Hong Kong police for assistance in dealing with the doctor?" At this juncture, the secretary's expression suddenly shifted, as if a thought had struck him, and he continued, "By the way, I have heard that the last incident caused the Hong Kong police to lose face, and they are currently eager to restore their image in the eyes of the public. Why not exert some pressure on them to take action?" The secretary spoke with enthusiasm. Yet before he could finish, Li finally spoke up, his tone laden with fatigue. If the police truly had the capability to confront the doctor, would the Ehe group have suffered such a dismal fate? The secretary wished to retort, but Li interrupted him, gently sighing, "There is no point in resisting now. That doctor possesses remarkable skills, able to uncover even the most concealed matters. Any form of defiance is futile." With that, Li let out another heavy sigh, as if conceding a significant defeat. "Alas, it is settled then. We shall comply with the doctor's demands and liquidate all the shares that are available for trading." Yet, before the secretary could voice his objections, Li raised his hand to silence him. "Do not complicate matters further. We are not as deeply rooted as the Ehe group. Our family business cannot withstand such turmoil. Li's enterprises lack sufficient capital, and should we be brought to ruin, there will be no more prominent family left in the harbor." The secretary remained silent for a moment, ultimately nodding in resignation and sighing, "Very well." In that moment, Li could only mask his inner turmoil and helplessness with a series of sighs. He could conceive no means of opposing the doctor and was left with no choice but to acquiesce to the demands, liquidating his shares. Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong was acutely aware that under the doctor's pressure, Li had reached a dead end and would undoubtedly opt to sell his shares. In fact, Huo had watched the entire live stream from beginning to end, particularly recalling the moment when Li was forced to exit in disgrace. He relished the sight. Here was a mere puppet of foreign interests, masquerading as a patriotic hero and engaging in such duplicitous antics. Witnessing Li's humiliation was entirely self-inflicted. At that moment, Huo Zhengxiong found immense satisfaction in Li's predicament. Just then, Fang Zhanghua entered the office. Huo glanced up, offering a faint smile as he instructed, "The funds are ready. Once Li begins to sell off his shares, acquire as much as possible." "Understood," Fang Zhanghua replied confidently, promptly turning to prepare. However, Huo Zhengxiong was not the only one fixated on this matter. The tycoons of the harbor, with their keen insights, recognized this as a rare opportunity. For ordinary shareholders, it was evident that Li's stocks would plummet, making this an inopportune moment to buy. Yet for the other 3 prominent families of the harbor, this was an opportunity that could not be missed. Although Li's reputation was questionable, his ability to generate wealth was well acknowledged. It was inevitable that the stock price of Li's enterprises would eventually rise. Chapter 323. How spectacular. Caught in the act of pretense. Moreover, even if their shares were insufficient to control the companies under Li's enterprises, the dividends alone would be enticing enough. As the head of the Guo family, one of the 4 great families of the harbor, Guo Daheng wore a smile, shaking his head in amazement. How splendid. Caught in their own charade. I almost feel embarrassed for Li. The secretary beside him chuckled in agreement, Li is no match for you, boss. How foolish of him to attempt to ride the doctor's coattails. It truly is laughable. Huo Zhengxiong burst into hearty laughter, adding, indeed, if all goes according to plan, Li will certainly comply with the doctor's demands and sell his circulating shares. Notify our team to prepare the funds. The moment he starts selling, we will act decisively. The secretary nodded but hesitated. Should we not wait for the stock to drop further before buying? Huo Zhengxiong shook his head resolutely. No waiting. Pausing for effect. A glimmer of insight crossed his gaze. Surely you do not believe that only our Guo family is monitoring Li's shares? Upon hearing this, the secretary instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. If they delayed, the opportunity might slip away. Simultaneously, not far from Li's residence, Zheng one of the four great families, was engaged in discussions with his assistants and secretaries regarding this matter. He inquired, have the funds been allocated? The assistant promptly nodded. Everything has been arranged, Zheng Yutong affirmed, proceeding with his analysis. It is likely that tomorrow, a significant number of ordinary shareholders will sell their Li's Enterprises stock, coupled with Li's own liquidation of circulating shares, causing the stock price to plummet swiftly. Even if we, who are eyeing this lucrative venture, act simultaneously, the price will still drop. Therefore, we must ensure we have ample funds to acquire as many shares as possible. The assistant nodded repeatedly, responding hastily, your foresight is impeccable. Tycoon, I will secure additional funds to maximize our acquisitions. At this moment, Zheng Yutong's wife, unable to suppress her concerns, voiced, given that Li Tycoon's reputation is now tarnished, will buying so many of his company's stocks pose significant risks in the future? In truth, Zheng Yutong's wife's worries were entirely reasonable, a consideration that would weigh heavily on the minds of most individuals. However, Zheng Yutong smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. While Li Tycoon's reputation may be damaged, the enterprises and companies under his control continue to generate profits. Take, for instance, the parcels of land he secured from HSBC 2 years ago. Projects are nearing completion, and dividends are about to be distributed. So there is no cause for concern regarding losses. The realization dawned upon those present, including Zheng Yutong's wife and the secretary, who exhibited expressions of enlightenment. Indeed, the reason tycoons achieve their status is their ability to perceive opportunities that elude the average person. Zheng Yutong then added with a smile, moreover, the stocks owned by Li Tycoon are essentially stable cash cows. Investing in them is bound to yield returns. Meanwhile, in the household of Li Zhaoji, the foremost of the four great families, a similar scene unfolded. Li Zhaoji explained to his two sons, based on my understanding of Li Daxian, he has always been a cautious individual, or to put it bluntly, rather timid. He never stirs up trouble lightly. This time, however, he has been blinded by his own reputation, thinking he could make a fortune, only to end up stumbling. This is akin to hunting geese daily, only to have the geese peck out one's eyes in the end. You must remember this lesson. Understood, father. Li Zhaoji's two sons nodded earnestly, but soon could not suppress their laughter. The eldest son chuckled, perhaps in the future, among the four great families of the port, only our family with the surname Li will remain. Li Zhaoji shook his head with an odd expression. That will not be the case. The two sons displayed perplexed expressions, and then they saw Li Zhaoji's serious demeanor as he continued. Although Li Daxian is currently being scorned and treated like a pariah in the port, do not forget one crucial point. From now on, he will become even more formidable. The two sons were immediately taken aback, hastily inquiring, why is that? His reputation is ruined, and he has become a pariah in the port. How can he possibly grow stronger? Li Zhaoji sighed deeply and slowly replied, you are thinking too simplistically. When a businessman, particularly one of Li Daxian's stature in the port, completely loses face, that is when it becomes truly dangerous. At this moment, in the largest villa by the seaside, owned by one of the world's top 10 shipping magnates, Bao Chuanwang took the floor with a grave expression, stating, that is what is most terrifying. The members of the Bao family and Li Zhaoji's sons wore expressions of confusion, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Bao Chuanwang, with a serious demeanor, explained to everyone, once a person loses their face, they are no longer bound by it when it comes to taking action. The key point is that while he no longer cares about his face, his opponents still do. Consequently, Li Daxian will hold the initiative from the very beginning and will only become more difficult to deal with. After hearing this, everyone fell into silence, their faces reflecting confusion. Could this logic truly hold water? Bao Chuanwang quickly discerned the astonishment on his family's faces and continued, I can guess that you are all puzzled, thinking how could the Li family still operate with impunity in the port after falling to such depths? Even if Li Daxian disregards his reputation, how much chaos can he truly cause? Without the most basic support of reputation, his family's business should logically plummet, right? Everyone present nodded vigorously, engaging in a spirited discussion. Shouldn't things be that way? In this era, without sufficient fame, it is impossible to conduct business. especially for people like us with status and standing. How can we compete with others without reputation? Yes, I cannot understand this either. Everyone in Hong Kong is condemning Li Daxian. It would be strange if his company's stock doesn't plummet when the market opens tomorrow. Could it be that the Li family has some hidden cards up their sleeves? Faced with the series of questions and confusions from the younger generation of the Bao family, Bao Chuanwang let out a helpless sigh. At this moment, he was most worried about his own aging status as a businessman, older than Li Daxian. Although his business empire had expanded globally, he keenly sensed that the shipping industry would face increasing difficulties in the coming decades. Thus, he planned to gradually shift the focus of his business to land-based enterprises in Hong Kong. Chapter 324. Li Daxian's reputation in Hong Kong has indeed been thoroughly ruined. This was precisely why he had considered acquiring the circulating stocks held by Li Daxian. Yet, what troubled him most was that despite the clarity of the situation, none of his younger relatives could grasp the crux of the matter. This lack of successors made Bao Chuanwang anxious about the future development prospects of Hong Kong. However, these were matters for the future. Nurturing successors could not be rushed and must be approached step by step. Then, Bao Chuanwang released a resigned sigh and asked, "Have you all forgotten who Li Daxian associates with?" Upon hearing this, the many young members of the Bao family were instantly taken aback. Soon after, their faces displayed expressions of dawning comprehension. Indeed, while Li Daxian's reputation in Hong Kong had been completely tarnished, it should not be assumed that the Li family had entirely collapsed. After all, he had connections with foreign dignitaries. At this moment, Bao Chuanwang continued. The price Li Daxian paid to successfully acquire the Hong Kong Electric Company was certainly not small. The greater the price he paid, the closer his ties with those foreign elites would become. Thus, from another perspective, the more dire Li Daxian's situation becomes, the more stable his relationships with those foreign dignitaries will be. And this stable relationship means that those foreign dignitaries will undoubtedly assist Li Daxian in maintaining his foothold in Hong Kong and even help him expand his influence. Do not forget, the power of discourse in Hong Kong still rests in the hands of those foreign elites. The moment his words fell, the people present seemed to awaken, finally comprehending the profound implications of Bao Chuanwang's statement. A chorus of gasps punctuated the air, as each person's face reflected a newfound respect and understanding. Upon reflection, it seemed that Li Xiaoji's influence would likely become even more formidable, which was undoubtedly not a good thing for the Bao family, who were currently in a critical transition period. After all, the Bao family was planning to shift from traditional sectors to land-based businesses in Hong Kong. The sudden emergence of a robust competitor like Li Xiaoji would surely add more obstacles to their transformation. For a moment, the spacious Bao family villa fell into a brief silence. At this time, a young member of the Bao family, unable to contain his anxiety, stood up and asked then, "Uncle, what should we do next?" Hearing this, Bao Chuanwang's face broke into a calm smile as he slowly replied, "The reason I share this with you is not to instill fear of Li Xiaoji. Although the four great families of Hong Kong are indeed powerful, they hold little capital to boast of in front of our shipping family. There is no need for everyone to panic. We will proceed step by step as planned." He paused briefly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes, his tone relaxed yet undeniably firm. This time, Li Xiaoji has been compelled by that doctor to sell his circulating stocks, which presents us with a rare opportunity. Therefore, tomorrow, we must acquire as many shares of Li's enterprises as possible. Understood. Everyone present immediately grasped the intent, responding in unison. None of them anticipated that even the likes of HSBC, Jardine Matheson, and even figures such as Huo Zhengxiong, part of Hong Kong's four great families, had not foreseen the sudden intervention of the shipping family. The title of the shipping family was never just a nominal one. Bao Chuanwang also bore the nickname Sea Dragon King, having built a maritime business empire that had long since risen to the pinnacle of global standing. Indeed, a world-class level. He firmly held the position of the foremost among the 7 great shipping magnates globally, and his family was one of the few in Hong Kong with strength far surpassing the 4 great families. Currently, he owned a total of 210 vessels, with a total carrying capacity exceeding 21 million tons, far outstripping other competitors in the industry, making him a unique presence. Renowned magazines such as Fortune referred to him as the ruler of the seas, while Newsweek directly conferred upon him the title of the king of the seas. Should Huo Zhengxiong encounter the illustrious king of chartering at this moment, he would undoubtedly be reminded of a particular episode from the past, during the zenith of the king of chartering's maritime transportation enterprise. He astutely predicted an impending downturn in the shipping industry. Without hesitation, he decisively realigned his business strategy, redirecting his focus back to Hong Kong and transitioning from maritime logistics to terrestrial industries, gradually venturing into real estate, port storage, public transportation, and various other sectors. It is worth noting that the king of chartering was already among the world's elite billionaires, his prowess rivaling that of Hong Kong's 4 great families. with his shipping ventures spanning across the globe's 4 oceans. The fact that this business magnate opted for a transformation, entering Hong Kong's land-based industries, was evidently not auspicious news for other tycoons in the region. This undoubtedly intensified the competitive landscape of Hong Kong's commerce, while simultaneously heralding a more riveting evolution in the business milieu. As fate would have it, the following day unfolded precisely as many had anticipated. The moment the stock market opened, shares of Lee's Enterprises exhibited signs of collapse, plummeting by 1 percentage point immediately. This scene caused Li Xiaoji, who had been poised to divest his circulating shares, to instantly darken with dismay. A decline right at the opening signified that the value of his circulating shares had diminished by a stark 1%, vanishing into thin air. Even more troubling was the realization that a mass sell-off of his shares would inevitably exacerbate the stock's decline, leading to an even steeper drop in value. Although Li Xiaoji was acutely aware that other families would likely seize the opportunity to acquire his shares, providing a safety net of sorts, the bitter sensation of witnessing his assets erode was profoundly unsettling. After all, until he successfully sold his shares, the losses incurred during this period were his sole burden to bear. Meanwhile, others who purchased at a lower price would eventually share in the profits when the stock rebounded. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Xiaoji felt his composure fraying. However, under the immense pressure exerted by that doctor, he found himself compelled to sell his shares. Ultimately, he could only suppress his burgeoning wrath and, with a grim expression, instructed his subordinates to gradually release the shares, cautioning them to avoid any significant fluctuations in the stock price. At the end of the day, he sought to mitigate his losses as much as possible. Yet, regardless of the measures Li Xiaoji attempted, the stock price of Lee's Enterprises continued its relentless descent. Major media outlets had long been prepared, promptly reporting the unfolding drama, with nearly every publication in Hong Kong focusing on Li Xiaoji's dire predicament, forced to liquidate shares. The helplessness and sorrow of Li Xiaoji. Breaking news. Lee's Enterprises sees dramatic stock decline. Mysterious doctor proves powerful, Li family forced to yield. Opening plummets by 1 point. Decline expands to 3% in 2 hours. Lee's Enterprises in crisis. The situation anticipated by Hong Kong citizens has arisen. Lee's Enterprises stock plummets, ultimately reaping what he sowed. Li Xiaoji begins to liquidate shares. Aligning with foreign powers brings no good fortune. Stock market reacts fiercely. In Chapter 325, it becomes apparent that this doctor possesses genuine capability. Beneath each headline, the articles were rife with accusations and vitriol directed at Li Xiaoji, with the media portraying him as a nefarious villain. As Li, the tycoon, scanned the words on the page, fury surged through him, and he erupted, spitting blood on the spot. He was acutely aware that once this news became public, the reputation he had painstakingly built over many years in the harbor would be irrevocably tarnished, relegating him to the status of an object of scorn for all. Yet, no one could have predicted that merely 3 days later, new reports emerged from the media, stating that a doctor had rushed to the offices of Lee's Enterprises. The specifics of this incident were presently unverifiable, making it impossible to ascertain the authenticity of the information. However, shortly after the news broke, the citizens of the harbor erupted in cheers, each person bubbling with excitement. In an inconspicuous corner of the harbor, Hung Hing, who had just arrived from the mainland, set aside a newspaper that vehemently criticized the tycoon, unable to suppress his curiosity. What exactly has this doctor done? He continued to peruse several newspapers until he stumbled upon a detailed report about the doctor, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. His gaze moved deliberately, clearly unwilling to overlook a single word on the page. After a considerable time, Hung Hing set down the paper, unable to contain his thoughts. Our generation should aspire to live like him. This doctor is my idol. I have come to the harbor with a singular purpose, to amass wealth, and if I am to do so, I must aim for greatness. I want everyone in the harbor to know the name Hung Hing. Gradually, a fervent ambition emanated from Hung Hing. In truth, his sole aim in coming to the harbor was to make money, particularly quick gains. Before his arrival, he had his own plans and ideas, but upon reaching this place, he realized that his prior considerations were insufficiently comprehensive. It was only after reading the newspaper article about that doctor that he felt immensely inspired. Subsequently, after meticulously studying the doctor's background, he developed a profound respect for him. Hung Hing's gaze returned to the first newspaper, where he contemplated the tycoon's name. Slipping into a reverie, his expression darkening as he muttered, "Petty theft is far beneath my style. If I am to act, I must learn from that doctor. I need to engage in endeavors that create a monumental stir, ensuring the entire harbor is shaken by the event." After a moment of contemplation, Hung Hing suddenly smiled at the tycoon's name in the newspaper. "Why not make you my target? The doctor has illuminated my path. A sycophant like you, who panders to foreign influences, is also quite affluent. Targeting you would not only yield profit, but also elevate my status. In Zhang Ziqiang's eyes, the tycoon was undoubtedly the most ideal target since his arrival in the harbor. He then pondered for a moment longer before murmuring, "Perhaps I should kidnap your son. In doing so, I could acquire the reputation of a patriotic kidnapper. This plan would not only secure me wealth, but also establish my notoriety. A perfect win-win." A maniacal laughter echoed through the humble rented room, lingering long after it had faded. Simultaneously, in a different location, Pu Guang, freshly disembarked from a cruise ship, surveyed his surroundings. He was a notorious international antiquities thief, having pilfered numerous national treasures from the mainland over the years and sold them abroad for considerable profit. Though his reputation had soured, recently, Pu Guang noticed a decrease in police pursuit, prompting him to venture to the harbor in hopes of orchestrating a significant deal. Thus, as soon as he disembarked, he began inquiring about recent happenings in the harbor. By sheer coincidence, while dining on claypot rice with his subordinates, he overheard nearby citizens discussing the exploits of that doctor. A doctor? Pu Guang mentally echoed, then turned to his newly recruited subordinate, Gong Wei, and instructed, "Gather information on this doctor." Gong Wei responded with a smile, "I'll take care of it right away." Half an hour later, upon returning to the cruise ship, Pu Guang surveyed the stack of newspapers before him and addressed his subordinates. "Look at the efficiency with which Gong Wei operates. You all should learn from him." "Yes." The subordinates replied eagerly, their faces brimming with admiration. As Pu Guang picked up the newspaper, he muttered angrily, "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a trivial task," and in the end, it all falls back on Gong Wei. While cursing, he unfolded the newspaper and, after carefully reading the contents, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Damn. In comparison, it seems my horizons are indeed too narrow. I never expected that a robber could have such a scene. Receiving accolades akin to those of a hero, praised by so many. This is quite impressive, perhaps even more so than myself." At that moment, upon learning of the doctor's exploits, Pu Guang had to concede that he had gained some insight. This doctor truly seemed to possess remarkable abilities. His tone was distinctly tinged with admiration, yet interspersed with a hint of resentment. In essence, he acknowledged the doctor's prowess while harboring a sense of inadequacy, feeling that he could surpass the doctor in excellence. "Interesting," Pu Guang continued. "This doctor is rather intriguing." The nearby subordinates exhibited expressions of curiosity. Pu Guang tossed the newspaper towards them, stating in a nonchalant tone, "Take a look for yourselves." The group of subordinates promptly grabbed the newspaper and began to read diligently. After finishing, Xiao He exclaimed in shock, "My heavens! This doctor is truly impressive. Isn't. Wow. He seems extraordinarily formidable." Another subordinate chimed in. "Though we are all robbers, why do the citizens favor him? Indeed, what a grand gesture. Even foreigners have been rendered powerless against him." Someone else lamented. Gong Wei's gaze subtly shifted, revealing a complex expression on his face, and after a moment, he remarked, "The port's police are utterly ineffective, being continually outmaneuvered by that doctor." Losing face. With a haughty demeanor, Pu Guang interjected, "Am I not also a wanted target of the port police? Yet look at me now, living freely and unrestrained." Chapter 326. For businessmen, the pursuit of profit is always paramount. After a brief pause, Pu Guang's tone gradually infused with a touch of envy and jealousy. "In my view, this doctor isn't exceptionally skilled. His success stems not from his abilities, but rather from the incompetence of the port police, which allowed him to exploit the situation." Xiao He, wearing a sycophantic grin, quickly concurred, "You're absolutely right, boss. This doctor is no match for you." However, Pu Guang's temper was inherently volatile and unpredictable. Upon hearing Xiao He's comment, he raised his hand and slapped Xiao He hard. "What are you saying? Do you think you're the only clever one, while others are oblivious?" After being struck, Xiao He stood there in bewilderment, clutching his stinging cheek, utterly confused as to why his attempt to flatter his boss had resulted in punishment. Before long, Pu Guang provided his reasoning for the physical reprimand. "What are you staring at? I was simply itching to hit someone. Is that not permissible?" Xiao He, feeling aggrieved, knew well Pu Guang's temperament and dared not retaliate. Managing only a forced smile as he quietly replied, "Of course it's permissible. In fact, I must say, boss, you did well. When one feels the urge to hit, it's only natural to find someone to relieve that itch." In truth, Pu Guang was harboring considerable pent-up frustration. All of this was observed by Gong Wei, who couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. In terms of their respective deeds, Pu Guang truly paled in comparison to that doctor. Upon hearing Xiao He's submissive words, a satisfied smile spread across Pu Guang's face, and he then instructed everyone, "This time, we will proceed exactly as planned. Over the next few days, you will thoroughly investigate the surrounding circumstances, prepare the explosives and weapons, and we must accomplish something significant. We cannot allow that doctor to steal all the limelight." "Absolutely, boss." The subordinates echoed in unison, their voices brimming with agreement. Tycoon Li continued to hastily liquidate his circulating stocks. Despite the pain and reluctance weighing on his heart, the current situation left him no choice but to press on. Meanwhile, the IHA group was engulfed in chaos, with the situation deteriorating to a critical point. David, the head of IHA land, was intently listening to his secretary's report on the current circumstances, his expression darkening with each update. When he initially chose to collaborate with Tycoon Li, it was not only due to political considerations, but primarily to mitigate the economic losses inflicted by the protests of the medical community. After all, IHA Group fundamentally operated as a commercial enterprise, where the pursuit of profit was always the foremost priority. According to the original plan, IHA Group had been preparing to withdraw from the port, a strategy well understood even by the previous management. For David, the patriarch of the Kesak family, Mike, had sent him to the port with the ultimate goal of ensuring a smooth transition and successfully leading the group's withdrawal. In fact, significant matters like the sale of the Port Light company fell under his purview. His core task was to sell companies like Port Light, which could not be relocated with the group, at the most favorable price during the withdrawal process, ideally leaving with substantial funds earned from the port, thus leaving the mainland with a mere shell of an empty framework devoid of substance. However, the protests by the medical community had completely derailed his plans. The destruction of a shopping center valued at over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, coupled with the 6 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash being used by the doctors to win the hearts of citizens and elevate their own prestige, had compounded the chaos. Meanwhile, IHA Group's stock price continued to plummet, with the situation growing increasingly dire. To rectify the adverse circumstances, the Port Light company, which could have been sold at a higher price, now had to be transferred at a loss to Tycoon Li. David couldn't help but think, had he known that he would ultimately have to sell Port Light at such a low price, it would have been better for the previous management to sell it directly to Tycoon Li, potentially sparing them from the later mishaps. Initially believing that selling Port Light would help salvage the situation, it turned out that while the company was sold, Tycoon Li had yet to assist the group in improving their circumstances before finding himself in trouble. David never anticipated that events would unfold to this extent. Given the current situation, what significance did the sale of Port Light hold? It was undoubtedly a losing deal. At that moment, David furiously slammed his fist on the desk in his office, vociferously cursing Tycoon Li over the phone. What a useless piece of work. A complete waste. Insisting on doing unnecessary things, it's simply adding insult to injury. The situation was already dire, and now, thanks to him, it's even harder to manage. The continuous setbacks had driven David to the brink of a breakdown. With these events occurring in rapid succession, no one dared to take on any business related to the IHA Group. He had just spoken with the head of HSBC, seeking assistance. But it was evident from the other party's tone that even the robust and stable HSBC was reluctant to take on their business at this time. This realization was driving David to the brink of madness. Prior to this, many businessmen who had shown interest in collaborating with IHA Group had now refrained from making any commitments, choosing instead to adopt a wait-and-see approach or withdraw altogether. At this point, David truly had no idea how to report back to Patriarch Mike. After a prolonged period of meticulous contemplation and repeated deliberation, David came to the realization that he could no longer remain passive, waiting for circumstances to shift. He must take proactive measures to seek a solution. Since no one was willing to extend a helping hand to extricate him from his predicament, he had no choice but to take the initiative and pursue opportunities. He promptly instructed his secretary to bring him the phone and dialed the number of Zheng Yutong, a prominent figure among the four great families. Hello, this is David from the IHA Group. I wish to discuss some business matters with Mr. Zheng. Upon hearing David's identity, the secretary on the other end immediately sounded more anxious and respectfully responded, "Please hold for a moment. I will connect you to the boss." Hearing this, David felt a slight sense of relief. However, that sense of ease was short-lived, as the secretary's apologetic and helpless voice soon came through the receiver. "I sincerely apologize. Our boss is currently in an extremely important meeting and cannot take your call at this moment. However, once the meeting concludes, I will relay your call to him. Is there anything you would like me to communicate?" David's complexion instantly drained of color, turning a ghastly shade. He could no longer contain his emotions and unconsciously raised his voice, emphasizing his identity once more. "I am David, the head of the IHA Group. Did you truly comprehend that?" Chapter 327, Those Detestable Foreigners. The female secretary maintained her polite demeanor as she replied, "I am aware of your identity. However, I must sincerely apologize. The meeting our boss is attending is of utmost importance and cannot be interrupted." With a furious slam, David abruptly hung up the phone. Despite the secretary's courteousness throughout the conversation, he was acutely aware that Zheng, the tycoon, was deliberately avoiding him and unwilling to take his call. In times past, Zheng would not have dared treat him in such a manner. The more David pondered, the more infuriated he became, internally cursing, Zheng. I shall remember this debt, and will certainly settle it with you in due time. Suppressing his rage, David dialed a second number, this time reaching Mr. Li Zhaoji from the Li family, another affluent clan. Mr. Li Zhaoji, it has been quite some time since we last met. David endeavored to sound congenial, infusing his greeting with a smile. On the other end, Li Zhaoji returned the sentiment with laughter. Ah, it's you, David. I was wondering why I heard magpies chirping this morning. It turns out you were calling me. Ha! David's spirits lifted somewhat, and he continued. I wonder when you might be available for a meal together? I've heard that the Peninsula Hotel has recently acquired a top chef whose dishes are particularly exquisite. However, upon hearing this, Li Zhaoji's tone shifted abruptly, laden with evident reluctance. I must sincerely apologize, but I fear I will have to disappoint you. My wife has not been well lately, and I truly cannot spare the time for a meeting. David's expression darkened instantly. Nevertheless, Li Zhaoji maintained a light-hearted tone, saying, How about this? Once I have managed these pressing matters, I will host you for a meal. I have a few bottles of aged whiskey that I am certain you would enjoy. David found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was a foreigner, he understood that Li Zhaoji's words represented the quintessential evasive tactics employed by port merchants. The excuse about his wife's health was nothing but a pretext. If his wife were genuinely unwell, could he truly remain so jovial? Surely, as a powerful family patriarch, he did not need to personally attend to his wife's care? Could he not fabricate a more convincing reason? Must he resort to such transparent falsehoods? David's mood plummeted to an all-time low, his countenance becoming exceedingly grim. In his previously proud demeanor, even if Li Zhaoji had invited him to dinner, he would have decided whether to accept based on his mood. Yet now, the roles were entirely reversed. As the head of the Yihe group, he found himself beholden to Li Zhaoji's whims, extending an invitation only to be outright declined. Internally, David raged, and even though foreigners typically espouse a sense of gentlemanly decorum, he felt on the verge of losing that semblance of dignity. Gritting his teeth, he replied, What a pity. I hope Mrs. Li recovers swiftly. We shall await another opportunity. As he uttered the word opportunity, David's tone grew particularly heavy. Li Zhaoji, discerning the dissatisfaction in his voice, feigned ignorance, exchanged a few pleasantries, and hung up the phone. After disconnecting, Li Zhaoji couldn't help but glance at the device in his hand, his expression revealing disdain. Meanwhile, David's face was as dark as a charred pot bottom. It was worth noting that both Li Zhaoji and Zheng Yutong had previously sought to privately contact the Yihe group regarding the acquisition of certain enterprises under its umbrella. At that time, David had been able to decide at his leisure whether to grant their requests. Now, however, the situation had completely reversed. An inconceivable shift that he struggled to accept. Detestable doctors. David could not help but curse the instigator of all this turmoil. Even in his current state of despair, he understood that he could not allow the operations of the Yihe group to stagnate and fall into disrepair. Fortunately, Li Zhaoji had at least answered the phone, which lent him a modicum of reassurance, as it was still preferable to Zheng Yutong, who wouldn't even deign to take his call. Subsequently, David sat in his chair, spending a full 10 minutes calming his tumultuous emotions before finally dialing a third number. This time, the recipient was Huo Zhengxiong, the head of the last of the four great families. The call was quickly connected. Despite having calmed himself for 10 minutes, David's agitation lingered. He dispensed with any superfluous pleasantries and directly inquired, Mr. Guo, you have previously reached out to me multiple times regarding the acquisition of enterprises under the Yihe group related to airport and port operations. Shall we schedule a time to discuss this matter in detail? On the other end, Huo Zhengxiong fell into immediate silence. He had not anticipated that this foreigner would adopt such a direct approach. After all, he was addressing the head of the Yihe group, whose candor seemed to disregard the customary decorum of their respective statuses. In truth, Huo Zhengxiong had initially hoped to navigate the conversation with subtlety and grace. But David's straightforwardness caught him off guard, leaving him feeling somewhat cornered. A brief silence enveloped the conversation. At that moment, David's emotions were on the brink of unraveling. After a considerable pause, Huo Zhengxiong finally spoke. David, you must understand, it is not that I am unwilling to collaborate with the Yihe group. It is simply that I lack the courage to do so. The cautionary tale of Mr. Li Zhaoji looms large over us. However, he had only managed to convey half of his thoughts when the unmistakable sound of a busy signal interrupted the call. In that instant, Huo Zhengxiong froze, his expression darkening instantly. He slammed the phone down onto his desk, unable to contain his rising fury, and exclaimed, These detestable foreigners. How dare they hang up on me? Huo Zhengxiong was consumed by a sense of grievance and indignation, feeling that David's actions were utterly unbefitting of his supposed stature and position. At that moment, his mood had plummeted to an all-time low. On the other end of the telephone line, in the office of the chairman of the Jardine Group, a cacophony of crashing and banging reverberated as David had reduced the phone to smithereens, repeatedly uttering the syllables of frustration, "Fuku." To be candid, David was utterly incensed this time. It is worth noting that prior to this, it was invariably the affluent families who would discreetly reach out to the Jardine group, gauging his disposition and catering to his preferences. Chapter 328 reveals that this particular doctor was evidently targeting the Jardine group. However, now he was adopting a humble demeanor, initiating calls to discuss collaboration, only to be met with outright rejections or perfunctory responses, engaged in a deliberate dance, even failing to connect with the relevant personnel. Such a stark contrast between past and present ultimately shattered David's composure. He could hardly fathom how the situation had devolved to this point. When did the Jardine group fall so low? Doctor. David gritted his teeth, unleashing a furious roar. Subsequently, the entire office became a conduit for his pin-up rage, suffering the consequences. In truth, the plight of the Jardine group was a consequence of its own actions. Of course, this does not imply that the strength and capital scale of its subsidiaries were lacking. Rather, it was the fear of being targeted by the doctor that deterred other businesses. The current predicament of tycoon Li Xiaoji serves as a clear illustration of this. His misfortunes were evident and directly linked to the doctor's focus on the Jardine group. In the harbor, any businessman with a modicum of sense understood that the Jardine group had become a hot potato. Any partnership with them would inevitably expose one to the risk of being targeted by the doctor. Thus, everyone was wary of courting disaster. It is not wrong for merchants to pursue profit, but the key is to avoid taking on excessive risk. Consequently, the tycoons who had previously sought to engage David, such as Zheng Yutong and Li Xiaoji, now refrained from discussing acquisitions with the Jardine group, apprehensive of inciting the doctor's ire and suffering the same fate as Li Xiaoji. Even when David extended an olive branch for collaboration, no one dared to act hastily. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this time, Li Xiaoji, adhering to the doctor's directives, had liquidated all his shares in the Hong Kong Electric Company. Naturally, he had contemplated employing some clever tactics during this process. However, as one of the leaders of another prominent family in the harbor remarked, Li Xiaoji was inherently cautious. He would never take risks without absolute confidence. This instance was no exception. Even though Li Xiaoji was considering discreetly buying back a portion of the shares he had sold, after much deliberation, he ultimately refrained from doing so. In truth, he did not dare to proceed with such a plan. The day after Li Xiaoji sold his stocks, the Hong Kong Electric Company announced a shareholders meeting to be held the following day. In fact, even before the news of the Jardine Group and other British enterprises planning to withdraw from the harbor broke, the trading volume of the company's shares had already begun to increase, including a portion released by the Jardine Group. Moreover, many foreign shareholders of the Hong Kong Electric Company, apprehensive of an economic downturn in the harbor, had already sold their shares well in advance. Additionally, with the transfer of shares from the Jardine Group to Li Xiaoji, who had also surreptitiously acquired a significant number of shares during that period, the composition of the company's shareholders had undergone considerable change without anyone's notice. For a publicly listed company, it was imperative to ascertain the current shareholder list and their respective holdings to ensure that there would be no issues during the voting process for major project decisions and the selection of the chairman. Generally, those eligible to attend the shareholders' meeting were shareholders holding over 5 of the company's stock. Just as Huo Zhengxiong had to disclose his name upon surpassing the 5 threshold when he secretly acquired shares in the Hong Kong Electric Company, Fang Zhambua had also meticulously operated within this limit. At that time, Huo Zhengxiong held 49, Jimmy Zai held 49, and Zhao Yiming held 49. None of their holdings exceeded 5, which was why they refrained from public disclosure. This time, however, due to Li Xiaoji's significant stock divestiture, he had evidently forfeited his opportunity to contend for the position of chairman of the Hong Kong Electric Company. Nevertheless, the exact quantity of shares held by other shareholders still required further verification and confirmation. Only then could a new chairman be elected based on the shareholders' holdings. The entrance of the Hong Kong Electric Company was adorned with a pristine red carpet, flanked by floral arrangements, with staff from the stock exchange stationed at the entrance. Their duty was to verify whether attendees possessed a sufficient number of shares, ostensibly to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from disrupting the meeting and turning the shareholders' assembly into a laughingstock. Outside the gates of the Hong Kong Electric Company, dozens of media outlets had already positioned themselves, with various photographic equipment having completed final adjustments, eagerly awaiting to capture the presence of every arriving shareholder. As previously mentioned, the operations of the Hong Kong Electric Company were inextricably linked to the daily lives of the harbor's residents, from routine power supply to fundamental livelihood guarantees. The community relied heavily on this enterprise. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that this shift in shareholding would attract the attention of the entire media landscape. What garnered even more interest was that this was the first time in a century that the Jardine Group relinquished control of the Hong Kong Electric Company. Everyone was keen to discover into whose hands the reins of control would fall. Would they remain under British dominion, or would they officially transition to Chinese capital? Furthermore, a lingering question occupied the minds of many. Would the shareholder list include the influence of the tycoon Li? If so, the ensuing power struggle over the shares of the Hong Kong Electric Company promised to be a captivating spectacle. Such news was certain to pique the interest of all. Consequently, the convergence of these factors rendered the scene outside the Hong Kong Electric Company bustling with media presence, an atmosphere that appeared perfectly normal. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, as the hour struck, a car approached from the distance and came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Hong Kong Electric Company. The first shareholder had arrived. All media attention instantly shifted, cameras poised to capture the unfolding moment. As the car door swung open, emerging from it was none other than the renowned tycoon Huo Zhengxiong. The media personnel on site erupted in excitement. It should be noted that prior to this, there had been no reports indicating Huo Zhengxiong's involvement in the acquisition of Hong Kong Electric Company shares. Yet here he was, the first to arrive as a shareholder. Undeniably a momentous piece of news that surpassed everyone's expectations. The sound of shutters clicked incessantly, recording every movement Huo Zhengxiong made. In truth, the media's fascination with Huo Zhengxiong stemmed not solely from his potential to ascend as the new chairman of the Hong Kong Electric Company, given his financial prowess, but rather, more fundamentally, from the plethora of sensational stories surrounding him. The glamorous stars of the 80s and 90s had all been linked to him in one way or another. If one were to compile the gossip of the harbor's wealthy elite, Huo Zhengxiong alone would account for a significant portion of it. Behind this was a remarkably rich tapestry of romantic escapades, as nearly all the beautiful stars who debuted during the 80s and 90s had some form of association with him. It is precisely for this reason that his appearance has left the media in a state of shock. At that moment, numerous reporters attempted to approach for an interview, but it was evident that Huo Zhengxiong had no intention of lingering. After the staff at the securities company verified his shareholding proof, he proceeded directly into the conference room of the Hong Kong Electric Company. The media immediately began to investigate, eager to ascertain the extent of Huo Zhengxiong's holdings in Hong Kong Electric. Given that he had made a public appearance, such information no longer needed to be concealed. And soon news emerged. Huo Zhengxiong holds a 21% stake in Hong Kong Electric. While a 21% stake does not constitute absolute control, it is by no means insignificant. Provided that there are sufficient circulating shares, with this portion of equity, he certainly has the potential to vie for the position of chairman. Shortly thereafter, the second shareholder arrived. Unsurprisingly, it was the son of Zheng Yutong, representing the Zheng family, who holds an 8% stake in Hong Kong Electric. Clearly, Zheng Yutong was aware that his shareholding was insufficient to contend for control, which is why he did not attend in person, allowing his son to represent him instead. Observing this situation, the media promptly excluded the Zheng family from the list of chairman candidates. Following this, the third shareholder arrived, hailing from the illustrious Li family. However, it was not the tycoon Li himself, but rather his son, Li Zhaoji, who possesses an 11% stake. Even as a family representative, the presence of the Li family still stirred considerable excitement. With Huo Zhengxiong and the Zheng family accounted for, the combined shareholding of these three shareholders now totaled 40% of Hong Kong Electric's total shares. It is noteworthy that as long as 11 of the shares are held by Chinese nationals, Hong Kong Electric can officially be considered a company under Chinese control. Compared to the past, when foreign capital dominated, this is undoubtedly a thrilling development. Realizing this, the media personnel became increasingly agitated, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next shareholder. All secretly hoping, please let the next one be a local Chinese. Numerous reporters murmured in hushed tones at the entrance of Hong Kong Electric. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of Chinese nationals controlling Hong Kong Electric appears exceedingly high. Indeed, we sincerely hope the next arrival is also a local businessman. We're just 11 shy. Let's put in more effort. In recent years, our Chinese businessmen have indeed been rising, gaining strength. With so many tycoons gathered here, it would be wonderful to capture a group photo. Just as the crowd was engaged in low-key discussions, a Rolls-Royce slowly came to a halt at the entrance of Hong Kong Electric. Countless reporters immediately looked up, filled with anticipation, their cameras already set up and ready to capture the moment. Finally, under the gaze of all, the car door opened, and Huo Zhengxiong emerged with a smile. The scene instantly fell into silence, only to erupt into a more fervent commotion. Compared to the much-discussed playboy Huo Zhengxiong, Huo Zhengxiong's appearance astonished everyone even more. In the next moment, a flurry of shutter clicks filled the air, the frenzied sounds of photography almost drowning out the discussions at the scene. In terms of charisma, Huo Zhengxiong certainly deserves the focus of these cameras. Moreover, his notoriety surpasses that of Huo Zhengxiong. Although Huo Zhengxiong comes from a background associated with the Underworld, his reputation, while not pristine, is far more captivating than Huo Zhengxiong's romantic escapades. It is known that many wealthy businessmen connected to the entertainment industry in Hong Kong tend to conceal such associations, often considering their public image. However, Huo Zhengxiong is entirely different. He does not view this as a blemish, but rather takes pride in openly discussing it. At this moment, several media outlets could no longer contain their desire to interview Huo Zhengxiong, yet they were all thwarted by the security personnel of Hong Kong Electric. Under the scrutiny of countless cameras, Su Jingyang, beside Huo Zhengxiong, held relevant materials and approached the security staff, methodically commencing the process of share verification. Observing this scene, the media reporters once again became animated, whispering among themselves, filled with astonishment and curiosity. I never expected this. The youngest business tycoon in Hong Kong has actually joined the fray for acquiring shares in Hong Kong Electric. What we most want to know now is, how much of a stake does Huo Zhengxiong truly hold in Hong Kong Electric? It is no wonder he is hailed as the youngest tycoon in Hong Kong. His foresight is impeccable, as he has clearly recognized the latent potential behind Hong Kong Electric. We truly hope his stakes amount to 10. If he currently holds only 5, then he still needs to gather 6 for Hong Kong Electric to genuinely be regarded as a Chinese-controlled enterprise. However, he is still a rising new elite, and his financial power may not yet be substantial. If he is given a few more years to develop, the eventual outcome could be quite unpredictable. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, since Huo Zhengxiong has personally arrived, his shareholding must certainly exceed 5. Just as reporters were intently focused on Huo Zhengxiong, nervously speculating on his shareholding percentage, he was walking through the crowd. Perhaps hearing the whispers of 2 journalists, he suddenly halted, a radiant smile illuminating his face, his white teeth gleaming in the morning sun, and then he playfully countered, "What if my shareholding exceeds 10? What would that mean?" The reporter he addressed was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure and explained with a smile. Tycoon Huo, based on the publicly disclosed shareholding information, Huo Zhengxiong currently holds the most shares at 21. Adding in the stakes of other Chinese tycoons, the total Chinese shareholding in Hong Kong Electric is now 40. If your holdings exceed 10, then Hong Kong Electric will officially be a company controlled by Chinese interests. Huo Zhengxiong's proactive inquiry instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the gathered reporters, who eagerly chimed in, each contributing information. From the responses of the journalists, Huo Zhengxiong quickly grasped the overall situation. However, at this moment, the faces of all the reporters were etched with curiosity. Evidently, everyone was awaiting Huo Zhengxiong's definitive answer. One eager journalist could no longer hold back and asked first, "Tycoon Huo, does your shareholding in Hong Kong Electric reach 10? Soon after, several other reporters echoed the same question, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Huo Zhengxiong scanned the surroundings and noticed all the reporters eagerly awaiting his response. Since he had already made an appearance, there was no need to keep this answer concealed any longer. With an air of nonchalance, he addressed the media present, "So that's how it is." Pausing for effect, and under the focused, anxious gaze of the reporters, he continued, "Rest assured, my shareholding definitely exceeds 10. Chapter 330. This is absolutely tremendous news. As soon as this statement left his lips, the scene erupted in excitement. Every reporter's face radiating exhilaration. This is undoubtedly monumental news. If this information is reported, it signifies that Chinese businessmen have finally heralded their rise. However, just as the reporters collectively exhaled in relief and celebrated this news, a flicker of something unusual flashed in Lu Huijin's eyes as she solemnly pressed on. "Then, may I ask, what specific percentage of shares does Tycoon Huo hold?" Upon hearing this question, the other reporters immediately stifled their smiles, casting curious glances. "A percentage in the teens?" Huo Zhengxiong lightly countered, causing everyone present to pause in surprise. The bustling atmosphere quieted considerably. Then, with a hint of a smile, Huo Zhengxiong casually replied to the crowd, "It's not much, just 40. As soon as these words were uttered, the scene fell into a profound silence. The once boisterous journalists seemed as if they had been pressed on pause, their movements frozen, with even their breaths appearing to have ceased. Each face was etched with disbelief, their gazes collectively fixated on Huo Zhengxiong. Lu Huijin's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as if a goose egg could easily fit within, rendering her utterly stupefied. Fong Siwei was the first to regain his wits, his voice quivering with trepidation as he inquired, "Mr. Ho, what did you just say? We couldn't quite catch that." Lu Huijin, having also regained her composure, asked, her expression one of utter confusion, "Could you please repeat that, Mr. Ho? How much was it again? 40? Huo Zhengxiong maintained his nonchalant demeanor, yet his words detonated like a bombshell, leaving the gathered reporters utterly speechless. Upon hearing Huo Zhengxiong's confirmation once more, a wave of bewilderment washed over them. Their eyes bulged wide, their expressions akin to that of a corpse unable to close its eyes, filled with shock and confusion. Hisses of drawn breaths echoed repeatedly, as the journalists were thrown into a state of disarray, their eyes reflecting utter disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? 40? Surely, we must be dreaming. Or is this some auditory hallucination? Such a grave matter. Dear sir, you mustn't jest. The consortiums at the port, alongside Lu Ruoxiong, collectively held merely 40%, yet you claim to possess 40% of the shares in the Hong Kong Light Company all by yourself? This is daylight. Such outrageous claims cannot be made. If this were true, it would be more fantastical than a reality version of strange tales from a Chinese studio. Yet, as incredulity washed over the faces of the reporters, the faint smile on Huo Zhengxiong's countenance betrayed a hint of pride. Before the journalists could fully process the revelation, Huo Zhengxiong continued, if you were merely waiting for this news, there is no need for you to endure such hardship waiting here. You may leave now and rest. His demeanor, as if alleviating their burdens with genuine concern, left all present as motionless as statues, devoid of the strength to rebut. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong disregarded their reactions and strode directly into the Hong Kong Light Company's edifice. Before long, staff from the stock exchange delivered undeniable confirmation, validating that Huo Zhengxiong had not been speaking in vain. He indeed controlled 41% of the Hong Kong Light Company. My heavens, he even claimed it was less. This is the reality. Good Lord, this is 41. Instantly, a cacophony erupted at the entrance of the Hong Kong Light Company, filled with gasps of astonishment and the sounds of swallowed breaths. The journalists' gazes followed the receding figure of Huo Zhengxiong until he vanished from sight, their eyes betraying a flicker of fervor. At that moment, the collective demeanor of the journalists outside the Hong Kong Light Company had completely shed its usual calmness. No one could have anticipated that they would have the chance to hear such a paradigm-shifting revelation. As soon as Huo Zhengxiong's silhouette faded from view, the journalists snapped back to reality. They exchanged instinctive glances and swiftly began to vacate the scene, racing against time to pen reports on this earth-shattering news, eager to publish it at the earliest opportunity. Everyone was certain that once the news broke, it would send shockwaves throughout the entirety of Hong Kong. At that very moment, within a conference room labeled 247 inside the Hong Kong Light Company, shareholders who had already arrived began to engage in casual conversation. In this meeting room, 8 minor shareholders, all of whom had invested in the company since its inception, were seated. Although each held a modest stake, collectively their shares accounted for approximately 10% of the company's total equity. Upon the entrance of Lu Ruoxiong accompanied by 2 others, the expressions of these minor shareholders instantly shifted to one of utmost reverence. This reaction elicited satisfied smiles from Lu Ruoxiong, as well as from Zheng Yutong's son and Li Xiaoji's son. It is worth noting that Lu Ruoxiong, along with the Zheng and Li families, are renowned tycoons or heirs in Hong Kong's business realm, having cultivated connections over many years. Whether their relationships are rooted in deep camaraderie or competitive rivalry, they engaged in calm discourse within the conference room. Zheng Yutong's son, known for his eloquence, remarked with a smile, given the current circumstances, barring any unforeseen events, Mr. Lu will soon assume the chairmanship of the Hong Kong Light Company. The surrounding minor shareholders immediately concurred, prompting Lu Ruoxiong's smile to radiate even brighter. In truth, Lu Ruoxiong relished in such displays of admiration. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such keen interest in celebrity figures. In response to the praises from the descendants of the Zheng and Li families, he feigned modesty, chuckling, "This opportunity fell into my lap purely by chance. It is primarily because Mr. Li and Mr. Zheng have not concentrated their efforts on the Hong Kong Light Company that I have been able to seize this opportunity." After a brief pause, Lu Ruoxiong added with a grin, "I have heard that both esteemed gentlemen have already begun to acquire substantial shares from Chung Kong Holdings." The members of the Zheng and Li families exchanged knowing glances, subsequently donning faint smiles. This development was already an established fact, and there was no need for them to disguise it or feign mystery. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ruoxiong could not help but lower his voice, muttering, "Li Ka-shing is truly misguided. He still believes he can deceive everyone, yet he has only succeeded in turning a favorable situation into utter chaos." Lu Ruoxiong's assertion held merit. Had it not been for Li Ka-shing's own blunders, he would not have faced such repercussions. If he had refrained from seeking hollow glory and profit, from indulging in a competitive spirit, and from ostentatiously presenting himself as a patriotic businessman, that individual referred to as a doctor might not have taken action against him. Chapter 331. The aura exuded by this young man is remarkably potent. Were things to unfold in such a manner, with support from foreign entities and the inherent potential of the Hong Kong Light Company, Li Ka-shing would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards this time. Regrettably, he engaged in unnecessary actions that ultimately backfired, leading to his downfall. Just then, Lu Ruoxiong directed his gaze towards the conference room entrance, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "If all goes according to plan, there should be other shareholders arriving shortly, correct?" The representatives from the Zheng and Li families exchanged glances and nodded in unison. It was evident that, judging by the total shareholding present in the room, There were certainly shareholders yet to make their appearance. However, no sooner had Lu Ruoxiong finished his statement than Huo Zhengxiong's figure entered the conference room. The moment he stepped through the door, he immediately captured the attention of everyone present. One minor shareholder, unable to contain his astonishment, murmured, "He's so young? Could he be another representative sent by a wealthy family? Why does this face seem somewhat familiar?" The aura emanating from this youth is truly formidable. Lu Ruoxiong, along with the representatives from the Zheng and Li families, almost simultaneously fixated their gazes on Huo Zhengxiong. Yet, upon closer inspection, a look of confusion spread across their faces. They did not recognize the young man before them and instinctively speculated that he might be a representative dispatched by some other business magnate. Before long, Zheng's son, adopting a tone of tentative inquiry, spoke up, "Sir, judging by your appearance, you must also be a shareholder of the Hong Kong Light Company? However, I do not believe we have crossed paths before." As soon as he finished, he quickly added, clarifying his identity, "My father is Zheng Yutong." Huo Zhengxiong immediately displayed an expression of sudden realization, but before he could utter a response, the son of Li Zhaoji, standing nearby, unexpectedly seemed to recognize him. Unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Are you not the great tycoon Huo?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell into a profound silence. The name Great Tycoon Huo was quite unfamiliar to many present, and few had ever heard of it. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, everyone gradually recalled Huo Zhengxiong's identity. Simultaneously, Huo Zhengxiong smiled and nodded, slowly introducing himself, "I am Huo Zhengxiong." Upon hearing this, the son of the Zheng family instantly changed his expression, filled with astonishment as he remarked, "So you are indeed the great tycoon Huo. My father often mentions you, saying you are an outstanding figure in Hong Kong's business world and the hope for the future of Chinese merchants." The son of the Li family also became exceedingly animated, hastily responding, "Great tycoon Huo, it is truly an honor to meet you. I have long anticipated the opportunity to see you, having held you in high regard for quite some time." The enthusiasm exhibited by the representatives of the Zheng and Li families exceeded Huo Zhengxiong's expectations. However, given that they were of similar age and each possessed their own family background, they quickly engaged in amiable conversation amidst the presence of numerous attendees. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxiong, observing how Huo Zhengxiong captured the attention that was rightfully his, could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Yet, he maintained his composure, merely greeting Huo Zhengxiong politely without further elaboration. Huo Zhengxiong's gaze naturally fell upon Lu Ruoxiong, a figure who had already garnered a certain reputation in the current business realm and would undoubtedly become a well-known affluent gentleman in the future. Shortly thereafter, the manager of the Hong Kong Lighting Company followed in Huo Zhengxiong's footsteps, entering the conference room. He first greeted the shareholders present with a respectful smile, then promptly cut to the chase, beginning to announce the respective shareholding ratios of those present. Confusion was evident on the faces of Lu Ruoxiong, along with the representatives from the Li and Zheng families, as they instinctively felt that not all shareholders had arrived. It was important to note that, aside from Huo Zhengxiong, the combined shares held by everyone else present barely amounted to around 50, thus, whose hands held the remaining shares. The manager began with the smaller shareholders, sequentially reading out their names and corresponding share amounts. Wang XX holds 12 shares, Zhao XX holds 14 shares, the Zheng family holds 8 shares, the Li family holds 11 shares, Mr. Lu Ruoxiong holds 21 shares. As soon as the data was announced, a look of bewilderment spread across the room. Is that it? How can this be? The total shares add up to hardly anything. Could it be that the manager misremembered the figures? Just as a small shareholder prepared to voice a question, the manager's expression suddenly turned grave, his gaze locking onto Huo Zhengxiong as he solemnly declared, "Great Tycoon Huo holds 41 shares." In that instant, the entire conference room was engulfed in silence. Everyone stared at Huo Zhengxiong with incredulous eyes. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong maintained his composed and serene smile, gently nodding at the manager. Witnessing this, the manager immediately displayed a look of astonishment. At that moment, someone could no longer contain their shock and shouted, "How is this possible? To hold 41 shares? Truly, the great tycoon Huo is formidable." The representatives from the Zheng and Li families also stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to recover. Lu Ruoxiong's face first registered shock. Then his expression suddenly darkened. He had never anticipated that Huo Zhengxiong's shareholding would exceed his own by a full doubling. This completely surpassed his expectations, causing his previously assured demeanor to teeter on the brink of collapse. The complexity of emotions in his gaze directed at Huo Zhengxiong was inscrutable, leaving no one able to fathom what he was contemplating. Huo Zhengxiong also sensed the unwillingness in Lu Ruoxiong's eyes and silently committed this scene to memory. Following this, the others, regaining their composure, flocked forward to congratulate Huo Zhengxiong. "Congratulations, Mr. Huo. Holding 41 shares, you are surely set to assume the position of chairman. Mr. Huo is truly remarkable, possessing such a substantial stake. Indeed, the most impressive part is that no whispers of this had circulated beforehand. He is exceptionally low-key. Everyone in Hong Kong regards great tycoon Huo as a dragon among men, and seeing him in person today certainly confirms that reputation. Even the representatives from the Zheng and Li families could not help but give Huo Zhengxiong a thumbs up, unlike Lu Ruoxiong's bitterness and jealousy. The Li and Zheng families had no intention of contending for the chairmanship, thus maintaining a calm demeanor as they too congratulated Huo Zhengxiong. Congratulations, great tycoon Huo. Truly deserving of your title, your strength is undeniable. The manager respectfully approached Huo Zhengxiong, explaining, according to the contractual terms of the listed company, if the largest shareholder's shares are double those of the second largest shareholder, there is no need to convene a shareholders meeting for a vote. The largest shareholder will automatically become the chairman of the company. Chapter 332. Do not entertain thoughts of opposing me, for otherwise. Chairman Huo, congratulations. It is worth noting that prior to Huo Zhengxiong's appearance, everyone believed Lu Ruoxiong would become the chairman of the Hong Kong Lighting Company. However, no one had anticipated that with the announcement of the share distribution, it would become evident that Huo Zhengxiong held the majority stake at 41 shares, making him the rightful largest shareholder, and thus, it was only natural for him to ascend to the chairmanship. Accordingly, the conference room echoed with waves of congratulatory voices once more. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong presided over the first board meeting, briefly outlining the future development direction of the Hong Kong Lighting Company, after which the meeting was adjourned. Attendees gradually departed the conference room, each absorbed in their own thoughts. The emotions of most were plainly visible on their faces, except for Lu Ruoxiong's unusual demeanor, which caught Huo Zhengxiong's attention. Huo Zhengxiong couldn't help but ponder internally. I hope you possess a modicum of self-awareness and do not entertain thoughts of opposing me, for otherwise. Meanwhile, the shareholders of the Hong Kong Lighting Company gradually came to a realization. It was evident that Huo Zhengxiong had long considered the Hong Kong Lighting Company as his target and had meticulously planned for this moment. Otherwise, he could not possibly hold such a significant number of shares. It is important to note that the shares that Li the Tycoon had sold within 3 days totaled just over 41. And these shares were primarily distributed among the Li family, Zheng family, and Lu Ruoxiong. Therefore, even if the Jardine Matheson Group had not sold the Hong Kong Lighting Company, Huo Zhengxiong would still have been the largest shareholder, for previously, Jardine Matheson held only 35 of the shares. The reason Li the Tycoon was able to sell over 41 shares was that he had previously acquired a portion of the Hong Kong Lighting Company shares in advance. Thus, it appears that the Hong Kong Lighting Company had always been Huo Zhengxiong's objective. Upon realizing this, everyone was utterly astonished. Through this incident, many also gained insight into Huo Zhengxiong's depth and vision. He was far from the youthful naivety he appeared to possess, rather resembling a shrewd, calculating old fox. By noon, TVB reported the news regarding the Hong Kong Lighting Company. Breaking news. Huo Zhengxiong, chairman of the Oriental Group, currently holds 41 of the shares in the Hong Kong Lighting Company, while Lu Ruoxiong, the tycoon, holds 21 of the shares. From this moment forth, the Hong Kong Lighting Company officially transitioned into a Chinese-funded enterprise. In the future, the electricity we rely on in our daily lives will come from enterprises owned by our own people. Among the recent developments of the Hong Kong Electric Company, the most unexpected has been the meteoric rise of the formidable Huo Zhengxiong. It seems that the populace of Hong Kong could hardly have anticipated that this business magnate could, without anyone noticing, quietly amass a substantial shareholding in the Hong Kong Electric Company. This revelation has been verified by the stock exchange, leaving no room for doubt regarding its authenticity. The public need not harbor any skepticism about it. As soon as the television news concluded its report, major newspapers in Hong Kong swiftly followed suit, promptly disseminating this latest development. After all, news of such significance to the daily lives of the public tends to spread with remarkable rapidity. With the news continuing to circulate, the entire city of Hong Kong was suddenly engulfed in astonishment. No one could have foreseen that the fierce contest for control of the Hong Kong Electric Company would culminate in Huo Zhengxiong emerging as the victor. The name of the illustrious Huo Zhengxiong has once again forcefully entered the public consciousness, causing a wave of exhilaration among the citizens of Hong Kong. On one hand, many extol Huo Zhengxiong's exceptional abilities and cunning tactics. On the other, they feel a profound sense of relief at the prospect of no longer being beholden to foreign powers for their electricity. The rise of Chinese entrepreneurs is indeed remarkable. Huo Zhengxiong's prowess is astounding. To execute such a large-scale share transaction so discreetly is nothing short of impressive. One must wonder, has Huo Zhengxiong been meticulously planning this for an extended period? Haha, this is truly good news. The Hong Kong Electric Company has finally fallen into the hands of our Chinese compatriots. Indeed, were the circumstances reversed, We would still be at the mercy of foreign interests for our electricity, which would be most frustrating. Huo Zhengxiong is truly formidable. We hope he continues to exert his efforts, acquiring more British enterprises and restoring pride to Hong Kong's business community. It is likely that Li the tycoon never anticipated that the situation surrounding the Hong Kong Electric Company would evolve in this manner. It is genuinely astonishing. The public speculations are not baseless. Li the tycoon indeed did not foresee this outcome. As soon as the news broke, Li the tycoon, who was napping, was immediately notified, leaving him momentarily stunned, unable to regain his composure. After listening to his secretary's detailed report, confusion and uncertainty clouded his face as he muttered, "When did Huo Zhengxiong start acquiring shares of the Hong Kong Electric Company? I only hold 35 of the shares from the Jardine Group, which is just slightly above his stake. Had I not formed a partnership with Jardine Group earlier, he would undoubtedly have been the biggest winner. Yet, not a single hint of this has leaked regarding my junior." Pausing for a moment, Li the tycoon suddenly considered a rather grim possibility, his heart tightening. Could all of this be the result of that Ho fellow's clandestine scheming? It is no wonder that Li the tycoon harbors such suspicions. After all, Huo Zhengxiong has managed to conceal his maneuvers so thoroughly that even the Jardine Group remained oblivious. In summary, following the conclusion of the matter related to that doctor, Huo Zhengxiong has undoubtedly emerged as the principal beneficiary in this contest for control of the Hong Kong Electric Company. Reflecting on Huo Zhengxiong's past experiences, the earlier incident involving the explosion at the cola factory was also resolved due to that doctor's involvement. At that time, with the Pepsi and Coca-Cola factories suffering explosions, Oriental Coca-Cola seized the opportunity to dominate the market, leaving Huo Zhengxiong as the ultimate victor once again. Meanwhile, Li the tycoon, who has invested considerable effort in the struggle for control of the Hong Kong Electric Company, has ultimately come away empty-handed. In contrast, Huo Zhengxiong has reaped substantial rewards on 2 occasions, leading Li the tycoon to question, could these events have been orchestrated by Huo Zhengxiong from behind the scenes? Furthermore, the unfortunate incident involving his Rolls-Royce Phantom also seems suspicious, appearing far from a mere accident. With these thoughts, Li the tycoon's expression darkened further. At this moment, regardless of whether these events indeed involve Huo Zhengxiong, he was consumed by rage. After toiling meticulously to devise a plan, only to see the Hong Kong Electric Company slip through his fingers, allowing another to profit, he could not swallow this indignation. Immediately, Li the tycoon addressed his secretary with a grave tone, issuing a stern command, "Go. Immediately relay my instructions. From this moment on, all stores of ParknShop must remove all products from the Oriental Group, be it beverages, chocolates, or various snacks. Not a single item is to remain. I will not allow any products from the Oriental Group in my supermarkets." Chapter 333. This is a classic case of a lackey going mad, beginning to lash out indiscriminately. The secretary, utterly perplexed, could not comprehend why Li the tycoon had suddenly lost his composure, displaying such vehement antipathy towards the Oriental Group. However, he recognized that this was not the time for inquiries, promptly nodding in response. "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." It is noteworthy that ParknShop is a supermarket chain owned by Li the tycoon, having operated in Hong Kong for many years and regarded as a well-established local supermarket. If Huo Zhengxiong has made his fortune through the sale of cola and various beverages, then Li the tycoon accumulated his initial wealth through wholesale of small goods, later establishing his current prominent position in the real estate industry in Hong Kong. As soon as Li the tycoon's orders were issued, while supermarket staff were still bewilderedly busy removing Oriental Group products from the shelves, the news of ParknShop's decision to withdraw Oriental Group's products rapidly spread. Given that the Hong Kong Electric Company was about to see a change in its board of directors, the media had already been closely monitoring Li the tycoon's response. After all, he had invested considerable effort into acquiring the Hong Kong Electric Company, and now that it had a new owner, the ensuing changes were bound to be a topic of great interest. Both media reporters and the citizens of Hong Kong were curious about how Li the tycoon would express his dissatisfaction. However, ironically, rather than receiving news of Li the tycoon's public outrage, they were first informed of ParknShop's decision to remove products from the Oriental Group, a move that left many puzzled. With their keen journalistic instincts, reporters quickly sensed that there must be deeper implications behind this development, leading to the rapid dissemination of the story across major media outlets. The following day, headlines from various media in Hong Kong ignited a frenzy in the city once more. ParknShop completely withdraws Oriental Group products. What lies behind this decision? Li the tycoon loses composure due to jealousy. Attitude shift after learning of Hong Kong Electric Company's major shareholder. Jealousy leads to loss of dignity. All eyes on Li the tycoon. Li the tycoon, consumed by rage, strikes against the Oriental Group. Does ParknShop's withdrawal from Oriental Group products signal the start of a commercial war? In-depth analysis. Will Huo the tycoon take countermeasures? A new round of business warfare has begun. Huo and Li tycoon's clash. Which side will the public favor? Public sentiment is clear, a resounding call for Huo the tycoon to teach Li the tycoon a lesson. The Oriental group of today is no longer what it used to be. With the backing of the Hong Kong Electric Company, it is fully capable of competing with Chung Kong Holdings. Is Li the tycoon's sudden move related to the change in ownership of the Hong Kong Electric Company? Huo Zhengxiong emerges as the biggest beneficiary of the Hong Kong Electric Company, while Li the tycoon takes out his frustration. In no time, such reports dominated the pages of newspapers across Hong Kong. One cannot deny the media's exceptional sensitivity to information, managing to disseminate this news throughout the city in such a short span of time. However, the reputation of the magnate Li has suffered due to this incident, and the public opinion among the citizens of Hong Kong is remarkably unified. Huo Zhengxiong, do not falter. Stand firm against him and teach this arrogant individual a lesson. This Li individual is utterly shameless. As a senior figure in the business community, it would suffice if he did not support his own kind. Yet he even resorts to attacking his compatriots. Such disgrace is beyond measure. This Li seems to be recklessly disregarding his own dignity. It is outrageous. And I wholeheartedly support Huo Zhengxiong. I shall promptly purchase Oriental Cola, Oriental instant noodles, and a new suit. Go, Huo Zhengxiong. Truly shameless. He has been humiliated by that doctor. Treated like a dog, yet he turns around to bully his own people. This magnate Li is likely beyond redemption. What a magnate he is. Calling him a disgrace would be far more fitting. This is a classic case of a lackey gone mad, indiscriminately attacking everyone. It is utterly excessive, with no sense of boundaries. If he possesses any capability, he should confront that doctor instead of targeting the Oriental group. Such behavior is truly beneath contempt. Justice will undoubtedly triumph over evil. I believe that Huo will decisively bring that accomplice to ruin. Huo will forever command our respect. Now that Huo Zhengxiong has the support of the Hong Kong Electric Group, he will certainly not be easily manipulated by that Li banana man. Although I particularly detest that vicious dog, I must admit he possesses some capability. I genuinely hope the Oriental Group can successfully navigate this challenge. Subsequently, the media reported once more on the discussions among the citizens of the port city. Upon seeing the related news, magnate Li was so incensed that he went an entire day without eating. He was constantly referred to as Li Dog, traitor, banana man, and his emotions spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Jimmy arrived at the group early in the morning, waiting for Huo Zhengxiong. Upon seeing him, he immediately handed over the newspaper and whispered, "The reason that Li is targeting us is largely due to his dissatisfaction with our becoming shareholders of the Hong Kong Electric Company." The smile on Huo Zhengxiong's face vanished in an instant. Frankly speaking, it was disheartening to start the day with such news. This magnate Li is truly loathsome. He dares not confront the doctor nor act recklessly in front of foreigners, yet he only has the audacity to attack his own kind. It is essential to recognize that he acquired shares in the Hong Kong Electric Company solely through his own capabilities. Even if he had not taken action initially, others would eventually have succeeded in acquiring shares in the company. Had the Zheng or Guo families taken over the shares, it is likely that magnate Li would not have reacted so vehemently. This is clearly a case of picking on the weak. Huo Zhengxiong complained with displeasure. His strong reaction and discomfort stemmed primarily from the fact that Partnership is one of magnate Li's core enterprises. Li built his fortune through wholesale, making Partnership exceedingly powerful. Just as Lin Baixin of Leasing Garment views Leasing Garment as his lifeblood, Partnership is, without doubt, an indispensable lifeline for magnate Li. Li's decision to target the Oriental Group through Partnership clearly indicates he is serious this time, since the opponent is genuinely seeking trouble. Huo Zhengxiong naturally sees no reason to hold back. Do not think that previously leveraging the doctor's name to pressure Li was some grand maneuver. It was merely a basic tactic. Now, Huo Zhengxiong is genuinely incensed. Although he had long anticipated a confrontation with magnate Li, he never expected the first round to arrive so swiftly. Chapter 334. Within a 10-kilometer radius of Pangdonglai, not a single supermarket can survive. Since the Li individual has struck first, if I, Huo Zhengxiong, do not retaliate, it would not be consistent with my usual style. As he has initiated his attack on Partnership, we shall specifically target Partnership this time. Standing nearby, Jimmy eagerly inquired, "Boss, do you already have a good plan?" Targeting Partnership for retaliation is evidently a sound strategy, but Huo Zhengxiong gradually found himself lost in thought regarding the specific course of action. Seeing Huo Zhengxiong deep in contemplation, Jimmy dared not interrupt his train of thought, patiently waiting at the side. At that moment, Huo Zhengxiong did not yet have a clear idea of how to deal with Partnership. However, suddenly, a name from the depths of his memory emerged. Pangdonglai? In the next moment, Huo Zhengxiong's eyes brightened, and a complete plan formed in his mind. Mentioning Pangdonglai undoubtedly refers to an exceptionally successful enterprise. In Huo Zhengxiong's understanding, in another parallel world, given the right conditions, everyone would prioritize shopping at Pangdonglai. Were it not for the collective efforts of competitors suppressing Pang Donglai in the market, it would have already expanded its stores to every corner of the nation. Every customer who has shopped at Pang Donglai inevitably becomes a repeat customer, and the praise rate for Pang Donglai reaches an astonishing 100%. If one were to discuss the key secrets behind Pang Donglai's success, it can be summarized in a few points. First, by engaging in large-scale procurement, they effectively reduce the purchase prices of goods. To lower the purchase price of goods, there are no special tricks, only the core principle of increasing the volume of procurement. In Germany, known as the land of hops, Aldi has managed to nearly overpower Walmart in the market precisely through this method of bulk purchasing, successfully lowering their procurement costs. Second, careful selection of every item is essential, ensuring that no inferior products enter the store. At Pang Donglai, there are no products that customers cannot think of, only goods that customers need but cannot find elsewhere. Hence, it is easy to understand why customers are willing to shop at Pang Donglai. It is the only place that can meet their needs, which other supermarkets cannot fulfill. Ultimately, it relies on the competitiveness of the products themselves to attract customers. Third, attention must be paid to the display of goods. The way products are displayed at Pang Donglai is truly eye-catching. Vegetables are free of any soil, and not a single leaf of produce is found to be rotten. Some fruits are even pre-peeled for customers. Remarkably, all products meet such high display standards. Fourth, after-sales service must be exceptional, adhering to a people-oriented philosophy. Just how far can Pang Donglai's after-sales service go? After purchasing goods, if a customer calls to say they found the product unsatisfactory, a dedicated staff member will visit their home. Not only will they bring a brand new product and refund the customer's money, but they will also provide additional coupons. In summary, there are no services that customers can imagine that Pang Donglai cannot provide. In simple terms, Pang Donglai truly treats customers as gods. Moreover, the employees at Pang Donglai are also more than willing to perform these service-oriented tasks. As for why employees are willing to do so, it is because Pang Donglai offers compensation that far exceeds that of similar jobs. It is no exaggeration to assert that, aside from a slightly greater workload than that of civil servants, the employees at Pang Donglai enjoy superior treatment in every other aspect. It is no wonder that once they commence their tenure, they are reluctant to depart. Who could have anticipated that a sales clerk in a supermarket would be eligible for a year-end bonus? Do not be misled into thinking that by investing heavily in their employees, the proprietors of Pang Donglai would forfeit their profits. In reality, within a 10-kilometer radius of Pang Donglai, no other supermarket has managed to survive. In such a competitive market environment, it would be challenging for Pang Donglai not to turn a profit. Who claims that the supermarket industry cannot achieve monopolistic dominance? Pang Donglai has successfully accomplished just that. Although ParknShop possesses formidable strength in the port region and has a clear competitive strategy, if one were to employ Pang Donglai's operational model to compete, it would not be particularly difficult to surpass them. With this thought in mind, Huo Zhengxiong promptly documented the secrets to Pang Donglai's success, and thereafter, with an expression of excitement, instructed Jimmy, "First, acquire a shopping mall. I intend to establish a supermarket, and it shall be named Donglai Supermarket." Upon hearing Huo Zhengxiong's words, Jimmy was momentarily taken aback. Huo Zhengxiong continued, "Next, ascertain the total number of ParknShop supermarkets in the port area. Wherever there is a ParknShop, there must be our Donglai Supermarket established alongside it. I aim to utterly decimate ParknShop, rendering it a relic of the past in the port region." At this moment, Huo Zhengxiong's eyes radiated with unwavering determination, and the powerful confidence he exuded invigorated Jimmy, who immediately nodded in agreement and set about fulfilling Huo Zhengxiong's directives. Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong remained diligently seated at his desk, refining the secrets to Pang Donglai's success and meticulously adding intricate details. This was to be the secret weapon capable of defeating the ParknShop under the aegis of Li Daxing, and Huo Zhengxiong was naturally committed to treating it with the utmost seriousness. Moreover, Pang Donglai's operational model harbored the potential to become one of the core enterprises under Huo Zhengxiong's domain. In another realm, due to the joint suppression from competitors, Pang Donglai could only develop within a confined region. However, in the current reality, Huo Zhengxiong possessed the capability to expand Donglai Supermarket globally, and it might even surpass Walmart. Shopping malls are fundamentally distinct from ordinary retail shops, as they encapsulate immense value. Yet, for Huo Zhengxiong at this moment, acquiring a shopping mall would not impose significant financial strain. Recently, with the successful distribution of instant noodles, cola, tea beverages, chocolates, and tailored suits across more than half of Asia by the Oriental Group, Huo Zhengxiong's assets were burgeoning daily. Furthermore, with stakes in 2 publicly listed companies and a 40% share in the Hong Kong Electric Company, Huo Zhengxiong's total assets had now reached approximately 25 billion. Referring specifically to fixed assets, Chapter 335, securing a shopping mall was hardly a daunting task for him. As for cash flow, Huo Zhengxiong's current bank account boasted funds amounting to 3 billion. It is worth noting that Huo Zhengxiong's ventures predominantly reside within the fast-moving consumer goods sector, with products such as instant noodles, cola, and chocolates classified as FMCG. While the profit from any single line of business may not be exceptionally remarkable, the overall profitability becomes truly astonishing when all sectors are integrated and developed collectively. Thus, acquiring a shopping mall was far from a challenge for Huo Zhengxiong. Following Huo Zhengxiong's directives, Jimmy dedicated time to thoroughly investigate and ultimately discovered that the Jardine Group intended to sell one of its shopping malls. This particular mall, situated in the Kowloon region, boasted a prime location with a substantial daily foot traffic, complemented by the presence of numerous upscale residential complexes in the vicinity. More importantly, the mall's selling price was slightly below the market average. After comprehensively understanding the circumstances surrounding the shopping mall, Jimmy promptly reported back to Huo Zhengxiong with the pertinent information. Upon hearing the detailed account of the mall, Huo Zhengxiong felt immensely satisfied. At this juncture, Jimmy, unable to contain his amusement, remarked, "Moreover, the price is indeed quite advantageous." After a brief pause, Jimmy's smile became particularly radiant as he continued, "The primary reason this mall has remained unsold is that no one dares to take it on." As soon as Jimmy finished his statement, Huo Zhengxiong couldn't help but chuckle. According to Jimmy's description, the mall was not only of superior quality but also attractively priced. It was perplexing why no one was willing to make a purchase. The answer, however, was quite simple. The issue lay with the ownership rights. As the mall belonged to the Jardine Group. Ironically, the Jardine Group was a primary target for those referred to as the bandit doctors. Many had contemplated acquiring this mall. Yet they were deterred by the fear of sudden interference from the doctors. After all, Li Daxing had previously encountered a similar predicament, resulting in substantial financial losses and a humiliating defeat, leaving no one eager to repeat his misfortune. Therefore, despite the mall's numerous advantageous conditions, no one had dared to take the plunge. From a practical standpoint, given Huo Zhengxiong's current capabilities, the acquisition of a shopping mall posed little economic pressure. Before long, Huo Zhengxiong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he instructed Jimmy, "Reach out to David from the Jardine Group and subtly convey that I have an interest in their assets. However, there is no need to elaborate on which specific assets I am interested in." Jimmy instantly grasped Huo Zhengxiong's intentions. He understood that Huo Zhengxiong aimed to communicate a collaborative interest to David without explicitly detailing which aspects of the Jardine Group's assets piqued his interest. This approach would encourage David to initiate contact rather than the other way around, allowing them to retain the initiative in their dealings with the Jardine Group. The benefits of this strategy were evident. In negotiations, the party that displays eagerness often finds themselves at a disadvantage, and excessive urgency can lead to unfavorable outcomes. Huo Zhengxiong's arrangements had a singular purpose: to drive down the price in subsequent negotiations. Following the successful acquisition of the Hong Kong Electric Company, Huo Zhengxiong had already identified a new target. What truly captivated him was the Central Plaza owned by the Jardine Group. Indeed, it was the Central Plaza previously mentioned. Central Plaza, located at 15 Queens Road Central on Hong Kong Island, is home to numerous renowned shops and a plethora of world-class brand boutiques. The building comprises 4 floors, surrounded by a fountain that can change its lighting effects. The interior space is remarkably spacious, with exquisite and tasteful decor on every floor. Shopping here allows individuals to indulge in a diverse array of global fashion brands while enjoying an elegant and comfortable shopping atmosphere. Moreover, Central Plaza is often referred to as the landlord, a title that underscores its esteemed status. Many affluent individuals and socialites frequently grace this establishment, and it is common for celebrities to be captured by paparazzi, as numerous stars and public figures are regular patrons. There exists a saying specifically crafted to describe the landmarks in Central, implying that it is not merely the presence of numerous prestigious international brands that bestows an air of opulence upon this locale. Rather, it is the frequent visits by a plethora of world-renowned celebrities that elevates the status of the brands residing here. Particularly, the affluent social circles of the harbor have always harbored a unique affection for the landmarks in Central. Recently, following a devastating explosion at another top-tier shopping center owned by the Jardine Matheson Group, the landmarks in Central undeniably emerged as the most prestigious shopping destination under Jardine's umbrella. It is worth noting that during that incident, Ho Chung-sung had already contemplated acquiring the landmarks in Central. Otherwise, it would have been the landmarks in Central that faced the explosion. Presently, as the Jardine Group finds itself mired in various troubles, this undoubtedly presents the opportune moment for the acquisition of the landmarks in Central. Subsequently, Jimmy, acting on Ho Chung-sung's instructions, deliberately disseminated information regarding his inquiries about the Jardine Group's assets, subtly hinting at a desire to acquire certain assets of the group. However, he refrained from specifying which particular assets had caught his interest. Others were only aware that Jimmy had been unusually attentive to the Jardine Group lately. Yet he did not approach the Jardine Group directly for information. Instead, he sought to gather insights through indirect inquiries with other businessmen. It is well understood in the business world that every action taken by Jimmy signifies Huo Zhengxiong's stance, and his evident interest can only be interpreted as reflecting Huo Zhengxiong's intentions. Thus, under Jimmy's careful orchestration, David, the senior executive of the Jardine Group, soon caught wind of this information. You mean to say that Huo Zhengxiong's confidant is probing into the businesses we at the Jardine Group intend to sell? Indeed. The secretary replied earnestly. I even took the liberty of verifying with a few individuals, and they all mentioned that Jimmy had recently met with them, inquiring solely about matters concerning our Jardine Group. David nodded thoughtfully, unable to suppress his remark. It seems Huo Zhengxiong must have tasted success after acquiring the Hong Kong Electric Company, which is why he is now showing interest in our Jardine Group's assets. The secretary nodded in agreement, thoroughly endorsing David's judgment. Shortly thereafter, David could not resist asking, have you managed to ascertain which specific business Huo Zhengxiong is most interested in? Chapter 336. As the senior executive of the Jardine Group, should I not be concerned with maintaining our dignity? Upon hearing this, the secretary shook his head in resignation. No, I was unable to determine that. It appears that Jimmy seems to have a general interest in all our businesses, yet there is no indication of a particularly strong interest in any single one. I truly cannot ascertain which specific aspect he is focused on. Hearing this, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed David's face. He believed that if they could clarify what Huo Zhengxiong truly desired, they could gauge the intensity of his acquisition intentions. Frankly speaking, if he had access to this information in advance, he could have adequately prepared, gaining the upper hand during subsequent negotiations to potentially inflate the price. However, being in the dark leaves him utterly unprepared. David then inquired further, has Jimmy reached out to you at all? No. The secretary answered candidly. This only deepened David's confusion, prompting him to mutter softly. Could it be that Huo has yet to solidify his target and is merely harboring a casual interest in our group's assets? The secretary ventured, I believe that to be the case. After all, the Jardine Group is currently treading a precarious path. Logically, if Huo Zhengxiong were truly determined to acquire a particular enterprise, he would undoubtedly come to negotiate in person. As the secretary concluded this statement, an involuntary expression of doubt crossed his face. David, sensing the secretary's hesitation, impatiently urged, speak plainly, there is no need for such reticence. Following David's prompt, the secretary mustered the courage to speak. What I mean is, since Huo Zhengxiong has not made any overtures, why don't we take the initiative to reach out to him? No. David immediately shook his head in refusal without a second thought. I had just had a confrontation with him. Now to approach him would be to undermine the Jardine Group's dignity. As the senior executive of the Jardine Group, should I not regard our reputation? The secretary fell momentarily silent, unsure how to respond to David's remarks. Following this, David, with a serious demeanor, added, if we are to collaborate, it should be he who comes to seek me out. However, after a moment's hesitation, the secretary could not resist continuing to advocate. Those partners who used to work closely with us now keep their distance. It is a rare opportunity to encounter someone as capable and willing to collaborate as Huo Zhengxiong. If we do not seize this chance, and he turns his attention elsewhere, the one to suffer the consequences will ultimately be us. The secretary's words struck a chord with David. In an instant, memories of his attempts to reach out to Zheng Yutong, Guo Daheng, and Li Zhaoji, all of whom had politely declined his overtures, flooded his mind. Previously, these individuals had approached him time and again to discuss collaboration. David was compelled to acknowledge that the secretary had indeed pinpointed a crucial issue. For the Jardine Group, the present circumstances are starkly different from before. No one dares to collaborate with the Jardine Group anymore, fearing a repetition of the misfortunes that befell the tycoon Li. Thus, the secretary's perspective is not without merit. It is essential to grasp this opportunity with someone as bold as Huo Zhengxiong. Should the situation deteriorate further, it would only become increasingly challenging to rectify. In an instant, David's countenance darkened, his expression resembling someone who had just swallowed a fly. After deep contemplation, he exhaled heavily, waving his hand wearily. Although I have never held a favorable view of Huo Zhengxiong, given the current state of affairs, it has come to this. David, with visible reluctance, as if enduring some form of torment, stated, then I shall reluctantly agree to discuss matters with him. It must be said that under the immense pressure of reality, David managed to set aside his pride and the notion of face, instructing the secretary to reach out to Huo Zhengxiong. Before long, the secretary began to engage with Jimmy. Jimmy, in turn, initially feigned hesitation before reluctantly acquiescing to David's request to arrange a meeting with Huo Zhengxiong. The following morning, Huo Zhengxiong, clad in a well-tailored suit, arrived at the Jardine Group to meet with David. Although David typically harbored a less than favorable attitude towards Orientals, with the exception of beautiful women, He could not help but admire Huo Zhengxiong's appearance upon their meeting. I never expected such striking individuals to emerge from the East. This stirred a sense of jealousy within David. As they settled onto the sofa in David's office, David maintained an air of arrogance. Being the first to speak, I have heard that you, Mr. Huo, are interested in certain sectors of our Jardine group. Now that we are face to face. Huo Zhengxiong saw little reason to beat around the bush and nodded in affirmation. Indeed. May I inquire which specific business has captured your interest, Mr. Huo? Huo Zhengxiong responded with a subtle smile. The landmarks in Central. Immediately, David's brow furrowed in concern. He had initially assumed that Huo Zhengxiong was interested in the International Dairy Company, intending to expand his influence within the beverage sector through its acquisition. However, the answer Huo Zhengxiong provided was somewhat beyond his expectations. He pondered for a moment before slowly stating, the Central Land Plaza holds significant importance for our Jardine group. Huo Zhengxiong merely smiled, remaining silent. David felt compelled to continue. Of course, if Mr. Huo genuinely harbors intentions for collaboration, this matter is not entirely devoid of room for negotiation. After all, our British interests are planning to withdraw from the port, which is no longer a secret. At this juncture, Huo Zhengxiong smiled and remarked, in that case, let us discuss this matter in detail. If the price is right, my sincerity in acquiring the Central Land Plaza is undoubtedly sufficient. In truth, David had not anticipated Huo Zhengxiong's ambitions to be so lofty, immediately targeting the Central Land Plaza. To be frank, given Huo Zhengxiong's current capabilities, David did not believe he possessed the means to execute such a large-scale acquisition, especially since he already harbored dissatisfaction toward Huo Zhengxiong. Considering the immense value of the Central Land Plaza, promptly, David inquired, may I ask what price the magnate is willing to offer for the acquisition? Huo Zhengxiong detected the shift in David's address from boss to magnate, promptly recognizing the change in his demeanor, and calmly replied, Mr. David, as the head of the Jardine Group, you surely understand a fundamental principle in business. It is customary for the seller to make the first offer. It is hardly reasonable to expect the buyer to do so. Observing Huo Zhengxiong's cautious demeanor, David felt a tinge of frustration at not having ensnared him in his trap. After contemplating for a moment, he stated his psychological price, a firm 200 billion. Upon hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong suddenly laughed, leaving David somewhat bewildered. Chapter 337. This price is nearly tantamount to outright robbery. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong, with a calm tone, remarked, since we are discussing business, I hope Mr. David can demonstrate sufficient sincerity. If this is merely the price you propose, then there is no need for us to continue our discussions. David fell silent for a moment before cautiously asking, what price can the magnate offer? Huo Zhengxiong gestured with a single finger. Upon seeing this, David's expression instantly darkened, and instinctively, he rose to his feet, expressing his dissatisfaction to Huo Zhengxiong. If the magnate is sincere, we could indeed engage in a meaningful discussion, but the price you propose is simply outrageous. David had always harbored a discontented view of Huo Zhengxiong. Had it not been for the current circumstances where no one dared to collaborate with them at the port, he would never have forced himself to negotiate with Huo Zhengxiong. Had he known that Huo Zhengxiong would present such a price, he would have resolutely declined this meeting. At this moment, Huo Zhengxiong's offer filled David with regret, and he coldly stated, this price is nearly indistinguishable from outright robbery. Indeed, Huo Zhengxiong was quite decisive, immediately slashing the price in half, offering only 100 billion, which deviated significantly from David's expectations, making it exceedingly difficult for him to accept. Such a price, David would certainly not acquiesce to. However, confronted with David's intent to leave, Huo Zhengxiong remained remarkably composed, softly stating, Mr. David, you are undoubtedly more aware of Jardine Group's current predicament than I am. Therefore, I believe my offered price is not unreasonable. David clenched his teeth and retorted, 100 billion hardly qualifies as low. Do you think this is a marketplace where prices can be haggled at will? There is no rationale for such a drastic price cut. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong appeared entirely unfazed by David's mockery, presenting his critical leverage, and slowly said, since we have reached this point in our conversation, Mr. David, I shall no longer beat around the bush. David's brow furrowed slightly. In the next moment, he observed Huo Zhengxiong's demeanor, which exuded confidence, as he began to speak. While others may still be in the dark, I am acutely aware of the reality. I shall no longer obfuscate, and will lay bare those uncomfortable truths. From my inquiries, it is evident that Jardine Group, due to disastrous overseas investments, is in urgent need of substantial funds to cover its losses. Is that not the case? Huo Zhengxiong's bold candor and assured demeanor stemmed from this being one of the pivotal reasons behind Jardine Group's eventual withdrawal from the island. Numerous companies opted to leave the port due to the 1997 issue, but now, with many years having passed since then, Jardine Group need not be so desperate to liquidate its assets. However, the reality is that as early as over a decade before 1997, Jardine Group had already begun to divest from the port's industries. The core reason, as Huo Zhengxiong previously mentioned, is the pressing need to recover substantial funds due to losses from overseas investments, which necessitated the premature sale of assets at the port. Huo Zhengxiong's statements struck a nerve. As his words fell, David's expression instantly darkened. He stared at Huo Zhengxiong in disbelief, incredulity lacing his tone as he questioned, "Are you aware of what you are saying?" Huo Zhengxiong smiled nonchalantly and countered, "Mr. David, do you believe there is any need to continue concealing the truth?" David's expression abruptly soured. His gaze fierce as he glared at Huo Zhengxiong, pressing, "This is confidential information of Jardine Group. How did you come to know? In this world, there are no absolute secrets that can be kept." Huo Zhengxiong did not respond directly, merely stating, "There is no such thing as an unbreakable secret." David's face paled again. Unable to suppress his retort, "You are taking advantage of our predicament. 100 billion is sheer extortion." Huo Zhengxiong erupted into laughter. His expression laced with mockery as he looked at David and asked, "What else would it be? Mr. David, do you think I am engaging in philanthropy here?" David was utterly stunned. Huo Zhengxiong's smile grew increasingly radiant, especially witnessing David's astonished expression, which further buoyed his spirits, and he continued, "It seems, Mr. David, you still do not understand me well enough." David's face revealed confusion as he inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Huo Zhengxiong, with a faint smile, candidly replied, "I have always been one to seize opportunities, to take advantage of others' misfortunes to further my own interests." For a moment, David found himself at a loss for words. Utterly bewildered, he could not help but admire Huo Zhengxiong's audacity in articulating such shameless sentiments. Having been raised in a traditional gentlemanly manner, he never imagined someone would dare to so blatantly admit to their unscrupulous actions, particularly when that person was a business magnate with a fortune in the billions. He pointed a finger at Huo Zhengxiong, momentarily speechless. Huo Zhengxiong squinted his eyes, smiling as he said, "Thus, the price I offered was not a mere whim. 100 billion for the acquisition of Central Land Plaza. What say you?" David's expression darkened instantly, and he vehemently refused, "Impossible. Absolutely not. Even at a bargain. Central Land Plaza is worth at least 180 billion. There is no room for negotiation at a price of 100 billion. Huo Zhengxiong, wearing a playful expression, disregarded David's grim countenance and slowly remarked, "But Mr. David, you are more aware than I that the crux of the matter is no longer how much Central Land Plaza is worth. Even if you were willing to sell it to Li Ka-shing at such a low price, or to any of the 4 major tycoons in the port, do you dare to sell? Would they truly be willing to buy?" David's expression froze instantly. Huo Zhengxiong's words struck directly at his Achilles heel. Indeed, Huo Zhengxiong's assertions are not without merit. Even if he were inclined to sell the Central Plaza at a reduced price, who, apart from the audacious Huo Zhengxiong himself, would dare to take on such a venture? Who would possess the audacity to proceed? In that fleeting moment, David recalled his recent visit to seek collaboration with Zheng Yutong, Li Zhaoji, and others, where he had encountered a similar sense of rejection and frustration, which was hardly less painful than his current predicament. Observing David ensnared in turmoil and contemplation, Huo Zhengxiong patiently continued his persuasion. "In truth, I am well aware that, aside from myself, no one in Hong Kong would dare to covet the assets of Jardine Matheson. Thus, selling the assets to me would undoubtedly be the wisest choice." David remained unmoved, evidently still not swayed by this line of reasoning. Huo Zhengxiong, undeterred, pressed on, "Moreover, your overseas investments are far too substantial. At this critical juncture, should your financial chain falter, all previous investments would be rendered futile." Chapter 338. Well, now I need not bear the brunt of the blame alone. Undoubtedly, Jardine Matheson is in urgent need of financial support. At such a pivotal moment, if you cannot decisively make a choice, one need not elaborate on how the Keswick family would perceive you. David's expression gradually displayed signs of yielding. Huo Zhengxiong, sensing this shift, felt a thrill of triumph within. Knowing he was close to persuading David, he then unveiled his final trump card, speaking in a relaxed tone. "Furthermore, you are undoubtedly aware of the potential outcomes regarding the 1997 issue, with the deadline for the 2 nations declarations approaching. Do you think all British enterprises in Hong Kong will remain complacent? The answer is a resounding no. They will undoubtedly rush to divest their holdings. Consequently, a deluge of British assets will flood the market, inevitably driving prices down due to competition." After a brief pause, Huo Zhengxiong continued, "Even if I were to do nothing but wait patiently, I would witness the diminishing prices of your assets. Ultimately, with the same amount of capital, I could still accomplish the acquisition without lifting a finger. Merely waiting would suffice. However, I fear Jardine Matheson may not have the luxury of time." At last, under the mounting pressure exerted by Huo Zhengxiong, David's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. His complexion turned ashen, and through gritted teeth, he retorted, 10 billion is absolutely out of the question. I cannot justify that to my family. Even if I consent, the upper echelons of the family would never approve. Under Huo Zhengxiong's relentless pressure, David ultimately chose to concede. Given that David had relented, Huo Zhengxiong deemed it unnecessary to cling rigidly to the 10 billion price point. In truth, he was aware that the figure was indeed on the low side. He initially proposed it merely to lower David's expectations, making it easier for him to accept the final offer thereafter. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, 12 billion. This is the highest price I can offer. If you find this price unacceptable, then we must conclude our discussions here. The seriousness in Huo Zhengxiong's tone prompted David's expression to grow equally grave. He considered Huo Zhengxiong's earlier statements, feeling the weight of immense pressure. After much deliberation, he recognized that the current situation was indeed as dire as Huo Zhengxiong depicted, particularly as the overseas headquarters of Jardine Matheson appeared on the brink of collapse. Sighing deeply, David murmured, "Deal?" Huo Zhengxiong's face broke into a radiant smile. Shortly after, a lawyer entered from outside, introducing himself. "I am Jian Aowei, the attorney for the Oriental Group." Evidently, Huo Zhengxiong was confident that today's objective would undoubtedly be achieved, as he had even prepared a lawyer in advance. This only served to exacerbate David's discontent. Jian Aowei had already prepared all necessary contractual documents for the signing. The process flowed remarkably smoothly, and both parties ultimately finalized the cooperative agreement. However, throughout the proceedings, David harbored lingering resentment towards Huo Zhengxiong. This sentiment is hardly surprising. Huo Zhengxiong had candidly admitted that his visit was, in essence, an opportunistic maneuver. Hence, even though the transaction concluded seamlessly, it was merely a decision born of David's lack of alternatives. Had there been any feasible options, he would never have allied with Huo Zhengxiong. Before long, Huo Zhengxiong departed from the Jardine building, grinning broadly. David stood by the window, gazing down at the retreating figure of Huo in his vehicle, his agitation intensifying. As his gaze followed the car until it vanished from sight, he could not suppress a derisive scoff. Did he truly believe that signing the contract meant the matter was conclusively settled? A malevolent expression began to creep across David's face as he muttered, "What audacity! You dare to venture into territories that other magnates shun, ignoring the risks that others would avoid. Do you truly consider Jardine Matheson as pliable and easily manipulated? Do you genuinely believe that the benefits of Jardine Matheson come so easily?" At this juncture, David let out a cold laugh, turning to his secretary with a command, "Go. Notify all media outlets in Hong Kong to vigorously publicize our recent collaboration with Huo Zhengxiong. State that Huo shares a close relationship with us, akin to the previous magnate." Li, after a brief pause, he added, "Those contemptible Orientals have always harbored a deep-seated hatred for us, have they not? If so, let us thoroughly broadcast this matter. I want that doctor to deal with Huo Zhengxiong. I want him to understand that the advantages of Jardine Matheson are not so easily acquired." The secretary, upon hearing this, immediately exhibited a look of bewilderment. To be frank, he wished to dissuade David from this course of action. Jardine Matheson's reputation in the port had already been tarnished beyond repair, and given the scarce willingness of others to engage, it was a stroke of fortune that Huo Zhengxiong, bold as he was, had agreed to take the helm. If he managed to navigate this safely, it could encourage others to reconsider dealings with Jardine Matheson. However, if this tumultuous course of action were to provoke unforeseen consequences for Huo Zhengxiong, how could Jardine Matheson proceed with asset liquidation to weather the current crisis? This was evidently a strategy of mutual destruction. Was it truly necessary? Yet upon observing David's countenance, the secretary realized that his counsel would likely be disregarded. "I intend to wield that doctor as a weapon to teach Huo Zhengxiong a lesson," David bellowed in fury. The secretary, resigned to his fate, turned to contact the media as instructed, attempting to tarnish Huo Zhengxiong's reputation. Under the covert machinations of Jardine Matheson, the following day, all newspapers and media outlets in the port began reporting on the matter. Breaking news. Following Li, Huo Zhengxiong has reached a cooperative agreement with Jardine Matheson, investing billions to acquire Central Plaza. Does Huo Zhengxiong have hidden motives with Jardine Matheson? Huo Zhengxiong may become the second Li. Reliable sources. Huo Zhengxiong had a cordial discussion with Jardine Matheson yesterday. Jardine Matheson transfers Central Plaza to Oriental Group at a low price. Is there an ulterior motive? Has Huo Zhengxiong chosen to collude with Jardine Matheson? Li, the magnate, learned of the news almost instantly. Huo Zhengxiong had actually conspired with Jardine Matheson. He was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of mixed joy and anger. He was furious that Jardine Matheson had sold Central Plaza at a low price to Huo Zhengxiong. Did they not realize that I am currently in conflict with Huo Zhengxiong? Jardine Matheson's actions were utterly outrageous, showing a total disregard for the sentiments of the Li family. Li continued to grumble softly, venting his discontent. On the other hand, he secretly reveled in his heart, feeling that he finally had a successor, and could not help but sneer. Well, now I no longer have to bear the brunt of the blame alone. Chapter 339. The days at this port have become increasingly lively. Soon, Tycoon Li realized that this was an excellent opportunity to deal with Huo Zhengxiong. When the news of his collaboration with the He group was exposed, he was closely monitored by the doctor and suffered considerably. At this moment, his mindset reflected a certain satisfaction akin to having weathered the storm and now wanting to kick away another's umbrella. Immediately, Tycoon Li coldly instructed, contact the media at once. Spare no expense. Ensure that all media outlets in the port report on Huo Zhengxiong, vigorously promoting his collusion with the He group. Let us thoroughly vilify him, exposing his ugly visage to the public of the entire port. I am eager to see how the doctor will handle him this time. The secretary nodded eagerly, viewing this as undeniably splendid news. With Huo Zhengxiong in the mix, there was finally someone to share the pressure with Tycoon Li. It was undoubtedly a positive development. He promptly set off to contact the media, aiming to fan the flames and exploit the situation. Consequently, under the dual impetus of Tycoon Li and the He group, the news spread wildly across the port, plunging it into uproar. How could this be? Indeed, Tycoon Huo has always conducted himself admirably. Could there be a misunderstanding? It is hard to say. There may be undisclosed secrets lurking within. But did not Tycoon Li just declare war on Huo Zhengxiong? Could it be a fallout over the division of spoils? Regardless, I am profoundly disappointed in Tycoon Huo. The newspapers claim that Huo Zhengxiong acquired the Central Land Plaza for a mere 12 billion. Alas, moral standards are declining. In an instant, Huo Zhengxiong's reputation in the port became infamous, with countless citizens expressing their strong dissatisfaction. Fortunately, Huo Zhengxiong had never adorned himself with false accolades, unlike Tycoon Li, who shamelessly paraded himself as a patriotic businessman while acting as a lackey for foreign powers. Thus, although Huo Zhengxiong's image among the citizens was affected, it is unlikely he would sink to the depths of Tycoon Li's disgrace. However, there is no denying that, with Tycoon Li as a cautionary tale, Huo Zhengxiong's choice to collaborate with the He group has incited considerable anger among the port's populace, as they voiced their discontent. They also eagerly anticipated the unfolding of subsequent events. Surely the doctor would take action soon. One might even feel that the doctor is busier than the police. It is indeed time to teach Huo Zhengxiong a proper lesson. To dare collaborate with the He group at such a critical juncture is simply courting disaster. Huo Zhengxiong should not have acted so foolishly, succumbing to the intoxication of profit. I hope the doctor imparts a lesson on him that he will never forget. The days in this port have become increasingly animated. Go, doctor. At this moment, the citizens of the entire port were engulfed in anger towards Huo Zhengxiong, eagerly awaiting the doctor's intervention. After all, the doctor now stood as a heroic figure in the port, with the cautionary examples of Tycoon Li and the He group. It was not the professionals in the medical field who took the first action, but rather the investors active in the stock market. In fact, as soon as the relevant rumors surfaced, the shareholders anticipated a decline in the stock price of the Oriental Group. They hastily sold off their shares, as taking action now would result in only minor losses. Waiting for the key figure known as the doctor to make a move could spell disaster for the Oriental Group. As the news gradually disseminated, by morning, the stocks of Oriental beverages and Oriental apparel began their descent. Fortunately, Huo Zhengxiong was merely engaged in a commercial collaboration with the He group and did not behave as unscrupulously as Tycoon Li. So the decline in stock prices remained manageable. Huo Zhengxiong was fully aware of such significant developments at the first opportunity. Yet, he was not at all flustered. Instead, a joyful expression graced his face. Was this not an excellent opportunity for profit? Beside him, Jimmy, somewhat anxious, inquired, "Boss, how should we respond to the current situation?" Huo Zhengxiong, dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand, replied nonchalantly, "This is clearly a plot by the He group. They are unwilling to see us profit from this opportunity, so they seek to drag us into their predicament." Pausing for a moment, he glanced at the content of the newspaper and continued, "If I am not mistaken, Tycoon Li is definitely stirring the pot behind the scenes." Eager to join in the commotion, Jimmy could not help but voice his worries. "Our stock prices have already begun to decline." Huo Zhengxiong waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to fear? The He group believes I can only see the superficial aspects, but they fail to realize that I have already contemplated the deeper implications. Tycoon Li might even think himself clever, deliberately escalating the situation in hopes that I would help alleviate their pressure. But alas, this time, I have seen through all their schemes." As he spoke, Huo Zhengxiong's smile grew ever brighter, turning to the still somewhat tense Jimmy and cheerfully saying, "Why fret? Their deliberate exposure of the news to incite public outrage against me is merely one of their objectives. What they truly anticipate is the doctor taking action against me. They aim to leverage the doctor's influence to counter me." Ha! Huo Zhengxiong could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Who would have thought that the doctor is actually on the same side as me? Upon hearing this, Jimmy's face lit up with joy. Everything was unfolding just as Huo Zhengxiong had predicted. Huo Zhengxiong then shifted his focus to the stock market, vigilantly monitoring the stock trends. Regarding the decline in stock prices, he had already devised a strategy. There was no need to fear a drop, but he must not allow the prices to plummet excessively. He intended to seize this opportunity to reap substantial profits. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong summoned Fang Zhambua, stating, "First, take a look at this newspaper." Fang Zhambua lowered his head and quickly scanned it, promptly responding, "I have already seen this newspaper." Huo Zhengxiong smiled lightly and commanded, "Then let us act immediately. We shall take advantage of this impending decline in stock prices and buy in large quantities when they hit their lowest point. Once the prices rebound, we can quietly profit once more." "I was thinking the same." Fang Zhambua responded with a knowing smile. "Ha!" Huo Zhengxiong and Fang Zhambua shared a moment of harmonious laughter. The developments unfolded precisely as Huo Zhengxiong had anticipated, which was also the scenario most desired by David and Tycoon Li. For 3 consecutive days, the stocks of Oriental apparel and Oriental beverages continued their descent. Until the 4th day, the long-awaited moment finally arrived. News from the doctor began to trickle in. Chapter 340. Do not flatter yourself. You were the one who criticized the most just a few days ago. I knew it. The doctor would undoubtedly not let Huo Zhengxiong off the hook. To dare collaborate with the He group at such a time is simply to disregard the doctor. I hope Huo Zhengxiong receives the punishment he deserves this time. By the way, with both Huo Zhengxiong and Tycoon Li now aligned with those foreigners, will they cease to contend with one another? Whether they fight or not is inconsequential. I simply wish to see the doctor bring us a spectacular performance. Finally, news has arrived. Immediately, countless citizens hurried to the port's newsstands, purchasing newspapers and eagerly flipping through the pages. In the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded, frozen in place. The headline on the newspaper was striking: "Doctor addresses the public," elucidating that Huo Zhengxiong's actions are aimed at bringing glory to the nation. There exists a fundamental distinction from the so-called banana people. A citizen, with an expression of incredulity, murmured to himself, "Why is it that when collaborating with the Jardine group, Li the tycoon encounters criticism, while Huo Zhengxiong is lauded for his patriotic endeavors?" This citizen was profoundly dissatisfied with the newspaper's report and promptly switched to another publication, whose headline remained equally striking: "Doctors clarify to exonerate Huo Zhengxiong." He then changed to yet another paper, where the title echoed a similar sentiment: "Doctors testify." The nature of Huo Zhengxiong's actions is utterly distinct from Li the tycoon. Continuing his search, he found the acquisition of Jardine Group's assets by the Oriental Group is a reasonable profit, with doctors publicly supporting it, and analyzing the profits from the Oriental Group's acquisition of Central Plaza, followed by the sale of Central Plaza by Jardine Group, was truly a last resort. Soon, these reports began to circulate widely. The citizens of the harbor, upon observing the unanimous stance of major media outlets, finally grasped the essential differences between Huo Zhengxiong and Li the tycoon. One was ruthlessly exploiting the Jardine Group, while the other was aiding it in regaining strength and mitigating losses. Fundamentally, the essence of the two individuals was worlds apart. With the doctor's detailed explanations, the harbor citizens experienced a sudden realization, leaving no room for doubt regarding the veracity of the doctor's statements. After multiple incidents, the doctor had already established a heroic image in the hearts of the harbor's populace, leading them to trust his words implicitly. As the citizens' faith in the doctor grew, the accusations and vitriol directed at Huo Zhengxiong dissipated over the course of 3 to 4 days, replaced by accolades. "I always knew Huo Zhengxiong was not that kind of person. Stop embellishing yourself. Just days ago, you were the most vociferous in your condemnation. I told you, Huo Zhengxiong would not disappoint us. Indeed, we're fortunate the doctor stepped in to clarify for Huo Zhengxiong. Otherwise, we would have unjustly accused a good person. Certainly, the name Oriental Group exudes integrity. Huo Zhengxiong would never act like Li the tycoon. Thank goodness I didn't throw away my Oriental instant noodles and beverages at home. It seems I must continue to support the Oriental Group. This makes sense. No wonder Li the tycoon and Huo Zhengxiong are at odds. They are fundamentally different. It appears that the previous negative reports might have been deliberately spread by Li the tycoon to frame Huo Zhengxiong. Truly a nefarious scheme. I just read in the paper that Central Plaza could have sold for 20 billion, yet the Oriental Group acquired it for merely 12 billion. Those Jardine executives must be beside themselves with grief. Look at Huo Zhengxiong, wronged for 3 days without making a peep in his defense. And then there's that Li fellow. What a contrast in character and depth. Huo Zhengxiong remains unfazed by all manner of crises, primarily because he conducts himself with utmost integrity and transparency. This time, he has indeed suffered an undeserved injustice. I think I'll select a suit imbued with Oriental charm as a gesture of apology for him. It's regrettable that we misjudged him before fully understanding the circumstances. I hope he does not hold a grudge against us. As related news spread widely, Huo Zhengxiong's public image experienced a swift reversal, along with a remarkable improvement in reputation. Naturally, the stock price of the Oriental Group rebounded rapidly. Those who had hastily sold their shares just days earlier were now filled with remorse, wishing they could chastise themselves for their impulsive decisions. Their short-sighted pursuit of meager immediate gains had cost them a far greater opportunity for profit, and the weight of such regret was nearly unbearable. Within a mere day, those who realized that the stock of the Oriental Group would not only stabilize but continue to rise began to seek repurchase of the shares they had previously sold. However, for reasons unknown, shares of the Oriental Group became exceedingly scarce in the market, unable to meet the burgeoning demand. Everyone understood that the price of this stock was on the verge of increasing. Those who acted slowly would inevitably miss out on any benefits. Conversely, those who acted swiftly, even if they managed a modest profit, found their gains severely limited as the circulating shares of Oriental beverages and Oriental apparel had significantly diminished. The reason behind this was quite simple. Huo Zhengxiong had quietly repurchased a substantial portion of these circulating shares during the recent price fluctuations. This maneuver was nothing short of brilliant, as Huo Zhengxiong capitalized on the situation, reaping considerable rewards. Not only did he gain further control over his company's shares, but he also secured substantial profits in the process. By the fifth day, which marked the final trading day of the week, closing data revealed that the stock of the Oriental Group, having previously dropped by 15, surged dramatically by 30. In this fluctuation, Huo Zhengxiong's account swelled by a staggering 2 billion. To put it metaphorically, it was akin to removing a slab of fatty meat from the freezer, allowing it to thaw before returning it to the freezer. On the surface, it appeared that Huo Zhengxiong had not undertaken any extraordinary actions. In reality, he had amassed a fortune. This represented the most lucrative business venture. Minimal investment with maximal returns, truly a case of reaping bountiful rewards. At this moment, within the office of the chairman of the Oriental Group, Huo Zhengxiong, while listening to Fang Zhanhua's work report, could not help but chuckle. This money came too easily. Fang Zhanhua immediately responded with a knowing smile. Huo Zhengxiong paused for a moment, then murmured softly, "Honestly, to net 2 billion in just a few days. I owe a debt of gratitude to the foreign devils of Jardine Group and Li the Tycoon. Without their assistance in staging this play, how could the profits have flowed so smoothly?" Ha! Nearby, Jimmy couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li the Tycoon was so enraged that he spat blood, a statement not exaggerated, for he was genuinely incensed to the point of vomiting blood. In his office, his secretary frantically urged someone to call an ambulance. Chapter 341. As soon as the news broke, the citizens of the harbor were immediately stirred into a frenzy. After a series of violent coughs, Li the Tycoon managed to catch his breath, setting down a handkerchief stained with faint crimson traces, and indignantly growled, "Why? On what grounds? Why am I vilified for collaborating with the Jardine Group, while Huo Zhengxiong, engaging in the same business, is hailed as patriotic? I refuse to accept this." With a splatter of blood, Li the Tycoon became increasingly disoriented, prompting his secretary to panic even further. "Boss. Tycoon. Please don't scare me like this. Where's the doctor?" No sooner had the secretary finished speaking than Li the Tycoon's gaze turned furious. Realizing his mistake, the secretary quickly corrected himself. "Call the doctor. Has the doctor arrived or not?" Seeing the secretary's timely adjustment, Li the Tycoon succumbed to darkness and fainted. Meanwhile, within the Jardine Group, David's mood mirrored his grim expression, reaching an all-time low. "This situation is amiss," David muttered in anger. "What is this doctor's background? Why has he been defending Huo Zhengxiong throughout? Why is Huo Zhengxiong deemed patriotic while my collaboration with Li the Tycoon is labeled as treachery?" At this moment, David was utterly exasperated, his emotions a tumultuous blend. The developments had completely surpassed his expectations, diverging sharply from his original plans with no semblance of alignment. He had initially intended to seize this opportunity to suppress Huo Zhengxiong decisively, even formulating a statement to declare himself as a close partner of Huo Zhengxiong, hoping to fan the flames at the most critical juncture, allowing Huo Zhengxiong to taste the bitter fruit of significant losses. However, all plans were completely derailed by a single remark from the doctor, veering in an entirely opposite direction. This infuriated David to the point of near apoplexy. How could it be that inexplicably, Huo Zhengxiong had gained such a significant advantage? What on earth was the connection between this doctor and Huo Zhengxiong? David cursed in fury. Subsequently, as the entire populace of Hong Kong praised Huo Zhengxiong for being different from Tycoon Li, and as the media fixated on him, the Oriental Group finally took tangible action. Under the vigorous push from Jimmy, the Oriental Group acquired 10 shopping malls in rapid succession. Coincidentally, the locations of these 10 malls were all situated within a 10-minute walk from the 10 Park-and-Shop supermarkets owned by Tycoon Li. It was evident to any discerning observer that Huo Zhengxiong was formally declaring war on Tycoon Li, positioning himself for direct competition. Once the news broke, the citizens of Hong Kong were immediately stirred. Ever since the rumors of collusion between Huo Zhengxiong and the Jardine Group were dispelled, The public had reverted to their previous mindset. They had always believed that a fierce confrontation between Huo Zhengxiong and Tycoon Li was inevitable. Now, with this news, the citizens were practically itching to grab a small stool, munch on sunflower seeds, and watch the spectacle unfold, united in their stance, resolutely supporting Huo Zhengxiong. He must defeat Tycoon Li. Huo Zhengxiong did not halt his momentum there. Following the successful acquisition of the 10 shopping malls, he promptly announced significant news to the public. Regardless of their previous names, these 10 malls would henceforth be unified under the moniker Oriental Shopping Centers. Simultaneously, he renamed the Central Land Plaza, which he had just purchased at a high price from the Jardine Group, as Oriental Plaza, designating it as the flagship store, while the 10 Oriental shopping centers would serve as branches. In comparison to the branches, the flagship store was considerably larger, averaging about 5 times the size of the branches. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong officially disseminated this series of announcements through over 20 media outlets controlled by Jimmy. Once this news spread, it sparked a tremendous sensation among the citizens of Hong Kong. The Central Land Plaza had always held an extraordinary status in the hearts of the populace. And since this plaza had previously been an asset of the Jardine Group, its renaming to Oriental Plaza resonated with a particular warmth. Analyzing the layout of the flagship and branch stores, it was clear that Huo Zhengxiong was preparing for a direct confrontation with Tycoon Li. The citizens of Hong Kong became increasingly exhilarated. While the people harbored grievances against Tycoon Li, they had initially relied heavily on the PARKnSHOP supermarkets under his domain. The reason behind this was quite simple. PARKnSHOP was the largest chain supermarket in Hong Kong, offering a wide array of products. However, from Huo Zhengxiong's series of actions, it was evident that he was resolutely determined to venture into the realm of shopping malls and supermarkets, ready to engage Tycoon Li in direct competition. Shopping malls and supermarkets were intimately tied to the daily lives of the citizens, making them indispensable venues. The vast majority of the populace remained skeptical of Huo Zhengxiong's audacious entry into the shopping mall industry, considering his complete lack of relevant experience, especially when contrasted with Tycoon Li, who had built his foundation in the department store sector. Thus, the citizens were largely filled with apprehension regarding Huo Zhengxiong's decision. Yet this concern did not deter him. Before long, the 10 Oriental shopping centers were inaugurated across various districts in Hong Kong, and the renaming of the Central Land Plaza was completed. In just 2 days, the striking landmark of Oriental Plaza stood proudly before everyone. However, all these developments were merely the groundwork. The true focus of Huo Zhengxiong lay ahead. He would unveil a detailed renovation design plan, while simultaneously introducing a new business philosophy centered on customer service. Success was not an unattainable feat, if Peng Donglai could achieve it. Huo Zhengxiong was naturally confident in his own capabilities. He needed to first distill the critical factors behind Peng Donglai's success. Then, in light of the realities of Hong Kong and the current market conditions, make slight adjustments to formulate a set of operational rules suitable for the present market. First and foremost, it was essential to recognize that shopping malls belong to the retail industry, and the core competitiveness of the retail sector was reflected in 2 aspects: the products themselves and professional service. In the past, the reason people predominantly interpreted Peng Donglai's success through the lens of service was that the quality of service in most retail enterprises, such as department stores and supermarkets, was often found wanting. Huo Zhengxiong aimed to ensure that the Oriental Shopping Center would astonish the citizens of Hong Kong upon its debut. Thus, he emphasized the importance of service, influenced by economic development and the backdrop of the times. Contemporary shopping malls in Hong Kong bore little difference in scale and structure from those that would emerge decades later on the mainland. For instance, the flagship store of the Oriental Shopping Center and the subsequently opened supermarkets would predominantly be 4-story buildings. Therefore, Huo Zhengxiong did not make many alterations to the 933 model. Yet enhancing service quality remained paramount. Chapter 342. I am increasingly resembling a miserly Zhou Poppy. In truth, managing a shopping mall is no easy task. According to Huo Zhengxiong's plan, the Oriental Shopping Center must adhere to the following steps. Step 1. Large-scale centralized purchasing. By reducing the cost of goods through centralized procurement, it becomes possible to enhance market competitiveness and attract more consumers. Step 2. Strict control over product quality. While lowering costs, it is imperative to insist on selecting high-quality goods, resolutely eliminating inferior products disguised as quality items. Quality control in this phase must not be lax. Fortunately, Huo Zhengxiong's subordinates were unwaveringly loyal, ensuring that as long as clear regulations were established, there would be no instances of bribery or the shelving of substandard products, and he need not even worry about maintaining order within the mall. Step 3. Ensuring thorough product descriptions and explanations. Simply put, this involves providing consumers with practical life tips. For example, posting warm reminders in the dishware section to inform consumers that newly purchased dishes should not be used directly, but should first be boiled for sterilization. or advising postpartum mothers on the need to replenish energy with red sugar, which is an excellent nourishing food, while warning against unscrupulous merchants who might mislead consumers by claiming that brown sugar is superior. The Oriental Shopping Center would firmly prohibit such practices and rigorously combat the deception of consumers. The goal was to ensure that citizens who entered the Oriental Shopping Center would leave enriched, even if they did not make a purchase. Even those without shopping plans would find themselves compelled to buy after browsing. This was an effective strategy to attract repeat customers and significantly enhance the consumer shopping experience. Step 4. Optimizing product displays. In this regard, Huo Zhengxiong directly borrowed from the distinctive model of Pang Donglai. All products must be guaranteed to be fresh and clean. If consumers have needs, staff should be able to provide considerate services, such as product cutting. Ultimately, the core principle is to maintain a good relationship with consumers, ensuring that their reasonable requests are met without fail. Step 5. Improving after-sales service. Although Huo Zhengxiong could not achieve the level of after-sales service that Pang Donglai offered, he aimed to absorb the essence of that service, reaching about 70% of its standard. After all, the contextual backdrop was different, and blind imitation would not suffice. Adjustments must be made according to the actual situation. In summary, the core principle is that the customer is king. This statement may be easily articulated, yet its actualization is far from simple. However, for Huo Zhengxiong, it presents no challenge. In fact, it is exceedingly effortless. This is attributed to the remarkable synergy between the system he embodies and the service-oriented business model he espouses. Each soldier summoned from the explosive soldier system harbors unwavering loyalty towards Huo Zhengxiong. Thus, he merely needs to delineate these service expectations to his subordinates, who will wholeheartedly endeavor to fulfill them. Should one ponder why Huo Zhengxiong possesses the capability to replicate the operational model of Pang Donglai, and even surpass him in profitability post-adoption, the answer lies herein. His loyal subordinates embody the service-first philosophy impeccably, requiring minimal cumbersome management. A mere word from Huo Zhengxiong suffices for execution. It is noteworthy that Pang Donglai invests 50% of his earnings into employee welfare to maintain loyalty. And it is this generous treatment that ensures a stable operational model. In contrast, Huo Zhengxiong incurs no such costs. He does not dispense a single penny in wages to his soldiers, yet they remain dutifully committed to their responsibilities. This is nothing short of perfection. Huo Zhengxiong himself cannot help but exclaim, "I am increasingly resembling a miserly Zhou Beiobi." Yet, this is precisely the formidable aspect of the explosive soldier system. The preparations for the Oriental Shopping Center are advancing with a sense of urgency and orderliness, while the entire port closely monitors Huo Zhengxiong's movements, including his rival, the tycoon Li. Upon receiving a report from his secretary, Li could not suppress his laughter, which was laced with disdain and mockery. Is Huo Zhengxiong out of his mind? I have built my fortune in the department store industry, and he dares to aspire to undermine me in this domain. Truly a fanciful notion. The secretary readily concurred, chuckling. Your insight is indeed astute, tycoon. Huo Zhengxiong's audacity to challenge you in such a manner is nothing short of self-sabotage. Not only us, but even the port citizens who once supported him doubt the success of his latest endeavor. This time, I shall ensure that the entire populace witnesses Huo Zhengxiong's inevitable downfall. At this moment, Li's face radiated uncontainable confidence. As the leader of the port's department store industry, he has cultivated extensive experience over many years, and it is only natural for him to possess such assurance. In his view, not only does Huo Zhengxiong lack the prowess to compete with him in the department store sector, but even if the IHA Group and HSBC were to join forces, they might still falter against him. With unwavering confidence, Li is convinced that Huo Zhengxiong will never amount to anything significant. Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong has assembled 4,000 soldiers, engaging them in pre-employment professional skills training. The training content is not overly complex for the soldiers. Once they master the relevant skills, they can promptly commence work. Given the decision to launch the Oriental Shopping Center, promotional efforts cannot be neglected. Much like the previous campaigns for Oriental Cola, Oriental Apparel, and Oriental Beverages, Huo Zhengxiong adheres to his customary approach. A grand opening must be known throughout the port, generating buzz so that every citizen feels a profound curiosity and anticipation for the Oriental Shopping Center. Only in this manner can he swiftly outmaneuver Pack's supermarket and seize market share. In the office of the chairman of the Oriental Group, Huo Zhengxiong found himself deep in contemplation. What kind of production could effectively elevate the visibility of the Oriental Shopping Center? With high expectations for this promotional endeavor, he exercised exceptional caution in selecting themes and materials. Various film titles flitted through his mind, only to be dismissed one after another. While the plot of a movie is undeniably crucial, the film must also possess exceptional quality to achieve the desired promotional effect. Yet, despite his deliberations, Huo Zhengxiong struggled to identify a fitting cinematic theme. After all, promoting a shopping center and a supermarket differs significantly from beverages and apparel, rendering effective promotion through film a considerable challenge, which left him somewhat vexed. Quite frankly, he found the prospect of generating significant recognition for the Oriental Shopping Center through a single film rather daunting. Chapter 343. This drama has always been imitated but never surpassed. After much contemplation yielded no fruitful ideas, Huo Zhengxiong suddenly experienced a moment of clarity and murmured to himself, "Why must I be fixated on making a film? Could a television series not achieve this goal?" With this pivotal realization, he became invigorated. Objectively speaking, television dramas offer a comparatively leisurely narrative pace and less stringent production requirements than films, providing an excellent medium through which the fame of the Oriental Shopping Center could spread far and wide. Following this line of thought, the framework of a classic television drama, Meteor Garden, distinctly materialized in his mind. This show is undoubtedly a phenomenon, as it directly pioneered the genre of youth idol dramas in Huo Zhengxiong's memory. The economic development of the port has consistently outpaced that of the mainland by at least 2 decades, and it still appears to be the case. Thus, during this period, Huo Zhengxiong's introduction of a youth idol drama is undeniably a sagacious decision. When speaking of the seminal work in the realm of youth idol dramas, Meteor Garden is undoubtedly the quintessential choice. Huo Zhengxiong vividly recalls that upon its airing, it sparked an immense wave of enthusiasm across Asia, achieving astonishing popularity. If one were to select a domestic youth idol drama that stands unparalleled, Meteor Garden would be the unequivocal choice. Its debut marked a definitive transition in the television market from a predominance of traditional romantic plots to a new era focused on idol themes. Prior to this, mainstream television dramas were predominantly family ethics or romantic dramas, whereas youth idol dramas, with their more relaxed, youthful, and romantic style, provided audiences with a refreshing viewing experience. Notably, the iconic characters from the series, the prideful Domyoji with his pineapple head, the stylish Rue with his nightclub vibe, the artistic Shi-min in his plaid shirt, the melancholy Hanazawa Rue, often deemed the quintessential backup prince, and the infamous Shankai, dubbed a green tea bitch, have all become indelible memories for a generation. Huo Zhengxiong can still recall several widely quoted lines from the show, such as the often used retort during arguments, "If apologies were effective, what use would police be?" With Huo Zhengxiong's contemporary aesthetic sensibilities, he finds certain hairstyles and somewhat juvenile dialogue in Meteor Garden somewhat awkward. However, at the time, these aspects did not impede its widespread acclaim across Asia. Reflecting on those days, if one had not watched Meteor Garden at least 5 times, it would have been challenging to integrate into social circles, as nearly all conversations revolved around the show, with frequent mentions of "I'll accompany you to watch the meteor shower." As the progenitor of youth idol dramas, the fervor surrounding Meteor Garden is aptly described as overwhelming. During that time, newspapers and magazines were replete with posters of the main characters, and discussions among young girls often centered around them. The level of their popularity during that era is something that even the totality of contemporary idol groups struggles to achieve. The series has since been remade multiple times, yet it remains a benchmark that has been imitated but never surpassed. From the initial playful teasing to gradually falling for each other, and ultimately culminating in mutual love, Meteor Garden can be regarded as the quintessential prototype of the genre where a domineering CEO falls in love with me. Reflecting on the scenes from yesteryears when everyone was fervently following the drama, it is no exaggeration to say that viewers were so engrossed they nearly forgot to eat or sleep. Describing the fervor during its airing as a bustling street filled with people is indeed apt. Huo Zhengxiong still recalls that the year Meteor Garden aired, it garnered immense attention and affection from a vast audience, becoming an indelible memory for an entire generation. The show's ratings remained consistently high, consistently ranking at the top of television viewership charts, with peak ratings even surpassing 40. It is worth noting that this was a remarkable figure for the mainland television market in 2000, signifying substantial value. This drama not only enjoyed immense popularity in mainland China, but also created a significant uproar across other Asian countries and regions, becoming a vital representative of Asian pop culture. Simultaneously, the show's overwhelming popularity spurred the flourishing development of ancillary industries, such as popular songs, fashion, styling design, collectibles, and live concerts, bringing together a vast community of fans. Utilizing this drama to promote the Oriental Shopping Center is indeed a perfect match. With the show's immense popularity, the Oriental Shopping Center is bound to ascend to new heights. Huo Zhengxiong can already envision the vibrant scene of young men and women in the harbor passionately discussing the plot of Meteor Garden in every corner of the city. However, to launch this work during this period in the harbor, appropriate adaptations are indispensable. Furthermore, to effectively promote the Oriental Shopping Center, the drama settings also require corresponding adjustments. The original storyline, which had half of its scenes set in a school, will be modified to take place within the Oriental Shopping Center. Once the creative direction was established, Huo Zhengxiong immediately began organizing the plot in his mind and officially commenced the scriptwriting process. Scriptwriting is certainly not a task that can be completed overnight. As this is a television work, compared to films, it demands a richer and more complete narrative with a more leisurely pace, necessitating more content to support the entire story framework. For the long-term development of the Oriental Shopping Center, Huo Zhengxiong dedicated an extraordinary amount of energy, burning the midnight oil for several consecutive days. After a solid 3 to 4 days of effort, the script began to take shape, with the core narrative already clear. On the 5th day, Wang Jing entered Huo Zhengxiong's office with a radiant smile, his eyes squinting with delight. Huo Zhengxiong paused his writing and handed over a thick stack of scripts to Wang Jing, earnestly urging, "This drama must be executed with utmost effort. It is crucial to the future direction of the group. Rest assured, boss, I promise to fulfill this task and will not let you down," Wang Jing replied, taking the script and unable to suppress his astonishment, realizing the boss had indeed invested considerable effort in drafting such extensive content. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Jing suddenly recalled and, with a look of surprise, inquired, "Boss, wasn't this project you mentioned earlier a movie? When did I ever say it was a movie?" Huo Zhengxiong responded in a calm tone. Wang Jing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Huo Zhengxiong slightly furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with displeasure. What? Is it that television dramas are not worth making, or that they cannot achieve good results? Observing the change in Huo Zhengxiong's expression, Wang Jing quickly clarified, "Of course not. Television dramas can certainly be made, and they can be exceptionally well done." In the era he recalls, the fervor of F4 swept across all of Asia, to which Huo Zhengxiong nodded slowly, adding, "There are several aspects in the script that require adaptation and adjustment." For Wang Jing's directorial prowess, these adaptation requests are not particularly daunting. For instance, adjusting the key scenes to feature a combination of school and supermarket settings, where the protagonists study in school and in turn at the supermarket. F4's identity is redefined as the sons of 4 shareholders of the Oriental Shopping Center, specifically as students who are also young shareholders of the supermarket. The female protagonist, Cinderella Shan Kai, will take on the role of a student and a supermarket sales assistant. Their relationship will unfold in a melodramatic narrative, fitting the trope of a domineering CEO falling in love with me. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing felt an immediate surge of pressure. He had previously been a renowned director of high-grossing films, and now transitioning to directing this type of idle drama centered around romantic entanglements was somewhat difficult for him to accept, leading to an instant spike in stress. Ultimately, Huo Zhengxiong emphasized, the selection of the F4 actors is crucial. It must be approached with caution. On such critical matters, Wang Jing was always willing to heed Huo Zhengxiong's advice. Just as during the filming of A Better Tomorrow, when Huo Zhengxiong suggested casting Chow Yun-fat, which subsequently elevated the entire film's caliber significantly. In terms of discerning talent, Wang Jing felt he could not match Huo Zhengxiong's insight. Thus, he hastily inquired, "Boss, do you have any suitable actor recommendations?" After contemplating for a moment, Huo Zhengxiong replied, "Leon Lai, Andy Lau, Leslie Chung, and Louis Koo are all exceptionally handsome stars. Let us settle on them. As for the female lead, let's choose Chiu Shuk-ching. I believe these actors are very fitting, and their performances will undoubtedly yield remarkable results." Upon hearing Huo Zhengxiong's suggestions, Wang Jing immediately nodded, assuring that he would properly arrange the selection of actors as per the boss's requirements. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong summoned Yu Li. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Yu Li, the chief designer at Oriental Fashion, is responsible for the design of new clothing lines. Since Oriental Fashion's launch, it has maintained robust sales, thanks in no small part to Yu Li, who personally designed the latest suits. Huo Zhengxiong looked at Yu Li and stated his purpose directly. Wang Jing is about to film a television drama, and if all goes well, this drama is sure to become a sensation, possibly even sweeping across all of Asia. Therefore, I need you to design costumes for the characters in this drama. And once the designs are complete, send the sketches to the factories in the mainland for mass production. We must ensure ample stock is prepared in advance. Yu Li immediately understood Huo Zhengxiong's intentions and confidently responded, "Rest assured, boss, I will design garments that will create a sensation across all of Asia." After a brief pause, he added with a hint of pride, "In fact, I have already designed several fashionable pieces recently. Director Wang can take a look at my sketches later to see if any would suit the characters in the drama." Wang Jing nodded at Yu Li with a smile. They had previously collaborated and were quite familiar with each other. Later, you can join me in reviewing the script and determine suitable clothing styles based on the character's settings. Let your professional judgment guide these matters. Observing the focused and dedicated demeanor of the two, Huo Zhengxiong felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, the immense influence that Meteor Garden is poised to bring is something only he truly comprehends. In the era he remembers, from small erasers to various product endorsements. The fervor of F4 swept across all of Asia. Any product even remotely associated with Meteor Garden was guaranteed to be a bestseller in the market. Knowing these critical insights in advance, Huo Zhengxiong is naturally inclined to make early preparations, seizing this opportunity to reap significant rewards. Subsequently, he summoned Jimmy and urged him to communicate and collaborate closely with Wang Jing, ensuring that all preparatory work was carried out diligently in advance. Seizing the momentum generated by the popularity of Meteor Garden, he instructed them to invest considerable thought into the packaging designs for instant noodles, cola, and tea beverages, aiming to complete the preparations as soon as possible. Undoubtedly, with the airing of Meteor Garden, all products under the Eastern Group would set off a new trend across Asia. The potential revenue and influence this drama could generate were simply incalculable. After reaping substantial profits from the show's popularity, the rights to the television series could also be sold at a premium. More importantly, Huo Zhengxiong planned to sign all the main characters from the drama. With this in mind, he decided to expand the scale of Eastern Film and Television Company and instructed Jimmy and Wang Jing to seize this opportunity to secure contracts with these actors. This would not only save a significant amount on actor salaries, but also allow the company to benefit from subsequent endorsements and advertising resources. As long as the artists were willing to sign with the company, Huo Zhengxiong promised to cultivate them into top-tier stars. Absolutely no problem. Wang Jing responded with great delight. In fact, Wang Jing had long harbored similar ideas. Filmmaking was inherently profitable, and several films previously invested in by the Huo family had successfully catapulted numerous artists to fame. Even several heads of the Hung Hing gang had received endorsement offers from brands. In the past, Eastern Film and Television Company lacked recognition, and the Huo series of films was just beginning to gain traction. Sometimes, inviting actors to participate required the aid of special channels. Ultimately, these stars became famous due to the popularity of Eastern Film and Television Company, and their lives improved significantly after achieving fame through Huo's films. However, the situation had changed. Huo's films and Eastern Film and Television Company had become household names throughout Hong Kong and gained considerable recognition across Asia. The era of stars selecting scripts was long gone. Now, Eastern Film and Television Company released recruitment information, prompting numerous artists to compete for roles, with Wang Jing meticulously screening suitable candidates. Moreover, once the signing of stars commenced, Wang Jing could also begin nurturing promising new talents within the company, which would undoubtedly lead to a substantial increase in profits. Previously, Huo Zhengxiong had been preoccupied with numerous affairs and had not had the opportunity to advance this matter, but now he finally had the energy to implement it. Under the eager gazes of Wang Jing and Yu Li, once Huo Zhengxiong assigned the tasks, the entire Eastern Group immediately began to operate efficiently. Wang Jing and Yu Li were responsible for the filming of the television series while also overseeing the costume design, with the goal of creating a blockbuster hit. Simultaneously, the factories producing clothing for Eastern had received the design blueprints and were fully engaged in production, preparing for large-scale inventory. The Eastern Beverage Department would wait for progress from Wang Jing and Yu Li before advancing related businesses, planning to launch instant noodles, cola, tea beverages, and chocolate packaging featuring elements from Meteor Garden. Chapter 345. As the saying goes, all preparations are complete, only the east wind is lacking. Among everyone, Jimmy was undoubtedly the busiest. All the aforementioned tasks required his coordination and oversight, as well as communication with the factories. Additionally, the newly opened 11 Eastern shopping centers required his personal attention in terms of overall layout planning, renovation design, and staff training. It is no exaggeration to say that Jimmy was indeed the most industrious individual within the entire Eastern Group. One must admit that Huo Zhengxiong had truly maximized the talents of each person, allowing everyone to fully utilize their strengths. Of course, since he had already declared war on Li Daxing, Huo Zhengxiong himself was not idle. The first thing he needed to do was summon soldiers. The soldier summoning system. The soldier summoning system is always at your service. Summoning cost explanation. Regular soldiers are priced at 10,000 Hong Kong dollars each. Special forces at 100,000 Hong Kong dollars each, and technical soldiers at 100,000 Hong Kong dollars each. Friendly reminder, all summoned soldiers will be 100% loyal to you and will never betray. Huo Zhengxiong immediately issued the command, summon 4,000 regular soldiers. Among them, female soldiers would make up 80 of the total. Soldier summoning system successfully deducted the corresponding amount of 40 million Hong Kong dollars. Ding! 40 million Hong Kong dollars consumed. Successfully summoned 4,000 regular soldiers. The reason for summoning such a large number of soldiers at once was due to the immense manpower required in various areas. The majority of female soldiers would primarily supplement the workforce of the 11 shopping centers, assisting Jimmy in managing the supermarket's related operations. While the male soldiers would mainly handle miscellaneous tasks such as renovating the shopping mall, signing supply contracts, sourcing supermarket goods, negotiating lower supply prices, and ensuring the security of the shopping centers. Each link in the chain required substantial manpower support, as achieving the industry benchmark exemplified by Fat Dong Lai was no easy feat and required immense energy and dedication. With Jimmy's exceptional capabilities, much of this intricate work was managed by him. Although Huo Zhengxiong was also busy, he was far less burdened than Jimmy. Thus, the entire Eastern Group was enveloped in a tense and industrious work atmosphere. However, just as the Eastern Group had begun its busy operations, a significant piece of news suddenly broke. All media outlets in Hong Kong were in a frenzy reporting that both the mainland and Victoria had simultaneously issued official statements declaring the formal conclusion of negotiations between the two nations, and had reached the final document, the Declaration of the Two Nations, clearly defining 1997 as the final deadline. The moment this news was released, it caused a massive uproar in the port. Time flew quickly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. 2 months later, in the office of the chairman of Eastern Group, Jimmy arrived to report to Huo Zhengxiong, fatigue evident on his face. Boss, the renovations for the 11 shopping centers and Eastern Plaza have been completed. The flagship store of Eastern Plaza, formerly Central Land Plaza, was the first to finish renovations and is now serving as the filming location for Meteor Garden. A smile of satisfaction appeared on Huo Zhengxiong's face as Jimmy continued. Additionally, after 2 months of effort and with the assistance of my soldiers, we have signed contracts with the suppliers for all the necessary goods for the supermarket, and the supply prices have been driven down to the lowest possible levels, 20 to 50 lower than comparable products in the market. Upon hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong immediately inquired, "The preparations at the warehouse are in order, right?" This is a crucial issue, as my core requirement for Eastern Plaza is to operate on a low-margin, high-turnover basis, which necessitates a substantial volume of inventory. Thus, the storage capacity of the warehouse is vital. Jimmy promptly responded, "Rest assured, boss, we have prepared warehouses at 5 docks, ensuring that there will be no issues with supply shortages." It is important to note that Huo Zhengxiong's competitor in this endeavor was the affluent Li Daxing, who had built his fortune on the department store business. Low margin, high turnover means that the procurement prices at Eastern shopping center supermarkets cannot exceed those of ParknShop and must be slightly lower in order to attract more customers. Hence, it is essential to lower procurement prices from the source. In fact, Li Daxing had already excelled in this regard, as there were multiple ParknShop supermarkets in the port, and his procurement prices were already quite low. However, Jimmy's ability to secure even lower prices than ParknShop provided Huo Zhengxiong with a margin for profit. It must be said that Jimmy is indeed a talent among the elite of the business world. As long as this point remains stable, it will not be overly difficult for Huo Zhengxiong to squeeze out ParknShop. Just as Jimmy was finishing his report, Wang Jing entered the room. "Boss, Meteor Garden will officially wrap up tomorrow. All filming has been completed, and it is currently under review, with results expected to emerge shortly. As the saying goes, everything is in place. Only the east wind is missing." With all filming successfully completed, the project is now in the submission phase, and the review results will soon be publicly announced. As soon as Wang Jing finished speaking, he instinctively glanced at Jimmy. Though fatigue was etched on Jimmy's face, he still smiled and responded, "What a coincidence, I just reported this progress as well. The beverages, instant noodles, chocolates, and packaging related to Meteor Garden are all ready. We have stocked 40 million cases of drinks and 2 million cases of chocolates. In terms of Eastern apparel, the accumulated stock across various styles exceeds 10 million pieces. The current inventory scale can be described as quite substantial." Such an impressive quantity, Wang Jing exclaimed in astonishment, directing his gaze at Jimmy. Jimmy smiled calmly and continued, "Over the past 2 months, factories in the mainland have been operating at full capacity, with production lines running 24 hours a day to advance the preparations and distribution of goods. Moreover, the mainland factories have proactively reached out to me, indicating their willingness to coordinate with other factories for production if needed, but I have politely declined." Huo Zhengxiong interjected with a smile, "This is entirely reasonable. After all, we can now be considered messengers of fortune for the mainland. In just over a year, 10 factories have been subcontracted for our production. They naturally hope for our continued growth, which can also bring more positive impacts to the mainland's development." After a brief pause, Huo Zhengxiong added, "The current development situation in the mainland is not optimistic. In the face of economic blockades from the United States, we should extend a helping hand wherever we can. You should proceed to compile and calculate the relevant data, and based on market sales, appropriately increase the number of subcontracted factories. Opening one more factory will provide more job opportunities and help sustain their livelihoods." "Understood." Jimmy nodded in agreement without hesitation. In the past, Huo Zhengxiong would never have spoken in such a manner. However, having successfully acquired the Hong Kong Electric Company and secured the Eastern Plaza project, his asset scale has continually expanded, making such matters no longer a challenge for him. Chapter 346. Establishing good relations with him is also a wise choice for oneself. The most significant advantage at present is that the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar to the mainland currency remains 10-1, especially given the robust purchasing power of the mainland currency. In this era, the average monthly income of mainland citizens is merely a few dozen yuan, rendering the currency's purchasing power quite considerable. Therefore, even if Huo Zhengxiong only invests a small portion of his funds, it amounts to a substantial sum for the mainland, and providing such assistance poses no pressure on him at all. Shortly thereafter, Huo Zhengxiong contemplated for a moment and stated, "Now that all preparations are in place, let us determine a specific timeline for advancement. We will allow Meteor Garden to air for 2 days, followed by the synchronized grand opening of the Eastern Shopping Center. Simultaneously, we will have major media outlets in Hong Kong prepare in advance to conduct vigorous promotional efforts the day before the shopping center opens. I want everyone in Hong Kong to know about Meteor Garden and the opening of the Eastern Shopping Center." Understood. Jimmy nodded solemnly. However, Wang Jing could not help but interject. "Boss, there is another issue I need to report. For the TV drama to air, it is crucial that we secure a primetime slot, specifically from 8 to 10 in the evening. However, both TVB and Asia Television have their own dramas airing during this time, making it exceedingly difficult for us to slot ours in." After a brief pause, under Huo Zhengxiong's scrutinizing gaze, Wang Jing sheepishly smiled and added, "In fact, I have already contacted both television stations in advance, but they have not been accommodating." There was a hint of embarrassment on Wang Jing's face as he spoke. Huo Zhengxiong chuckled helplessly. "You need not worry about this matter. I will handle it. Your only responsibility is to ensure that the television drama passes the review in the shortest time possible." "Of course, I can guarantee that," Wang Jing responded promptly. "The heads of the departments responsible for film and television reviews are all my old acquaintances." Haha. Hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong knew that Wang Jing had often dealt with those individuals, and he waved his hand in satisfaction, signaling everyone to return to their tasks. After Jimmy and Wang Jing left, Huo Zhengxiong summoned Zhao Yi and instructed, "Please arrange a meeting with Sir Xiao, the owner of TVB. I wish to meet with him." Once Zhao Yi confirmed that there were no additional instructions, he immediately replied, "Understood, I will take care of it right away." Soon, news of Huo Zhengxiong's desire to dine with Sir Xiao at the Peninsula Hotel reached TVB. In the chairman's office of TVB, Sir Xiao looked astonished, murmuring to himself, "What does this Huo Zhengxiong want to discuss with me?" It is no wonder that Sir Xiao was puzzled. The business he operated had little overlap with Huo Zhengxiong's field, leaving him at a loss regarding this sudden request for a meeting. Beside him, his concubine, Aunt Fong, could not help but interject. "This Huo Zhengxiong has become a renowned business tycoon at such a young age. In just over 20 years, his net worth has reached 200 to 300 billion. Such a person is destined to become a rising star in Hong Kong's business community. It would be wise to meet him." "I share the same sentiment." Sir Xiao nodded, smiling. "In fact, I am quite curious about what exceptional qualities this young upstart possesses. Considering he managed to inflict such significant losses on Lin Buoxin and is now directly competing with Li Daxian." Subsequently, Sir Xiao instructed his secretary, "Please respond to Huo Daxian, confirming that I will be punctual for our dinner appointment this evening." "Understood." The secretary nodded and promptly went to relay the message to Huo Zhengxiong. Upon receiving the reply, Huo Zhengxiong immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Indeed, times have changed. He is no longer the person he once was. Not to mention Sir Xiao, it is likely that no one in Hong Kong would refuse a meeting with him. A talent like Huo Zhengxiong is bound to secure a prominent position in the future development of Hong Kong, and forging a good relationship with him is certainly a prudent choice for oneself. That evening, at the Peninsula Hotel, Sir Xiao arrived punctually for the appointment. He did not accept Huo Zhengxiong's invitation impulsively. In fact, given the choice of meeting location, Sir Xiao surmised that Huo Zhengxiong likely had some matters he wished to discuss. Otherwise, a straightforward meeting at the office would suffice, and there would be no need to specifically select a hotel. After announcing Huo Zhengxiong's name, Sir Xiao followed the server into the hotel's largest private room. As the door to the room opened, Sir Xiao was somewhat taken aback. There were only 2 individuals inside, Huo Zhengxiong and Su Zhengyang. Sir Xiao. Huo Zhengxiong noticed him entering and immediately rose to greet him, wearing a perfectly amiable smile, exhibiting impeccable hospitality. Sir Xiao instinctively sized up Huo Zhengxiong. He was dressed in a finely tailored black suit, sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, with fair skin and handsome features. The glasses accentuated his refined demeanor, exuding an elegance akin to a jade gentleman amidst the common folk. Even the most popular male stars from Sir Xiao's own television station could not compare to him in terms of appearance and poise. What is truly remarkable is that Sir Xiao did not perceive the youthful impulsiveness commonly found in young men, nor did he detect any hint of the rumored affiliations with organized groups. Every word and action exuded the poised demeanor of a scion of a wealthy family. Sir Xiao immediately broke into a smile and politely greeted, "Mr. Huo, I have long admired your esteemed name. Sir Xiao, you are excessively courteous. I am merely a junior, and there is no need for such formality," Huo Zhengxiong replied with a smile. Sir Xiao's grin grew even more radiant, and he found himself increasingly fond of Huo Zhengxiong's humility. The two then delved into conversation, engaging in light-hearted banter. "May I inquire how Mr. Huo views the current economic situation of the port?" Sir Xiao, undeterred by Huo Zhengxiong's youth and modesty, maintained a courteous demeanor throughout their exchange. After some casual discourse, Sir Xiao's gaze towards Huo Zhengxiong gradually transformed, revealing a hint of astonishment. Despite the brevity of their conversation, Huo Zhengxiong's unique perspective and profound insights often illuminated the topic with just a few well-chosen words. For Huo Zhengxiong, who possessed the experience of the future, such matters were mere trifles, yet they left Sir Xiao in quiet admiration. Even Mr. Li, a fellow magnate, likely could not rival Huo Zhengxiong's breadth of vision and ambition. Sir Xiao was astonished. Initially, he believed that his acquisition of the shopping mall and the opening of a supermarket would position him in a more favorable light against Mr. Li. However, it now appeared that with this young man's insights, Mr. Li would face considerable challenges. He was genuinely moved by Huo Zhengxiong's eloquence. How could he be merely a newcomer to the industry? His analytical approach and reasoning were even more comprehensive than my own. He was truly a rare talent. Noticing Sir Xiao's momentary distraction, Huo Zhengxiong inquired with concern, "Sir Xiao, are you all right?" Yes, I am fine." Sir Xiao quickly regained his composure, apologizing. "I was merely contemplating certain matters and may have been a bit rude." Chapter 347. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover, nor a person by their appearance. Huo Zhengxiong smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed. Sir Xiao then earnestly remarked, "It is indeed true that one should not judge a book by its cover. The true essence of a person often remains concealed. It is truly an honor for me, Xiao, to meet Mr. Huo today." Huo Zhengxiong paused in surprise before responding with a smile. "Sir Xiao is far too gracious." After some light conversation, Sir Xiao finally broached the main topic. "Might I inquire if Mr. Huo has any other significant matters for our meeting today?" Huo Zhengxiong nodded with a smile and directly stated, "I recently completed filming a new television series, and I hold high expectations for it. However, unlike films, television series have stringent requirements regarding broadcast slots, and I have heard that TVB already has a series airing in the primetime slot. This series is crucial for the development of the Oriental Group, and I hope Sir Xiao can make some accommodations to allocate some time from the primetime slot for me." "A television series?" Sir Xiao paused momentarily, quickly calculating in his mind. The TVB primetime shows are immensely popular among the audience at the port and must not be relinquished. Had anyone else made such a request, he would surely have declined it politely. However, given that it was Huo Zhengxiong making the request, he had to consider it carefully. At that moment, Huo Zhengxiong's mention of the significant assistance to the Oriental Group immediately captured Sir Xiao's attention. He recalled the Huo family's consistent style of product placement in films, and in conjunction with the current competitive environment between Huo Zhengxiong and Mr. Li, he quickly deduced that this television series was an important strategy for Huo Zhengxiong to counter Mr. Li. Sir Xiao had distinguished himself among numerous competitors to become a leading tycoon in the port, demonstrating insight and discernment far beyond the ordinary. He instantly understood. If it were not for this, Huo Zhengxiong would not have personally taken the initiative to make a request. Thus, conceding the primetime slot to Huo Zhengxiong seemed not entirely unreasonable. He had always enjoyed a good spectacle, especially when it did not affect him personally, and he was eager to see what kind of waves Huo Zhengxiong could create with this series. Furthermore, his admiration for Huo Zhengxiong had already surpassed that of Mr. Li. Mr. Li's reputation was less than favorable, and Sir Xiao preferred not to be entangled with him, whereas Huo Zhengxiong was young and accomplished, possessing a unique vision, outstanding abilities, and remarkable determination, devoid of the rumored connections to organized crime. Judging solely by his potential for development, he was worth the concession. After all, a television series would not air for too long. Granting Huo Zhengxiong a favor would allow for establishing a connection. At their level, personal favors often held more value than monetary exchange. Sir Xiao then inquired, "Might I first have a look at the content of this television series?" He was concerned that there might be elements detrimental to TVB's reputation within the script. Huo Zhengxiong readily agreed, immediately signaling to Su Zhenyang beside him. Su Zhenyang promptly produced a videotape and began to play it. Sir Xiao watched attentively for a while before curiously asking, "Are all the scenes centered around young people in romantic relationships?" "This appears to be of the youth idol drama genre." Huo Zhengxiong smiled and nodded. Sir Xiao shook his head with a touch of resignation, chuckling softly. "I am of an age where such themes do not quite resonate with me." As soon as he spoke, Sir Xiao no longer hesitated. A gentle smile graced his face as he responded, "Since Mr. Huo has made the request, I shall certainly oblige. Adjustments can indeed be made." With that, he dialed his secretary's number. After inquiring about the relevant details, his previously relaxed brow furrowed tightly. Upon hanging up, Sir Xiao turned to Huo Zhengxiong with an apologetic expression. "Mr. Huo, I sincerely apologize. Our TVB's current hit series, The New Generation of Brothers, sequel, continues to gain popularity, and the audience's response has been exceptionally enthusiastic. This series is beloved by many, and if we were to arbitrarily adjust the broadcast schedule, it would undoubtedly have a negative impact on the television station." As he spoke, he meticulously explained the rationale behind it and subsequently proposed a solution. "How about this? Once The New Generation of Brothers sequel concludes, approximately 2 weeks later, I will arrange for Mr. Huo's series to be prioritized for airing, allowing Meteor Garden to make a smooth debut with the audience." Sir Xiao was well aware that this matter was indeed challenging to navigate. Upon hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong could not help but press further. "So, does that mean we will have to wait at least 2 weeks before it can be aired?" Sir Xiao nodded helplessly, responding with a serious demeanor. "This is the greatest concession I can offer. After all, if The New Generation of Brothers sequel has not concluded and we change the schedule, the audience will undoubtedly be dissatisfied. If they turn to watch programs from other television stations, it would be a significant blow for us at TVB." His stance was clear. Assistance could be offered, but practical considerations must be taken into account. At most, they could prioritize Mr. Huo's series for airing after The New Generation of Brothers sequel concluded. There were no alternatives. That said, Sir Xiao still held some sincerity in this matter. Although this was done out of consideration for Huo Zhengxiong, it was evident that this concession was insufficient. The proposal put forth by Sir Xiao was simply unacceptable to Huo Zhengxiong. In his view, Sir Xiao, being older, had lost touch with the current trends. In the face of Meteor Garden, The New Generation of Brothers sequel was hardly worth mentioning. The two were not comparable in the slightest. Huo Zhengxiong then solemnly inquired, "Is there truly no possibility of moving the date forward even slightly?" Sir Xiao resolutely shook his head, advising, "It is merely a matter of 2 weeks. It is not an excessively long time. Mr. Huo, it would be wise to exercise a bit more patience. I assure you that upon my return, I will coordinate the schedule, and as soon as The New Generation of Brothers sequel concludes, I will promptly arrange for your series to air." "That's too late," Huo Zhengxiong retorted, furrowing his brow. Time is money. If it were only a matter of 3 to 5 days, he could accept it, but within 2 weeks, unforeseen circumstances could arise at any moment, especially now, with the potential opening of the Oriental Shopping Center. Any delay of 2 weeks would translate into a considerable loss for him. 2 months have elapsed, and it is conceivable that Tycoon Li may be secretly plotting his next move. Huo Zhengxiong, however, has lost all patience to wait any longer. Simultaneously, he harbors considerable disappointment towards Sir Xiao's perspective. It appears the elderly gentleman has lost touch with the romantic narratives that captivate the younger generation. It must be noted that Meteor Garden is a pioneering work in the realm of idol dramas. Sir Xiao, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation, once again expressed his apologies. "This is truly the utmost I can offer." Ultimately, on one hand, the overwhelming popularity of The New Generation of Brothers has set the bar exceedingly high, while on the other hand, Sir Xiao perceives the romantic elements in Meteor Garden as lacking in depth. After a moment of silence, Huo Zhengxiong spoke slowly. "I sincerely apologize for this abrupt interruption, Sir Xiao." Upon hearing this, Sir Xiao realized that his proposal had been declined, and a sense of helplessness washed over him as he pondered. Why are the youth of today so impatient? Can they not even wait for half a month? He felt he had already extended his utmost sincerity. After all, even if it were someone other than Huo Zhengxiong, this was the best he could do. Chapter 348. Since the discussions have reached an impasse, it is unnecessary to continue this meal. Thus, Sir Xiao, sensing the situation, gracefully rose to take his leave. Huo Zhengxiong's expression shifted slightly as he called upon Zhao Yi, instructing, "Please help me contact Tycoon Xiao at ATV." "Of course," Zhao Yi promptly affirmed. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong gazed at the departing figure of Sir Xiao, unable to restrain a sigh. "In that case, I hope that when Meteor Garden airs on ATV, you do not come to regret your decision, Sir Xiao." Early the next morning, Huo Zhengxiong's Rolls-Royce was stationed at the entrance of ATV. Tycoon Xiao personally descended to greet him, extending a warm welcome and smiling. "Tycoon Huo, I've long heard of your illustrious name." It must be said that Tycoon Xiao displayed exceptional courtesy. As the owner of ATV, his own stature is prominent, yet he personally came down to receive Huo Zhengxiong, which took him by surprise and bolstered his confidence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and a handshake, Huo Zhengxiong was invited into the office. In truth, Tycoon Xiao was equally taken aback by Huo Zhengxiong's invitation. Like Sir Xiao, he had previously had no business dealings with him. "What insights does Tycoon Huo wish to share with me?" Tycoon Xiao inquired straightforwardly. Compared to TVB, ATV has consistently found itself at a disadvantage in competition. And it would not be an exaggeration to say it has been retreating step by step, with viewership ratings lagging far behind TVB. Given ATV's current predicament, perhaps he could provide Huo Zhengxiong with a satisfactory response. Huo Zhengxiong proceeded to earnestly outline the details regarding Meteor Garden. Upon hearing Huo Zhengxiong's request for primetime broadcasting of the drama, Tycoon Xiao felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, while ATV's ratings were far from ideal, they were at least maintaining the status quo. Furthermore, this was Huo Zhengxiong's first foray into television dramas. Had it been a film project, he would have readily agreed without a second thought. Noticing Tycoon Xiao's indecision, Huo Zhengxiong promptly articulated a succinct analysis of Meteor Garden's future prospects. I can assure you, this drama will undoubtedly sweep across all of Asia. Moreover, ATV can leverage this opportunity to entirely extricate itself from the suppression imposed by TVB. Tycoon Xiao paused momentarily, instinctively asking, Tycoon Huo, is this confident? Absolutely. Huo Zhengxiong replied with unwavering assurance. I, Huo Zhengxiong, never engage in ventures lacking certainty. If Tycoon Xiao is willing to place his trust in me, why not take a gamble and see if my words hold true? Tycoon Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized Huo Zhengxiong for a while, contemplating. This is the youngest tycoon in the history of the harbor, a young man daring enough to confront Tycoon Li directly. Upon hearing Huo Zhengxiong assert that ATV could reverse its declining ratings through this drama, Tycoon Xiao could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Is what you say true? The opportunity lay before him. Tycoon Xiao ought to seize it with both hands. Huo Zhengxiong remarked meaningfully. Tycoon Xiao's expression transformed into one of heightened enthusiasm. He resolved to take a bold step. With ATV's situation already at rock bottom under TVB's pressure, why not trust Huo Zhengxiong this once? Moreover, the reputation of Oriental films in the harbor is well known. How could this television series possibly fall short? Even the worst outcome could not be worse than ATV's current state. Consequently, Tycoon Xiao nodded firmly and declared, Very well. I will place my faith in Tycoon Huo this time. I will immediately arrange for the necessary matters and withdraw the currently airing series. Commencing the broadcast of Tycoon Huo's Meteor Garden tomorrow. Tycoon Xiao's decision was akin to a last stand. With ATV's ratings plummeting to the nadir, there was no further decline possible. Given the circumstances, it would be wiser to trust Huo Zhengxiong and boldly attempt this venture. Perhaps this could indeed reverse the current downturn and usher in a new lease on life for ATV. Huo Zhengxiong not only made a solemn promise, but the immense wealth he had accumulated over the years also bore testament to his unique investment acumen. The two promptly finalized the various details of their collaboration. For Tycoon Xiao, securing the television rights to Huo Zhengxiong's drama at this pivotal juncture represented an extraordinary opportunity for a turnaround. In his previous attempts to compete with TVB, he had explored many avenues, yet none had yielded the desired results. Thus, he was determined to go all out this time, placing all his hopes on Huo Zhengxiong. Once the partnership was established, the mere thought of the bright future Huo Zhengxiong had described stirred Tycoon Xiao's excitement. He insisted on hosting a lunch for Huo Zhengxiong to finalize the related arrangements for the drama's broadcast. Naturally, Huo Zhengxiong had no reason to decline. I believe Tycoon Xiao will surely feel pleased and grateful for today's decision in the future, Tycoon Xiao murmured to himself. May things indeed unfold as he envisions. It must be said, the formidable performance of TVB has undeniably placed tremendous pressure on Tycoon Xiao, leaving him nearly breathless. That very noon, ATV swiftly completed all necessary preparations. Firstly, they launched a large-scale promotional campaign for Meteor Garden. The promotional slogans were particularly eye-catching. The Oriental Film Company proudly presents the brand-new television drama Meteor Garden, a grand debut on ATV. Undoubtedly, the Oriental Film Company itself served as the most compelling promotional highlight. In all of Hong Kong today, how many individuals have not seen a film produced by Oriental Films? Consequently, ATV cleverly played this most attractive card from the outset. With the solid reputation amassed by Oriental Films in the movie industry as a foundation, Meteor Garden swiftly garnered significant attention. Subsequently, ATV repeatedly aired promotional content on television. The drama originally scheduled for prime time was rescheduled to air at 10 p.m. ATV sincerely invited all citizens of Hong Kong to watch the new television series jointly crafted by Oriental Films and the Huo family. This drama is undoubtedly worth your anticipation. Simultaneously, Huo Zhengxiong's side was also making parallel efforts. Jimmy successfully navigated media channels, and soon, reports about Meteor Garden sparked considerable excitement throughout Hong Kong. The citizens of Hong Kong immediately developed a keen interest in this television series. Who could have imagined that Oriental Films would venture into the realm of television dramas? This drama is an absolute must-see. One simply must support Wang Jing and Huo Zhengxiong. They have demonstrated exceptional prowess in filmmaking, and it stands to reason that their foray into television will be equally impressive. Coincidentally, I find myself free at 10 p.m. Finally, an engaging program awaits me this evening, banishing any sense of boredom. Indeed, television series offer a more exhilarating experience, rendering films insufficiently tantalizing. I am truly brimming with anticipation. The collaboration between Asia Television and the Eastern Film Company is nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 349. To be candid, the charm of these four individuals is indeed extraordinary. With Asia Television's relentless promotion, a considerable number of citizens have become aware that Meteor Garden will air the following evening. In an instant, a subtle wave of enthusiasm for the series began to swell. The day passed swiftly. By 7 o'clock, many Hong Kong residents who had caught wind of the news eagerly positioned themselves before their televisions. At that moment, Lei Zhilong languidly reclined on the sofa in the villa's living room, incessantly flipping through channels with the remote control while murmuring to herself. As the clock's hands on the living room wall inched closer to 10 p.m., she ultimately pressed the remote, settling on the Asia Television channel. Muttering, "I must see if your skills in producing a drama are as audacious and domineering as they were that night." Observing Lei Zhilong's conflicted expression, the maid could not help but quietly remark, speaking from experience, "It seems Our Lady is smitten." Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Xin, the heiress of the Tang Group, donned in cozy pajamas, eagerly turned on her television in her bedroom, tuning into Asia Television and softly stating, "He is so adept at filmmaking, surely his television work will not disappoint." At this moment, the clock struck 10 p.m. and Meteor Garden officially commenced. A fresh and melodious score began to play. The theme song of Meteor Garden, a familiar melody to Huo Zhengxiong, resonated through the air, accompanied by the enchanting score. The opening credits featuring the Eastern Film Company ignited the viewer's anticipation. This song is simply delightful. Lei Zhilong curled up on the sofa, enchanted by the opening theme. As a figure that stirred both love and hate in her mind surfaced unbidden. As the opening theme concluded, the television screen showcased a roaring engine gradually subsiding, revealing a red Ferrari and a blue Lamborghini coming to a smooth halt in front of a shopping mall. The bold character's Eastern Shopping Center received a 5-second close-up. Upon witnessing this, the audience erupted in laughter. Indeed, it continued the tradition of Huo's cinematic style. Such blatant product placement is rather audacious, isn't it? It appears this series is set to promote the Eastern Shopping Center. I hope the advertisements within the drama are kept to a minimum. It seems the Eastern Shopping Center is poised to open soon. Subsequently, the two sports cars came to a steady stop, with the dazzling red Ferrari instantly capturing the audience's attention. Regardless of gender, admiration and longing for such a luxurious vehicle were palpable. The sleek and graceful lines of the car's body were mesmerizing. Then, the camera began to shift, and as the Ferrari's door opened, a pair of long, elegant legs came into view, followed by Li Ming, clad in a leather jacket and casual pants. He removed his sunglasses, and the camera perfectly showcased Li Ming at his most dashing. With a high-bridged nose, deep-set eyes, and striking brows, his looks were simply impeccable. At this moment, even Huo Zhengxiong had to concede that Li Ming's attractiveness on screen had reached a level that rivaled his own. Next, from the opposite side of the Ferrari, another pair of long legs emerged, revealing Gu Tianla. Shortly after, a quick cut revealed Leslie Chung and Andy Lau simultaneously stepping out of their vehicles. Following the rapid sequence, a slow-motion shot appeared, with Li Ming casually leaning against the Ferrari, while the others struck poses, some with hands in pockets, and others smiling, all exuding an air of coolness. Fortunately, the four actors' performances were so skillful that, despite the slightly abrupt nature of these movements, they appeared remarkably natural. Next, the audience was dazzled by the four gentlemen's fashion choices, which transcended contemporary trends. This instant sparked a wave of aesthetic resonance among viewers. The garments, designed personally by Yu Li, were further elevated by the presence of these four handsome men, their ensembles achieving perfection. This avant-garde sense of style and aesthetics continuously challenged the visual experience of the audience in front of their screens. Simultaneously, against the backdrop of the music, the combination of handsome men, luxury cars, stylish attire, and striking poses captivated the viewers, rendering them transfixed. The spectacle was nothing short of dazzling, overwhelming the senses. The elegance and aesthetic appeal were simply unparalleled. An incessant assault on the viewer's senses ensued. Wow, they are incredibly handsome. Damn, this guy is even more attractive than I am. His looks are almost scandalously perfect. His charm is leagues apart from that of Fa Go. My word, I can hardly contain my drool. In the Lei family villa, Lei Zhilong instinctively paused her movements, her gaze fixed, murmuring to herself, "This appearance is simply extraordinary. If he were to wear this outfit, the effect would surely be even more stunning." In that moment, Lei Zhilong, oblivious to herself, slightly parted her lips, her expression dazed yet adorably innocent. How incredibly cool. My goodness. He is even more stylish than I am. His beauty has truly shattered the ceiling. Female viewers in front of the television had never encountered such a scene. These four dashing gentlemen, hailing from affluent families, ensnared their hearts entirely. Were it not for the presence of family nearby, they would have eagerly embraced their televisions for hours longer. Such outstanding looks, combined with their tall statures, captivated everyone from nonagenarians to toddlers just mastering the art of walking. From youthful maidens and graceful sisters-in-law to homemakers and women in their 50s, all were irresistibly drawn to these four charming men. To be frank, their allure is indeed exceptional. Moreover, in an era where cosmetic enhancements are not yet widespread, the public's perception of attractiveness extends beyond mere delicate faces. Each of the four possesses distinct charms. Coupled with Wang Jing's unique filming techniques, Yuli's meticulously crafted costumes, and Huo Zhengxiong's deftly woven narrative, the final presentation is nothing short of perfection. Soon after, the identities of the four wealthy heirs were revealed. It turned out they were all sons of the chairman of the Eastern Shopping Center. The product placement was executed with such finesse that it felt entirely seamless. One cannot help but acknowledge Wang Jing's significant improvement in integrating advertisements. In an instant, the words Eastern Shopping Center were indelibly etched in the hearts of female viewers before their screens. Following this, the four handsome gentlemen made their way to their shopping center, naturally without the need to pay. Before long, a part-time female employee named Qiu Shuzhen made her entrance. She accidentally bumped into Dao Mingxi, portrayed by Li Ming, who was savoring an Eastern cola. Dao Mingxi exuded a princely arrogance, while Qiu Shuzhen's character, Shan Kai, resembled a Cinderella from a fairy tale. Chapter 350. Your gains will undoubtedly exceed expectations. Shan Kai hurriedly offered her apologies, to which Dao Mingxi retorted with that iconic line. If apologies were effective, then what need would there be for the police? At that moment, Shan Kai successfully ignited a fierce sense of protectiveness among the male viewers in front of their screens. Observing the F4 with their somewhat envious gazes reminiscent of Han Shun, it was evident that both male and female audiences were filled with curiosity regarding the impending developments in the storyline. Subsequently, the pacing of the plot was exceptionally brisk. Although only 2 episodes were aired today, the content was rich and densely packed with highlights. The scene featuring Shan Kai savoring the oriental braised beef noodles exuded an air of endearing vulnerability. Dao Mingxi, ever the charmer, effortlessly produced oriental chocolates from his pocket, while Huo Zhengxiong, with his penchant for oriental cola, and Ximen, who boasted an entire wardrobe of Eastern attire, further underscored their connections to the Oriental group. Despite the viewers' complaints regarding the overt product placements, they found themselves irresistibly drawn to continue watching. The scene then transitioned to the campus, where the male and female protagonists made their appearances, allowing the narrative to unfold more naturally. Following a slight misstep with Dao Mingxi, Shan Kai faced ostracism from the female student body. In a moment of crisis, Huo Zhengxiong emerged as the gallant hero, coming to Shan Kai's rescue. Aside from the slightly conspicuous advertisements for Oriental cola and Oriental chocolates, the rest of the content was relatively well executed. Meanwhile, within the confines of Asia Television, the ever-anxious tycoon Qiu could hardly contain his nervousness. The fate of Asia Television, its ability to triumph over TVB and turn the tide of its predicament, rested squarely on the shoulders of this production, Meteor Garden. As the broadcast studio clock inched closer to 8 o'clock, a staff member responsible for monitoring viewership ratings suddenly leaped up in excitement. It's rising. It's rising. The ratings are on the upswing. Upon hearing this, Tycoon Qiu let out a sigh of relief, while beside him, Huo Zhengxiong offered a calm smile. There's no need to be so anxious, Tycoon Qiu. With a resigned chuckle, Tycoon Qiu responded, I withdrew the last viable program Asia Television had to offer. How could I not be nervous? Trust me, Huo Zhengxiong assured him with unwavering confidence. The rewards will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Tycoon Qiu's spirits lifted instantly. The steadily climbing ratings had instilled within him a profound sense of confidence. The ratings had surpassed 30. The staff exclaimed in astonishment, igniting a frenzy within the entire studio. Huo Zhengxiong scoffed slightly, internally deeming Asia Television pitiable for being so thrilled over a rating below 30. No wonder they had never been able to compete with TVB. It is worth noting that TVB's ratings consistently surpassed Asia Television's by over 34 times, which explained the excitement among the staff, as Asia Television had not reached a rating of 30 in quite some time. Clearly, these newly acquired ratings were a direct result of the popularity of the Huo film series and Oriental Film Company. Maintain this momentum. We must hold steady. At that moment, Tycoon Qiu's only thought was to secure this rare rating for Asia Television. Huo Zhengxiong smiled reassuringly and confidently told Tycoon Qiu, rest assured, this drama will captivate all of Asia, even 20 years from now. In the present, it will be even more remarkable. Huo Zhengxiong's words were far from exaggeration. In another timeline, this drama indeed experienced explosive success 2 decades later, becoming a sensation across Asia and truly pioneering the youth idol drama genre. Even 40 years hence, the remake of Meteor Garden, titled Let's Watch the Meteor Shower Together, managed to dominate contemporaneous dramas, catapulting Zheng Xuang and Zhang Han into stardom as a beloved on-screen couple, who enjoyed prolonged fame due to this remake. Ultimately, the timeless tale of the prince and the Cinderella will never grow stale. Fairy tales have long since proven this truth. Wang Jing adhered closely to Huo Zhengxiong's directive, executing an almost flawless adaptation of the original script, thus instilling Huo Zhengxiong with great confidence and anticipation for the chain reactions following the drama's broadcast. Prior to this, the television screen had been monopolized by Qiangyao dramas. Yet, honestly, after so many years, audiences had grown weary of their aesthetic. Huo Zhengxiong firmly believed that Meteor Garden would undoubtedly serve as a trump card in the current television landscape. Until now, no drama had achieved such widespread acclaim across Asia. Witnessing Huo Zhengxiong's confidence, Tycoon Xiao gradually found solace within himself. The plot quickly advanced, with conflicts erupting, resolutions unfolding, and romantic tensions escalating in a well-ordered manner. While idol dramas may often stray from reality, Wang Jing's direction ensured that basic common sense was not violated, with the characters maintaining their normal levels of intelligence. Older viewers might find the portrayal somewhat juvenile, but who among us has not experienced the exuberance of youth? Who has not navigated the corridors of academia? Who has not encountered their own heartthrobs during their school days? Regardless of age or gender, after watching this drama, viewers would inevitably engage in introspection, pondering how they would react if placed in the character situations. The drama spanned only 2 episodes, not lengthy in duration, yet it concluded before one even realized it. The atmosphere in the broadcast studio was exceptionally vibrant, with waves of cheers from the staff that showed no signs of abating. The ratings held steady. They truly held steady. With no decline, they surged again, continuing to climb. Remarkable, they kept rising. Within the entire studio, every staff member was beaming with joy, laughter echoing throughout. Huo Zhengxiong, amidst this cacophony of cheers, felt somewhat overwhelmed, as if his nerves were being jangled by the noise. Beside him, Tycoon Xiao radiated delight, unable to conceal his excitement. He gazed at Huo Zhengxiong with exhilaration, unable to contain himself. There is hope. This time, there is truly hope. Haha, we have finally outshone TVB. After the 2 episodes aired, the ratings astonishingly remained at a level of 34. This outcome left Tycoon Xiao both shocked and elated, far exceeding his expectations. Huo Zhengxiong stood up, adopting a casually indifferent tone as he addressed Tycoon Xiao. Is that smile truly so hard to contain? Before Tycoon Xiao could settle his excitement, Huo Zhengxiong continued, this is merely the beginning. The splendid content ahead will surely captivate everyone. Frankly, the exhilaration of all present was understandable. Yet the sporadic gasps from the staff within the studio did cause Huo Zhengxiong's heart to race. He inwardly scoffed. They have never witnessed a grand spectacle. The truly riveting content has only just begun. As Huo Zhengxiong stepped out of the broadcast studio, the long-suppressed cheers erupted within the room. Haha. We at Asia Television have finally emerged victorious. Let us hope to maintain such ratings tomorrow. Let's all work together and keep striving. Chapter 351. Yet now, all of this has become a reality. The results, nothing short of astonishing. Tycoon Xiao gazed after Huo Zhengxiong's departing figure, his heart brimming with excitement as he silently exclaimed, this time, we have truly found the right person. Huo Zhengxiong is indeed a person of genuine talent. However, as Huo Zhengxiong had anticipated, the staff at Asia Television were indeed rejoicing a tad too early. The following day, the 3rd day, and by the 4th day of Meteor Garden's airing, the drama finally ignited an unprecedented fervor throughout all of Hong Kong. Over these 3 days, with the proliferation of related news in the newspapers, Asia Television regarded Meteor Garden as the key to turning around its fortunes. The television station aired 2 episodes of the main program each evening, with 2 more rerun the following afternoon, dedicating an entire day to promoting this drama. Yet, these promotional tactics could only serve as supplementary measures in boosting viewership ratings. What truly propelled the ratings to soaring heights was the word-of-mouth transmission among the citizens of Hong Kong. The acclaim for Meteor Garden has completely fermented, igniting a fervor throughout the city. Every viewer who has experienced this drama has been fervently recommending it to their colleagues, friends, and family. All of this unfolded precisely as Ho Ching Hung had anticipated. Once viewers have watched a single episode of Meteor Garden, they become deeply captivated by the storyline, finding it impossible to extricate themselves. At every moment, the audience count for Meteor Garden continues to rise. It is often said that reputation is the best form of advertisement, and Meteor Garden has truly exemplified this. On its first day of airing on ATV, the average rating reached an impressive 403, with the highest soaring to 534. From the second day onward, the ratings not only remained steady but exhibited explosive growth. If the first day's ratings were attracted by Ho Ching-hung's illustrious filmography and the reputation of the Oriental Movie Company, then from the second day forward, the surge in ratings was entirely due to the quality of the script and its burgeoning acclaim. Such remarkable achievements nearly caused Mr. Chiu to faint from excitement in the director's studio. On the second day, Meteor Garden achieved an average rating of 488, with the peak reaching 591. By the third day, the drama's average rating shattered ATV's records, surpassing the significant threshold of 60, hitting 622. For 3 consecutive days, the ratings have seen substantial increases. Such astonishing figures were previously unimaginable for ATV. Even in his dreams, Mr. Chiu would not have dared to hope for such exceptional results. Yet now, all of this has become a reality, with effects that are nothing short of stunning. In this context, a comparison with TVB's The New Chao Shixiang sequel becomes inevitable. Prior to the launch of Meteor Garden, the average rating of the New Chao Shixiang sequel stabilized around 69, with peak weekend ratings reaching as high as 72. Meanwhile, ATV's previous primetime programs had maximum ratings of only 188, with some lows barely exceeding 12. However, with the debut of Meteor Garden, the situation underwent a complete reversal. On the first day of Meteor Garden, the New Chao Shixiang sequel managed a rating of 32, barely holding its ground against ATV. But from the second day onward, its ratings plummeted to 27, and by the third day, it had dwindled to a pitiful 199. The ratings of ATV and TVB had entirely flipped. Under the formidable impact of Meteor Garden, the New Chao Shixiang sequel crumbled, losing all competitive viability. Its ratings continued to decline day by day, on the brink of falling into single digits, causing panic throughout TVB as they finally grasped the predicament and helplessness that ATV had once endured. Meanwhile, the acclaim and ratings for Meteor Garden continued to surge. Citizens all over Hong Kong were abuzz with discussions about this drama, from nonagenarians to toddlers just learning to walk. Whether in schools, bars, workplaces, or on the streets, one could hear conversations about Meteor Garden at any time and place. Truly, it is a production of the Oriental Movie Company, and it is simply captivating. F4 is undeniably handsome. After watching, I must freshen up. They are simply enchanting. I want to go to the Oriental Shopping Center. Perhaps I might encounter a handsome guy. Dao Mingxi is incredibly attractive. I can't help but want to lick the screen. My favorite is Huo Zhengxiong. His gentle and considerate nature makes him the ideal marriage partner. Shan Kai is so adorable. I wish I could always protect her. Although I am older, watching Meteor Garden reminds me of my youthful days when I was popular in school. I have never seen such an exhilarating television series in my life. It surpasses the tear-jerking plots of Qiong Yao by leaps and bounds. Dao Mingxi really doesn't understand how to cherish girls. This innocent and pure campus romance is utterly mesmerizing. My entire family is following this drama. I adore Dao Mingxi, my mother favors Ximen, and my grandmother is fond of Meizhua. There is not a single person who does not love it. The plot development of this series is so engaging that I eagerly anticipate what happens next at every moment. I even dreamed about it last night. My future boyfriend must be as enamored with Oriental Cola as Ximen is. A mere television drama has brought an unprecedented brainwashing effect to the citizens of Hong Kong, leaving countless individuals utterly astonished. In just 3 days, with the explosive popularity of Meteor Garden, the names Dao Mingxi, Shan Kai, and Huo Zhengxiong have swiftly become hot topics across the entirety of Hong Kong. Whether in corporate offices or academic institutions, regardless of the time or setting, conversations inevitably gravitate toward Meteor Garden. You haven't watched Meteor Garden? How surprising. Even when meeting with close friends, they will candidly tell you, you are so out of touch with trends. We have a generational gap. And your taste is so outdated that you should not engage with me. If you haven't even seen Meteor Garden, you have no right to join our discussions. In a flash, the various elements of Meteor Garden became objects of imitation. Whether it be the characters' mannerisms, fashion choices, or social interactions, everyone has been profoundly influenced by this drama. Boys have each taken to carrying a bottle of Oriental Cola, or at the very least, a packet of Oriental chocolate, or donning suits from the Oriental brand. In short, they are emulating the characters from every conceivable angle, all to attract the attention of girls. The classic line, "If apologies were effective, then what need would there be for police?" has also rapidly gained popularity throughout Hong Kong. In just 3 days, the acclaim for this drama has achieved legendary status. It is no exaggeration to say that the fervor surrounding Meteor Garden has even permeated the underworld, with numerous young gangsters becoming its devoted fans. Chapter 352. If this were merely a coincidence, who would believe it? Even some young individuals newly embarking on their underworld journeys have chosen to return to school under the influence of the plot, seeking out their very own Shan Kai. As soon as this news broke, it sparked fervent discussions among the populace of Hong Kong. Never before has a television drama achieved such astonishing effects. In these 3 days, the fan club for F4 has experienced exponential growth, surpassing even the scale of the fan club for the legendary Chow Yun-Fat in its heyday. While the storyline of Meteor Garden is indeed captivating, it is not without its minor flaw. When discussing the plot, viewers across Hong Kong inevitably mention the excessive product placement for the Oriental Shopping Center. Goodness, can such scenes even accommodate advertisements? There is no advertising method that Huo Zhengxiong cannot conceive, only those he cannot execute. This approach to advertising is truly unparalleled. In an instant, one can envision the frenetic product placements typical of the movies. Indeed, it is Huo Zhengxiong's style, and quintessentially the modus operandi of the Oriental Film Company. This familiar Oriental Film Company, with its customary advertising strategies, evokes both exasperation and amusement. If only Dao Ming-Si could chew less chocolate while speaking, I would undoubtedly find him more appealing. What exactly is the relationship between Dao Ming-Si and the god of gamblers? Why are they both so fond of Oriental chocolate? Perhaps it is because they are both tied to the same enterprise, hence their preferences gravitate toward the Oriental Shopping Center. I am at my wit's end. Shan Kai, how have you also begun to endorse advertisements? The audience is utterly captivated by Huo Zhengxiong's maneuvers, eagerly anticipating the subsequent plot developments while simultaneously unable to restrain their fervent critiques about the excessive advertisement presence, which seems to occupy at least half of the drama's content. Meanwhile, some have already begun to emulate Shan Kai, sporting Dao Ming-Si's signature hairstyle, and it is worth noting that Meteor Garden has only just aired for 3 days. Undoubtedly, the enthusiasm of the citizens of Gongpu for this drama is palpable and continues to rise. Concurrently, the omnipresent advertisements for the Eastern Shopping Center within the show have inadvertently piqued the curiosity of the general populace. Is this drama not overly exaggerated? In reality, do malls and supermarkets truly offer such exceptional after-sales service? If such service were available in Gongpu, I would undoubtedly choose this supermarket as my sole preference. Surely, this cannot all be genuine. It is possible, for although the Huo family's productions have always featured numerous advertisements, they have never resorted to false promotion. With that said, it is indeed worth a visit to see for oneself. But when will the Eastern Shopping Center officially open? Due to the intrigue sparked by the Eastern Shopping Plaza depicted in the drama, media outlets naturally seized upon this hot topic, promptly launching an investigation into the Eastern Shopping Center, the results of which left them astounded. It turns out that this is Huo Zhengxiong's retaliatory initiative against Li Daxian, a move that can be deemed a decisive blow. The media eagerly reported this news. Revenge has arrived. The Eastern Group makes a bold move. Dozens of Paka supermarkets are now neighbors to the Eastern Shopping Center, which has entered the scene with great force. After Li Daxian's intervention, Huo Zhengxiong has officially commenced his counterattack. Television spills into reality. Reliable sources indicate that the Eastern Shopping Center is set to open soon. The core slogan of the Eastern Shopping Center, "The customer is king." Li Daxian should be on high alert. Huo Daxian's retribution has arrived. The outcome remains uncertain. We invite the public to stay tuned. As expected, Meteor Garden serves as a weapon against Li Daxian. With Huo Daxian making his move, can Li Daxian successfully defend himself? Almost all media reports indicate that the emergence of the Eastern Shopping Center is indeed Huo Zhengxiong's retaliation against Li Daxian. After all, a new Eastern shopping city has sprouted up next to every Paka supermarket. If this were merely coincidence, who would believe it? Once the news spread, Li Daxian immediately heightened his vigilance. As previously mentioned, he is inherently a cautious individual, particularly when faced with the youngest magnate in Gongpu, Huo Zhengxiong, and thus cannot afford to let his guard down. With the explosive popularity of Meteor Garden, Li Daxian sensed a familiar aura. Each time the Eastern Group undertakes significant actions, they invariably release a related production, and this time, Meteor Garden is evidently aimed directly at him. It is often said that knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Within the Li residence, the maid and the butler stared in astonishment at Li Daxian, who was engrossed in watching Meteor Garden, their faces a canvas of confusion. My heavens! Li Daxian is watching a pure-hearted idol drama, and he is so deeply engrossed. This completely upends their perception of him. A man nearing his 60s is indulging in such a show. Eventually, Li Daxian sensed something was amiss, instinctively turning to see the shocked and bewildered expressions of the maid and the butler. In an instant, a hint of embarrassment colored Li Daxian's aged visage. Although the maid and the butler were merely domestic staff, Li Daxian felt compelled to explain. I merely wished to observe what methods Huo Zhengxiong would employ to retaliate against me. This explanation seemed reasonable. Yet the maid and the butler harbored their doubts. However, Li Daxian's profound fear of Huo Zhengxiong was evident. After dismissing the maid and the butler, he continued to scour the drama for critical clues. One cannot deny that in the face of an opponent like Huo Zhengxiong, Li Daxian's sense of crisis has reached its zenith, and his wariness is exceptionally heightened. Yet, as the entire populace of Hong Kong fervently embraced Meteor Garden, the fourth day of opening arrived as anticipated. A large eastern shopping plaza, part of the Eastern Group, along with 10 eastern shopping centers, officially commenced operations on this day. With robust financial backing, the major newspapers, radio stations, and television channels in Hong Kong began to repeatedly broadcast the news of the simultaneous opening of the 11 eastern shopping centers early that morning. In a flash, the citizens of Hong Kong were filled with intense anticipation regarding this event. At dawn, all forms of media converged their focus on the grand opening ceremony of these 11 shopping centers. Coupled with the prior explosive popularity of Meteor Garden, this further elevated the Eastern Shopping Center's visibility. 11 Eastern shopping centers grandly inaugurate. There's nothing you can't find. Huo Zhengxiong's revenge battle has begun. Paca supermarkets are in a state of panic. The plot spills into reality. The Eastern Shopping Center, reminiscent of Meteor Garden, has grandly opened. All members of F4 gather to cut the ribbon for the Eastern Shopping Plaza. The Eastern Shopping Center is destined to succeed. Its core advantage lies in unparalleled customer service. Eye-catching reports continuously stirred the curiosity of the citizens. Chapter 353 reveals that he somewhat underestimated the immense influence wielded by Meteor Garden. That morning, many Hong Kong citizens, upon seeing the news, felt compelled to visit the Eastern Shopping Center. Their curiosity is entirely understandable. In Meteor Garden, the female lead, Shan Kai, has thoroughly showcased the service features of the Eastern Shopping Center. When audiences first witnessed this storyline, they were filled with skepticism. Could there truly be a mall in reality that offers such a standard of service? From that moment, the Eastern Shopping Center had sown the seeds of curiosity in the minds of viewers. Furthermore, the owner of the Eastern Group, Huo Zhengxiong, previously garnered praise from doctors for bringing glory to the nation, and his group has engaged in competition with the duplicitous Li Daxian. With their products already deeply entrenched in the public consciousness, the confluence of these factors has left the citizens of Hong Kong eagerly anticipating the Eastern Shopping Center. Now, with the media clamoring to report on the opening, everyone is understandably reluctant to miss out and wishes to see it for themselves. On the morning the media released the news, countless citizens of Hong Kong set out with a spirit of inquiry toward the nearest Eastern Shopping Center. Upon arrival, they were instantly taken aback by the spectacle before them. In the new territories, just 2 intersections past the Paca supermarket lies the newly opened Eastern Shopping Center. As citizens approached the supermarket entrance, they discovered it already teeming with throngs of people, the atmosphere bustling with excitement. From a distance, the dense crowd resembled swarms of ants, triggering a sense of claustrophobia in many onlookers. The entrance of the supermarket was completely blocked by the influx of people, with countless citizens queuing to enter, the majority of whom were female consumers, the mainstay of the consumer market. Among the throng, one could even spot several casual gangsters. Is there truly such a crowd? It is worth noting that the population in the new territories has always been less than that of Kowloon, given Kowloon's more prosperous development. Yet at this moment, outside the Eastern Shopping Center in the new territories, everyone was orderly queuing, devoid of any thoughts of cutting in line. This scene left many in awe. In all their years, it is their first experience witnessing a line to enter a shopping mall. This many people. Even during a dragon boat race, they had never seen such a lively scene. Is it merely the grand opening of a shopping mall that warrants such exaggerated reactions? This is utterly absurd. The queue alone could consume several hours. Citizens arriving a bit later began to waver on whether to stand in line. Considering the overwhelming crowd, what if they were to wait until noon just to gain entry? The dilemma of whether to endure the wait or not became a source of considerable internal conflict. Such a bustling scene was mirrored at the entrances of the other 9 Oriental shopping centers, with some locations even more astonishing. Given that these 9 branches are situated in the vibrant heart of the city, the throngs of people gathered together created an atmosphere ripe for potential crowd surges. Consequently, security personnel were deployed to maintain order at the entrances of all 10 shopping centers, and they had even begun to limit the flow of patrons entering the malls. If the ordinary branches were already this chaotic, the flagship store located in Central was experiencing an even more extreme spectacle. As the flagship store, its standards and popularity were bound to surpass those of the others. At this moment, the entrance to Central was adorned with a stage, where Hong Kong's most renowned lion dance troupe performed with great vigor. The sounds of drums and gongs reverberated through the air, mingling with the crackling of firecrackers. Countless citizens of Hong Kong crowded in Oriental Plaza, while vehicles on the road caused a complete blockage of the street. It resembled a mass exodus. Yet everyone was merely in search of parking spaces. The level of congestion at the flagship store was far more severe than at the 10 branches combined. As if half the population of Hong Kong had converged here, the densely packed crowd resembled scattered black sesame seeds. and the volume of their conversations was such that it drowned out the loudspeakers within a mere 10 meters. The entire scene was a struggle, with even ordinary movement proving to be exceedingly difficult. No one had anticipated such an overwhelming situation. Those left stranded outside, unable to enter the mall, gradually began to express their dissatisfaction. Goodness, how can there be so many people? Is this a disaster or a shopping spree? Is it really necessary to be this frantic? I swear, I have never seen such a crowd in my life. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come today. It's absolutely maddening. The throng of people left many disgruntled, constantly voicing their complaints. Yet, despite their discontent, they had no intention of leaving. They remained patiently in line. This is the power of the bandwagon effect. The larger the crowd, the greater the desire to witness firsthand the allure of the Oriental shopping center. Moreover, such a lively spectacle is indeed a rare occurrence in Hong Kong. In truth, even Huo Zhengxiong himself had not anticipated that this opening would attract such a multitude of citizens. To be frank, he had somewhat underestimated the immense influence of Meteor Garden. At this moment, Huo Zhengxiong stood in his office on the 4th floor of the mall, gazing out the window at the throngs below, his face beaming with a radiant smile. This was precisely the effect he had aimed to achieve. His gaze shifted to the entrance, where the lion dance performance was in full swing, with 4 different groups having taken the stage over the course of 2 hours without interruption. Satisfied, Huo Zhengxiong promptly instructed, "Go tell these lion dance teams that their pay for today will be doubled." Understood, Zhao Yi respectfully acknowledged, turning to leave. Just then, Huo Zhengxiong's eyes flickered as he noticed another group acting as human mannequins. Meanwhile, Jimmy, drenched in sweat, rushed into the office, urgently declaring, "Boss, there are far too many people in the mall. There is scarcely room to step." Given the current situation, the likelihood of a safety incident is significantly increasing. After contemplating for a moment, Huo Zhengxiong replied, "Today marks the first day of the mall's opening. A high volume of foot traffic is entirely expected. Unless we reach a critical point, we absolutely cannot halt operations." He then ordered, "Arrange for some herbal tea to be brewed, and prepare snacks to distribute to the customers waiting in line at the entrance. Furthermore, it is imperative to maintain order within the mall. We must avoid any incidents." Jimmy nodded vigorously in agreement, not daring to delay, and promptly exited the office to attend to his tasks. In stark contrast to those still queuing outside the Oriental shopping center, the patrons already inside were utterly astounded by the sights before them. The range of merchandise available within the mall was extraordinarily diverse, capable of catering to all manner of customer needs. Every staff member wore a friendly smile, providing attentive and meticulous service, demonstrating remarkable patience. These staff members are exceptionally patient. Not only are they endlessly accommodating, but their smiles are also genuinely radiant. Chapter 354. There is truly nothing I can imagine that the Oriental Shopping Center cannot accomplish. The service attitude is simply impeccable. Upon seeing me drenched in sweat, they not only offered me tissues to wipe my brow, but also provided ice water to help cool me down. Such thoughtfulness is remarkable. The mall's decor exudes sophistication, even more impressive than Victoria Harbor. It's astonishing that they have 7 different types of shopping carts, including strollers for infants and carts for the elderly, which even allow for resting when weary. Moreover, they have provided magnifying glasses for the visually impaired, facilitating the reading of product labels. Such thorough consideration is commendable. As I am preparing for my wedding, I have numerous items to purchase, and lacking experience, I was unsure where to begin. I was pleasantly surprised to find that the gift center here has anticipated my needs, offering a variety of options for containers for wedding candies, allowing me to procure everything in one convenient stop. How convenient. This truly embodies the service excellence depicted in television dramas. Oh my. The floral section even features a heartwarming reminder that pure love can blossom into more vibrant flowers, and the staff are available to assist with flower arrangements. This is absolutely outstanding. The vegetables are remarkably fresh, with not a single wilted leaf in sight. Each floor has temporary inquiry stations, which are particularly convenient. No other mall offers such a setup. Previously, I would have to run breathlessly through other malls just to locate a store, but here, the attention to detail is truly commendable. Not only is there an inquiry station, but there is also a nursing room for mothers to breastfeed, which my husband could not have planned with such care. I also noticed the nursing room you mentioned. It not only allows for breastfeeding, but even has shopping center staff to assist with childcare. Feeling even more attentive than a postpartum caregiver. For men, this is the first time I have seen a dedicated lounge within a mall. Having a lounge is impressive enough, but they even have a designated smoking area. After a tiring shopping spree, rest areas are readily available, and to my surprise, they even offer complimentary tea. I am truly enlightened. The women's restroom has not only sinks but also combs, cotton swabs, and hand creams. Speaking of restrooms, I also spotted facilities specifically designed for individuals with disabilities. Such thoughtful consideration. The department store and supermarket area left me utterly amazed. offering hand moisturizers for those using shopping bags. Bananas categorized by taste, and instructions for fruit storage methods. Most importantly, if you find something unpalatable, you can return even half-eaten bananas. How remarkable is that? The seafood section also features a kitchen for on-site preparation. For a small processing fee, you can enjoy freshly prepared dishes. I am truly impressed. Earlier, I witnessed an especially heartwarming detail. When a staff member weighed shrimp for an elderly lady, they used scissors to carefully cut a small opening in the bag, draining the excess water before weighing, and reminded the front desk that there were ice packs available for freshness. And that is not all. I recently caught sight of their slogan. Although the supermarket boasts a diverse array of products, should you find that what you desire is unavailable, fret not. Simply leave your contact information, and the Oriental supermarket will assist you in procuring it individually. Truly, there is nothing beyond the reach of the Oriental Shopping Center. I dare say this service is undoubtedly the finest in all of Hong Kong. The adage "the customer is king" finds its true embodiment here, as other malls merely pay lip service to it. Comparatively, Welcome Supermarket pales in significance, hardly worthy of mention alongside the Oriental Shopping Center. The myriad thoughtful details and exceptional service have left every patron who enters the Oriental Shopping Center in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. To speak candidly, the Oriental Shopping Center has genuinely fulfilled its promise of prioritizing service. Every citizen who steps into the mall is profoundly impressed, without exception. Meanwhile, at the largest clothing counter in the mall, the fashionable apparel inspired by F4 is selling like hotcakes, flying off the shelves within the hour, eagerly snatched up by the youth. This is the attire worn by San Kai. I must don it to capture my heartthrob's affections. Dao Mingxi's jacket is simply too dashing. It's a must-have. The shirt worn by Huo Zhengxiong is so alluring. He is indeed the most handsome man in my heart. Wrap it up for me. This last piece was the first I laid eyes on. Nonsense. I clearly picked it up first. In an instant, two gentlemen began to bicker over a single remaining garment, reminiscent of Dao Mingxi. This scene has now unfolded for the third time within the hour. Subsequently, as all the customers exiting the Oriental Shopping Center carry various shopping bags, their faces alight with excitement and astonishment, exuding a sense of satisfaction, they cannot help but express their admiration and wonder at the myriad details of the Oriental Shopping Center, further igniting the curiosity of those still waiting outside. In no time, everyone's patience has notably increased. I simply must venture inside. Can a mere mall truly be this remarkable? Amidst this fervent atmosphere, the Oriental Shopping Center has experienced an unprecedented surge in popularity across Hong Kong. The following day, major newspapers in Hong Kong featured similar reports. The ultimate service at Oriental Shopping Center. Have you experienced it yet? Rave reviews abound. Word of mouth. The Oriental Shopping Center delivers on its promise of service excellence. A rundown of the shocking service details at the Oriental Shopping Center. Even magnifying glasses are provided. The consideration at the Oriental Shopping Center is unparalleled. Mother and baby rooms, lounges, smoking areas, refreshment zones. The thoughtful amenities of the Oriental Shopping Center are simply overwhelming. Real customer testimonials. The Oriental Shopping Center earns top marks. Journalists delve deep, highlighting 100 heartwarming details of the Oriental Shopping Center. Fueled by these laudatory reports, the already thriving Oriental Shopping Center has piqued the curiosity of even more citizens. Some who previously showed little interest or were loyal patrons of Welcome Supermarket found themselves irresistibly drawn to explore. Huo Zhengxiong's partner, ATV, under the comprehensive coordination of Chiodong, crafted a promotional short film for the Oriental Shopping Center. Whenever there was an available slot for broadcast, this film would air punctually. This straightforward and relatable advertising approach resonates perfectly with the general populace's understanding. The short film is played 6 times daily, particularly before and after the primetime program Meteor Garden, striving to maximize the promotional impact of the Oriental Shopping Center. The filming of this short was entrusted to the immensely popular reporter Feng Siwei, who possesses a unique distinction. She is the cherished leader of the Jade Girl sect, Zhou Huimin, and also the core star of ATV. This is precisely the key factor behind the Oriental Shopping Center's meteoric rise to fame. Alongside TVB's host, Liu Huijin, they are hailed as the unrivaled duo in the media realm. Given her immense viewer popularity, having her introduce the Oriental Shopping Center is most fitting. On screen, Feng Siwei, wearing a pure and sweet smile, leisurely strolls while articulating. As you traverse through Oriental Plaza and step into the flagship store of the Oriental Shopping Center, you are greeted by a steady flow of customers, an orderly sales floor, an abundance of diverse products, a scientifically designed spatial layout, and the genuine smiles of our employees. For those arriving by car, you may explore from the basement level to the 4th floor. The customer distribution across the various levels of the Oriental Shopping Center is remarkably balanced, with hardly a vacant store in sight. In stark contrast, no other shopping mall in the harbor can match such standards. Observe that even though it is morning, a time typically associated with low customer traffic. This pattern only applies to most malls and supermarkets. Within just 2 days, the Oriental Shopping Center's stellar reputation has spread far and wide. With a customer-first service philosophy, it has effectively catalyzed an overall increase in foot traffic. Even the most destitute individuals can receive food and clean drinking water free of charge here. Importantly, all service personnel treat every individual with equal respect. Even those with disabilities can enjoy the highest quality of service. I wonder what viewers think. It is only at the Oriental Shopping Center that I have truly witnessed the essence of exceptional service, an experience akin to that of a divine encounter, where I felt genuinely respected. Thus, even if some products are slightly pricier due to supply issues, our interviews reveal that customers remain willing to pay a premium for the service provided by the Oriental Shopping Center. Notably, for the majority of products, the prices at the Oriental Shopping Center are 10 to 30% lower than those at other supermarkets in the harbor, which is undeniably a crucial factor in the Oriental Shopping Center's stunning success. Warmth in the harbor, spreading love. Every customer who visits the Oriental Shopping Center experiences a profound impact on their spirit. According to our interviews, the operational philosophy of Oriental Group's chairman, Huo Zhengxiong, is that customers are his most valuable asset. Only by providing exceptional service and striving for perfection can the Oriental Shopping Center continue to grow and thrive. I believe that once you have visited the Oriental Shopping Center, you will undoubtedly return. This short film lasts approximately 10 minutes, with ATV airing it 6 times daily, totaling an hour of broadcast time. This clearly demonstrates ATV's gratitude and commitment to Huo Zhengxiong, as they have not charged a single cent for the promotional expenses. Amidst this intensive promotional coverage and the exceptional capabilities of the Oriental Shopping Center, its popularity has surged for 3 consecutive days. Dozens of trucks arrive daily to restock inventory, and it is the unwavering loyalty of the employees to Huo Zhengxiong that has allowed the service-first philosophy to be genuinely realized. The back-end support system has played an undeniably significant role. As the Oriental Shopping Center experiences a meteoric rise, Welcome Supermarket has seen its patronage wane significantly. During that era, the harbor thrived due to urban development, with a population size that was remarkably large, comparable even to that of the mainland capital at the time. However, the market scale of the port is ultimately limited, as the 10 Oriental Shopping Centers have essentially covered all regions of the port. The market is but a modest pie, and with Oriental Shopping Center seizing a significant portion of it, ParknShop naturally faces the dilemma of losing customers. From the very first day of the Oriental Shopping Center's opening, ParknShop's business began to decline, with revenues plummeting to merely half of their usual average, barely managing to stay afloat. Yet, from the second day onwards, as the reputation of the Oriental Shopping Center continued to flourish, ParknShop found itself in dire straits, with sales dwindling to a mere 15 of their typical figures and profits sharply diminishing. By the third day, the situation became even more alarming, with sales reduced to just 4 of the usual. The entire ParknShop was nearly devoid of customers, a stark contrast to the bustling crowds of the past, resulting in an almost desolate atmosphere. It was exceedingly difficult to spot any patrons within the store. Even if a customer ventured in, they would leave almost immediately, leading to an astonishingly low retention rate. The phrase "a deserted marketplace" aptly encapsulated the state of ParknShop at that moment. Daheng had been closely monitoring all developments of the Oriental Shopping Center, and upon reading about its overwhelming success in the newspapers, feelings of jealousy inevitably surged within him. When he later heard his secretary report on ParknShop's operational status, Daheng was taken aback, abruptly rising from his seat. Hands pressed against the table, eyes wide with disbelief as he incredulously exclaimed, "What did you say? My ParknShop has begun to incur negative revenue." The secretary's expression was equally grim. Although he wished to deliver some good news to Daheng, the reality simply did not permit it. Confronted by Daheng's shocked gaze, he could only respond in a hushed tone, "Yes. As of last night, the sales figures across all ParknShop locations were merely 4 of the usual average. The store is exceptionally quiet. Without the rental income from the shops within, we would have already fallen into negative revenue yesterday." In other words, ParknShop is now facing losses. To Daheng, this was an unfathomable scenario. After all, ParknShop was the fruit of his labor over the past decade, and although he had encountered competitors in the supermarket sector throughout the years, he had never allowed ParknShop to descend into such an outrageous predicament. The mere thought of ParknShop suffering losses was beyond his comprehension, yet, regardless of his willingness to accept it, the undeniable truth lay before him. In an instant, Daheng's eyes turned a furious crimson. A torrent of anger surged within him, causing his blood pressure to spike, and he was no longer in the mood to hear his subordinates report on ParknShop's operations. This was simply unbelievable. His features contorted, his words laced with barely contained resentment. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the secretary hastily attempted to absolve himself of responsibility. "Boss, The impact of the Oriental Shopping Center's opening has been exceedingly severe. Li Daheng's fury had already reached a boiling point, and the reasons for this were abundantly clear without further elaboration from the secretary. The pent-up anger demanded release, and before the secretary could finish his sentence, a resounding crash echoed through the room. His most cherished shareholder commemorative piece was seized violently and hurled to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Chapter 356. Li Daheng seemed to lose his sanity. Another object met the same fate, and the remnants lay scattered across the floor. The secretary was left speechless, silently exclaiming in his mind, "This is the most treasured possession of the boss. Is he really going to destroy even this? You must calm down, boss. Where has your composure and grace gone? Just endure a little longer," he thought. Crash. Bang. Immediately, Li Daheng appeared to have lost his reason, systematically smashing every item in the office to the floor, seeking to vent the tumultuous anger within. The secretary watched in disbelief as his lips twitched. If this continued, the entire office would require a complete renovation. Realizing that Li Daheng's wrath was far more intense than he had anticipated, he stepped forward urgently, repeatedly urging, "Boss, please take a moment to calm down. This is your most cherished item." However, the only response he received was a harsh roar. "Get out." Li Daheng's bellow resonated throughout the entire floor for an extended period. Half an hour later, the cleaning staff tidied up the mess, and Li Daheng's emotions finally began to settle. He sat in his executive chair, lost in profound contemplation. In front of him stood 3 assistants and 3 secretaries. Li Daheng, with a grave expression, spoke, "Parkenshop is the foundation of my establishment in the port. I have long been referred to as the king of department stores in the port, and thus, in the supermarket sector, I absolutely cannot afford to lose to Huo Zhengxiong. There is still time. We must identify our issues and make immediate adjustments." He paused and continued, "First, let us analyze why the Oriental Shopping Center has been able to attract so many of our customers." Several secretaries and assistants immediately understood his intention, to delve deeply into Huo Zhengxiong's business strategy, striving to surpass it. If that were not possible, they must devise a means to counter it. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not stand idly by while the Oriental Shopping Center continued to suppress Parkenshop. One secretary, having previously collected relevant information, contemplated for a moment before speaking up. "I have personally visited the Oriental Shopping Center and discovered that their business model is indeed quite challenging for us to replicate." Li Daheng furrowed his brow and pressed for clarification. "Why is that?" The secretary promptly provided an example, showing Li Daheng a short video of the Oriental Shopping Center, then lamented, "In truth, we possess the capability to match the pricing of their products. However, to ensure product quality and stable sales, we do not dare to procure on such a large scale. According to the data I gathered, the hourly foot traffic at the Oriental Shopping Center is 3 times that of our peak period, and it routinely reaches 5 to 8 times that amount." The secretary added, "This is why they possess the confidence to make extensive purchases without hesitation, driving all product prices to the lowest possible level. Achieving this would not be difficult for Parkenshop. Even facilities such as lounges and mother-infant rooms, which are humane amenities, we could certainly equip as well." He then shifted his tone, a hint of resignation crossing his face. "However, the most challenging aspect, and indeed the greatest highlight and appeal of the Oriental Shopping Center, lies in their exceptional service attitude." At this moment, another assistant could no longer contain himself and interjected, "I privately attempted to bribe employees of the Oriental Shopping Center, hoping to uncover why they are so dedicated in their work." Li Daheng immediately inquired, "And what was the result?" The assistant shook his head in frustration, offering a wry smile as he replied, "She refused to divulge any information and adamantly declined my money. Later, I pretended to be an ordinary customer and inquired, and they stated that they willingly do so because Huo Zhengxiong treats them well." Li Daheng furrowed his brow and commented, "Then we can instruct our employees to emulate this approach." "That won't work." The assistant quickly countered, his tone filled with resignation. "The employees below will certainly not cooperate." "Then let us raise their salaries," suggested one secretary. "To expect the employees to work in accordance with the Oriental Shopping Center's model, even doubling their salaries may not be sufficient." Another secretary immediately added, "Those who do not comply should be dismissed." Another secretary could not help but interject, "I refuse to believe this won't be effective. If we force the employees to comply, they are likely to vent their dissatisfaction on the customers, and the situation will only worsen." A calm assistant analyzed, "I must admit, this analysis holds substantial merit." However, Li Daheng's countenance grew increasingly somber. Through this discussion, he realized that even if he wished to emulate Huo Zhengxiong, he could find no direction. This analysis was a complete exercise in futility. In truth, he had consulted a considerable amount of relevant information and understood the reasons behind the flourishing success of the Oriental Shopping Center. Drawing upon his extensive experience in the supermarket and shopping mall industry, He was compelled to acknowledge that Pakka Supermarket not only fell short of the standards set by the Oriental Shopping Center, but that the service attitude of the latter had indeed reached a level of astounding excellence. Even after convening a think tank for a meticulous analysis, he still found no viable strategy to counter the Oriental Shopping Center. Although this outcome was difficult for Li Daheng to accept, the reality was indisputable, leaving him no choice but to believe it. Ultimately, with a face ashen with fury, Li Daheng bellowed, "No matter what, regardless of the challenges, a solution must be devised, or else Pakka Supermarket is truly doomed." Just after Li Daheng concluded the analysis meeting, the following day, major media outlets began publishing comparative reports on the Oriental Shopping Center and Pakka Supermarket. The Oriental Shopping Center rises dominantly. Pakka Supermarket unable to compete. Huo Daheng lurks for 2 months before unleashing his strategy. Li Daheng rendered helpless. Titans clash. Huo Zhengxiong achieves complete victory. Li Daheng faces defeat. Unparalleled service crushes competitors. The winning formula of the Oriental Shopping Center. The core key to the success of the Oriental Shopping Center. Top-notch service. Uniquely outstanding worldwide. After 2 months of deliberate preparation, Huo Daheng returns with a vengeance. Pakka Supermarket in distress, customers dwindle, and the store is desolate. A sight too grim. Pakka Supermarket experiences losses for the first time in years. Exclusive gossip. Li Daheng loses control in a fit of rage. Smashes office. From these reports, it is evident that in the face of Li Daheng, a super tycoon already renowned in the port, Huo Zhengxiong's victory was decisive and devoid of suspense. While the ordinary citizens of the port might not have noticed the subtle changes occurring, the media's perception of this transformation was particularly pronounced. Numerous newspapers featured relevant images, and those familiar scenes were instantly recognizable to the local populace as the well-known Pakka Supermarket. In contrast, the interior of the supermarket depicted in the images showed a mere handful of customers, with few visitors, while the mall was bustling with waitstaff and sales personnel. Another set of images showcased the now thriving Oriental Shopping Center, aptly described as teeming with people. Especially notable were the radiant smiles on the faces of customers and salespeople, infusing the entire scene with vitality and energy. Compared to the desolate Pakka Supermarket, the fervor at the Oriental Shopping Center was simply incomparable. Even without viewing the news reports, one could discern from the images that Huo Zhengxiong had achieved a resounding triumph, while Li Daheng faced utter defeat. Witnessing such a scene, the citizens of the port expressed smiles of contentment. Indeed, Huo Daheng was worthy of his reputation. The Oriental Shopping Center was truly a boon for the citizens of our port. Frankly, even if 10 Oriental shopping centers were established, it would not suffice to meet the demand. More branches ought to be opened. Haha, that fellow named Li probably can't find a reason to smile now. Indeed, he is nothing but a traitor, unworthy of being Huo Daheng's rival. Truly, the eternal truth of the world is that righteousness ultimately prevails over evil. Faced with a national hero like Huo Zhengxiong, those sycophants must be quaking in fear, having instigated the conflict only to reap the bitter consequences. Haha, Li Daheng, why not call upon your foreign backers for assistance? It's laughable that you were ever dubbed the king of department stores. You are hardly worthy of such a title. What are you, anyway, to dare to compete with Huo Daheng? Those who betray their own will inevitably meet a dismal fate. I must say, in terms of public sentiment, Li Daheng has never garnered the same depth of support as the Oriental Group. Even the names themselves reveal some clues. Moreover, after Li Daheng engaged in numerous disreputable deeds while attempting to embellish his own reputation, he subsequently lashed out at Huo Zhengxiong and the Oriental Group in a fit of rage. This time, he has encountered a formidable opponent. Furthermore, Huo Zhengxiong had already established a commendable reputation. Previously, the public had turned a blind eye to Li Daheng due to their reliance on Pakka Supermarket. However, now that there exists the Oriental Shopping Center as an alternative, which surpasses Pakka Supermarket by leaps and bounds, a wave of enthusiasm for Huo Zhengxiong swept through the entire port, while simultaneously, the public unleashed scathing criticisms against Li Daheng and Pakka Supermarket. During that period, Li Daheng and his enterprise, Li's Industries, faced vehement backlash from the citizens of the port, with the Oriental Shopping Center presenting a superior choice. There was even more justification for the public to avoid patronizing Pakka Supermarket. From the 4th day onward, the number of customers at Pakka Supermarket dwindled further, with hardly a soul to be seen throughout the day. As the Oriental Shopping Center ascended and executed a remarkable turnaround, the decline of Pakka Supermarket had become an inevitable trend. Some proprietors of major branded goods quickly adjusted their business strategies, discreetly contacting the Oriental Shopping Center for potential rental opportunities, keeping their intentions hidden from Pakka Supermarket. Given the current foot traffic at the Oriental Shopping Center, any product sold there would yield substantial profits. In no time, the Oriental Shopping Center and Huo Zhengxiong became the focal point of discussion among the populace of the port. Of course, if being derided counts as being a hot topic, then Li Daheng could certainly be considered a popular figure too. The realities of the market were directly reflected in the stock market. Currently, the most sought-after stocks belong to the Oriental Group, rendering them nearly impossible to acquire. Those investors who rashly divested from Oriental Group stocks 2 months prior were now filled with regret. It is worth noting that the stocks of Oriental Apparel and Oriental Beverages under the Oriental Group have gained immense popularity in the stock market, earning the distinction of being the most stable stocks across the port. This accolade is attributed to the personal endorsement of patriotic doctors, a privilege uniquely reserved for the Oriental Group. In contrast, other groups might face sudden misfortunes leading to plummeting stock prices. After all, the joint statement issued by the two countries over a month ago had significant repercussions, and during that time, tensions between foreigners and Chinese nationals in the port had escalated sharply. Most foreigners were preoccupied with shifting their businesses, leaving little room for other concerns. Therefore, during this critical period, any company exposed for collaborating with foreigners would inevitably see its reputation nosedive, a phenomenon most evident in the stock market, where a price crash was an unavoidable outcome. Such was the case for Li Daheng's publicly listed company, Li's Industries. Previously, the stocks of Huo Zhengxiong's Oriental Apparel and Oriental Beverages had also experienced significant declines, but thanks to a timely letter from that doctor, Huo Zhengxiong's crisis was averted, and he gained the esteemed title of a patriotic businessman. Now, investors are deeply concerned that the stocks of the companies they hold might suddenly encounter issues, making the stocks of Oriental Apparel and Oriental Beverages, endorsed by doctors, undoubtedly the most secure in the entire market. Furthermore, with this triumph, Huo Zhengxiong has successfully thwarted Li Daheng, and the Oriental Shopping Center, leveraging its inherent strengths, has decisively outperformed ParknShop. Consequently, investors have grown increasingly confident in the stocks belonging to the Oriental Group. As the Oriental Shopping Center experiences a meteoric rise, anyone who has visited can attest to the substantial disparity between it and ParknShop. The likelihood of Li Daheng reversing the tide and resurrecting his fortunes is exceedingly slim. This is most directly reflected in the stock market, leading to a significant surge in the stock prices of the Oriental Group once again. The Oriental Fashion Company has profited immensely from launching a multitude of garments inspired by Meteor Garden, resulting in a remarkable stock price increase of 24. The Oriental Beverage Company also benefited from the Meteor Garden phenomenon, although its gains were not as substantial as those of the Oriental Fashion Company. Bolstered by the positive impact of the Oriental Shopping Center, it still enjoyed a 16 increase. Essentially, this implies that within just a few days, Huo Zhengxiong's net worth has surged by approximately 20. In monetary terms, he has earned nearly 6 billion in a remarkably short period. Such an astonishing rate of profit is not merely faster than robbery. It is akin to the speed of printing money. The fluctuations in the stock market are not limited to the soaring prices of the Oriental Group. Another key figure in this event, Li Daheng, has witnessed a complete decline in the stocks of his companies, Hanjin and Changhe, experiencing a downturn that is inversely proportional to that of the Oriental Group, with an average drop of at least 20 across all stocks under the Li Industrial banner. However, the repercussions of Huo Zhengxiong's 2-month silence have not subsided. On the third night following the grand opening of the Oriental Shopping Center, coinciding with the 6th day of Meteor Garden's airing, a wave of exuberant cheers erupted within ATV, lasting for several minutes. Chapter 358. Our ATV has truly shattered the all-time highest viewership record in Hong Kong. Even though he had long fallen into a deep slumber, lost in a delightful dream, Tycoon Xiao was abruptly awakened by the raucous cheers. Before he could vent his frustration, the voice of the director on the other end of the line pierced through the receiver, nearly cracking with excitement. "Boss, we've set a record. It's truly a record." What kind of record could elicit such a commotion? There was a hint of impatience in Tycoon Xiao's voice, the fog of a hangover still lingering. Yet, merely a second later, the director's voice soared even higher, brimming with uncontrollable enthusiasm. "It's our viewership rating. We've broken the record. We've refreshed the highest viewership record in all of Hong Kong. We are now #1 in the territory." Initially indifferent, Tycoon Xiao responded, "What viewership rating in Hong Kong?" "Say that again." In an instant, Tycoon Xiao was fully alert, springing up from his bed, his tone filled with disbelief. "Repeat that to me in detail. Quickly. Say it again." "Our ATV has truly shattered the all-time highest viewership record in Hong Kong." The director could barely contain his excitement, his voice trembling. Tycoon Xiao stood frozen, doubting his own hearing, instinctively pinching his thigh. The sharp pain brought him back to reality, and he urgently inquired, "Is it Meteor Garden? Did this show really break the Hong Kong viewership record?" "Absolutely." The director's excitement was nearly spilling over the receiver. Just moments ago, the viewership had surged to 83. Meanwhile, the sequel to New Police Story aired on TVB garnered only single-digit ratings, around 5. Tycoon Xiao was momentarily speechless, his heart racing with excitement, rendering him unable to utter a word. After what felt like an eternity, unrestrained laughter erupted from the bedroom. Ha! We've truly broken the record. A viewership rating of 83. My ATV has finally surpassed TVB. I can't believe I've witnessed this day in my lifetime. In that moment, he was devoid of the composure expected of a tycoon, bouncing around his bedroom, hastily throwing on a piece of clothing as he rushed out. I'm heading back to the station immediately. Under his urging, the car arrived at ATV in less than half an hour. Upon entering the director's room and witnessing the viewership data on the screen, Tycoon Xiao could no longer contain himself, proclaiming loudly to everyone present, "From this day forth, our ATV can finally hold its head high. Everyone, this month's bonuses will be doubled." The director's room erupted in jubilation. After celebrating with everyone for a considerable time, Tycoon Xiao, with a smile, called over his secretary, his tone turning serious. "The achievements of ATV today are thanks to Tycoon Huo's assistance. Please contact him. I want to express my gratitude properly tomorrow night." "Understood, boss." The secretary replied, unable to hide her excitement. In the ATV office building, Tycoon Xiao's booming laughter echoed once more, deafening and mixed with a sense of relief from shedding years of burdens. For so long, ATV had been overshadowed by TVB, and such a moment of glory was something he had never dared to dream of. Now, thanks to Huo Zhengxiong's meteor garden, everything had become a reality. This exhilaration kept him awake throughout the night, and the next day, he arrived at the television station, sporting pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Not long after his arrival, another piece of good news came in. Propelled by Meteor Garden's robust performance, the sequel to New Police Story, which had originally scored only a 5, suffered a complete debacle. Tycoon Xiao was overjoyed, his hearty laughter resonating throughout the entire building. The staff at ATV were all beaming with pride, having witnessed the rise of the television station, each one genuinely thrilled and proud. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within TVB was tense. Sir Shu's face was ashen, his tone grave as he inquired, "You mean the sequel to New Police Story has completely flopped?" "Yes," the secretary replied, her brow furrowed with worry. Sir Shu, incredulous, exclaimed, "How is that possible? There are so many viewers who enjoy that show. How could the ratings be so low?" The secretary, looking distressed, explained, "It seems the audience now prefers Meteor Garden more." And what?" Sir Shu pressed, urgency lacing his tone. "Speak plainly. Don't beat around the bush." The secretary's expression was grim as she lowered her voice. ATV's viewership last night shattered the all-time record in Hong Kong, reaching an astounding 83. "What did you say?" Sir Shu's expression was one of disbelief, as he quickly demanded further clarification. The secretary, trembling, reiterated her statement. In that instant, Sir Shu's breath quickened, his eyes widening in shock, clearly struggling to accept this harsh reality. So many people actually like Meteor Garden. It has even broken the highest viewership record we held at TVB. Indeed, the subordinate confirmed, decisively shattering the pride he had held onto for so long. Previously, the highest viewership record for Hong Kong television was TVB's 79, and now it had been surpassed by ATV. Sir Shu still could not comprehend how the love stories of these young people could be more captivating than the works of Qiong Yao, achieving such staggering success. But at this point, none of that mattered. A wave of intense regret surged within him, so overwhelming that he could scarcely breathe. His mind replayed the earlier scene of Huo Zhengxiong inviting him to dinner, during which Hua had repeatedly emphasized that Meteor Garden's viewership would not lose to New Police Story sequel, and would even spark a sensation throughout Asia. However, at that time, he had been too arrogant to believe it, dismissing Hua's claims as mere bravado and unequivocally rejecting the collaboration proposal. Now, reflecting on his initial refusal to allow Meteor Garden to air on TVB, Sir Shu wished he could slap himself. The once image-conscious gentleman found himself unable to maintain his composure, cursing under his breath. From the moment Huo Zhengxiong extended his olive branch, to his insistence on waiting for the airing of the new Jia Shixiang sequel before arranging Meteor Garden, and now, as this drama has been left far behind with ratings plummeting from over 50 to a mere 5, the disparity is far greater than the numbers suggest. Such a catastrophic drop in viewership signifies that the production costs of the new Jia Shixiang sequel have been rendered completely futile, resulting in a total loss. Coupled with the fact that the advertisements embedded within the show failed to meet the agreed-upon viewership standards, not only does it fail to generate revenue, but it also incurs penalties for breach of contract. Alongside the expenses for employee salaries, TVB finds itself facing losses on multiple fronts. Sir Xiao can scarcely recall the last time he experienced such a sense of defeat. In the realm of viewership competition, TVB has consistently suppressed ATV. Now, suddenly being surpassed has left him both furious and at a loss. Of course, upon witnessing the ratings of Meteor Garden, the most profound emotion stirring within him is regret. Wistful lament. Chapter 359. Arranging for 3 female stars to keep company is certainly not excessive. What could have possibly led him to reject Huo Zhengxiong's overture? No one anticipated that Meteor Garden would become such a sensational hit. Its popularity far eclipses that of the new Zha Xixiang sequel, with the gap between them exceeding everyone's expectations. How might one accurately articulate this feeling? It's akin to Sir Shao carelessly discarding something of no consequence, only for Tycoon Xiao to pick it up and use it to catch him off guard. The thought that Tycoon Xiao has profited immensely from an opportunity he once deemed trivial gnaws at Sir Shao's conscience. Initially, he had been filled with confidence in the new Zha Xixiang sequel. Yet now, no amount of regret can remedy the situation. The past cannot be altered. Sir Shao can only inwardly chastise himself for his short-sightedness in not giving Huo Zhengxiong the attention he deserved. Reflecting on Huo Zhengxiong's remarkable achievements in the film industry now feels like a sharp stab to his heart. Following the significant decline in ratings for the new Zha Xixiang sequel, Sir Shao vowed to place greater emphasis on Huo Zhengxiong's television creations in the future. Though he yearns to renegotiate collaboration with Huo Zhengxiong, pride holds him back. Ultimately, he can only exhale a heavy sigh, venting his discontent and helplessness. Alas, the sentiments of the defeated often go unnoticed. Naturally, no one is concerned with Sir Shao's feelings at this moment. Meanwhile, Tycoon Xiao's gratitude towards Huo Zhengxiong is nearly overflowing. His mood stands in stark contrast to that of Sir Shao. Under years of suppression from TVB, ATV has long been struggling to survive. This time, thanks to Huo Zhengxiong's television drama, they have successfully reversed their decline and even overshadowed TVB. Not only have they completely extricated themselves from their previous predicament, but they have also reaped substantial profits, prompting Tycoon Xiao to express his heartfelt gratitude to Huo Zhengxiong. That evening, at the Peninsula Hotel, in a gesture of appreciation, Tycoon Xiao personally invited Huo Zhengxiong to dinner. To enliven the atmosphere, he also summoned several renowned and beautiful female stars from TVB to join them. These 3 stars, Wan Shiwang, Wang Hong, and Yang Gongru, are all top actresses at TVB, embodying perfection in figure, temperament, and beauty, leaving no room for criticism. As Huo Zhengxiong pushed open the door to the private dining room, he beheld Tycoon Xiao awaiting him alongside Wan Shiwang, Wang Hong, and Yang Gongru, all prepared to be seated. Immediately, Tycoon Xiao's excited laughter filled the air. "Please, do come in, Huo Daxiong, quickly find a seat." Following this, Tycoon Xiao turned to the 3 female stars, smiling as he commanded, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and help Huo Daxiong with his coat, and pour some wine." Understood. The 3 beauties sprang into action. On the television screen and within the film frames, they are enchanting and unparalleled super goddesses, the ideal companions of countless Hong Kong men. Yet in the eyes of Huo Zhengxiong and Tycoon Xiao, they are merely women with slightly more striking appearances than the average. Given their respective statuses, it is quite ordinary for Tycoon Xiao, as their employer, to arrange for them to entertain guests with food and drink. In essence, they serve as tools for Tycoon Xiao to engage with clients. Aspiring for fame in the entertainment industry invariably requires a corresponding sacrifice. On regular occasions, when hosting ordinary important figures, Tycoon Xiao would typically assign a single star to accompany him for drinks. However, Huo Zhengxiong is different. He is the savior of ATV, a benefactor to Tycoon Xiao. Arranging for 3 female stars to accompany him is certainly not excessive. For Wang Hong, Wan Shiwang, and Yang Gongru, this presents an unparalleled opportunity. Initially, upon hearing Tycoon Xiao's arrangement for them to accompany him for drinks, they felt somewhat reluctant. Yet upon realizing that the person they would be accompanying was Huo Zhengxiong, their excitement surged. They meticulously selected their most beautiful attire, dedicating several hours to their makeup, a testament to their sincerity. After all, while they possess remarkable beauty, Huo Zhengxiong's handsomeness is renowned throughout Hong Kong. Hailed as the most handsome man in the region, his charisma surpasses that of all male stars. Encountering such a striking gentleman, it is only natural for them to feel a flutter in their hearts. Furthermore, Huo Zhengxiong has risen from humble beginnings to become Hong Kong's youngest billionaire, a feat of such caliber that it surpasses even the purest gold. Additionally, the Huo family's film series is already well known in Hong Kong, boasting considerable recognition across Asia. If his prowess were confined solely to the film industry, it would be commendable enough, yet he has also excelled in television, decisively overshadowing TVB, allowing ATV a rare moment of triumph. Each of these attributes is sufficient to entice Wang Hong, Yang Gongru, and Wan Shiwang to make advances towards him. Moreover, Huo Zhengxiong embodies all these virtues. Should they manage to cultivate a deeper relationship with him, it would be an extraordinary opportunity to ascend from the ordinary to the pinnacle of success, a chance not to be missed. As Tycoon Xiao's words lingered in the air, Wang Hong promptly stood up and approached Huo Zhengxiong to assist him with his coat. "Huo Daxiong, allow me to help you." Subsequently, she carefully arranged his clothing on a hanger, During this process, she naturally engaged in some physical contact with Huo Zhengxiong, skillfully cultivating an atmosphere of flirtation. Noticing Wang Hong's proactive approach, Yang Gongru recognized the opportunity before her. She immediately rose to pull out a chair for Huo Zhengxiong, her fingers inadvertently brushing against him. Then, with great thoughtfulness, she poured him a cup of tea. Her graceful figure was clearly visible to Huo Zhengxiong. Meanwhile, Wan Qiwang, slightly delayed in her reaction, displayed a hint of anxiety on her face, secretly regretting that she had been so captivated by Huo Zhengxiong's looks that it caused her to lag behind. Allowing Wang Hong and Yang Gongru to seize the initiative, Tycoon Xiao, witnessing this scene, felt no sense of aversion. Rather, he beamed with delight. In his view, the proactive demeanor of the three beauties was undeniably a positive omen. Tycoon Xiao was even eager for them to firmly captivate Huo Zhengxiong. If a closer relationship could truly develop with Huo Zhengxiong, then TVB would hardly be worth mentioning. How could it possibly compete with ATV? Soon, under the beaming gaze of Tycoon Xiao, the banquet officially commenced. Tycoon Ho, I am immensely grateful for your assistance this time. Without you. Before Tycoon Xiao could finish his sentence, he was jovially interrupted by Huo Zhengxiong. Haha, we are all allies here. There is no need for such formalities. Chapter 360. We are merely collaborating for mutual benefit. Huo Zhengxiong's words honored Tycoon Xiao, making his smile even more radiant. He immediately raised his glass. Tycoon Ho, I must toast to you. Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses. Huo Zhengxiong, also smiling, lifted his glass, saying, Congratulations on ATV's ratings breaking the record across Hong Kong. It is truly commendable. Beside him, Wang Hong, Young Hongju, and Man Kaiwan all wore beaming smiles. The three ladies simultaneously raised their glasses in celebration. This occasion truly warrants our heartfelt thanks to Tycoon Ho for his unwavering support. Indeed, he is the youngest and most talented tycoon in Hong Kong. His business acumen and capabilities are simply unparalleled. Mr. Ho, come, let us toast again. You are absolutely right. Whether it be movie scripts or television dramas, he handles them with effortless grace. Tycoon Ho is undoubtedly a rare literary genius in the harbor. The compliments from the three ladies flowed incessantly, never faltering. Before long, Tycoon Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with the three ladies, who immediately brightened with delight and gravitated towards Huo Zhengxiong, accompanying him with their drinks. At the dining table, each lady exerted her utmost charm and grace, all eagerly hoping to capture Huo Zhengxiong's attention and admiration. I hear Tycoon Ho is still unmarried. I wonder which fortunate woman will have the opportunity to marry such a remarkable man. Wang Hong's cheeks flushed as she cast a flirtatious glance at Huo Zhengxiong, her words laced with unusual sentiment. Next to her, Young Hongju, the quickest to react, placed her hand on Huo Zhengxiong's arm. Her eyes filled with a mix of shyness and anticipation as she said, Indeed, it would take several lifetimes of good fortune to become Mrs. Ho. At this moment, Man Kaiwan, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, feeling the urgency as others had already made their advances, boldly declared, Even if I lack the fortune to be Mrs. Ho for a lifetime, to spend just one evening in your company would still be a beautiful memory. Huo Zhengxiong paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Huh? He saw through the intentions of these three women. It was clear that Tycoon Xiao had arranged for them to accompany him, and the purpose was unmistakable. At this moment, Tycoon Xiao was also observing Huo Zhengxiong with a smile, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding, and the atmosphere in the room grew ever more vibrant. After another round of drinks, Tycoon Xiao decisively stood up, giving Huo Zhengxiong a meaningful glance, and smilingly stated, I truly can't drink anymore. I shall retire for the night. Without waiting for Huo Zhengxiong's response, Tycoon Xiao discreetly departed, leaving the entire private room to him. At this moment, Huo Zhengxiong felt a wave of heat wash over him, not from intoxication, but rather from the fervent and sticky gazes of Young Hongju, Wang Hong, and Man Kaiwan. Exacerbated by the effects of alcohol, after Tycoon Xiao's departure, Huo Zhengxiong became increasingly uninhibited, continuing to drink while skillfully engaging with the three ladies. The allure of Huo Zhengxiong proved irresistible to them. That night, he directly checked into the luxurious presidential suite on the upper floors of the Peninsula Hotel, spending the night with the three ladies. Meanwhile, the following morning, the butler suddenly noticed an unusual increase in the white hairs atop Tycoon Li's head. This had never happened before, seemingly sprouting overnight. This sight caused the elderly butler a pang of distress. Noticing the butler's unusual expression, Tycoon Li couldn't help but ask in a low voice, What's wrong? The butler pointed to Tycoon Li's hair and softly remarked, Tycoon, health is of utmost importance. It has barely been a few days, and you have so many more white hairs. Upon hearing this, Tycoon Li was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively picking up a mirror to look at himself, his heart sinking. Gazing at his reflection, now adorned with an abundance of white hair, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Alas, Shop is the cornerstone of Tycoon Li's business empire, and now, faced with the formidable rise of the Oriental Shopping Center, he found himself at a loss, unable to replicate their success, yet lacking the strength to surpass them. Helpless to halt Shop's gradual decline. If this trend continues, it won't be long before Shop is forced to shut its doors. As the pillar of Li's enterprise, it is crucial for providing a continuous influx of substantial funds. Yet, due to his initial doubts about Huo Zhengxiong, compounded by feeling targeted by the doctor, he sought to vent his frustrations on Huo Zhengxiong by ordering the removal of all products from the Oriental Group, effectively declaring war. This action plunged his Shop into a dire predicament. In an instant, even the typically proud Tycoon Li regretted his actions against Huo Zhengxiong. How could I have been so foolish as to take such measures against him? He couldn't help but sigh deeply again, his spirits plummeting. Looking at the breakfast spread before him, he weakly waved his hand. I have no appetite. Clear it away. Just as the butler was about to offer words of encouragement, Tycoon Li abruptly interrupted. I can't eat. Pack it up. I'm heading to the office. Seeing this, the butler could only sigh in resignation. To be frank, since the opening of the Oriental Shopping Center, Tycoon Li had not enjoyed a single restful night's sleep. Nor had he felt much appetite. The pressure Huo Zhengxiong placed upon him was simply suffocating. Even on his way to the office, Tycoon Li continued to berate himself for the rash decision to remove the Oriental Group's products. Filled with regret, I was far too impulsive back then. Upon returning to the office, Tycoon Li's mood remained bleak. He sat in his office, pondering deeply for a long time before finally speaking. We cannot continue down this path. Tycoon Li understood clearly that if this delay persisted, Shop faced an inevitable demise. This was the culmination of his entire life's work. A change was imperative. After considerable deliberation, Tycoon Li finally resolved to act. He immediately summoned his secretary and assistant, instructing, we have now reached a critical juncture for Shop's survival. Inform everyone that starting today, all employees must learn from the service model of the Oriental Shopping Center. We must elevate our service quality. However, just as the secretary was about to voice a concern, she was cut off by Tycoon Li. I know what you are worried about. Do you think I'm not worried? But at this point, if we do not change, we will only face destruction. Change may still offer a glimmer of hope. The secretary reluctantly nodded in agreement. Truthfully, had Tycoon Li been able to have 567 approach Huo Zhengxiong for a discussion to resolve their conflicts, it would undoubtedly have been the best solution, allowing for all issues to be effortlessly addressed. Chapter 361. Must we complicate the role of a salesperson to this extent? However, it is now abundantly clear that it is utterly impossible for Huo Zhengxiong to simply withdraw after having invested over 2 months in filming television dramas and acquiring shopping malls, creating such a significant stir. How could he possibly manage the 10 newly opened Oriental shopping centers? Thus, the decision made by Li Daxing is a final struggle born out of desperation. He then addressed his secretary, stating, I demand that Baijia Supermarket enhance its service quality. But I will not impose the stringent requirement of matching the standards of the Oriental shopping centers. After a brief pause, he earnestly emphasized, however, it must at least reach half of their standard. This is non-negotiable. Upon hearing this, the secretary and assistant instinctively nodded, sensing the feasibility of Li Daxing's plan. If Baijia Supermarket could indeed elevate its service level to half that of the Oriental shopping centers, bolstered by years of accrued brand reputation, it might just regain the favor of numerous customers. Even if it could not recreate the bustling atmosphere of yesteryears, it would at least help avert the impending threat of closure. Everyone present grasped Li Daxing's intentions and nodded in agreement. I will promptly prepare the necessary arrangements for employee training to ensure everything is in place as swiftly as possible. Excellent. Li Daxing responded with a serious demeanor. You must also communicate clearly with the staff about the grave crisis Baijia Supermarket is currently facing. If we fail to improve our service, it is highly likely that Baijia Supermarket will not endure. The implication of his words was clear to all, even without Li Daxing needing to elaborate further. Shortly thereafter, one assistant suggested, perhaps we should consider a modest salary increase for the employees. This could help boost everyone's motivation. Upon hearing this, Li Daxing immediately shook his head in refusal. That is unnecessary. The supermarket's current operational state is already dire. Raising salaries would only exacerbate our burdens. Let us first implement this service enhancement plan and evaluate the subsequent effects before making any decisions. However, we should not be too absolute. If we truly succeed in winning back customers, a reasonable salary increase could be contemplated. To be candid, at such a critical juncture, Li Daxing's capitalist nature remained unchanged. Understood. The secretary and assistants nodded in compliance. Thus, enhancing the service quality of Baijia Supermarket became one of the most urgent tasks at hand. Meanwhile, within Baijia Supermarket, several employees, finding themselves with idle time, gathered to engage in casual conversation. One sales clerk could not help but lament, in the past, I always complained about the incessant flow of customers, with one batch leaving only for another to arrive. It was utterly exhausting. Yet now, we barely see a single customer in the entire supermarket. A nearby female employee chimed in. Indeed, when there were more customers, it felt overwhelming. But now if even one were to come in, I would eagerly rush over to offer them tea and a back massage. Sigh, the Oriental Shopping Center is truly formidable. I visited yesterday after work, and their service attitude and quality are simply unmatched by Baija Supermarket. It's no wonder customers flock there. If I were in their position, I would choose the Oriental Shopping Center too. Another sales clerk interjected. What is our boss thinking? Why remove the goods from the Oriental group? Now we've completely offended them, putting our livelihoods at risk. Someone retorted sarcastically. Exactly. Why provoke them for no reason? Now we find ourselves cornered, and our business is falling apart. You should have seen it. When I went to the Oriental Shopping Center yesterday, it was so crowded that I could hardly move. Even busier than our supermarket at its peak. Moreover, their prices are exceptionally low. I say, if Baija Supermarket were to close down, we should just go work at the Oriental Shopping Center. They are so busy, their salaries must be decent. Why rush? Our supermarket is the foundation upon which Li Daxing built his fortune. He would never allow it to simply collapse before his eyes. But we must also plan for the future. Customers have vanished, and I find myself nearly rotting from boredom every day. Haha, isn't that a good thing? It's a perfect opportunity to take a well-deserved rest. Resting is all well and good, but I fear that if we rest too long, we may never have the chance to be busy again. At this point, several sales clerks simultaneously glanced through the glass towards the Oriental Shopping Center in the distance. Wow, there are just too many people. I never knew that so many individuals in the port had nothing to do. Don't they have jobs? This port area is, after all, prime real estate, teeming with the wealthy. Is it not normal for them to leisurely browse malls and supermarkets? But honestly, I suddenly feel that being idle is quite pleasant. At least it's not so exhausting. While you all may relish idleness, I cannot afford to. I have a mother-in-law and children to support. When faced with such a pragmatic concern, the sales clerks immediately lost their enthusiasm. Though a bit of relaxation is indeed comforting, the uncertainty of whether they would receive their salaries next month weighed heavily on their hearts. Just then, the supervisor hurried over from another direction, calling out loudly. Everyone gather around for a meeting. The sales clerks were momentarily taken aback, whispering cautiously, could it be that layoffs are imminent? I never imagined that being a supermarket clerk could lead to such a fate. The mood among the group instantly darkened. Soon, all employees on the first floor were assembled together. Subsequently, Li Daxing's assistant approached, addressing the anxious crowd, in light of the future development of Baija Supermarket. After discussions at the executive level, the company has mandated that we comprehensively enhance our service quality in hopes that everyone will diligently study the relevant content. No sooner had the assistant finished speaking than the atmosphere erupted into chaos. With private discussions growing increasingly loud, this is clearly an attempt to make us emulate the Oriental Shopping Center. Must we, as sales clerks, endure such nonsense? It's far too cumbersome. They only want us to learn and improve. Where were these salary increases when profits were high? Now that profits are down, they pressure us to progress. Capitalists are indeed all the same. They never mention salary increases, only demanding our compliance. What do they expect us to do? Serve customers like servants? I cannot tolerate this indignity. In an instant, the scene devolved into utter disarray. The assistant's expression darkened, prompting the supermarket manager to step forward, casting a stern glare at the dissenters, signaling them to be silent. Chapter 362. Despite all these years, the service attitude has shown no improvement. The assistant then leisurely departed. As an assistant to a magnate, he need not personally handle such trivial matters. The manager would take care of it. After the assistant left, the manager began reading from a new set of regulations, initiating basic training for the group. Just then, among the few customers in the supermarket, an elderly woman voiced her dissatisfaction. Shouldn't you replace the vegetables in a timely manner? These are no longer fresh. My eyesight is poor, and I didn't notice at the time. Only when I got home did I discover the vegetables were infested with bugs. Shouldn't you provide me with some fresh ones? Nearby, a sales clerk responsible for reception instantly replied, we at Baija Supermarket do not accept returns on sold items. Furthermore, how can we ascertain whether these vegetables were purchased here? The elderly lady, upon hearing this, could not help but complain. After all these years, the service attitude has yet to improve in the slightest. I find myself with nothing to do. Am I really here just to exchange a couple of vegetables at your supermarket? How can anyone know your true intentions? The cashier, with an air of disdain, retorted, moreover, this isn't the first time such an incident has occurred. Who knows what you're truly thinking? In that moment, the elderly lady trembled with anger at the cashier's remarks. Unable to contain her fury any longer, she began to scold the cashier loudly. This is utterly baseless nonsense. You have truly infuriated me beyond measure. Had I foreseen this encounter, I would not have made the effort to visit your parking shop just to save a few steps. The cashier cast a dismissive glance her way, her tone dripping with contempt, as if we were eagerly awaiting your arrival. I've encountered many individuals like you. The elderly lady, nearly losing her balance from the cashier's atrocious attitude, gasped for air while defiantly retorting, had I not visited the adjacent Dongfang shopping center, I might have been deceived by your rhetoric. I shall never shop here again. If parking shop goes under, it will be entirely of your own making. Upon hearing this, the cashier's displeasure was palpable, and she shot back, if you don't wish to come, then don't. Who's begging you to come here? With that, she turned to leave. The manager, training employees nearby, immediately noticed the commotion and his expression darkened, feeling both anxious and furious. The assistant to the chairman hasn't left yet. How can I explain this to my superiors? You're deliberately causing me trouble. Coincidentally, the departing assistant had witnessed the entire scene, and his countenance grew grim. The manager, sensing the assistant's gaze, panicked and hastily approached the cashier, sternly admonishing her. What nonsense are you spouting? Mind your service attitude. Do you not understand that the customer is always right? Internally, he cursed, fool. Can't you see the chairman's assistant is right beside you? You're intentionally complicating matters for me. He quickly turned to the elderly lady, sincerely apologizing. Madam, I sincerely apologize. This was a lapse in our service. I will promptly replace your item. Please do not take this to heart. However, the elderly lady rejected his apology outright, angrily tossing the spoiled vegetables to the ground and exclaiming, I, an old woman, would not stoop so low as to create a fuss over such trivial matters. With that, she huffed and turned to leave. The manager, feeling utterly embarrassed, quickly turned to the cashier, sternly commanding, Go apologize to the lady. The cashier, incensed by this order, defiantly retorted, Why should I apologize? What exactly have I done wrong? Regardless of the manager's disapproving expression, she continued to argue vehemently. This is how we have always handled such situations. Nowadays, too many people lack manners. There are thieves, troublemakers, and those who deliberately damage merchandise. I have worked here for 3 to 4 years and have always responded in this manner. I have done nothing wrong. So why should I apologize? The manager, momentarily at a loss for words, hastily offered a justification. What was acceptable in the past is no longer applicable. The rules must change now. The entire supermarket must enhance its service quality. So, you expect me to endure this humiliation? The cashier's expression darkened, and she tossed her work cap to the floor, exclaiming loudly, For such a meager salary, I refuse to endure this indignity any longer. I quit. With that, she stormed out of the supermarket. The manager stood frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. The other cashiers in training, witnessing this scene, also appeared visibly distressed, clearly affected by the situation unfolding before them. Soon, a murmur of discontent arose, with everyone believing that the cashier who had stormed out had done nothing wrong. Now, even the manager found himself at a loss. In truth, the abrupt shift in service protocols had left the frontline cashiers deeply dissatisfied, and the manager himself was equally resistant. Yet, in order to keep his job, he had no choice but to persist in emphasizing the importance of service. At that moment, the assistant, wearing a glum expression, left the supermarket in resignation. However, service training is not something that yields immediate results, especially when it comes to dismantling long-standing established rules. For Park and Shop, this was undeniably a challenging beginning. Yet, the magnate had issued his orders, and everyone had to comply. However, after a full day of training, the number of customers at Park and Shop was already scarce, and the few who did show up were particularly critical. Within just one day, several similar conflicts, akin to the one the elderly lady experienced, had occurred. A total of 20 customers visited that day, and 15 expressed extreme dissatisfaction with the supermarket service, resulting in disputes with the cashiers. The grievances voiced by the angry customers echoed one another. It's no wonder Park and Shop is failing with this level of service. You aren't even fit to be a subsidiary of Dongfang Shopping Center. I merely stepped out for a smoke in the restroom, and you all relentlessly harassed me. Why don't you establish a designated smoking area like Dongfang Shopping Center? I came to purchase diapers for my child, when the baby was hungry and needed to be fed. Your cashier leered at me, and there's not even a nursing room. This is utterly unacceptable. The items on the shelf were covered in dust. When I asked for a new one from the storeroom, the cashier dared to scold me. This is your service attitude? Compared to Dongfang Shopping Center, this is simply abysmal. Your cashiers are clearly biased, treating me, an elderly woman, as if I'm easy to bully. They noticed I was unsteady on my feet, but failed to offer any assistance, resulting in my fall. Just look at your service attitude. My requests were entirely reasonable, yet look at the expression on her face. How can a cashier be so arrogant? I will continue shopping at Dongfang Shopping Center. Your Park and Shop and that lackey named Li are of the same ilk. Chapter 363, Fool. Are you trying to provoke a fatal incident? Throughout the day, such conflicts left the manager feeling overwhelmed. Every customer visiting Parkshop seemed to clash with the cashiers. Despite the training, the cashiers did not adhere to the guidelines during their actual work, each exhibiting an increasingly volatile temperament. This left the manager in a state of exasperation. Even though he maintained a commendable attitude when addressing issues, his subordinates were uncooperative, frequently threatening to resign, placing him in a position where he bore the brunt of their frustrations. As closing time approached, one cashier rushed into the manager's office, exclaiming, "Manager, trouble is brewing outside again." The manager's expression darkened, and he slammed the documents in his hands onto the desk, unable to suppress his frustration. Is this never ending? At the most critical times, our own people are causing chaos. Complaining aside, in order to safeguard his position, the manager donned his coat and ventured out to mediate. Upon reaching the aisle where the commotion was occurring, he spotted an elderly lady with graying hair, panting as she exclaimed, You are driving me to the brink of a heart attack." The manager felt a sense of foreboding swell within him at this sight. Meanwhile, the cashier opposite the elderly lady stood with her hands on her hips, showing no inclination to back down. "If you find our establishment unsatisfactory, you are under no obligation to enter. When have I ever forced you to shop here? Ma'am, your incessant nitpicking and rambling are uncomfortable for others, too. If you hold Dongfang Shopping Center in such high regard, why not simply shop there instead of causing a disturbance here? Parkshop cannot accommodate your picky demands." As soon as the sales clerk's words fell, the manager hurriedly made his way towards them. When he rushed to stand between the two, an expression of agony suddenly crossed the old woman's face. She pressed her hands tightly against her chest, gasping for air, clearly struggling to breathe. The sales clerk, witnessing this scene, scoffed derisively, saying, "Elderly lady, spare us your theatrics. I've seen this act far too often." Yet at that moment, the old woman lacked the strength to retort, her breaths coming in rapid succession as she collapsed to the ground. Thud, with a dull sound of her fall. The manager arrived just in time to see the old woman's face turning blue, immediately sensing that something was amiss. The sales clerk, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was seething over the tycoon's demand for improved service quality, which had left her frazzled. Upon seeing the manager approach, she shouted loudly, "Manager, don't concern yourself with this old woman. She'll get up on her own after lying down for a bit." The manager, however, dared not take any chances. He bent down to check and found the old woman's breathing still alarmingly rapid, her heart pounding vigorously. He instantly recognized the severity of the situation, feeling a chill run down his spine, and stood up to slap the sales clerk across the face in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "You fool! She can barely breathe. Do you wish for a death on your hands?" The sales clerk was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across her face, tinged with a hint of panic as she instinctively replied, "How could that be? Just moments ago, that old lady was pointing at me and accusing me." "Accusing what? Hurry and call an ambulance. Do you truly want her to die right here?" Under the manager's nearly frantic roar, the sales clerk finally realized the gravity of her blunder. Chaos erupted throughout the supermarket, with the manager and other clerks frantically attempting to perform CPR on the old woman. In that critical moment, a sudden round of applause erupted nearby. Clap, clap, clap. In such a tense atmosphere, the clapping sounded particularly jarring. The manager and the clerks looked up to see a man in a floral shirt, sporting a suit and bizarrely dyed hair, exuding a distinctly streetwise demeanor, clapping his hands and mockingly remarking, "Wow, the staff at Parkshop certainly have some flair. A lady comes to shop and nearly gets fainted by a sales clerk. What a marvel." Everyone was momentarily stunned, caught off guard, and at a loss. The man in the floral shirt approached the old woman, glanced at her condition, and could not help but emit a strange sound of disapproval, shaking his head as he said, "I see the old lady's face turning blue. It seems she is in dire straits. TSK, TSK, TSK." He then turned to the sales clerk who had quarreled with the old woman, saying, "What a talent. To infuriate someone to this extent. I've never seen anything like it." The manager's expression darkened instantly, and he hastily chided, "You scoundrel. Stop spouting nonsense here." He was quick-witted enough to find an excuse, arguing, "This old lady simply had a sudden heart attack. What does it have to do with our supermarket? If you dare to spread rumors, watch out for a defamation lawsuit." However, the man in the floral shirt remained unfazed by the old woman's perilous state, his smile unchanged. He stepped closer to the manager, patted his face, and firmly grasped his shoulder, directly rebuking, "Fool. I, Liankuan, have been around the docks for decades. No one dares to insult me in my presence. You've got some nerve to speak to me like that." The manager instantly sobered, realizing the precariousness of the situation. His back drenched in cold sweat. Although he had never heard of Liankuan's name, the man's demeanor clearly indicated that he was not to be trifled with. The words he spoke were likely backed by action. Indeed, the very person standing before them was Liankuan. Coincidentally, he had been leisurely wandering the mall with his underlings. He avoided the Oriental shopping center, partly due to the crowds, which he found distasteful, and partly because he feared getting into trouble there. After all, the Oriental shopping center was the domain of Huo Zhengxiong, and in front of Huo Zhengxiong, he was nothing of consequence. He would never dare provoke him. Therefore, he opted to visit Parkinshop instead, only to unexpectedly stumble upon this scene, even capturing it on his phone. The reason he was now stirring the pot was to see if the old woman would truly come to harm. At that moment, Lian calculated in his mind, if anything were to happen to the old lady, Parkinshop would be in big trouble. If he handed this video over to Brother Xiong with that thought, Lian couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He had long desired to attach himself to the formidable Huo Zhengxiong. Just as Lian finished his thought, his subordinates gathered around him. One of the underlings knocked over a shelf, sending its contents sprawling across the floor, angrily cursing, "Damn it! Are you tired of living, daring to insult our boss?" The manager was utterly dumbfounded. It was clear that Lian was not a person to be trifled with, and he could not even bear to recall what he had said in his moment of panic. His legs turned to jelly, causing him to collapse to the ground. Utterly dazed, just as the underlings prepared to act, Lian waved his hand. "Forget it, let this kid go. We don't want others thinking we're causing trouble on purpose. It would be bad news if we attracted Brother Xiong's ire." After saying this, Lian stylishly turned and strode toward the supermarket exit, his underlings grumbling as they followed suit. Upon reaching the entrance of Parkinshop, Lian eagerly turned to one of his subordinates, asking, "Did you capture it all?" The underling replied excitedly, "Boss, we got it all on tape, not a single detail missed." "Good." Lian could not help but give a thumbs up, then swiftly pulled out his mobile phone and dialed Huo Zhengxiong's number. "Brother Xiong, it's me, Kuan." On the other end of the line, Huo Zhengxiong, curious, asked, "Why are you calling me? What is up?" Lian wore a sycophantic smile as he quickly responded, "Brother Xiong, you would never guess what I just recorded." Huo Zhengxiong replied, his tone flat, "I'm not interested in guessing." A hint of embarrassment crossed Lian face before he hurriedly explained, "You see, I was just idly wandering around Parkinshop when I happened to witness a confrontation between one of the clerks and an elderly lady." After succinctly narrating the sequence of events, Huo Zhengxiong was immediately taken aback, urgently pressing, "You mean you recorded the whole thing?" "Yes, Brother Xiong. I believe this footage will be of great use to you." "Huh." Huo Zhengxiong could not contain his laughter, realizing that this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. A spectacular show was about to unfold. Huo Zhengxiong first instructed Lian to send someone to the hospital where the old lady was being treated, adding, "I will have Jimmy contact you shortly to collect the tape. He will handle the subsequent matters appropriately." Lian, brimming with excitement, promptly replied, "Whatever you instruct, Brother Xiong, I will carry out diligently." Huo Zhengxiong lightly praised, "You've done well this time." This simple acknowledgement instantly lifted Lian spirits. He understood that Huo Zhengxiong accepting the footage meant that his contribution had arrived at just the right moment. According to Huo Zhengxiong's modus operandi, he was likely to reap significant benefits from this incident. Unable to contain himself, Lian burst into laughter on the street, promptly instructing his underlings to act according to Huo Zhengxiong's directives. Subsequently, he exclaimed with great enthusiasm, "Come on, brothers, let us celebrate in style, tonight. All expenses are on me." Instantly, his younger companions erupted in cheers. "Thank you, Brother Kuan." Unbeknownst to Lian himself, Huo Zhengxiong was merely a lackey within the Hung Hing society, his status inferior even to that of this hall master. Yet now, in front of Huo Zhengxiong, he exhibited a level of deference even greater than he showed to Jiang Tianxing, eagerly ready to lead his underlings in revelry at the mere utterance of a compliment. The world had indeed changed, or rather, Huo Zhengxiong's power had grown to such an extent that he willingly bowed in submission. Before long, Jimmy found Lian obtaining the videotape, while also clarifying the location of the elderly lady's hospital. Following Huo Zhengxiong's directives, Jimmy reached out to all media outlets across Hong Kong, duplicating the tape dozens of times and distributing it to various newspapers and media organizations. Once the task was completed, a smirk of schadenfreude crept across Jimmy's face. The very next morning, all the media in Hong Kong that had received the videotape and related information immediately launched into extensive coverage of the incident. Headlines read, "City in shock. Tragic incident at Parkinshop supermarket. Arrogance unleashed. Why is Parkinshop so unreasonable? Poor attitude of supermarket staff. Who is really behind it? Outrageous. 70-year-old lady collapses due to mistreatment at Parkinshop. Is this a sign of moral decay? A strong demand for Parkinshop to respond. Why such disrespect towards elderly customers? A stark contrast. Parkinshop's service is truly tyrannical. Service quality showdown. Oriental shopping center outshines Parkinshop." The news quickly spread throughout Hong Kong, causing Parkinshop's public image to plummet to an all-time low. Utterly shattered. Particularly after ATV aired the footage of the elderly lady fainting from distress, it sparked an enormous uproar, with all public sentiment directed at Parkinshop. It was utterly unacceptable. This was a classic case of a large store bullying its customers. Such an incident would never occur at the Oriental Shopping Center. With service like this, even if they paid me, I wouldn't set foot in there. ParknShop was truly digging its own grave. It would be better off closing down sooner rather than later. The elderly lady had shopped at ParknShop for so many years. Only to be treated like this, it was simply unimaginable. This was just one incident exposed. Who knows how many others remain hidden? In an instant, public opinion across Hong Kong erupted in outrage, with ParknShop and Tycoon Lee once again thrust into the spotlight, becoming targets of scorn and condemnation from the citizens. From any angle, ParknShop was far from being a match for the Oriental Shopping Center. In terms of service quality alone, ParknShop stood no chance, even without discussing service. The experience provided by the Oriental Shopping Center was undoubtedly top-notch. Frankly speaking, the two were not even on the same level. To say that ParknShop was unworthy of being a mere backdrop for the Oriental Shopping Center would not be an exaggeration. Objectively, the incident involving the elderly lady had indeed stirred a profound discontent among the citizens of Hong Kong. Although it did not have the same sensational impact as the previous scandal involving Tycoon Lee and his alleged affair with a foreigner, a significant majority of Hong Kong residents resolved never to shop at ParknShop again upon hearing the news reports. A department store with such a tarnished reputation would find it nearly impossible to recover, even if ParknShop were to improve its service quality in the future. Regaining the trust of the Hong Kong populace would be an arduous challenge. At that moment, Tycoon Lee finished his breakfast and arrived at the office. Intending to inquire with his secretary and assistant about the progress of the task assigned yesterday to enhance ParknShop's service quality. However, at that moment, several newspapers that had been placed on his desk caught his attention. Curiously, he picked up a newspaper, and upon seeing the headline, his expression instantly changed. He continued to peruse the pages, and the next moment, disbelief filled his face as he slammed the newspaper down on the desk and picked up another one. Yet this newspaper's content only worsened his mood, the reports even more exaggerated than the last. Chapter 365. Was this nearly a stroke induced by anger? Unable to contain his fury, Tycoon Lee bellowed, "Bring everyone relevant here immediately. I demand to know what in the world is going on." Soon, 3 secretaries and assistants entered Tycoon Lee's office. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully hurled a stack of newspapers at the secretary and assistant responsible for this task, angrily demanding, "Speak. What on earth is happening?" The secretary and assistant glanced at the newspapers, their faces instantly filled with panic, unsure of how to respond. One of the assistants, quick to react, immediately spoke up, "I personally arranged this task. Everything was progressing as planned. Now that this has happened, I bear full responsibility." This assistant was relatively candid. Another secretary, unable to refrain from defending, interjected, "This incident must be a deliberate attempt to tarnish our reputation. We only just began training our staff on service attitude yesterday. How could such a thing occur suddenly? I suspect our staff may have been wronged, or perhaps the media has exaggerated the situation." Upon hearing this, Tycoon Lee's face flushed with rage as he glared at the secretary, rebuking, "That is not the point. I demand to ascertain the details of this matter within the shortest time possible." The secretary was rendered speechless. To be honest, he was equally clueless about the incident. At that moment, another secretary quietly approached Tycoon Lee and said, "Tycoon, please hold on a moment. I will investigate the situation right now." "Hurry up," Tycoon Lee thundered, his voice filled with fury. The secretary hurriedly exited to conduct the investigation, while Tycoon Lee remained incredibly agitated, struggling to calm himself. About 20 minutes later, the secretary rushed back into the office, his expression grim as he reported to Tycoon Lee, "Tycoon, this matter is indeed true." "What?" Tycoon Lee's anger flared instantly as he pressed his face down, demanding, "How did this happen?" His roar echoed throughout the entire office floor. The secretary's face grew even paler as he explained, "The staff below failed to report this incident promptly. Now it has spread throughout Hong Kong, and they remain in the dark." He continued with a grave expression, "The elderly lady made some requests we had never encountered before, and the staff handled it in the usual manner. Inside ParknShop, a salesperson got into a dispute with an elderly customer due to personal emotional issues, which inadvertently caused the lady to faint on the spot. This is utterly absurd." Tycoon Lee's face darkened ominously, his voice rising as he angrily reproached, "Why was such a serious matter not reported immediately?" The secretary, looking utterly helpless, explained, "The supermarket manager intended to resolve the issue privately with the elderly lady, planning to quietly suppress the matter, never anticipating it would be recorded and reach the media. He had not foreseen so many unforeseen circumstances." Tycoon Lee, incensed, began to stomp his feet, shouting in fury. At that moment, overwhelming rage turned his face a deep shade of crimson. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. Tycoon Lee staggered, struggling to maintain his balance, on the verge of collapsing. The nearby secretaries and assistants, witnessing this, immediately panicked, exclaiming in worry, "Tycoon? Are you all right, boss? Please don't let your anger get the better of you. However, the condition of Tycoon Li not only failed to improve, but instead, he became increasingly dizzy, his body involuntarily tilting backward. This sudden turn of events left his secretary and assistants utterly terrified. Call an ambulance. Before long, Tycoon Li was rushed to the hospital. At Mingxin Hospital, the nurse gently informed everyone. Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time. The X-ray examination revealed clear symptoms of cerebral hemorrhage. This incident could be considered a near miss. Henceforth, the patient must be cautioned to maintain a calm demeanor. It is imperative that he does not succumb to anger or allow his emotions to fluctuate dramatically, for if another episode were to occur, the consequences could be dire. The secretary and assistants were instantly rendered speechless, exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting a shared, unspoken thought. Could it be that he was on the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage due to anger? In that moment, everyone instinctively recoiled. Thankfully, no major incident transpired. Had something grave occurred, the repercussions of Tycoon Li's anger could have been catastrophic. In truth, this was not simply a matter of Tycoon Li's frail health. Rather, the weight of the Baijia supermarket loomed heavily in his mind. Just yesterday, he had issued orders to enhance the quality of service at Baijia supermarket, striving to save the establishment from impending closure. Yet, the very next morning, such disheartening news arrived, further exacerbating the already precarious situation of Baijia supermarket. To be candid, the emergence of the Oriental shopping center had already left him in disarray, unsure of how to respond. Now, with this new development occurring at such a critical juncture, Baijia supermarket appeared to be on the verge of complete ruin. Contemplating this, Tycoon Li's rage surged to an apex, nearly triggering a cerebral hemorrhage. It was only thanks to the timely intervention of his secretary and assistants that a calamity was averted. Nevertheless, the roots of this ailment had been sown, and henceforth, he must consistently maintain his equanimity. Otherwise, a recurrence could pose a genuine threat to his life. At that moment, a nurse approached and announced, "The patient has regained consciousness. You may enter." The secretary and assistants hurried into the ward, only to find Tycoon Li removing the foreign needle with determination. Alarmed, they rushed forward to stop him, their expressions fraught with concern. "Tycoon, what are you doing? You need to rest and recuperate." "Boss," they implored. Before they could finish, Tycoon Li coldly interrupted. "Rest and recuperate? If I linger here any longer, Baijia supermarket will truly be beyond saving." As he spoke, he donned his clothes and issued a chilling command. "Dismiss all supermarket managers and sales staff involved in this incident immediately." "Yes," the secretary replied cautiously. Tycoon Li continued. "Notify the media that we publicly apologize for the service issues at Baijia supermarket. We will cover all medical expenses for the elderly lady. And we must clarify that the implicated sales staff and managers have been dismissed." The manager thought to himself, "I am truly innocent. Our attitude must be sincere and humble. We need to provide a detailed explanation to the media. We must demonstrate sufficient goodwill to show the citizens of Hong Kong our resolve to rectify this situation." The assistant promptly nodded. "I will arrange it right away." Sighing heavily, Tycoon Li could not help but feel a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He was unsure whether these measures would be effective. They could only be seen as a remedy after the fact. Whether they could ultimately restore the image of Baijia supermarket remained uncertain. If these actions bore fruit, there might still be a glimmer of hope for Baijia supermarket. If not, then the future would be bleak. Chapter 366. I never imagined that Tycoon Li would be so decisive this time. To be honest, his decision was rather wise. His reputation at the port was already tenuous. At such a moment, choosing to defend or evade responsibility would not only be futile, but could also exacerbate the situation. Thus, candidly acknowledging the error might leave room for mitigation. Upon seeing the secretary nod in understanding, Tycoon Li promptly inquired, "Which hospital was the elderly lady taken to?" The secretary quickly responded, "To the hospital next door." Without hesitation, Tycoon Li rose and strode toward the exit, declaring, "Let us go. We must apologize to the elderly lady." As Tycoon Li personally headed to the hospital to offer his apologies, the secretary had already summoned numerous media outlets as arranged. With utmost sincerity, he addressed the citizens of Hong Kong. "Regarding the unfortunate incident that transpired at Baijia supermarket last night, we are prepared to accept full responsibility. This was a lapse in our management that led to the staff's poor attitude and rude treatment of customers. After an emergency meeting, we have dismissed all involved sales staff and supermarket managers. Baijia supermarket will cover all medical expenses for the elderly lady." After a brief pause, the secretary continued with a solemn expression. "Moreover, our chairman, Tycoon Li, has personally gone to the hospital to apologize to the elderly lady, hoping to earn her forgiveness. On behalf of Baijia supermarket, I extend our most sincere apologies to the citizens of Hong Kong and solemnly assure that such incidents will never occur again." We will promptly implement systematic training for all supermarket staff to comprehensively enhance service quality, ensuring that every customer shopping at Baija Supermarket receives the highest quality service. The secretary's heartfelt and sincere address provided ample material for the reporters present. Frankly speaking, the press conference held by Lee's Enterprises demonstrated sufficient earnestness. The media began drafting related reports, particularly after receiving the secretary's inducements. Many shifted their tone to a more positive and respectful depiction of Baija Supermarket's apology. Unsurprisingly, Tycoon Lee's crisis management was executed with remarkable finesse. The contents of the Baija Supermarket press conference were soon reported to Huo Zhengxiong by the media acquired by Jimmy. At that moment, Huo Zhengxiong could not help but exclaim, "I never imagined that Tycoon Lee would be so decisive this time." He clearly intended to sacrifice partial interests to preserve the overall benefit, thereby extricating himself from the current predicament. Beside him, Jimmy could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Tycoon Lee's secretary has already provided benefits to major media outlets. Unless something unexpected occurs, the subsequent media coverage will likely shift to a positive direction regarding Baija Supermarket." Jimmy furrowed his brow, his tone full of indignation. This old fox's resilience is truly remarkable. He seems on the verge of collapse, yet hasn't completely crumbled. A cold smirk crept across Huo Zhengxiong's lips as he casually replied, "This principle is akin to that classic line from Meteor Garden. If an apology could resolve all problems, why would we need the police?" Jimmy looked perplexed, entirely missing the deeper meaning behind those words. Huo Zhengxiong scoffed. Continuing, "Does Tycoon Lee truly believe that a mere sincere apology can erase all troubles?" Jimmy was taken aback, still processing the implications. Huo Zhengxiong pressed on. "This is a prime opportunity to reap benefits, a chance to fan the flames amidst his crisis. Oh, Tycoon Lee, do you think I would let you off so easily?" Jimmy, whose real name was Li Daijiao, pondered the meaning behind this statement. Huo Zhengxiong then added, "Tycoon Lee wishes to quell the uproar and minimize the situation, but I am determined to thwart his efforts." As soon as the words left his mouth, Huo Zhengxiong decisively made a decision, commanding, "Immediately inform all the media in Hong Kong that the Oriental Shopping Center will hold a press conference. At that time, you shall promote our operational philosophy thoroughly at the conference." Jimmy seemed to have suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up instantaneously. Before long, he disseminated the news regarding the press conference of the Oriental Shopping Center. Meanwhile, reporters who had just attended the press conference at Park & Shop had not even managed to leave when they received this information. Excitement radiated from every face, and their inner exhilaration was impossible to conceal. The press conference had barely concluded when Huo Zhengxiong was poised to initiate another. Even novice reporters could sense that something was amiss. The thought of the entangled grievances between Huo Zhengxiong and Boss Li only heightened their enthusiasm as they hurriedly made their way to the Oriental Group. An hour later, in the conference room of the Oriental Group, Huo Zhengxiong addressed the media from all over Hong Kong, slowly beginning. "This marks the first press conference since the opening of the Oriental Shopping Center. First and foremost, as the person in charge of the Oriental Shopping Center, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the citizens of Hong Kong for their recognition and commendations toward our mall during this period. I hereby pledge that the Oriental Shopping Center will steadfastly uphold its original intentions and adhere to the core principle of prioritizing service, ensuring that every customer who visits our store enjoys high-quality service." The reporters present were all abuzz with excitement. Huo Zhengxiong's decision to hold a press conference at such a critical juncture and deliver these remarks clearly harbored ulterior motives. Just as the journalists were preparing to raise their hands and inquire into the deeper implications behind Huo Zhengxiong's words, he abruptly shifted the narrative. Seizing the moment to take advantage of the situation and strike while the iron was hot, he raised his voice, declaring, "This morning, I encountered some intolerable reports. In my view, this is nothing short of a disgrace to our retail industry." Upon hearing this, the reporters' emotions surged even higher, their faces illuminated with fervor and their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Huo Zhengxiong continued, "If the employees of Park & Shop resonate with the principle of prioritizing service, they are more than welcome to join the family of the Oriental Shopping Center." As soon as Huo Zhengxiong's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the room. Every reporter was taken aback. Anyone with a sound mind could discern that Huo Zhengxiong was openly poaching employees from Park & Shop, and he did so brazenly and without any scruples. It should be noted that not long ago, Park & Shop had just issued a formal apology to the citizens of Hong Kong, merely seeking their understanding. In the eyes of the reporters, Park & Shop's attitude of acknowledging its mistakes was undoubtedly sincere and appropriate. Moreover, as a long-established brand in Hong Kong, Park & Shop possessed considerable market influence. As long as they published Boss Lee's apology and their determination to rectify the situation, it was highly probable that the citizens of Hong Kong would grant them another chance. This was undoubtedly a ruthless strategy that left no room for retreat. However, No one anticipated that Huo Zhengxiong would audaciously utter such words at this juncture, which constituted an explosively significant piece of news. Huo Zhengxiong's intention was evidently to hollow out ParknShop of its employees entirely, should this news be published. What fate awaited ParknShop? All the reporters present were stunned, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Huo Zhengxiong was as formidable as ever, rarely taking action. Yet when he did, he struck straight at the opponent's vital points, leaving no opportunity for respite or counterattack. Previously, Lin Baixin of Li Xing Garment had fallen victim to his tactics, and now ParknShop faced a similar predicament, effectively being driven to the brink of despair. Naturally, while they reflected on the situation, none felt that Huo Zhengxiong's actions were excessive. After all, he was employing legitimate competitive business strategies, especially since ParknShop had committed such a grave error, undermining its own future. Furthermore, who could forget that Boss Li had rashly declared war on him? If one dares to act, one must also bear the corresponding consequences. Then, just as the crowd was still reeling from the shock, Huo Zhengxiong smiled faintly and remarked, "On this note, I hope our media friends will assist us in promoting the benefits we provide at the Oriental Shopping Center, which are undoubtedly among the best in all of Hong Kong. Not only do we offer generous benefits, but our salary packages are also quite attractive. As long as employees work diligently, we at the Oriental Shopping Center will ensure they receive insurance coverage, annual paid leave, and even opportunities for overseas travel, among a series of benefits." Huo Zhengxiong then added, "I have great confidence in the capabilities of ParknShop employees. With just a few days of systematic training, they will undoubtedly become exceptional members of the Oriental Shopping Center team." The room fell silent. This news was undoubtedly more shocking than ParknShop's sincere apology. Given the conditions Huo Zhengxiong presented, it was hard to imagine anyone resisting the allure, leaving ParknShop in dire straits indeed. At that moment, everyone harbored the same thought. Under Huo Zhengxiong's orchestrations, it appeared that ParknShop had lost its final chance for redemption. His tactics of taking advantage of the situation and exacerbating their plight were truly formidable. Before long, Huo Zhengxiong's press conference at the Oriental Shopping Center concluded. As each reporter departed, they received red envelopes distributed by Huo Zhengxiong's personnel. Coincidentally, the amount within was precisely double what Boss Li had previously offered. The reporters immediately grasped the underlying intention and exchanged knowing smiles, clearly understanding the focus of their reporting for the day. From that evening onward, with coverage from several evening newspapers and radio stations, related news rapidly spread throughout Hong Kong, with the first tidbit being Huo Zhengxiong's recruitment announcement. The citizens of Hong Kong largely expressed their approval of Huo Zhengxiong's underhanded tactics. Indeed, such actions were warranted. ParknShop had lost its relevance. Huo, the benevolent businessman, demonstrated that by doing so, even if ParknShop were to collapse, it would not result in a significant number of employees losing their jobs. This maneuver of poaching talent was simply brilliant. ParknShop's current predicament was entirely self-inflicted and hardly deserving of sympathy. In terms of service quality, the Oriental Shopping Center stood as a paragon within the industry. Should ParknShop employees make the leap to that establishment, it would be a boon for them, as their future service capabilities would be reliably secured. Only those who had personally experienced the excellence of the Oriental Shopping Center could truly appreciate its remarkable offerings. Simultaneously, another piece of news began to quietly circulate. ParknShop had officially issued a public apology, announcing the dismissal of all employees involved in the elderly woman incident, including the store manager. Had this been the only news, it would have been considered a relatively favorable outcome. After all, having the tycoon Li humble himself to admit fault showcased his sincerity. Regrettably, however, the impact of Huo Zhengxiong's earlier announcements was too substantial. In contrast, ParknShop's apology seemed particularly inconspicuous, garnering almost no attention. Even when Tycoon Li personally visited the hospital to express his apologies to the elderly woman, it failed to attract much notice. Upon delving into the underlying reasons, it becomes apparent that the demise of ParknShop is imminent. These remedial measures are perceived by the public as utterly irrelevant, incapable of standing in comparison to the announcements made by Huo Zhengxiong. The following day, news of this situation spread like wildfire throughout the port city. On that very day, a multitude of ParknShop employees flocked to the Oriental Shopping Center for interviews. Tycoon Li, setting aside all pride, exerted every ounce of effort in a final bid to salvage the situation, yet ultimately succumbed to Huo Zhengxiong's relentless onslaught, failing to even create a ripple in the market. The public had long ceased to care about ParknShop's apologies and remedial actions. In other words, despite Tycoon Li assuming responsibility for the incident involving the elderly woman who fainted, his apologies garnered no recognition or attention from the citizens of the port city, rendering his efforts futile. As a result, everything seemed to revert to its original state. The stock prices of both ParknShop and Li's enterprises continued to plummet, with the downward trend proving utterly unstoppable. Conversely, the ascendant Oriental group, buoyed by the popularity of the Meteor Garden IP and the successful operation of the Oriental Shopping Center, saw its stock price surge once more. The stock prices of Oriental beverage and Oriental apparel also experienced a similar rise. One cannot deny that Huo Zhengxiong's strategy was remarkably successful. In this commercial duel with Tycoon Li, he not only managed to dismantle ParknShop, but also exacerbated Tycoon Li's already precarious situation in the port city. It was not long before Tycoon Li learned of the mass exodus of employees. At that moment, he fixated on the newspaper's report about Huo Zhengxiong's overt recruitment efforts, his expression turning ashen with fury. To Tycoon Li, Huo Zhengxiong's actions were clearly designed to drive him into a corner, leaving no room for escape. That despicable scoundrel. In an instant, Tycoon Li felt a surge of rage, his chest constricted as if it might explode. Soon after, a wave of dizziness washed over him once more. Fortunately, his assistant and secretary were well prepared, promptly applying acupressure, administering medication, and continually soothing him to calm his emotions, executing the entire procedure with practiced ease. Thankfully, Tycoon Li eventually regained his composure. He sat vacantly in his office chair, his heart still brimming with indignation and resentment. With Tycoon Li's keen business acumen, he instantly recognized the ferocity of Huo Zhengxiong's counterattack. It was, without a doubt, a ruthless strategy devoid of any mercy. Chapter 368. This was undoubtedly a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. He took a deep breath and solemnly commanded, "Immediately relay the order to stabilize the employees' morale. We must not allow them to flock to the Oriental Shopping Center. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire." However, just then, an assistant rushed into the office, his face grave, completely oblivious to Tycoon Li's grim expression, urgently reporting, "It's bad, Tycoon. Many of our supermarket employees are collectively submitting their resignation letters and heading over to the Oriental Shopping Center for interviews." Tycoon Li's response was ultimately a step too late. Huo Zhengxiong's recruitment plan had already succeeded. Upon hearing this news, Tycoon Li was overwhelmed with anger, blood surging from his mouth in a spray. The assistants and secretaries present turned pale at the sight. Subsequently, clutching his chest, Tycoon Li roared in uncontrollable rage, "Huo Zhengxiong, I will not rest until you are brought to justice." Clearly, upon receiving this news, Tycoon Li understood that ParknShop was irrevocably doomed. He nearly succumbed to the fury incited by Huo Zhengxiong. Reflecting on the root cause of all this turmoil, stemming from his initial dissatisfaction with Huo Zhengxiong, which led him to impulsively remove Oriental Group's products from the shelves, Tycoon Li's mindset spiraled further into despair. This was indeed a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. If only I had been a bit more composed back then. If only I hadn't chosen such a formidable adversary as Huo Zhengxiong. If only I had taken the time to contemplate how things would culminate in this manner. In that moment, Tycoon Li's thoughts simmered with rage, and the more he pondered, the more difficult it became to maintain control, leading him to complete mental collapse. Tycoon, boss, chairman, the secretaries and assistants, startled by this sudden turn of events, frantically shouted, "Call for an ambulance." In the ensuing chaos, Tycoon Li was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Within a mere 2 days, Tycoon Li found himself hospitalized for the second time due to stress-induced illness, a testament to the depth of his hatred for Huo Zhengxiong. This news soon spread, and the Yi group quickly became aware of the situation. David, the head of Yi, sat in his office, eyes wide with astonishment, muttering to himself, "This young man is truly formidable. In just 2 months, he has managed to topple ParknShop, an accomplishment that even our Yi group could not achieve in the past." Beside him, the secretary's expression was even more exaggerated, her gaze darting across the newspaper, unable to contain her admiration. Huo Zhengxiong is indeed audacious. He was previously rather low-key, but now, armed with power, he dares to seize opportunities from us while effortlessly dismantling Tycoon Li. A glimmer of insight flickered in David's eyes. His perspective was certainly comparable to Tycoon Li's. Thus, upon seeing Huo Zhengxiong's public declaration of recruitment in the newspaper, he realized that ParknShop's situation was beyond redemption. Undoubtedly, Tycoon Li had suffered a crushing defeat this time. At that moment, David could not help but reminisce about his previous dealings with Huo Zhengxiong. Although Huo Zhengxiong was younger and significantly less powerful than the Yi group, during the negotiations for the acquisition of Central Plaza, it was this young man who controlled the proceedings, compelling him to make concessions. He solemnly remarked, "This Huo Zhengxiong is truly exceptional. He is like a ravenous wolf, poised to pounce at any moment." Indeed, the secretary nodded in agreement. Unable to suppress her admiration, Huo Zhengxiong's series of maneuvers surpasses all expectations. ParknShop, which has been deeply rooted in the port for many years, was so easily dismantled by him. How little time it took. After a moment's hesitation, the secretary could not resist asking, "David, should we extend a hand to assist Tycoon Li?" Surely, his current predicament must be exceedingly difficult. Assist him. David immediately displayed a look of displeasure, stating, while assisting him is not out of the question, it hinges on when Tycoon Li will come to us for help. Huo Zhengxiong is no ordinary opponent. Tycoon Li's depths are equally unfathomable. Unless he personally comes to our door, I have no interest in reaching out. Understood. The secretary promptly nodded in agreement. In truth, David's words were somewhat disingenuous. The Ehe group had long since lost its former glory, previously undermined by a hidden adversary. Their foundation in the port had suffered a heavy blow. Given their precarious situation in the port, compounded by the substantial losses from overseas investments, they faced a significant financial void that needed to be filled. At this moment, he was utterly powerless to take any action. His words were mere polite formalities. Not to mention, considering Ehe Group's current standing, if they were to assist Tycoon Li, it might only exacerbate their own difficulties. Thus, David secretly hoped that Tycoon Li would refrain from burdening him further. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong's advance would not cease here. Do not presume that the closure of Parkenshop will deter Huo Zhengxiong. As the ancients wisely stated, strike a snake, but do not kill it. Sooner or later, it will bite back. Huo Zhengxiong's nature is precisely this. Once he takes action, he is determined to utterly vanquish his adversary, leaving them no respite whatsoever. Thus, he immediately set about preparing to target other companies under the aegis of the magnate Li. After meticulous planning, Huo Zhengxiong pinpointed his next target, Watsons, a subsidiary of Li's enterprise. Indeed, Watsons may not currently boast a grand reputation. Yet Huo Zhengxiong is acutely aware of the remarkable scale it is destined to achieve in the coming decades. He recalls having read an article about Watsons, which elucidated that to regard it merely as a chain selling snacks and cosmetics would be a gross underestimation. In truth, Watsons is a core institution of Li's conglomerate, C.K. Hutchison Holdings, and stands as a paragon within the realms of international retail and food manufacturing. Although its scale has yet to reach awe-inspiring heights, it remains relatively unnoticed by the public. However, Huo Zhengxiong vividly remembers the zenith of Watsons, when its operations spanned 24 countries and regions, boasting over 16,000 retail outlets and employing as many as 117,000 individuals. The group's product offerings are exceedingly diverse, encompassing health products, beauty items, perfumes, cosmetics, daily necessities, food, beverages, electronics, fine wines, and even airport retail operations. At its pinnacle, Watsons had over 100 stores across 438 cities in the mainland, with membership exceeding 64 million. On a global scale, during its peak, Watsons operated 12,000 outlets worldwide. Chapter 369. What does this signify? It is akin to being an evergreen in the industry. In the future landscape of the mainland's top 100 chain enterprises, it is poised to rank 30th. The magnitude of Watsons is such that its influence rivals that of later giants like McDonald's and KFC. Fortunately, Watsons has yet to reach such an exaggerated level of expansion, making Huo Zhengxiong's interest in it entirely understandable. He intends to seize it before it grows too formidable, utterly dismantling it in the process. At this moment, Jimmy was attentively listening to Huo Zhengxiong's discourse. Huo Zhengxiong continued, not only does Watsons possess immense growth potential, but that convenience store chain known as 7-Eleven can also be dealt with. The company 7-Eleven is far from ordinary. Originally a brand of the Southland Corporation in the United States, it was introduced to Japan in 1974 by the retail magnate Ito Yokado, transitioning to a 24-hour operation in 1975. Subsequently, 7-Eleven was acquired by Ito Yokado, officially becoming a Japanese enterprise. Under Ito Yokado's management, 7-Eleven gradually evolved into a retail behemoth in Japan and ranks among the largest convenience store chains globally. It operates a diverse array of formats, including convenience stores, supermarkets, department stores, and specialty shops. Its overnight delivery service, featuring competitively priced pre-order products, is immensely popular among consumers. The success of 7-Eleven hinges on its remarkable ability to grasp market dynamics, consistently making astute judgments about market trends at opportune moments. This is the cornerstone of its triumph. Huo Zhengxiong vaguely recalls that in the 2018 Global 500 Brands ranking, 7-Eleven held the 127th position. Its formidable strength is indisputable and should not be underestimated. During that era, numerous stores had already been established in the harbor, and in the realm of retail, it and Watsons almost evenly divided the market share. The unique advantages of chain enterprises have significantly squeezed the survival space of many local shops, particularly in the past 2 years. With the relentless expansion of both 7-Eleven and Watsons, their presence has become ubiquitous throughout the harbor. These two companies are, in fact, each other's most formidable competitors. Since Huo Zhengxiong intends to strike at Watsons, it is only logical that he would not overlook 7-Eleven. If his motive for confronting Watsons stems from business conflicts with Li, then his pursuit of 7-Eleven requires no additional justification. After all, as a Chinese individual, opposing a Japanese enterprise is a matter of course. Broadly speaking, even if war were to erupt between the mainland and Japan, under relevant United Nations regulations, no further rationale would be necessary. Moreover, targeting a mere chain store presents even fewer complications. Jimmy pondered for a moment and finally grasped Huo Zhengxiong's intentions, unable to restrain himself from inquiring, "Boss, are you planning to venture into the convenience store industry?" "Precisely," Huo Zhengxiong affirmed with a nod, "and I intend to adopt a 24-hour operational model. Since we are embarking on this venture, let us decisively acquire both Watsons and 7-Eleven. Jimmy eagerly nodded in agreement. Huo Zhengxiong was indeed correct. If action were to be taken, it should be executed with utmost decisiveness. Why should 7-Eleven enjoy such popularity in the harbor? Do they truly deserve it? Huo Zhengxiong understood that in the future harbor, a saying would persist: living in houses developed by Lee's enterprise, utilizing utilities from Lee's Hong Kong Electric, and shopping at Lee's Park and Shop. It is evident how profoundly Lee has influenced the harbor's economy. To put it bluntly, when the lifeblood of a city is entirely controlled by a single individual, their position within that city becomes unassailable. Thus, even if Lee invests in Victoria Harbor, he is bound to prosper effortlessly. Perhaps, in the future, this saying will apply to Huo Zhengxiong. Today, Huo Zhengxiong's strength has evolved significantly, rendering such accomplishments well within his capabilities. After all, Hong Kong Electric now belongs to him, and Park and Shop has been nearly obliterated by the Oriental Shopping Center, leaving the vast supermarket devoid of staff. In other words, Huo Zhengxiong has already achieved 1/3 of his objectives. Therefore, it is hardly surprising that, having dealt with Park and Shop and Hong Kong Electric, he now sets his sights on convenience stores like Watson's. In truth, Huo Zhengxiong's ultimate target has always been Lee. Even now, he vividly recalls his first encounter with Lee at the Peninsula Hotel, when he resolutely resolved to achieve this ambition. Huo Zhengxiong has conducted a thorough analysis of Lee. The strength of Lee's enterprise is beyond dispute, representing a pinnacle presence in the harbor's real estate sector. Numerous formidable subsidiaries, including Watson's, Park and Shop, and Hong Kong Electric, fall under Lee's umbrella, augmented by the full support of overseas forces, endowing him with substantial comprehensive strength. In terms of overall capability and future development prospects, the Lee family undoubtedly ranks among the elite in the harbor. Consequently, Huo Zhengxiong's decision to confront Lee without directly contending with him in the real estate domain is undoubtedly a sagacious one. His strategy is to gradually undermine Lee's affiliated forces, and at present, dismantling Watson's, the final bastion of Lee's retail empire, is pivotal. Once the successful removal of Lee Daheng's influence is achieved, it shall mark the most opportune moment for Huo Zhengxiong to venture into the real estate sector. At that juncture, Jimmy inquired of Huo Zhengxiong, "Boss, do we have a specific implementation plan?" After a moment of contemplation and careful consideration, Huo Zhengxiong began to articulate his strategy. "We shall immediately commence preparations for the establishment of the Oriental 24-hour convenience store." Jimmy then pressed on, "How many outlets do you deem appropriate to launch initially?" Huo Zhengxiong's gaze traversed the map of the harbor adorning the office wall, and he replied thoughtfully, "Currently, there are 11 Oriental shopping centers in the harbor, so we shall initially target a scale of 50 Oriental 24-hour convenience stores." Jimmy nodded in understanding, and Huo Zhengxiong elaborated further. These 50 convenience stores must be strategically positioned throughout all regions of the harbor, with priority given to locations directly across from Watson's and 7-Eleven outlets. The intent behind this layout was evident, aimed at realizing Huo Zhengxiong's strategic objectives, with the underlying logic easily comprehensible. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong provided a detailed explanation. As for the product categories within the convenience stores, we shall encompass everything that Watson's and 7-Eleven currently offer, including health supplements, beauty and skincare products, perfumes, cosmetics, as well as daily necessities, food items, and beverages. The Oriental 24-hour convenience store must comprehensively include all these. At this point, he paused momentarily before adding, "To be more precise, not only must we offer a complete range of products, but we must also ensure that our selection surpasses that of Watson's and 7-Eleven in richness and completeness, while simultaneously providing top-notch service quality." Chapter 370. This is sheer avarice, an insatiable quest for more. Jimmy was acutely aware that the service standards articulated by Huo Zhengxiong aligned perfectly with the service-first philosophy upheld by the Oriental shopping centers. It is worth noting that it was through the support of the explosive personnel system that the Oriental shopping centers could actualize this philosophy, and the soon-to-be-launched Oriental 24-hour convenience stores could adopt the same model. Huo Zhengxiong then inquired with gravity, "How long will it take to complete all these preparatory tasks?" Jimmy pondered seriously for a moment before responding. In truth, these tasks are not overly complex. The variety of products in a convenience store is inherently less than that of a shopping mall, and the operational essence of both is quite similar, with the convenience stores model being considerably simpler. Moreover, the number of staff required for 50 convenience stores is not extensive. We just recruited several experienced attendants from Parkenshop today, and the Oriental Shopping Center can allocate sufficient personnel for this endeavor. These individuals will not require additional training, as we can seamlessly transplant the service system from the Oriental Shopping Center to the convenience stores. As he organized his thoughts, Jimmy continued. The most intricate part of preparing for 50 convenience stores would be the acquisition of premises and uniform renovations. If all goes according to plan, we should be able to complete everything within half a month. Huo Zhengxiong was quite pleased with Jimmy's response and promptly instructed, "Then let us expedite the process." "Understood," Jimmy affirmed, immediately diving into the preparatory work for the Oriental 24-hour convenience stores. The objective of achieving full harbor coverage with 50 convenience stores, primarily targeting Watsons and 7-Eleven, rendered site selection rather straightforward. As long as they were willing to offer reasonable prices, acquiring suitable premises would pose no challenge. As for health products, beauty items, perfumes, cosmetics, daily necessities, food, beverages, and other assorted goods, these could be readily supplied from the Oriental Shopping Center. After all, within the entire harbor's retail sector, no other establishment could rival the comprehensive assortment offered by the Oriental Shopping Center. With the backing of the Oriental Shopping Center, the products at the Oriental 24-hour convenience stores would undoubtedly be more varied and abundant, effectively overshadowing Watsons and 7-Eleven. After Jimmy's departure, Huo Zhengxiong, as was his custom, meticulously crafted a brand new screenplay entitled Night Club. This was a low-budget comedy set in a future era, centering around a group of urban underdogs who, over the course of a single night, experience a series of interconnected, thrilling, and humorous escapades in a 24-hour supermarket. This film would serve as an impeccable promotional vehicle for the Oriental 24-hour convenience store. Furthermore, the low-budget nature of the production implied a simplified shooting process and a shorter timeline. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong completed the screenplay in just one day. Before nightfall, he summoned Wang Jing, known for his swift filmmaking prowess, and tossed the nightclub script to him, stating in a flat tone, "Jimmy is already preparing for the Oriental 24-hour convenience store. You can directly liaise with him regarding the necessary shooting locations." After a brief pause, Huo Zhengxiong added, "As for the script content, feel free to adjust and modify it according to actual circumstances, with the core requirement being to incorporate as much advertising content as possible. Additionally, the shooting schedule should be expedited, as Jimmy's preparations for the convenience store will be completed in no time." Wang Jing happily accepted the script, privately relieved to have new work to undertake. With his industry experience and capability, he felt entirely confident in fulfilling Huo Zhengxiong's requests with ease. Huo Zhengxiong had specifically emphasized the need to shorten the filming duration, but Wang Jing did not respond immediately. Instead, he perused the script. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, he exhaled in relief and replied to Huo Zhengxiong, "The plot of this film is quite straightforward, with the majority of scenes set within the convenience store, making the filming process entirely manageable. We can complete all shooting within half a month at most." Wang Jing's expertise was beyond question. If he claimed that half a month would suffice, there was no doubt it would be accomplished. Huo Zhengxiong immediately broke into a satisfied smile and gestured for him to take his leave. Wang Jing promptly departed, clutching the script, eager to commence the arrangements for the film's production. To be frank, he was keen to avoid falling behind Jimmy in completing the task, as that would undoubtedly affect Huo Zhengxiong's perception of his abilities. Wang Jing, who relished showcasing his talents, took immediate action that very night, reaching out to crew members and relevant actors. 3 days later, with Jimmy successfully acquiring 50 premises for the establishment of the 24-hour convenience stores, Daheng soon received the news. In truth, even an ordinary person understands the adage that one learns from their mistakes, let alone someone like Daheng, who has navigated the tumultuous waters of business for years. Upon learning that renovations were commencing simultaneously across from dozens of his Watson stores, he immediately sensed something amiss and promptly dispatched his secretary to investigate the specifics. The renovation team employed by Jimmy was bound to experience some information leaks. However, given that the entire renovation period was merely half a month, Huo Zhengxiong had never intended to keep this matter a secret. Moreover, even if Daheng were to uncover the truth, what of it? Once Daheng confirmed the information and learned that Huo Zhengxiong was opening a 24-hour convenience store, with an initial launch of 50 outlets positioned directly opposite or adjacent to his Watson stores, the scene mirrored the previous targeting of 10 Parkenshop supermarkets. The recollection of that initial confrontation flooded his mind. Upon grasping the full context, Daheng's expression transformed into a tumultuous blend of crimson and black, and in his astonishment, he could not help but roar in anger. Has Huo Zhengxiong completely lost his mind? This is sheer greed, an insatiable quest for more. He has just stirred chaos in my Parkenshop, and now he is opening convenience stores, blatantly aiming to undermine my Watsons. Huo Zhengxiong, what have I done to provoke you into such relentless pursuit? Li Daheng let out a disdainful scoff. At that moment, he had cast aside all semblance of dignity, vocally chastising the empty room. The seething fury within him compelled him to enumerate Huo Zhengxiong's ancestors as a means of venting his pent-up frustration. He was truly driven to the brink of madness, on the verge of losing his sanity. Such a situation is utterly intolerable. Even if there exists a deep-seated enmity between the two, must it truly escalate to the point of total annihilation? Huo Zhengxiong, are you so relentlessly entangled in this conflict that you will not cease until we are both left battered and bruised? For a moment, Li Daxing was left speechless, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts, fixated on a single phrase. This is simply outrageous. As Huo Zhengxiong had not taken specific measures to suppress the relevant news, journalists quickly discerned that 50 convenience stores, all boasting identical designs, were hastily under construction. This revelation immediately garnered widespread media attention. Chapter 371. Wherever he ventures, that industry as competitors shall encounter turmoil. Upon learning of the situation, the media swiftly commenced a thorough investigation, which soon unveiled a shocking insider story. On the fifth morning, the headlines of major newspapers were freshly minted. Following the Oriental Shopping Center, the Oriental Group's new strategic plan officially launches. The battle among supermarkets reaches a conclusion, revealing Huo Daxing's next target. Breaking news. 50 convenience stores launch simultaneously, putting Li's Enterprises Watsons in a life-or-death predicament. Refusing to compromise, Huo Daxing's expansion continues unabated. Let us all speculate on Li Daxing's current state of mind. With Huo Daxing's intervention, the entire convenience store industry in Hong Kong must brace itself. Watsons, 7-Eleven, and other renowned convenience stores find themselves in a survival crisis. The familiar narrative unfolds once more as Watsons becomes the target of industry giants. How will Li Daxing retaliate? Will he stumble in the same place again? The citizens of the harbor, upon reading the newspapers, laughed and engaged in fervent discussions regarding the matter. My goodness! Huo Daxing is exceedingly ruthless, determined to drive Li Daxing into a corner. Who can be blamed? Li Daxing instigated this conflict with Huo Zhengxiong. As the old saying goes, a young calf fears not the tiger, but it seems Li Daxing has chosen his challenger poorly. Well done. Individuals like Li Daxing deserve to be taught a lesson. If he is dissatisfied, let his foreign backers come forth to support him. Those foreigners are struggling themselves. They have neither the strength nor the energy to assist him. Li Daxing is truly courting disaster. Instead of enjoying a good life, he insists on provoking Huo Zhengxiong. Pack's supermarket has faltered. Now it is Watson's turn. I wonder how 7-Eleven will fare. It will undoubtedly be affected. Everyone knows Huo Zhengxiong is a patriotic hero, and if he has taken action against Watson's, 7-Eleven cannot escape either. I would gladly refer to Huo Daxing as the purifier of the industry. Wherever he enters, that industry-esque competitors face dire straits. Indeed, this holds true, from Pepsi and Coca-Cola to Li's Garment Factory and Hong Kong Electric, and now the Oriental Shopping Center. The fields Huo Zhengxiong has entered are fiercely competitive, without mercy. I find this quite favorable. Wherever Huo Daxing ventures, monumental changes occur in that industry, ultimately benefiting us, ordinary citizens. Now, Li Daxing can no longer be so arrogant. The so-called four great families are nothing impressive in front of Boss Hua. As the news continued to spread, citizens across Hong Kong watched the unfolding events with great interest. On one hand, they praised Huo Zhengxiong's cunning tactics, skillfully employing pressure and relentless pursuit, executing the strategy of kicking someone when they are down to perfection. On the other hand, the citizens of the harbor expressed no sympathy for Li Daxing, merely observing the spectacle with expressions of schadenfreude. Everyone eagerly anticipated the grand opening of the Oriental 24-hour convenience store to witness the lively scene of this commercial showdown. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week and a half had passed. 10 days later, citizens venturing out for errands discovered that in front of or beside every Watson's, a new Oriental 24-hour convenience store had sprung up. This immediately reminded them of the newspaper reports from a fortnight ago, igniting their curiosity as they began to observe closely. This convenience store featured exquisite and trendy decor, its interior brightly lit, appearing far more fashionable than Watson's at first glance. Soon, the citizens could no longer contain their curiosity and flocked inside, promptly realizing that the variety of products at the Oriental 24-hour convenience store vastly surpassed that of Watson's. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a miniature Oriental shopping center, offering thousands of products that encompassed nearly all of the citizens' daily needs. Moreover, the prices were quite reasonable, comparable to those in supermarkets. The staff members within the convenience store wore smiles and exhibited a warm, friendly attitude, creating a remarkably pleasant atmosphere. In no time, Every customer exiting the Oriental 24-hour convenience store did so with items in hand, even if it was just a small purchase. It was a means of showing support for Huo Zhengxiong. Upon leaving the store, the citizens could not help but compare it to Watson's. It feels like stepping into the core area of the Oriental shopping center. The service here is simply commendable. Indeed, the variety of products is astounding. Whether it be service quality, product selection, or store decor, it utterly surpasses Watson's. I never imagined this Oriental convenience store operates 24 hours. Does this signal impending danger for 7-Eleven? I suspected as much. When I read the newspaper a fortnight ago, one publication analyzed that since Huo Zhengxiong was targeting Watson's, he might also take action against 7-Eleven, and now it seems that prediction was spot on. What a bold move. Now both 7-Eleven and Watson's are in for serious trouble. Who can argue otherwise? Yet, for us, it can only bring benefits, so we can sit back and enjoy the spectacle. I wonder which will falter first, Watson's or 7-Eleven. I suspect Watson's, as 7-Eleven is at least operational 24 hours, allowing it to endure a bit longer. Watson's, however, is in dire straits. Before long, the citizens of the harbor, intrigued by the Oriental 24-hour convenience store, experienced the same high-quality service as that of the Oriental shopping center and discovered a more comprehensive array of products than Watson's, leading to an immediate fondness for the new establishment. However, on the very morning of the opening day of the Oriental 24-hour convenience store, a fresh wave of movie promotions suddenly swept across the entire harbor. Good news. The Huo series of films makes a grand return. Oriental Film Company's new film night club will officially premiere the day after tomorrow. Oriental Film Company, a legendary presence in the film industry. It is reported that the new film night club is a comedy. The Oriental Film Company has publicly stated that no viewer will leave night club without a smile. Night club does not refer to a nighttime establishment. We invite all viewers to look forward to it. Though the new film from the Oriental Film Company is titled Night Club, it undoubtedly serves as another promotional effort for the new products of the Oriental Group. Following Huo Zhengxiong's usual practices, coincidentally, this morning, the streets and alleys were graced by the presence of the Oriental 24-hour convenience store. When viewed collectively, it is not difficult to surmise that the film night shop is indeed a carefully crafted promotional piece tailored for the Oriental 24-hour convenience store. In 3 days, the comedic film night shop will meet its eager audience as scheduled. Chapter 372, willing to be a lackey for foreigners, now facing the consequences. Men, women, and children flock to the cinema, as comedic films have always enjoyed popularity across various age groups. Coupled with the stellar reputation that Oriental Film Company has cultivated over the years, every work they have released since inception has been of exceptional quality, never once compromising on standards. With such a dependable brand endorsement, even though everyone is aware that this film serves as a promotion for the Oriental 24-hour convenience store, they remain eager to enter the cinema and show their support. Meanwhile, the police officers of the harbor are particularly exhilarated. Fortunately, the film's release coincides with a Saturday holiday. Otherwise, many officers might have sought leave to watch this film. This has become an unspoken understanding among the harbor's police. Whenever a film from the Huo series is released, not a single officer remains indifferent. Such films often conceal opportunities for promotion and salary increases. Conversely, various gangs in the underworld have swiftly heightened their vigilance, fearing that the film's content may implicate their organizations, thus inviting calamity. Especially those gang leaders who have had past conflicts with the Hung Hing. Each one is anxious and has concealed themselves, waiting for the storm to pass before daring to re-emerge. At 10 o'clock that morning, the film commenced promptly. Countless viewers surged into the cinema, with police officers constituting nearly half of the audience in the first screening. 2 hours later, the audience emerged, clutching their bellies from laughter, the echoes of their mirth still reverberating. The positive reception for Night Shop had firmly established its reputation. As the film soared in popularity, Night Shop ignited a frenzy across the harbor on its opening day. It was simply hilarious. This film nearly left me in stitches. Haha, the plot design was remarkable. The entire narrative unfolding within the Oriental 24-hour convenience store. The screenwriter's prowess is truly exceptional. Indeed, it is a splendid film. I was laughing from start to finish. My stomach ached from the laughter. The film itself is outstanding, though the advertisements felt somewhat excessive. I recognize that the Oriental 24-hour convenience store is commendable, but there is no need for such overt promotion. A comedic farce sparked by a lottery. I couldn't stop laughing. Is the selection of products in the Oriental convenience store truly this extensive? Let's go see for ourselves. The Oriental 24-hour convenience store sounds remarkably impressive. Indeed, once the film premiered, the entire harbor was aware of the Oriental 24-hour convenience store's comprehensive product range, attentive service, and reasonable prices. Where is the competition for other convenience stores? The film is undeniably hilarious, and to achieve such effects without changing scenes is a testament to director Wang Jing's talent. The theme is refreshingly novel, packed with humor, leaving one eager to watch it again. With the explosive success of Night Shop, the Oriental 24-hour convenience store also rose to prominence with this wave of popularity. Viewers instinctively felt compelled to visit the store, resulting in a dramatic surge in foot traffic for the Oriental 24-hour convenience store. The densely packed advertisements woven into the film significantly enhanced the store's recognition among the citizens of the harbor. Coupled with its inherent advantages of a vast product selection, low prices, and superior service, the foot traffic at the adjacent Watsons plummeted. Even 7-Eleven, another 24-hour establishment, could not escape the downturn. Business became exceedingly lackluster under the promotional momentum of Night Shop. Throughout the day, the number of customers entering the store dwindled to a mere few, and their sales figures plummeted. This phenomenon was swiftly captured by reporters who had been closely monitoring the Oriental convenience store. The following day, related reports flooded in. Oriental 24-hour convenience store's dominance emerges. Watsons foot traffic plummets. 7-Eleven and Watsons face a winter chill as Oriental 24-hour convenience store sweeps the market. Stunning statistics. Foot traffic at Oriental 24-hour convenience store surpasses the combined total of Watsons and 7-Eleven by tenfold. Street interviews. Why do customers prefer Oriental 24-hour convenience store? The reasons are quite surprising. Service and product superiority. Oriental 24-hour convenience store outshines all competitors in the harbor. Reporters on the ground. The disparity in foot traffic between Watsons and Oriental 24-hour convenience store is astounding. Following the revelations in the reports, the citizens of the harbor were not at all surprised by the outcome. In truth, Watsons had long relied on Park and Shop, while the Oriental 24-hour convenience store was backed by the Oriental Shopping Center. Now that Park and Shop had been decisively outdone by the Oriental Shopping Center, Watsons naturally struggled to compete with the Oriental 24-hour convenience store. Furthermore, in terms of reputation, the citizens of the harbor had always preferred to see Huo Zhengxiong excel. Now that this wish was fulfilled, the citizens were understandably delighted. Regarding Watsons finding itself in a predicament akin to that of Park and Shop, the citizens of the harbor expressed their satisfaction, and the glee of schadenfreude spread throughout the harbor. They deserve it. Who told the Li family to engage in such nefarious deeds? Willingly serving as a lackey for foreigners. Now they're facing the repercussions. Huo the tycoon is truly formidable. Let us see if that Li family dares to be arrogant in the harbor again. Huo the tycoon has done splendidly. The Oriental Group is simply remarkable. With the support of the harbor citizens, the stocks of Oriental Fashion Company and Oriental Beverage Company under the Oriental Group surged once more. Even Huo Zhengxiong was taken aback by the continued rise of these stocks, as the stream of good news brought him great joy. Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. At this moment, Tycoon Li's expression was particularly grim and foreboding. He had just received news that the stocks of Li's Industrial had once again plummeted. After all, Watson's current situation was exceedingly dire, and no one could ascertain how long it could endure. Faced with the aggressive encroachment of the Oriental 24-hour convenience store, the stockholders in the harbor were generally pessimistic about Watson's future, making the stock decline a logical outcome. While Tycoon Li had anticipated this, he did not expect the decline to come so swiftly. The following day, Li's Industrial stock continued to nosedive. In a state of desperation, Tycoon Li immediately ordered his secretary and assistants to ramp up advertising efforts for Watsons. Although it would be challenging to surpass the service quality of the Oriental 24-hour convenience store, he hoped to compensate for this gap in other areas. However, such remedial efforts seemed somewhat futile. Nevertheless, Tycoon Li remained cautiously optimistic. 3 days later, as Night Shop completed its third day in theaters, Tycoon Li received the revenue report for Watsons from his secretary. Subsequently, with a flurry of sounds, he tore the report to shreds. At that moment, Tycoon Li was consumed by fury, his temples seeming ready to burst with ire. He had long anticipated a decline in Watson's revenue, even with preemptive measures in place. The situation was not expected to be overly optimistic. However, the current drop exceeded his wildest imagination, becoming utterly unacceptable. In truth, upon learning that Huo Zhengxiong intended to venture into the convenience store sector, he had instructed his secretary and assistants to prepare in advance, setting modest initial goals, not expecting to stifle the momentum of the Oriental 24-hour convenience store. Chapter 373, Bastards. You are all a bunch of useless fools. At the very least, they should manage to stabilize the current situation and not lose the competition too embarrassingly. No one could have anticipated that, within a mere 3 days, the figures on the report would become as glaring as steel needles, with sales plummeting by a staggering 70%. This stark decline signified that all of his previous efforts had been rendered futile, producing no tangible results whatsoever. The Eastern 24-hour convenience store, having only opened its doors 3 days prior, had already siphoned off 70% of Watson's clientele. If this trend continues, could it be long before Watson faces complete decline? Such a thought is indeed difficult to accept. Tycoon Lee's psychological defenses crumbled entirely, and his outburst was inevitable. In the office, the secretaries and assistants watched in trepidation as Tycoon Lee lost control, each of them holding their breath, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of his wrath. They were filled with helplessness. It was well known that before Huo Zhengxiong took action, Tycoon Lee had always been a genteel and refined businessman. Even when faced with emotional fluctuations, he merely exhibited a slightly darker expression, never resorting to extreme behavior. Yet, in recent times, he had been hospitalized twice due to stress-induced fury. His temper had grown increasingly volatile, often resulting in profane outbursts and the smashing of objects over minor disagreements. The once poised and extraordinary figure of the tycoon was now but a memory. It was no surprise that upon viewing the sales report, he furiously tore it to shreds. All of this chaos was orchestrated by that schemer Huo Zhengxiong. The assistants and secretaries silently cursed him in their minds. Indeed, Tycoon Lee's rage escalated once more. Damn that Huo Zhengxiong. Damn that Eastern convenience store. He then pointed a finger at his loyal subordinates, his face a stormy shade of fury, and bellowed. A bunch of useless fools. You all knew that the one surnamed Huo was opening a convenience store, and I specifically instructed you to prepare in advance. Yet you deliver me such a disastrous outcome. As he raged, he couldn't help but hurl the torn fragments of the report at his subordinates' faces. At that moment, his expression was grotesque, with veins bulging prominently from his forehead. The secretaries and assistants bore the brunt of his wrath, yet dared not utter a word in defense. They understood that Tycoon Lee detested those who shirked responsibility, and thus they could only bow their heads in silence, enduring his fury. It must be said, Tycoon Lee was genuinely incensed this time. You idiots. You are nothing but a bunch of worthless beings. In just 3 days, sales have plummeted to this extent. What remaining strength does Watson possess to resist now? For such a long time, you couldn't even handle this minor issue properly. Do you think I support you out of charity? The assistants and secretaries were too frightened to speak, none daring to respond. As they witnessed no sign of Tycoon Lee's anger abating, they silently lamented, when suddenly there came a gentle knock at the office door. Upon receiving permission, another secretary entered. He glanced at Tycoon Lee's furious demeanor and the discomfort on his colleagues' faces, instantly comprehending the situation within the office. Before he could even state his purpose, Tycoon Lee, brimming with wrath, demanded, "What do you want?" It was evident to anyone with eyes that Tycoon Lee was in a state of extreme anger. Anyone who crossed him would surely be unfortunate. However, the secretary remained composed and promptly replied, "Chairman, the Haoyuan project, which the company initiated 3 years ago, is now essentially completed. Only the final touches, such as painting and the installation of windows and doors, remain. It is expected that within a month, Haoyuan will officially go on sale." Upon hearing this, Tycoon Lee was momentarily taken aback. The once raging flames of his anger were extinguished by half, and he soon recalled matters pertaining to Haoyuan. It is worth noting that the land for Haoyuan had been acquired through immense effort on his part years ago. The name itself indicated his original intention to develop it into a high-end residential community. Previously, he had clashed with the Jardine Group, whose former leader had leveraged connections to obstruct 3 of his construction sites, with Haoyuan being one of them. At that time, Tycoon Lee had been frantic and emotionally unstable, even willing to compromise with foreign entities to avoid further delays in the project. Fortunately, after reaching an agreement with the foreigners, construction on Haoyuan proceeded smoothly. After several months of construction, it had finally reached completion. It must be said that although Tycoon Lee had been utterly flustered and enraged by Huo Zhengxiong and the Eastern Group, upon hearing the news of Haoyuan's near completion, his spirits brightened considerably. He harbored high hopes for Haoyuan. As a high-end residential complex, its potential profitability was unimaginable, rivaling the gains from Huo Zhengxiong's acquisition of the Hong Kong Electric Company and 11 Eastern shopping centers. With this thought, the flames of anger within Tycoon Lee dissipated entirely. The assistants and secretaries, who had just been subjected to his tirade, immediately cast grateful glances at the newly arrived secretary. Witnessing Tycoon Lee's expression soften, they breathed a sigh of relief, thankful to have weathered this storm. Once Tycoon Lee had calmed his temper, he became relatively cordial. Those assistants and secretaries, who had previously been berated, instantly donned sycophantic smiles and approached him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, boss. We celebrate your success. With Haoyuan's smooth completion, once the properties here are sold, your wealth will undoubtedly see a significant increase. In comparison, the matter concerning the convenience store was trivial. Our focus should now shift to the sales efforts for Haoyuan." Amidst the flurry of compliments from the secretaries and assistants, Tycoon Lee finally displayed a hint of a smile after several days, his tone notably lighter. He feigned calmness as he stated, "I hope that through Haoyuan, We can restore the reputation we have lost and improve the financial situation of the company. While Tycoon Li spoke modestly, internally he was elated. After all, with Hai Haoyuan's upscale positioning, selling even a portion of the properties would significantly alleviate the financial pressure on Li's enterprises. Particularly given Hai Haoyuan's high-end positioning and the substantial effort Li's enterprises had invested in this project, once the properties began to be sold, it would undoubtedly alter the public's entrenched perception of him. At that point, driven by a chain reaction, as long as he could seize this opportunity and plan a robust promotional campaign, both Parkashop and Watson would benefit. Chapter 374. Superstition can be considered a defining characteristic of the port city. Even if it cannot restore business to its former glory, it may at least help preserve the current situation. With this in mind, Tycoon Li took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. During this period, it was rare for him to exhibit such a relaxed demeanor. The secretaries and assistants realized that Tycoon Li had not mentioned Watson since, and the immense weight on their shoulders finally lifted, granting them a sense of relief. Both Tycoon Li and his team viewed Hai Haoyuan as the key to reversing their fortunes. They fervently hoped this project would help Li's enterprises navigate through adversity and secure a breathing space. However, such news was inherently difficult to conceal completely unless someone made a concerted effort to suppress it, especially Huo Zhengxiong, who had been closely monitoring Tycoon Li's every move, even embedding numerous spies within Li's enterprises. These individuals find themselves at the lowest echelons, devoid of access to core secrets. However, a large-scale project such as the Oceanic Luxury Garden cannot possibly escape the keen perception of Huo Zhengxiong. While Tycoon Li is still reveling in the progress of the project, Huo Zhengxiong has already been apprised of pertinent information. Before him lies a newspaper filled with previous reports regarding the Oceanic Luxury Garden, meticulously gathered by Jimmy for his analysis. Huo Zhengxiong softly utters the 4 characters Oceanic Luxury Garden. Immediately, Jimmy provides a detailed introduction. The Oceanic Luxury Garden is situated in Kowloon Bay, designed as a large private residential community, planned for development in 5 phases. Originally, this site housed the He Yuan power plant of China Light and Power, which was later acquired by Tycoon Li, who relocated the facilities and repurposed the area into a residential district. The project is under the auspices of Li's enterprises, with design and planning entrusted to Xingye architectural firm. He continues, explaining that the Oceanic Luxury Garden is perched by the seaside of Kowloon Bay, with some units directly facing Victoria Harbor and Lei Yuman, undeniably a prime location in the port. The western side of the community adjoins Hyung Yip Park, while to the southwest lies Hung Hing New World, and to the north, the Hung Hing Fisherman's Wharf Shopping Mall. The architectural style draws inspiration from European designs and is the first in the entire port to employ a modern external wall design. Furthermore, it boasts a French Versailles-style clubhouse and a landscaped swimming pool. The information Jimmy has gathered is exceedingly comprehensive, and Huo Zhengxiong discerns key points. The Oceanic Luxury Garden is divided into 5 phases, with the first phase already completed. The project scale is immense, featuring numerous buildings located in the heart of the port's prime commercial district. Some blocks directly overlook Victoria Harbor and Lei Yuman, making the land extremely valuable. Once the project is fully completed, it will undoubtedly transform into a prestigious enclave for the affluent, with property prices soaring, a fact that is indisputable. Those capable of purchasing real estate here are undoubtedly the elite of the port. In Huo Zhengxiong's view, as soon as Tycoon Li initiates the sales for the Oceanic Luxury Garden, it will undoubtedly mark a moment of unparalleled glory for Li's enterprises. Leveraging the advantage of a prime location, coupled with dedicated investment during the construction process, once the Oceanic Luxury Garden is put up for sale, Li's enterprises is certain to achieve substantial financial returns. More importantly, with so many elite individuals moving in, as long as Tycoon Li offers them some benefits. As the saying goes, a short hand is easily grasped, and a soft mouth is hard to refuse, even if the perks are not lavish. These individuals may inevitably alter their perception of him. Under the influence of this elite circle, Tycoon Li will undoubtedly be presented with more opportunities, a situation that Huo Zhengxiong cannot possibly tolerate. At that moment, under Jimmy's watchful gaze, Huo Zhengxiong coldly declares, "We must not allow Tycoon Li to sell the properties of the Oceanic Luxury Garden smoothly." Jimmy, already in agreement with his perspective, wholeheartedly supports him. After pondering for a moment, a sudden spark of inspiration strikes him. What if we have the doctor take action once more? Before the project is completed, let us blow up the Oceanic Luxury Garden. Let us see how Tycoon Li plans to sell his properties then. Huo Zhengxiong gazes at Jimmy in astonishment, murmuring, "My goodness. When did you become so extreme, Jimmy?" It is no wonder Huo Zhengxiong is taken aback. After all, Jimmy has always been a business prodigy, more inclined to resolve issues through commercial means. However, this time, his suggestion to demolish the project is indeed surprising. Sensing Huo Zhengxiong's astonishment, Jimmy awkwardly chuckles and quickly adds, I was merely suggesting it offhand. Upon reflection, it wouldn't be wise for the doctor to appear repeatedly. Otherwise, it could easily lead back to us. Huo Zhengxiong nods, retracting his gaze. Indeed, the doctor cannot employ that strategy now. He pauses briefly before continuing. However, we must create some trouble for them. We cannot allow Li's enterprises to achieve a swift financial recovery. Jimmy falls into contemplation, and Huo Zhengxiong remains silent. What method should they employ? Jimmy cannot help but murmur quietly. After a while, he tentatively proposes. Should we hire a feng shui master to spread rumors about the Oceanic Luxury Garden's alleged feng shui issues? Huo Zhengxiong is momentarily taken aback by this suggestion. Jimmy, feeling anxious, worries that his proposal might seem absurd to Huo Zhengxiong. In truth, this idea did not arise from thin air. When the port is mentioned, most people envision a bustling, modern metropolis, seldom associating it with superstitions. Yet, the people of the port hold a belief in feng shui that is no less fervent than that of individuals from various regions on the mainland. In the port, there exists a considerable number of professionals engaged in feng shui and fortune-telling, and this industry has developed into a significant scale with a substantial number of practitioners. The renowned Temple Street night market in the port is famous for its myriad goods, and adjacent to the night market is a distinctive street dedicated to fortune-telling, which has become a notable feature of the port. Those without wealth cling to superstitions, hoping for a turn in fortune, serving as a form of spiritual solace. However, the belief in superstition is not limited to the impoverished. The wealthy are equally susceptible, often becoming even more superstitious. From tycoon Li to the four major families, and down to beggars on the streets, nearly everyone adheres to feng shui beliefs. From the overall layout of company buildings, the arrangement of office items, to the positioning of fish tanks, coffee tables, and even beds in homes, individuals often consult renowned feng shui masters for guidance. In the port, the tradition of feng shui and fortune-telling has long since permeated the daily lives of the local populace. Business tycoons invariably invite feng shui masters to survey the surrounding environment before constructing buildings. Celebrities seeking fame consult masters to gauge the trajectory of their fortunes. Even film productions select auspicious timings to commence shooting. Such occurrences are commonplace in the region. The Wang Tai-sin Temple in the port has always been bustling. Every Lunar New Year, tens of thousands of visitors queue for hours, vying for the opportunity to light the first incense of the new year. Clearly, the culture of fortune-telling has deeply rooted itself in the port, becoming a traditional custom passed down through generations. Chapter 375. Even though the wealthy may subscribe to feng shui beliefs, it does not imply they lack discernment. However, Jimmy's suggestion to employ a feng shui master to propagate rumors in the port may not be entirely prudent. While there is a degree of rationality in Jimmy's idea, Huo Zhengxiong perceives that there is room for refinement. Nonetheless, this proposal has sparked a new line of thought in Huo Zhengxiong's mind. In an instant, inspiration strikes him as he begins to formulate a plan. Why not reimagine the story of Mr. Vampire in a contemporary setting, with the malevolent location set in Tycoon Li's newly developed community, and then invite an actor resembling the esteemed Anthony Wong to play the lead role? Huo Zhengxiong's eyes gradually brighten. This is far more feasible than merely enlisting a few feng shui masters to spread unfounded rumors. If the situation escalates, and Tycoon Li resorts to leveraging his connections to exert pressure, those feng shui rumors could easily rebound against me, leaving me to bear the consequences. Such risks must be avoided. This approach mirrors his previous strategy of utilizing the doctor, which indeed lacks sufficient prudence. Thus, Huo Zhengxiong continues to ponder. If it were made into a film, even if the elite class initially doubts its authenticity, as the old saying goes, three make a tiger. If a majority of the port's citizens come to believe it, with rumors circulating widely, everyone in the port would know that land is cursed. And even the elites would ultimately have to accept it as truth. Upon contemplating this, Huo Zhengxiong's face broke into a triumphant smile. Soon enough, those elites will deem that place inauspicious, and no one will wish to purchase the properties at Li Daheng's Hai Hao Yuan. I am eager to see how flustered he will become. After meticulous consideration, Huo Zhengxiong deemed this plan to be nothing short of flawless. The only caveat was that Wang Jing must not be allowed to direct this time. It must be said that Huo Zhengxiong's foresight was remarkably thorough. After all, the entire Hong Kong populace was aware that Wang Jing was his ally, and currently, he was embroiled in a business rivalry with Li Daheng. Should Wang Jing helm this film, no one would genuinely believe that Hai Hao Yuan was indeed a sinister locale. They would merely perceive it as Huo Zhengxiong's deliberate attempt to tarnish Li Daheng's reputation. If even the average citizen of the port city harbored doubts, the whole scheme would be rendered utterly futile. Thus, it was imperative to enlist an unrelated and unfamiliar director for the project. Without delay, Huo Zhengxiong disclosed his plan to Jimmy, who immediately expressed his enthusiastic approval. Boss, your plan far surpasses my own in its intricacy. It is simply perfect. Huo Zhengxiong smiled with satisfaction and silently recited, Summoning system. The summoning system is at your service. Summoning costs, regular soldier 10, 000 HKD, special forces 1, 000 HKD. Technical troop 1, 000 HKD. Note, all summoned soldiers possess 100 loyalty and will never betray. After a moment's contemplation, Huo Zhengxiong decided, Technical troop, a directorial genius. Summoning system, successfully deducted 1, 000 HKD. Ding. 1, 000 HKD expended, successfully summoned one technical troop. Directing prodigy Lu Guanwei, he pioneered the significant genre of zombie films and is heralded as the founding father of the zombie movie. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Huo Zhengxiong was momentarily taken aback. It must be said, this system truly understood his intentions, just as he contemplated producing a zombie film. It promptly summoned the very progenitor of the genre. With Lu Guanwei's assistance, this film was bound to create a sensation throughout the city. In an instant, Huo Zhengxiong envisioned the citizens of the port city avoiding the ominous Hao Yuan post-release. It was simply magnificent. The horror ambience would be palpable. Truly, heaven was aiding him. Huo Zhengxiong couldn't help but laugh heartily, then instructed Jimmy, prepare 5 million in cash, draw from the cash flow, and ensure that no traces of the financial movement are left. Jimmy immediately grasped Huo Zhengxiong's intent, recognizing that he wished to prevent any link between this money and the new director or the Dongfang Group. Although, given the current strength of the Dongfang Group, it was nearly impossible for anyone to trace the company's accounts. Huo Zhengxiong's nature was always prudent. Any potential issues he could foresee would not leave even a trace. Conveniently, the Dongfang shopping center currently provided him with a substantial daily cash flow, making the handling of this money exceedingly simple. As Jimmy went to arrange the cash, Huo Zhengxiong seized the opportunity while Lu Guanwei was en route to meet him, picking up pen and paper to begin drafting the film script. Soon enough, night fell. Huo Zhengxiong stretched. The script was nearly complete. He brought the script and had Su Jingyang drive him to a dock. Lu Guanwei had long been waiting there, and upon seeing Huo Zhengxiong, immediately bowed and greeted him. Good day, boss. Huo Zhengxiong nodded with a smile, while Su Jingyang promptly handed a black leather case to Lu Guanwei. Huo Zhengxiong then spoke. Here is a film script that requires your direction, but the era setting must be altered to modern times. Lu Guanwei opened the script and quickly scanned it, discovering it fell squarely within his area of expertise, urban zombie films, presenting no difficulty for him whatsoever. Noticing Lu Guanwei nodding in agreement, Huo Zhengxiong continued, Here is 5 million, the production budget for this film. Should it prove insufficient, simply call Su Jingyang, and he will handle subsequent matters. Understood. Lu Guanwei replied earnestly. Huo Zhengxiong greatly appreciated his straightforward demeanor and added, Moreover, ensure that our relationship remains concealed so that the plan is not compromised and my efforts do not go to waste. Rest assured, boss. Lu Guanwei vowed solemnly. Huo Zhengxiong then articulated his final requirement. It would be best to complete filming within a month. Otherwise, we may be pressed for time. Huo Zhengxiong's stringent timeline stemmed from the fact that Hao Yuan was set to officially launch for sale in a month, and the film must conclude all processes before that date. He then added, If, after the film's release, any reporters inquire whether you are deliberately targeting Li's enterprises, you should say, Huo Zhengxiong was still contemplating an appropriate rationale when Lu Guanwei interjected with a smile. Simply state that it was a master who guided me. Huo Zhengxiong immediately gave Lu Guanwei a thumbs up. Excellent work. Do not worry, boss. I will ensure this matter is handled impeccably. After a brief encounter, Huo Zhengxiong and Lu Guanwei swiftly parted ways. Surprisingly, Huo Zhengxiong did not return to his villa, but instead headed to an abandoned factory not far from the dock. There, he encountered 100 ordinary soldiers whom he had specially summoned following Lu Guanwei's arrival. Chapter 376. This person indeed possesses cunning methods. Boss, the soldiers exclaimed in unison. Huo Zhengxiong raised his hand to silence them and calmly stated, I have a task to assign to you. For the next 30 days, you must immerse yourselves fully in the study and research of various knowledge related to tomb raiding. A month from now, you will purchase a property at Hao Yuan. Although the soldiers could not fathom his true intentions, they were always unconditionally obedient to Huo Zhengxiong's commands and readily accepted the task in unison. Huo Zhengxiong continued with the directives. Subsequently, you will utilize the knowledge acquired from tomb raiding to arrange the purchased house to resemble a tomb. Once all preparations are complete, I will call to inform you. At that time, you must deliberately spread this information. Should any media inquire or police come knocking, simply state that you are descendants of a tomb raiding family. At this point, a knowing smile crept across Huo Zhengxiong's lips. then publicly declare that the feng shui of Hai Hao Yuan is exceptional, particularly suitable for our line of work. Remember, any information that should not be disclosed must not be uttered. Understood, boss. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices resonant and harmonious. Following this, Huo Zhengxiong instructed Su Jingyang to allocate a budget for the soldiers' activities before turning to leave the abandoned factory. It must be noted that Huo Zhengxiong's methods were indeed ruthless. His actions stemmed from a concern that Lu Guanwei's film might not meet expectations. To be more precise, he arranged for these 100 soldiers to masquerade as descendants of tomb-raiding families to enhance the film's authenticity and credibility, thereby supporting the movie's promotion and operations. This series of maneuvers was truly unexpected. Once the film premiered, coupled with the rumors surrounding the tomb-raiding family, it was not merely the citizens of the port city who would buy into it. Even Li Daheng would likely find himself in doubt. Huo Zhengxiong could already envision Li Daheng's helpless expression and could not suppress his laughter. In any case, today's arrangements are impeccably executed. Ultimately, the filming of the movie, purchasing a house disguised as a tomb, and claiming to be a tomb-raiding family. None of these matters have any connection to me. I am eager to observe how you, the esteemed Li, will navigate this intricate situation. Indeed, Huo Zhengxiong's assessment is astute. Under such meticulous arrangements, it is inconceivable that anyone would associate these matters with him. He need only recline and watch the fierce struggle unfold, as Li finds himself ensnared in turmoil. Overwhelmed and frantic. More precisely, he awaits the moment when Li will face utter collapse. In the ensuing days, Li made a deliberate announcement regarding the imminent completion of the Hai Hao Yuan development. This action was taken to closely monitor Huo Zhengxiong's every move. The impending launch of Hai Hao Yuan is of paramount importance to Li at this juncture, considering the recent series of setbacks that Li Sure Industrial has faced. All orchestrated by Huo Zhengxiong, Li's heart remains fraught with trepidation, fearing that he may employ further cunning schemes against him. This proactive disclosure of information was also a means to gauge Huo's reaction. Fortunately, after 3 or 4 days, neither Huo nor the Dongfang group displayed any unusual behavior, allowing Li's anxious heart to finally find some reprieve. In the confines of Li Sure Industrial's chairman's office, he patted his chest and exhaled deeply. This old fellow has finally settled down. The secretary, well aware of his concerns, promptly reassured him, "Rest assured, esteemed leader. There will be no oversights this time." Although he has made a name for himself in the commercial and convenience store sectors, Huo Zhengxiong lacks the requisite prowess in the real estate arena. There is no need for you to fret. The secretary's words were rational and aligned with the prevailing circumstances, yet Li shook his head. Even so, I must concede that Huo Zhengxiong is indeed formidable. Furthermore, his methods and approaches to problem-solving are perpetually unexpected. Though he currently possesses no investments in real estate, I still harbor fears that he may conjure some form of chaos. The secretary was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. It was evident to anyone of sound judgment that Li was genuinely apprehensive of Huo Zhengxiong. Otherwise, he would not be so suspicious. Frankly, the secretary felt that Li was being overly cautious. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid for 10 years thereafter. In contrast to Li's unwarranted anxiety, the secretary felt no such tension. Of course, he could not deny the accuracy of Li's assessment. Huo Zhengxiong's tactics are indeed quite shrewd. I will continue to assign personnel to monitor Huo Zhengxiong and the Dongfang Group's movements. The secretary promptly affirmed. Li nodded, feeling somewhat reassured, and then murmured softly, "I hope that this time, the sales of Hai Hao Yuan will proceed smoothly and safely." After a brief pause, he added, "Please arrange a meeting with Mr. Wang. I would like him to reassess the feng shui of my office setup. Additionally, on the day of Hai Hao Yuan's opening, it is imperative to have him present to oversee affairs." The secretary immediately responded with reverence, "Rest assured, boss. I will ensure that everything is meticulously arranged." With that, Li felt a profound sense of relief. Exhaling deeply, let it be settled then. At this moment, confident that Huo Zhengxiong would not disrupt matters further, Li felt significantly lighter, achieving a state of both physical and mental ease. Remarkably, the entire harbor returned to a state of tranquility. Aside from occasional light-hearted remarks from citizens regarding Watson's and Parkinshop, the harbor remained extraordinarily peaceful in the days that followed. However, Li's buoyant mood did not endure for long. Just 2 days later, a new predicament arose. The cause was straightforward. Watson's profit margin had plummeted from 30 to 20 within mere days. Upon reviewing the performance report, Li nearly choked on his fury. Thankfully, the thought of the impending launch of Hai Hao Yuan allowed him to temper his emotions. At this juncture, he pinned all his hopes on the success of the Hai Hao Yuan project. Such tranquil days did not persist for long, as a significant event soon transpired. The Harbor's administrative department issued an announcement regarding the public auction of a parcel of land in Tsim Sha Tsui. This initiative aimed to promote Tsim Sha Tsui's development while augmenting the administrative department's fiscal revenue to alleviate housing pressures in the harbor. In truth, in recent years, as the harbor's economy has flourished rapidly, the upper echelons have routinely auctioned several parcels of land each year. However, this occasion differed markedly. The parcel of land in Tsim Sha Tsui, located in the waterfront area, spans approximately 22 hectares. Chapter 377. We must successfully acquire this auction. This plot of land is the last unutilized parcel in the harbor's urban waterfront region, consistently attracting attention from all sectors. Naturally, all capable real estate companies in the harbor would not overlook this lucrative opportunity, just as the harbor had settled into a calm period. On the 8th day following the opening of Dongfang 24 convenience store, the harbor government officially announced the details regarding the public auction of this parcel of land. The government's announcement predictably graced the front pages of all newspapers throughout the harbor, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. Simultaneously, in the office of the chairman of the Dongfang Group, Huo Zhengxiong held a newspaper, his thoughts unwittingly drifting into the past. This matter had long left an indelible mark in the recesses of his memory. Huo Zhengxiong recalled every detail of events that transpired in another timeline with remarkable clarity. The situation had a predetermined trajectory. Ultimately, Hutchison Whampoa and Sun Hung Kai Properties chose to collaborate in bidding for this parcel of land. They offered an astronomical sum of 6.991 billion Hong Kong dollars, successfully securing the land. This transaction not only shattered the previous land auction record in the harbor's real estate market, but also became a milestone event in the history of the harbor's economic development. In the early days of the harbor's development, Tsim Sha Tsui was already one of the most prosperous areas. With the official commencement of development on this parcel of Tsim Sha Tsui land, the area gradually evolved into the commercial nucleus of the harbor, also becoming a highly sought-after tourist destination. Among the developments, Hutchison Whampoa invested heavily in the Harbor City project, which later emerged as one of the largest shopping centers in the harbor. Ultimately, the exorbitant price achieved for this parcel of land was primarily due to it being the last remaining undeveloped plot in Tsim Sha Tsui. Had we returned to the past when Tsim Sha Tsui was yet to be fully developed, such a price would have been unfathomable. Today, with the surrounding developments solidly in place, it has become one of the most bustling commercial districts in the harbor, hence the staggering price for this undeveloped land. Huo Zhengxiong read through the news article word by word, his gaze gradually becoming resolute and clear. He then picked up another newspaper nearby, continuing to peruse articles related to this announcement. His motive for doing so was to cross-check the information's accuracy, as he recognized that many media reports may present a skewed perspective. Before long, Huo Zhengxiong diligently reviewed several newspapers. Afterward, he set them aside and turned to face Jimmy, his expression serious as he spoke. "We must participate in this land auction." Before Jimmy could respond, Huo Zhengxiong added gravely, "Moreover, we must succeed in acquiring this auction." Upon hearing this, Jimmy paused in contemplation before voicing his concerns. Tsim Sha Tsui is indeed a land of great value, but judging by the government's announcement, this auction will undoubtedly entail fierce competition. The prominent families and real estate enterprises are bound to engage in fierce competition. Should we choose to participate, the costs incurred will undoubtedly escalate significantly. If we fail to exercise caution, an excessive investment may render it exceedingly difficult to recoup our expenses. However, upon hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong could not help but smile broadly and retorted, "Do you know how much rent revenue Harbor City generates annually?" A look of confusion crossed Jimmy's face. To be honest, he was unaware of the specific figure. Huo Zhengxiong, rarely so solemn, spoke in a grave tone. "The annual rental income exceeds 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Jimmy's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression filled with disbelief. 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. What an astounding figure. If that is the case, even if the initial investment is somewhat greater, it seems rather acceptable. Immediately, Jimmy displayed a respectful demeanor and nodded, stating, "I shall proceed as per the boss's instructions and arrange the relevant matters right away." Huo Zhengxiong nodded in affirmation, advising, "Ensure that we successfully secure the bidding qualification." Jimmy solemnly agreed and promptly set out to handle the affairs concerning the bidding qualification. Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong continued to ponder deeply. The significance of this plot of land is self-evident. It is situated in the Tsim Sha Tsui waterfront area, the last undeveloped land in the region, encompassing an area of 22 hectares. Once development is initiated, the potential profits are undeniably substantial. On the other hand, after receiving Huo Zhengxiong's directive, Jimmy immediately proceeded to the relevant departments of the port government to process the bidding procedures. As this was a publicly organized government tender, obtaining the bidding qualification was not particularly challenging, and everything progressed smoothly. Jimmy adeptly managed all matters and successfully secured the bidding qualification. However, the list of bidding qualifications published by the government departments is transparent, meaning that once the qualification is obtained, one can readily find out who the other competitors are. This implies that every tycoon, noble family, and real estate company interested in this parcel of land is constantly monitoring the dynamics of the list. Before long, news of Jimmy successfully obtaining the bidding qualification spread throughout the port. The ordinary citizens of the port, upon encountering such news, may have merely glanced at it without much concern, as this bidding activity seemed distant from their everyday lives. However, when the news of Huo Zhengxiong's bidding qualification reached the ears of the four major tycoons, Li Daheng, Li Zhaoji, Guo Dasheng, Zheng Yutong, and the Shipping King, along with other top business magnates of the port, it immediately garnered their heightened attention. The Shipping King, smiling, murmured, "Interesting, truly interesting. This young man, named Huo, possesses remarkable courage and ambition." Beside him, the younger members of the Bao family could not help but furrow their brows, questioning, when did this Huo family member acquire such formidable strength? Is he merely here to join the fray? Is his appetite too large? It hasn't been long since he acquired Hong Kong Electric, secured Central Plaza, and established shopping centers and convenience stores. Does he truly have sufficient funds to participate in this auction? I previously remarked that this young man is exceptional, and it appears that my judgment was correct. He has only recently ascended to prominence, but has already set his sights on the lucrative real estate sector. The Shipping King smiled faintly and replied, "His successful acquisition of the bidding qualification indicates that he possesses the capability to engage in the bidding. Moreover, you are all aware that his recent business ventures have been flourishing. If he is genuinely determined to secure this land, it would not be surprising for him to leverage some of his enterprises and assets to raise capital." Chapter 378. This young man is undoubtedly a formidable force, an unstoppable tiger ascending the mountain. Someone could not help but exclaim, "I am simply astonished. It has been such a short time, and Huo Zhengxiong has already ventured into the real estate industry. I am also somewhat concerned that his sudden entry may disrupt our transition plan from sea to land." Upon hearing this, the Shipping King shook his head in resignation, revealing a hint of disappointment, and said, "To not grasp the critical nuances of this matter is truly disappointing." The members of the Bao family wore expressions of embarrassment, and then they heard the Shipping King patiently explain, "In truth, Huo Zhengxiong's emergence may instill a sense of crisis among the four major families, but for us in the Bao family, it is, in fact, a fortuitous development." The members of the Bao family looked perplexed, their expressions reflecting their confusion. The Shipping King had to further elucidate. Huo Zhengxiong's sudden rise will undoubtedly divert the attention of the four major families in the port. As a result, our transition plan from sea to land will be executed more smoothly. The Shipping King's words were not difficult to comprehend, to some extent. Huo Zhengxiong's interests do not significantly clash with those of the Bao family. His rapid expansion will inevitably evoke a profound sense of crisis among the four major families in the port, thereby ensuring that he will face exclusion from them, potentially even encountering their combined efforts to suppress him. Is this not precisely the scenario the Bao family will face after abandoning their maritime operations to develop on land? Now that Huo Zhengxiong has successfully captured the attention of the four major families and various business magnates, he is clearly alleviating the pressure on the Bao family. He acts as a pioneering force, clearing the path for the Bao family's advancement. Thus, Huo Zhengxiong's emergence is solely beneficial to the Bao family. It was then that everyone suddenly awoke from their daze, realizing the truth. Following this, the Shipping King calmly instructed, "Convey my orders. We must secure this bidding qualification successfully." A young member of the Bao family, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Shipping King, are you also interested in this land?" The Shipping King gently shook his head, responding, "Not at all. I merely wish to witness firsthand the true capabilities of this young man, Huo Zhengxiong." Understood. Meanwhile, upon learning this news, Li Daheng's expression turned grave. If anyone in the entire port harbors the deepest apprehensions towards Huo Zhengxiong, it is undoubtedly Li Daheng. Is this news truly reliable? Li Daheng could not help but press his companions for confirmation. Absolutely authentic. His secretary promptly replied, "Huo Zhengxiong has successfully obtained the bidding qualification documents." Li Daheng's demeanor grew serious as he murmured to himself, "This is truly infuriating. What scheme is this fellow concocting? Is he planning to enter the real estate sector?" The more Li Daheng pondered, the more convinced he became of this possibility. Just the thought of the potential chain reactions triggered by Huo Zhengxiong's entry into the real estate industry made his heart skip a beat. To be frank, Li Daheng harbored a deep-seated fear of Huo Zhengxiong. Subsequently, Li Daheng's expression darkened, and with unwavering determination, he declared, "Absolutely not. This Huo Zhengxiong is nothing short of a disruptive force. We cannot allow him to start his foray into the real estate sector with such a high starting point. We must devise a strategy to curtail his momentum." The secretary nodded in agreement, fully aligned with Li Daheng's sentiments. The foray of Huo Zhengxiong into the real estate sector may not initially seem to be a momentous event, yet considering his penchant for stirring the pot, it is inevitable that his involvement will incite significant upheaval and transformative changes within any industry he enters. Should Huo Zhengxiong clandestinely conspire against Li's enterprises, it could indeed spell trouble. Merely contemplating this possibility is enough to induce a headache. Following a moment of serious contemplation, Tycoon Li promptly instructed, "Make arrangements. I wish to invite the heads of other prominent families for a dinner." "Understood," replied the secretary, hastily departing from Tycoon Li's office. Of course, Tycoon Li was not the only one taken aback upon learning that Huo Zhengxiong had secured bidding qualifications. Meanwhile, within the esteemed Kuo family, one of the four great families of the port, the atmosphere was equally tense. At that moment, Huo Zhengxiong was engaged in a thorough analysis with his advisory team. After meticulously examining the development trajectory of the Eastern Group and the character traits of Huo Zhengxiong, they arrived at a fundamental conclusion. Huo Zhengxiong is undoubtedly intent on acquiring the land in Tsimsha Sui. Immediately, Huo Zhengxiong's advisory secretary concurred. Indeed, given the current trajectory of the Eastern Group, should he successfully secure the Tsimsha Sui plot, a formidable competitor will undoubtedly emerge among the capable real estate firms in the port. At that point, the limited market pie will hardly suffice for everyone. Huo Zhengxiong nodded gravely. While I personally hold this younger generation in high regard, Huo Zhengxiong's pace of development is alarmingly rapid. The advisory team promptly discerned the underlying meaning in Huo Zhengxiong's words. Initially, he had admired Huo Zhengxiong, but as Huo's momentum surged, particularly with the tactics employed against Tycoon Li and Li's enterprises, Huo Zhengxiong grew increasingly cautious. With a somber tone, Huo Zhengxiong stated, "This young man is undoubtedly a formidable force, akin to a relentless tiger ascending the mountain. Since he has entered this bidding war, we now face an additional powerful rival, necessitating that we prepare more substantial funds." The members of the advisory team nodded in agreement with Huo Zhengxiong's proposition. At this juncture, one advisor could not restrain himself from inquiring, "But what if our meticulous preparations still leave us short on funds? After all, the Huo Zhengxiong of today is no comparison to the one from a year ago. We might not be able to suppress him solely with our own strength." Upon uttering this, the room fell into an immediate silence. Huo Zhengxiong sank into deep contemplation, his expression grave as he pondered for a moment before finally speaking. "Then we shall unite with others. I genuinely worry that once this young man steps into the real estate arena, he will throw the entire industry into chaos, leaving no peace. Young people truly need to endure more setbacks and challenges." The members of the advisory team nodded in agreement. It was evident that Huo Zhengxiong's wariness towards Huo Zhengxiong had deepened significantly. Chapter 379. His rise exceeds everyone's expectations. Of course, there exists no direct conflict between him and Huo Zhengxiong. Rather, he is merely preparing for contingencies, fearing that Huo, as a disruptor, might plunge the industry into disarray upon his entry. After all, Huo Zhengxiong's previous confrontations with Pepsi, actions against Li Xian garments, and subsequent ventures such as establishing the Hong Kong Electric Company and launching the Eastern Shopping Center and convenience stores, ultimately bore little relevance to the Kuo family. They could comfortably remain bystanders, observing the duel between him and Tycoon Li. However, the real estate sector is not solely dominated by Tycoon Li. Each of the four great families of the port has amassed wealth and prosperity through real estate. This industry forms the very foundation of their family's survival and growth. Should Huo Zhengxiong devise new strategies to contend with Tycoon Li, they would not be overly concerned. Their sole apprehension lies in the potential ramifications of Huo's actions on their own interests. Thus, Huo Zhengxiong's thoughts aligned closely with those of Tycoon Li, both eager to delay Huo Zhengxiong's entry into the real estate market. After all, as everyone privately mused, although the port thrives, its geographical area remains limited, and the market size is fixed. The emergence of such a formidable competitor as Huo Zhengxiong will inevitably result in diminished portions for others, forcing them to relinquish a share of their market. Regardless of whether the other prominent families are willing to accept this outcome, Huo Zhengxiong is resolutely unwilling to acquiesce. Just then, as Huo Zhengxiong and his advisory team reached a consensus, a sudden knock echoed at the office door. "Come in." Huo Zhengxiong responded nonchalantly. Subsequently, a subordinate entered, lowering his voice to say, "Mr. Kuo, Tycoon Li has invited you to dinner this evening." Huo Zhengxiong's eyes brightened, a smile escaping his lips. "It seems Tycoon Li shares my concerns," prompting his eagerness to rally allies. After a moment of contemplation, members of the advisory team could not help but inquire, "Chairman, do you intend to collaborate with Tycoon Li?" Following this, one advisory secretary, with a serious demeanor, advised the chairman, "Chairman, Tycoon Li's reputation is currently tarnished. He is certainly not a suitable partner for collaboration. I implore you to deliberate thoroughly before finalizing any decision. Another advisor quickly added, Indeed, Chairman, this matter requires utmost caution. Tycoon Li is akin to a rat scurrying across the street, and it is best to avoid entanglements with him. Once the advisory team members had each expressed their views, the smile faded from Huo Zhengxiong's face, replaced by a serious expression. He nodded solemnly, pausing briefly before stating, Direct collaboration is absolutely out of the question. I do not wish to repeat Tycoon Li's missteps and end up in disgrace. After a moment, Huo Zhengxiong added, Of course, the situation is not entirely devoid of flexibility. While I will not enter into a formal collaboration agreement with Tycoon Li for the time being, inviting him for an occasional meal and casual conversation is certainly acceptable. Upon hearing Huo Zhengxiong's words, the advisory team members breathed a sigh of relief. It must be acknowledged that Huo Zhengxiong consistently maintains a clear mindset. He understands that Tycoon Li is akin to a hot potato at present, and avoiding entanglement is the wisest choice. Clearly, Huo Zhengxiong's statement concealed another layer of meaning. Should circumstances necessitate, he would not oppose extending a hand to Tycoon Li. In essence, if a suitable opportunity arises, he would not hesitate to leverage Tycoon Li to counter Huo Zhengxiong. Naturally, the Kuo family would not intervene directly. They would merely allow Tycoon Li to take the lead. Moreover, Huo Zhengxiong believed that a thoroughly defeated Tycoon Li would likely not refuse to be utilized. Nonetheless, this remains a contingency plan, a precautionary measure for the future. It is undeniable that Huo Zhengxiong adeptly employs the strategy of mutual checks and balances, executing it with remarkable finesse. Preventing Huo Zhengxiong from entering the real estate sector is merely a secondary objective for Huo Zhengxiong. His primary aim, without a doubt, is to secure the last prime piece of land in Tsimsha Sui. In fact, he is not the only one harboring ambitions akin to his. Zheng Yutong of the Zheng family is currently engaging in a leisurely tea conversation with another magnate, Li Zhaoji of the Li family. Given their esteemed positions, choosing collaboration often proves to be far more prudent than fostering enmity. After all, as the old adage goes, having more friends is preferable to having fewer enemies. In reality, among the four major families in the harbor, the Li family and Guo family frequently collaborate, while the partnership between Zheng Yutong and Li Zhaoji is even more robust. Of course, this does not imply that there is a complete absence of collaboration between the Li family and Zhaoji, or between Yutong and Huo Zhengxiong. Their interactions simply occur less frequently. In contrast, Li Zhaoji and Zheng Yutong share a more harmonious alignment in their approaches and philosophies. At this moment, Zheng Yutong turns to Li Zhaoji and inquires, Mr. Li, what are your thoughts on Huo Zhengxiong's participation in the land bidding? Li Zhaoji hesitates for a moment before responding. I presume that Zheng Tycoon's viewpoint aligns closely with mine, does it not? Zheng Yutong smiles lightly and nods. Indeed, there is no denying that Huo Zhengxiong is an exceptionally capable upstart, with a significant advantage in youth. If all goes as expected, he will undoubtedly lead the future development of the harbor. However, considering the current circumstances, is it not somewhat premature for him to enter the real estate industry? Li Zhaoji ponders for a moment before nodding in agreement. You speak the truth. I have long anticipated that Huo Zhengxiong would eventually venture into real estate. However, I never imagined that his capital accumulation would progress so rapidly, thanks to the Hong Kong Electric Company, Central Plaza, along with shopping centers and convenience stores. While he still lags behind us four great families, the gap is precisely in the real estate sector. If he were to hastily enter this field now, it would not bode well for any of us. Li Zhaoji's sentiments resonate perfectly with Zheng Yutong's own thoughts. Frankly, Zheng Yutong harbors a great deal of optimism regarding Huo Zhengxiong's potential for advancement, yet the speed of his rise has truly exceeded everyone's expectations. In just a few short years, he has achieved remarkable success. Should he manage to replicate such explosive growth in the real estate sector, the landscape of the harbor would indeed shift to a scenario where five great families coexist. Thus, upon learning of Huo Zhengxiong's intention to participate in the bidding, Zheng Yutong promptly sought out Li Zhaoji to gauge his stance, hoping to ascertain whether they shared a common position. If they were of the same mind, it would be ideal. If their views diverged, Zheng Yutong would need to re-evaluate his relationship with Huo Zhengxiong. Known for his vendettas, Huo Zhengxiong does not easily forgive even the slightest grievances. Therefore, in the absence of sufficient power to contend with him, or a conflict of interest that cannot be reconciled, Zheng Yutong is reluctant to make an enemy of him. As long as there remains a possibility of friendship, he would prefer to opt for peaceful coexistence. After all, the cautionary tales of Li Dai are fresh in their minds. The other three magnates have also pondered whether they could have fared better had they found themselves in Li Dai's position. The answer is undoubtedly negative. This implies that should a conflict arise between Huo Zhengxiong and them, they would not be entirely confident in their ability to handle it more adeptly than Li Dai. Consequently, the four great families are truly wary of this young man. It must be acknowledged that Huo Zhengxiong possesses remarkable qualities. Achieving such heights at a young age is indeed rare, eliciting vigilance from the four great families. Nevertheless, since Zheng Yutong and Li Zhaoji's perspectives align, he has resolved to maintain his stance. Without completely severing ties with Huo Zhengxiong, he wishes to allow him to undergo further trials and tribulations. In other words, Huo Zhengxiong will encounter various obstacles in this bidding process. Surprisingly, the four magnates of the harbor share the same viewpoint on this matter. This is hardly surprising, considering Huo Zhengxiong's current strength far surpasses the past. Should the four great families fail to remain vigilant, they may unwittingly become stepping stones for his ascent. Of course, both Zheng Yutong and Li Zhaoji are in agreement. While they do not wish for Huo Zhengxiong to enter the real estate industry, they do not intend to completely sever ties or oppose him. Ultimately, as they have stated, the future of the harbor ultimately belongs to Huo Zhengxiong. What they envy most about him is that he is currently in the prime of his youth, exuding vigor and vitality. This youthfulness even instills a sense of trepidation in these established magnates. As the four great families quietly intensify their preparations, the harbor government officially announces the list of participants in the Tsim Sha Sui land bidding. Upon seeing the list, all media outlets are astounded. The attention of major media across the harbor converges on one name in particular, Huo Zhengxiong. My goodness, Huo Zhengxiong is finally entering the real estate industry. Wow, how long has it been since he started his journey? Is he about to usher in a new era of magnates? Immediately, the exhilarated media scramble to report the news. Magnate Huo successfully secures the bidding qualification for the Tsim Sha Sui land. Important signal. The Oriental Group is set to venture into the real estate sector. Will it reshape industry norms? A new variable in the industry, Magnate Huo is about to enter the real estate domain. The Oriental Group has obtained the bidding qualification for the land, potentially altering the industry landscape. A powerful contender enters the fray. Will Huo Zhengxiong bring about transformative changes in the real estate sector? As the news spreads, the citizens of the harbor are left in a state of astonishment. Amidst their shock, a mixture of anticipation and joy fills their hearts. My goodness, is Huo Zhengxiong really entering the real estate industry? Will housing prices follow suit and decline? What exactly do they mean by industry disruptor? The anticipation is palpable. Perhaps housing prices will genuinely see a downward trend. We wholeheartedly welcome the Oriental Group's entry, hoping they can help alleviate the persistently high housing prices. We truly hope this news is genuine. It hasn't been long since Huo Zhengxiong has gained the strength to venture into real estate. We have watched him grow, and a swell of pride rises within us. Haha. Could it be that Magnate Huo intends to challenge Li Dai by stepping into the real estate sector? I am genuinely curious about whether Li Dai will be taken aback upon hearing this news. If Mr. Huo can indeed bring down housing prices, he will be hailed as a great benefactor of the harbor. In no time, the populace of the harbor is fervently discussing the potential upheaval Huo Zhengxiong's entry into the real estate field may bring. It must be noted that every time Huo Zhengxiong ventures into a new industry, he manages to instigate monumental changes within it. Given that housing prices in the harbor have long remained exorbitant, the burden on ordinary citizens has become unbearable. Many citizens eagerly anticipate that Huo Zhengxiong will effectively stir the existing landscape of the real estate industry. To put it in contemporary parlance, they hope he will invigorate the competitive atmosphere within the sector, thereby encouraging other real estate companies to join the fray. Amidst the bustling discussions among the citizens of the port city, a portion of them has already begun to calculate their own strategies. Inside the Lei family's villa, Mr. Lei, accompanied by his daughter, the esteemed Lei Qianjin, climbed into the car, heading directly towards the office building of the Oriental Group. In the chairman's office of the Oriental Group, Huo Zhengxiong observed the unexpected arrival of Mr. Lei and his daughter, his brow instinctively furrowing, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What on earth is happening? How could these two individuals suddenly come knocking at my door? Before Huo Zhengxiong could voice his inquiry, Mr. Lei cheerfully interjected. Jeline mentioned that she has been thinking of you, but as a young lady, she felt too shy to approach you directly. So I took it upon myself to bring her here. Huo Zhengxiong scrutinized the memory of Lei Jeline, whose character was as fiery as a little chili pepper. Based on his understanding of her quirky and tempestuous nature, she ought to be throwing a fit at this moment. Yet, under Mr. Lei's somewhat brazen explanation, this little chili pepper surprisingly displayed a hint of shyness. Huo Zhengxiong was utterly taken aback. He stared incredulously at Mr. Lei, his mind racing with a singular question. How on earth did you manage to transform this headstrong young lady into what she is now? It is worth noting that I have previously had an unpleasant entanglement with your daughter. My goodness, and now you are voluntarily bringing her to me? Huo Zhengxiong was filled with astonishment, coupled with a nagging suspicion. Could it be that this Lei father-daughter duo has come to settle scores with him? Chapter 381. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Although Huo Zhengxiong did not particularly care about tarnishing his reputation with an additional stain, he was still willing to uphold his standing, for such matters could tarnish the image of a tycoon. However, at that time, he was not in the position he currently holds. At this moment, Lei Jilin's bashful demeanor genuinely astonished Huo Zhengxiong. To be frank, after their previous encounter, he had no intention of entangling himself with her again. Yet, with her father so assertively pushing her towards him, it was almost comical. Huo Zhengxiong was left speechless, as the unfolding drama reeked of melodrama. Just as he was still in a daze, Lei Jilin unexpectedly altered her usual demeanor, seriously appraising him, her gaze filled with affection, tender enough to weave them together. Mr. Lei promptly seized the moment to elucidate. I am aware that there were misunderstandings between you two in the past, but Mr. Hua, you publicly acknowledged your relationship with my daughter Jilin in the newspapers. My visit today is to encourage you both to set aside past grievances and to get along harmoniously. The subtext of Mr. Lei's words was abundantly clear. The previous incident where Huo Zhengxiong had forcibly claimed Lei Jilin would be swept under the rug, but moving forward, Huo Zhengxiong must treat her well. In simpler terms, Mr. Lei was insisting on entrusting Lei Jilin to Huo Zhengxiong, regardless of his willingness. For he had publicly declared their relationship. Huo Zhengxiong finally devised a means of evasion. Just as he was about to speak, he caught Mr. Lei's meaningful gaze, who remarked, "Everyone in Hong Kong knows my daughter is your girlfriend. If you are irresponsible, what will become of her? Who would want to marry her then?" Huo Zhengxiong was momentarily rendered speechless. Mr. Lei's implication could not have been clearer. Treat my daughter well, and consider the past as if it never occurred. She is yours from now on. However, should you refuse, I shall expose the truth. Yet, while Huo Zhengxiong was still contemplating a counter-strategy, Mr. Lei assumed he had acquiesced. Immediately breaking into a satisfied grin, addressing Lei Jilin, "What are you still dawdling for? Have you forgotten the virtues I've taught you? Go pour a glass of water for your boyfriend." Upon hearing her father's words, Lei Jilin shyly nodded at Huo Zhengxiong and rose to fetch a cup from his table. In truth, what puzzled Huo Zhengxiong the most was how Lei Jilin, with her previous fiery temperament, had become so obedient and compliant, allowing her father to dictate her actions. This was hardly characteristic of her. It is worth noting that in the film, this young lady severed ties with her father due to disagreements. Nevertheless, while Huo Zhengxiong was unclear about the reasons behind Lei Jilin's dramatic transformation, he did not particularly mind. After all, he was never short of female company. If Mr. Lei merely sought to gain some advantage from this arrangement, Huo Zhengxiong would not hesitate to offer a reasonable concession. However, if he were to demand excessively, Huo Zhengxiong would not shy away from being ruthlessly decisive. Ultimately, Huo Zhengxiong had never considered himself a good person, even with women he had been intimately involved with. It was precisely because Huo Zhengxiong discerned the affection in Lei Jilin's gaze that he was willing to grant Mr. Lei an audience. Otherwise, subsequently, seizing the opportunity while Lei Jilin was fetching water, Huo Zhengxiong straightened his demeanor, adopting a serious expression as he addressed Mr. Lei. "Mr. Lei, some matters are best left in the past." Yet, before he could finish, Mr. Lei solemnly interrupted, "These things are of little importance. What matters is that I know you are preparing to venture into the real estate industry, and you remain unaware of how the 4 major families will target you. Even if you are confident in successfully acquiring the land in Sim Sha Sui, can you guarantee that everything will proceed smoothly thereafter?" Huo Zhengxiong couldn't help but furrow his brow. Mr. Lei's assertion indeed posed a thorny issue, one he had contemplated previously. However, the step into real estate was one he had to take, and now presented itself as an exceptional opportunity. Though unforeseen risks might arise during the process, greater risks often yield higher rewards. When the time for boldness arrives, Huo Zhengxiong has never hesitated to forge ahead. After all, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Just as Huo Zhengxiong was about to speak, Mr. Lei interjected calmly, "I believe that even someone of your stature, Mr. Hua, could greatly benefit from assistance like mine at this moment." This statement struck a chord with Huo Zhengxiong, plunging him into silence. He had already devised a plan. Should the 4 major families detect a threat and opt to unite against him, even his considerable skills might not suffice to navigate through unscathed. He lowered his head in contemplation, remaining silent. A cunning smile gradually crept onto Mr. Lei's face as he added, "I have only this one daughter, and as long as you can develop steadily, I will wholeheartedly support you." Huo Zhengxiong raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of skepticism flashing in his eyes. It was difficult for him to fully trust such words coming from Mr. Lei. If Mr. Lei truly cherished Lei Jilin, she would not have chosen to elope and engage in a life of crime, as depicted in the film. In truth, Huo Zhengxiong had already discerned Mr. Lei's intentions. Mr. Lei had long aspired to enter the real estate sector, but had yet to find a suitable opportunity. Although he did not fully trust Mr. Lei, considering his own strength and potential for growth, along with the crucial connection of Lei Jilin, Mr. Lei's proposal for collaboration was indeed compelling. After all, from the perspective of a businessman seeking profit, Engaging with Lei Zhilan would undoubtedly yield the full support of Boss Lei, making this transaction exceedingly advantageous. Moreover, Lei Zhilan's stunning beauty is nothing short of exceptional, a rare gem among women. With this thought in mind, Huo Zhengxiong pondered earnestly for a moment, nodding slightly in acquiescence to Boss Lei's proposal for collaboration. Upon witnessing this, Boss Lei immediately broke into a radiant smile. For him, the opportunity to collaborate with Huo Zhengxiong represented a coveted chance to partake in such a grand project, with benefits far surpassing those of ordinary partnerships. Subsequently, Boss Lei, filled with elation, engaged in a detailed discussion with Huo Zhengxiong regarding the specifics of their future collaboration, the amount of liquid capital he could provide during the Tsim Sha Sui land bid, the precise assistance he could offer, and the returns he hoped to receive. Business people are accustomed to clearly delineating the distribution of interest from the outset. Fortunately, Boss Lei understood the importance of balance, proposing terms well within Huo Zhengxiong's realm of acceptance, thus ensuring the smooth conclusion of their agreement. Chapter 382. There are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Shortly thereafter, Boss Lei departed from the Oriental group, his satisfaction evident as he glanced at the blushing Lei Zhilan, expressing his approval. Indeed, a talented man paired with a beautiful woman. You two truly make the most fitting couple in the harbor. Huo Zhengxiong smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to Lei Zhilan, revealing a hint of contentment. Ultimately, it was Lei Zhilan's unabashed admiration for him that served as the core premise for his willingness to collaborate with Boss Lei. Before long, Boss Lei's figure faded from view. Lei Zhilan gradually shed her shyness and cheerfully suggested, "How about I treat you to dinner at the Peninsula Hotel tonight? I've already made a reservation with your favorite chef." Huo Zhengxiong nodded with a smile, then raised a finger to his shoulder, softly stating, "It's a little sore here." Instantly understanding, Lei Zhilan obediently moved behind Huo Zhengxiong, extending her delicate hands to massage him with just the right amount of pressure. Throughout the entire afternoon, Lei Zhilan remained in Huo Zhengxiong's office, and he, unrestrained by the surroundings, engaged in an intimate relationship with her, finally uncovering the reason behind Lei Zhilan's drastic change in demeanor. The reason, it turns out, was rather simple. Was there anyone in the entire harbor who surpassed Huo Zhengxiong in excellence and handsomeness? Particularly for Lei Zhilan, who hailed from a prestigious family and was weary of the sycophants and flatterers she frequently encountered. In contrast, Huo Zhengxiong was the most distinctive man she had ever met. Since being taken to the hotel by Huo Zhengxiong, as time passed, the resentment in Lei Zhilan's heart gradually dissipated, and she began to focus on him more and more, her affection for him developing almost naturally. Furthermore, with her father constantly guiding her, various factors converged, leading Huo Zhengxiong to embrace dating and cohabitation with Lei Zhilan, thereby further solidifying his partnership with Boss Lei. Just as Huo Zhengxiong was preparing to depart for the Peninsula Hotel with Lei Zhilan, a gentle knock sounded at the office door. Zhao Yi entered, his expression somewhat unusual as he said, "Boss, someone wishes to see you." Huo Zhengxiong, noticing Zhao Yi's peculiar demeanor, felt a flicker of curiosity. Shortly after, Zhao Yi mentioned a name that took him by surprise, Lin Baixin. Upon hearing this name, Huo Zhengxiong was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, a smile crept onto his face as he instructed, "Please let him in." "Understood," Zhao Yi replied, turning to leave. Soon, Lin Baixin entered the office with a smile. Huo Zhengxiong's lips curled into a subtle grin, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Chairman Lin, it has been quite some time." Lin Baixin was Huo Zhengxiong's old rival, the former owner of Lee Sin Garment. This individual held significant importance to Huo Zhengxiong, had he not climbed atop Lin Baixin's shoulders, engaging in multiple asset acquisitions. Huo Zhengxiong would not have attained his current level of success. Following the conclusion of their last business rivalry, Lin Baixin had completely conceded defeat to Huo Zhengxiong, selling Lee Sin Garment as a condition for Huo Zhengxiong to spare him, leading to a transformation from adversaries to allies, culminating in a handshake of reconciliation. Lin Baixin's unexpected visit left Huo Zhengxiong with mixed emotions. It was both expected and surprising. Like Boss Lei, Lin Baixin had long sought to expand his influence in the real estate sector, and Huo Zhengxiong's participation in the land bid presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although they had previously encountered considerable conflict, the business world operates on the principle that there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Thus, it was not surprising that he would seek out Huo Zhengxiong for collaboration, especially after the acquisition of Lee Sin Garment had drastically reduced the Lin family's assets, leaving him eager to recover his losses. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Huo Zhengxiong's capabilities, much like Tycoon Li. If he could partner with Huo Zhengxiong, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the Lin family, gaining a foothold in the monopolized real estate industry dominated by the four major families. In response to Huo Zhengxiong's teasing smile, Lin Baixin remained unfazed and stated directly, "This time, I'm looking to ride on Tycoon Huo's coattails." willing to offer my insights and strategies. I wonder if Tycoon Huo would consider granting me this opportunity? Huo Zhengxiong, both surprised by Lin Baixin's transformation and amused, replied with a smile. That will depend on what value Chairman Lin can bring to the table. Lin Baixin's face lit up with a broad smile as he confidently assured. Rest assured, what I bring will undoubtedly satisfy Tycoon Huo. Huo Zhengxiong waved his hand, signaling for Lei Zhilan to exit the office, allowing him to delve into a thorough discussion with Lin Baixin regarding their potential collaboration. It must be said that Lin Baixin indeed arrived with genuine intent. His proposals were largely similar to those of Boss Lei, with terms that were even slightly more favorable. After a moment of contemplation, Huo Zhengxiong nodded with a smile and extended his hand. Chairman Lin, here's to a successful partnership. This statement signified that in the contest for entry into the real estate market, Huo Zhengxiong had gained a reliable ally, bolstering his confidence. Although the alliance between Boss Lei and Lin Baixin still paled in comparison to any of the four major families, the support they could provide was by no means trivial. And thus Huo Zhengxiong saw no reason to oppose sharing the spoils with both. With yet another ally secured, Huo Zhengxiong's spirits soared, and he eagerly invited Lei Zhilan to dinner at the Peninsula Hotel. As night fell, an enchanting and tender evening ensued as anticipated. It must be noted that Huo Zhengxiong's preferences were quite audacious. He requested Lei Zhilan to mimic the initial resistance she had displayed during their first encounter. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lei Zhilan happened to be experiencing a particularly significant day. Time flew by, and before long, Wednesday arrived. Typically, this would be an unremarkable day, but this week's Wednesday marked the auction of the last parcel of land in Tsim Shui. 2 days prior, the media had already begun to hype the event, fervently portraying the intense atmosphere surrounding the auction, with reports flooding in. The Oriental Group ventures into real estate. Is it an opportunity or a challenge? The main event is about to unfold. The auction commences tomorrow evening. The harbor government highly endorses Huo Zhengxiong's bidding efforts. In the face of the four major families, can Tycoon Huo continue his glorious legacy and deliver surprises? How does the Oriental Group plan to contend against the four major families? With Huo Zhengxiong participating in the bid, Tycoon Li is engulfed in anxiety. Who will emerge as the ultimate victor? Can Huo Zhengxiong sustain his previous astonishing performance? The bidding scene promises to be exhilarating. Industry titans gather. A hidden dragon among the crouching tigers. On the day of the auction, the senior officials of the Port Authority officially announced that the venue would be a hotel adjacent to the Tsim Shui Promenade, where the auction of the Tsim Shui land will take place. Chapter 383. Seize the opportunity and soar to great heights. He is inherently extraordinary. Upon the release of this news, countless media reporters hurried to the hotel entrance to await the arrival of guests. Starting from 6 in the evening, luxurious cars began to arrive one after another at the hotel's entrance. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone invited to this auction is a renowned business magnate in the port, each with a fortune that far surpasses the imagination of ordinary individuals. At the hotel entrance, the incessant clicking of camera shutters filled the air. Precisely at 6:30, a Rolls-Royce came to a smooth stop before the hotel. The moment Su Zhenyang opened the car door for Huo Zhengxiong, the atmosphere at the entrance erupted with excitement. A throng of reporters and fans of Huo Zhengxiong exclaimed in fervent cheer, "Go, Tycoon Huo! Tycoon Huo!" Flashes from cameras erupted in a continuous cascade. Huo Zhengxiong flashed a gentlemanly smile at the cameras, then proceeded into the hotel with the accompaniment of attendants. Numerous female reporters, captivated by his smile, swooned and exclaimed, "Did you see that? Tycoon Huo smiled at me. He is my idol." Moments later, as Huo Zhengxiong entered the hotel lobby, he found a gathering of industry leaders. A rough estimate suggested that there were around 100 individuals in the lobby, including hotel staff and some personnel responsible for auction-related tasks, but not members of the Port Authority. The remaining 30 individuals were the core figures of the day, all of whom, like Huo Zhengxiong, were business magnates of the port. Upon closer inspection, among them were the chairman of the Tang Group, Lin Baixin of Leasing Group, Boss Lei, and more than 20 others. However, the most formidable were undoubtedly the titans of the four major families. Although Huo Zhengxiong was undeniably powerful, he could only be considered of moderate standing in terms of wealth at the event. He surpassed Boss Lei and Lin Baixin, but still fell short compared to the four major families. Huo Zhengxiong gazed around and spotted Li Daitai, Li Zhaoji, Zheng Yutong, Guo Daheng, the flamboyant Lu Wanxiong, and even the foremost shipping tycoon, the king of chartering, all present. Additionally, there were several influential figures he had never encountered before, whose names eluded him. Yet, aside from the hotel staff and Port Authority personnel, anyone who casually walked out of the venue would be a significant figure in the outside world. It is no exaggeration to say that these individuals wield control over half of the port's wealth. Huo Zhengxiong withdrew his gaze, a proud smile involuntarily gracing his face. The reason being, despite the multitude of powerful individuals present, they all shared a common trait of advanced age, with many sporting gray hair. The moment Huo Zhengxiong entered the lobby, he stood out remarkably. In the entire lobby, the only individuals who could match his age were the hotel staff. Yet the disparity between them and him was undeniable. As Huo Zhengxiong made his entrance, he instantly became the focal point of the entire gathering. It is worth noting that these magnates were all astute and perceptive. The moment he appeared, he captured everyone's attention. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon him, filled with astonishment and disbelief, and the venue fell silent. Huo Zhengxiong possessed a striking appearance, aptly described as a jade-like figure among commoners, unmatched in grace. Clad in a suit personally designed by Yu Li, he perfectly showcased his tall stature, further enhancing his exceptional presence. Coupled with a handsome face that could make countless affluent women swoon, he would undoubtedly turn heads as he walked down the street. Adorning a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, Huo Zhengxiong exuded an air of scholarly refinement, radiating an aura of cultured elegance. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips carried a hint of rebelliousness, adding a touch of nonchalance to his demeanor. Finally, his gaze was sharp and profound, far beyond that of an average young man in his 20s. These characteristics, when singularly present in ordinary individuals, would be sufficient to draw attention. However, when all these traits converged upon Huo Zhengxiong, the unique aura he exuded made the assembled magnates feel as though this young man was akin to a black hole, capable of consuming all light around him. Even in the vicinity of the sun, its brilliance would be overshadowed by his presence. He was simply too captivating. The combination of his refined, scholarly demeanor and unfathomable gaze made it clear that Huo Zhengxiong was no ordinary individual. To be frank, even these well-versed magnates felt this way, let alone the women present. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Lei Zhilan and Tang Xinhui would be enamored by him. The auction scene fell into a sudden hush. Before long, the business elites present began to turn to their acquaintances, engaging in hushed conversations. So this is Huo Zhengxiong. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. His presence is truly astonishing. If I had a daughter, I would not hesitate to bankrupt myself to ensure she marries a man like him. No wonder he is hailed as the youngest business tycoon in the port. His reputation is indeed well-deserved. Seize the opportunity, and one can soar to great heights. Huo Zhengxiong is inherently exceptional. His looks are simply extraordinary. It is truly enviable. If I possessed such striking features, why would I toil away in my career? I could easily find 100 wealthy women to support me, if only I had half of his handsomeness. How could the title of flamboyant tycoon fall into Lu Wanxiong's hands? Lu Wanxiong pales in comparison, utterly unworthy before Huo Zhengxiong. That gaze is truly sharp and revealing. Indeed, he is a formidable character capable of making Li Daitai suffer. His aura speaks volumes. Amidst the rising whispers around him, Huo Zhengxiong was well aware that these magnates were discussing him, yet he paid them no mind. After all, as the saying goes, gold will shine no matter where it is placed. Moreover, he himself is a diamond, inherently radiant. And at such a young age, at this moment, Huo Zhengxiong's gaze fixed upon a certain individual in the auction venue, a radiant smile gracing his face. The crowd followed his gaze and immediately recognized the familiar face of Li Daitai. In an instant, the expressions of the onlookers turned somewhat nuanced. The conflict between Huo Zhengxiong and Li Daitai is well known throughout the port. Now that the two were meeting, everyone was curious about what kind of confrontation would ensue. It is important to note that it was Li Daitai who initially instigated the dispute by pulling Oriental Group's products from chains like Parkashop and Watson's, which ignited a fierce conflict between the two parties. Ultimately, however, Li Daitai was left in a wretched state after being dealt with by Huo Zhengxiong. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly fierce upon meeting. How could Li Daitai and Huo Zhengxiong coexist peacefully? Just as everyone was filled with curiosity, Huo Zhengxiong took a step forward, striding towards the area where Li Daitai was located. As expected, he was heading directly towards Li Daitai. The crowd held their breath, their faces displaying expressions of anticipation. Chapter 384. I apologize, but I have never lost in my life. From start to finish, Huo Zhengxiong was entirely unfazed by the gazes of others. Walking straight up to Li Daitai. Initially, Li Daheng was engaged in jovial conversation with a few acquaintances, his face aglow with mirth. However, the sudden appearance of Huo Zhengxiong abruptly shattered this harmonious atmosphere. As Huo approached Li, the others instinctively took a few steps back, both to grant space to the two central figures and to express their unwillingness to become embroiled in any potential conflict between them. At this moment, Li Daheng's expression shifted to one of gravity. Observing Huo's approach, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, his demeanor growing increasingly solemn. Huo then made his way directly to Li, casually snatching a glass of champagne from a bewildered server along the way. Standing before Li, Huo maintained a radiant smile, raising his glass and slowly proclaiming, "Li Daheng, it has been a while. I trust all is well with you? His words carried an unmistakable edge. Li Daheng, unable to restrain himself, blinked rapidly and fell silent, his gaze coldly scrutinizing Huo Zhengxiong. Huo's overture elicited peculiar expressions from the surrounding magnates, who silently pondered. What a commanding presence. No wonder he is the youngest tycoon in the port. His assertiveness is remarkable. How audacious to initiate the attack against Li Daheng. Does he not realize that Huo's few words have already positioned him at the advantage? Truly impressive. Sensing the unusual stares from the other powerful figures, Li Daheng took a deep breath and promptly replied, Tycoon Huo, it has indeed been a while. He raised his glass, gently clinking it with Huo's. Though neither drank from their cups, Huo's smile remained unyielding as he continued, You haven't changed. You are still as vigorous as ever. He placed particular emphasis on the word old. The surrounding dignitaries couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. In truth, Huo Zhengxiong was indeed sharp, striking at Li Daheng's sensitive spot right from the outset. However, after a brief moment of laughter, the smiles faded. After all, every individual present was significantly older than Huo Zhengxiong. While they recognized his intention to mock Li Daheng, they still felt inexplicably offended. Li Daheng's expression subtly shifted, and he calmly responded, Everyone has their youthful days. Growing older is no cause for concern. What truly matters is that the old are still the most astute. His retort was remarkably clever, drawing the attention of those around him. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong remained unfazed, immediately countering with a smile. Indeed, the old can be astute, but when they fall, they do so quite hard. Pausing momentarily, Huo added with a veiled implication, especially the elderly, a misstep can render them unable to rise again. Li Daheng let out a cold laugh, about to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Huo's sudden inquiry, By the way, I heard you had to be rushed to the hospital recently? With a concerned facade, Huo inquired, How is your condition? Nothing serious, I hope? Though his expression feigned concern, the tone belied a hint of mockery and derision. The surrounding magnates exchanged glances, their expressions once again turning peculiar. Truth be told, many had heard of Li Daheng's emergency hospitalization and were aware that it was due to the stress caused by Huo himself. Yet, they were astonished that Huo would publicly bring up this embarrassing incident. Such behavior was quite excessive. After all, there is a common saying, one should not strike the face when hitting someone, nor should one expose another's weaknesses. Huo Zhengxiong had not only struck a blow, but had also revealed a sore spot, an egregious affront. Nevertheless, the audience found the spectacle thoroughly entertaining. The onlookers could no longer contain their amusement, and smiles broke out among them. Li Daheng's expression froze, his breathing quickening. It was worth noting that he had indeed been driven to the hospital by Huo Zhengxiong's provocations. How could Huo dare to mention it now? Li Daheng was on the verge of a breakdown. Frankly, Huo's mastery of such sardonic remarks seemed to be a well-honed skill. Even Li Daheng found it difficult to counter. Undeniably a master of sarcasm. Subsequently, with a somewhat ashen countenance, Li Daheng could no longer restrain himself, saying, Young man, fleeting success is but a trifle. You are still too young to understand that failure is the mother of success. Thus, but before he could finish, Huo Zhengxiong unceremoniously interrupted, I apologize. In my entire life, I have never lost. Moreover, no one can make me lose. Li Daheng. His complexion was now a vivid shade of crimson, clearly infuriated to the brink of eruption. As it appeared that Li Daheng was about to lose his temper, the boat king from the crowd finally revealed a faint smile and stepped forward, saying, Young people are often impetuous, it is only natural. Otherwise, how would they differ from us seasoned individuals? The boat king then took on the role of peacemaker, providing Li Daheng with a way out. Li Daheng's expression softened slightly, and seeing that the boat king had intervened, Huo Zhengxiong also nodded slightly, refraining from pressing Li Daheng any further. After all present were business people of considerable stature in the port. It would not serve Huo Zhengxiong's interests to push Li Daheng into a corner, compelling him to lose face in front of the crowd. Everyone valued their reputation, and necessary decorum had to be preserved. Furthermore, as the boat king was the one mediating, Huo Zhengxiong naturally had to show him some respect. Soon after, the boat king warmly linked arms with Huo Zhengxiong, praising, I have long heard of the youngest tycoon emerging from the port. Seeing you today, it is indeed evident that you are exceptionally gifted, a true dragon among men. The boat king displayed utmost friendliness towards Huo Zhengxiong, and Huo promptly reciprocated with warm pleasantries. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant, restoring a semblance of tranquility to the scene. Meanwhile, Li Daheng undoubtedly became the subject of private jests among the other tycoons present, though they all merely chuckled silently to themselves without voicing their amusement. The occasional sidelong glances cast in his direction made him feel uneasy and restless, unable to muster even a forced smile. Truth be told, he had lost face today in a most humiliating manner. Li Daheng's heart blazed with fury, and he couldn't help but lament. What was I thinking when I chose to provoke this harbinger of misfortune? Soon after, under the boat king's deft guidance. Li Daheng's awkward predicament came to a temporary halt. Huo Zhengxiong, walking alongside the boat king, began engaging with the other business magnates present. Chapter 385. One should harbor no ill will, yet one must remain vigilant against the intentions of others. In such gatherings, the act of drinking and dining is secondary. One never knows when a chance encounter might lead to a pivotal partnership in one's career. Thus, fostering communication and connection is of paramount importance. You can never predict when these individuals might be of great assistance in the future. The atmosphere returned to one of amicable harmony. Yet the ruckus caused by Li Daheng earlier had undoubtedly become the most captivating interlude of today's event. Approximately half an hour later, a representative from the port government ascended the central stage, cleared his throat, and the hall fell silent in an instant. Good day, esteemed guests. The bidding time has arrived. Please prepare yourselves, as the auction is about to commence. As the echoes of conversation gradually returned to the venue, it became evident that the atmosphere had shifted from its previous lightheartedness to a distinctly more solemn tone. Clearly, everyone comprehended that the forthcoming auction would undoubtedly be fiercely competitive. Setting aside other considerations, the rivalry between Huo Zhengxiong and Li Fuhao alone was likely to be intensely contentious. To be frank, the audience had not yet had their fill of the earlier exchange between the two, but with the ship king now intervening to mediate, there was an unspoken understanding among the attendees to shift their focus elsewhere. At this moment, in the center of the hall, Boss Lei and Lin Baixin seized the opportunity to engage in a few casual words with the ship king, thanks to their association with Huo Zhengxiong, much to their exhilaration. Although they were both affluent and held a modestly prominent status as tycoons in the port, they were acutely aware of the considerable gap that existed between them and the ship king. Typically, only the four great families had the privilege to converse on equal footing with the ship king, had it not been for their connection through Huo Zhengxiong. It was unlikely that the ship king would have willingly acknowledged figures of their caliber. Soon after, the ship king lightly cleared his throat, prompting Boss Lei and Lin Baixin to promptly take their leave, while another prominent figure who had intended to join the conversation also retreated, refraining from intruding. Seizing the moment, the ship king smiled at Huo Zhengxiong, exclaiming, "You truly are a remarkable young talent." Huo Zhengxiong responded with a calm smile, retorting, "Do you think my earlier actions were too ostentatious, ship king?" The ship king immediately shook his head, chuckling as he explained, "Not at all. In fact, while I may not have achieved fame at such a young age as you, I was certainly far more flamboyant in my youth." This heartfelt exchange instantly bridged the gap between them. Sensing the ship king's goodwill, Huo Zhengxiong earnestly clarified, "In truth, had Li Fuhao not deliberately sought to provoke me, I would not have acted as I did. Generally, I consider myself quite a good-natured person." The ship king sighed inwardly, bemused by Huo Zhengxiong's audacity. This young man truly shines when given a bit of sunlight. You consider yourself amiable? Do you really think I would be so naive as to believe the police's explanation regarding the calamity that befell the Zhongxin family, and assume you had no involvement? Thus, the ship king began to grasp the extent of Huo Zhengxiong's brazen nature. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong, seemingly fearing disbelief, further insisted, "I have always emphasized that I am a law-abiding businessman." The ship king, once again rendered speechless, could not help but cough several times in exasperation. He yearned to retract his previous thoughts, realizing that Huo Zhengxiong's audacity was not merely thick-skinned, but rather reached the pinnacle of shamelessness, devoid of any moral boundaries. "I admit that I was indeed more arrogant in my youth, but I would never concede to having such a brazen demeanor as yours." Coincidentally, Huo Zhengxiong's remark was overheard by Lin Baixin and Boss Lei, who had just stepped away a short distance. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Boss Lei simmered with anger internally, wishing to expose all that Huo Zhengxiong had done to his daughter, allowing everyone to judge what manner of person he truly was. Lin Baixin silently mused, "If you consider yourself a law-abiding businessman, then surely there are no unscrupulous businessmen left in the world." Huo Zhengxiong, astutely aware of the slight pause in the footsteps of Lin Baixin and Boss Lei, also noticed a flicker of discontent on the ship king's countenance, yet feigned ignorance, maintaining a facade of sincerity. In truth, anyone with a modicum of discernment could perceive the ship king's high regard for Huo Zhengxiong. While Huo Zhengxiong outwardly accepted this recognition with ease, internally, he remained on high alert, acutely aware of the past when, through the ship king's mediation, Li Fuhao had successfully acquired Hutchison Whampoa, thereby ascending to the ranks of the port's elite. Thus, Huo Zhengxiong found himself uncertain of the ship king's intentions in valuing him so highly, suspecting that there might be ulterior motives at play. Nevertheless, one must always remain vigilant. Known for his cautious nature and strong sense of vigilance, Huo Zhengxiong found that, with no one else to interrupt, his conversation with the ship king flowed more smoothly. After a brief exchange, the ship king's gaze toward Huo Zhengxiong brimmed with admiration as he could not help but exclaim, "I truly did not misjudge you. You are indeed a rare talent." Huo Zhengxiong responded with a modest smile, "You flatter me too much, ship king." As the auction on stage neared its final preparations, the ship king suddenly inquired, "How confident are you about securing the land in Simsha today?" Upon hearing this question, Huo Zhengxiong hesitated for a brief moment. Then his expression radiated confidence as he calmly replied, "I am absolutely certain." A flicker of surprise crossed the ship king's face, and shaking his head gently, he remarked, "Youth truly has its advantages. Your audacity and determination are truly commendable." Huo Zhengxiong's unreserved confidence left the ship king momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief moment of distraction, he eventually regained his composure and said slowly, "If you find yourself short of cash for this auction, feel free to let me know." As soon as he finished speaking, the ship king ceased further conversation, turning his attention back to the stage, readying himself for the bidding. In truth, he simply could not find a suitable topic to continue discussing with Huo Zhengxiong, whose demeanor was too assertive, leaving him somewhat at a disadvantage. Huo Zhengxiong also averted his gaze from the ship king, yet could not help but ponder, what exactly was the ship king's background? Was he implying that should I lack funds for this piece of land, he would be willing to assist? What ulterior motives might this ship king harbor? Chapter 386. An intense contest is about to unfold. It is not that Huo Zhengxiong was inherently suspicious, but rather that he profoundly understood the adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The ship king's assertion undoubtedly stemmed from his own calculations, and the specifics of his intentions were left for Huo Zhengxiong to decipher. As Huo Zhengxiong refocused his attention on the stage, the head of the government department stepped onto the platform simultaneously, microphone in hand, announcing loudly, "Please prepare yourselves, the bidding will now officially commence." Following this, Huo Zhengxiong and the ship king settled side by side on a sofa, each holding a bidding paddle. These numbers were assigned based on the order of auction registration and held no special significance. Huo Zhengxiong received number 20. Soon, a meticulously detailed map was displayed, and the government staff began to outline pertinent information. "Today, we are auctioning the last undeveloped plot of land in Simsha, situated in the heart of the district. This land spans a total area of 22 hectares, and according to the current real estate market in the port, it is indeed a prime piece of real estate." The staff elaborated on the details of the land. However, the business magnates present were already well acquainted with this information, yet the necessary formalities could not be overlooked. The starting bid for this auction was set at 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, with each subsequent bid required to increase by no less than 10 million Hong Kong dollars. The auction was now officially underway. An atmosphere of subtle tension enveloped the venue in an instant. The tycoons present were acutely aware that an intense contest was about to commence. Those who are well prepared are already brimming with confidence, while those lacking certainty intend to observe the unfolding situation, their gaze shifting back and forth between Huo Zhengxiong and Li Daheng, eagerly anticipating a splendid spectacle. As the auction officially commenced, the first to raise a paddle was Boss Lei. He boisterously exclaimed, "Ha! Let me throw out the first bid to get things rolling. 1 billion Hong Kong dollars." Boss Lei understood full well that, with the four major conglomerates eyeing this prime piece of land, his chances of acquiring it were virtually non-existent. However, this did not deter him from joining the fray and adding to the atmosphere. Not to be outdone, Lin Baixin, with a smile, raised his paddle in response. 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. The auctioneer, a government official, immediately called out, "Mr. Lin Baixin of the Lin Group has raised the bid by 100 million Hong Kong dollars." In truth, everyone present understood that this price was far from sufficient to secure the coveted Sim Sha Sui land. The true power players had yet to make their move. Nevertheless, there were still those harboring a glimmer of hope to scoop up a bargain. Spurred on by Boss Lei and Lin Baixin, the tycoons in attendance began to raise their paddles in fierce competition. 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. 9 billion Hong Kong dollars. The intensity of the bidding far exceeded expectations. In just a matter of minutes, the offers had surged past the 3 billion Hong Kong dollars mark. At this pivotal moment, Lu Luanxiong, who had remained silent until now, slowly raised his bidding paddle, announcing a staggering 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. With a single, bold increase of 500 million Hong Kong dollars, this action instantly silenced the previously raucous auction floor. Lu Luanxiong appeared utterly pleased with his commanding maneuver, casting a triumphant glance around, his expression betraying no modesty. Those familiar with the rules of the auction industry understood the implications of such a move. As the bid prices climbed higher, the number of those willing to continue bidding dwindled rapidly. Indeed, once Lu Luanxiong's offer was made, the previously fervent atmosphere cooled significantly. Many affluent business magnates, despite their wealth, realized that acquiring a piece of land required substantial cash flow, and those who struggled with liquidity could only shake their heads in resignation and withdraw from the contest. They knew full well that at this juncture, the prospect of snagging a bargain had become utterly impossible. At this moment, Huo Zhengxiong, observing Lu Wanxiong's smug demeanor, felt a pang of displeasure. Having bottled up his frustrations, he saw no reason to accommodate Lu Wanxiong. After all, their relationship was not one of deep camaraderie. They were, in fact, competitors in the business realm. Let us not forget that Lu Wanxiong was the second-largest shareholder of the Hong Kong Electric Company. He had initially believed he would seamlessly ascend to the position of largest shareholder, only to find Huo Zhengxiong unexpectedly contesting him, creating a palpable rift between them. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong slowly rose from his seat, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Wanxiong before coolly stating the price, 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. The moment those words left his lips, the entire room erupted in astonishment. All eyes turned incredulously towards Huo Zhengxiong, their faces awash with shock and disbelief. Could the auction truly be conducted in such a manner? To open with a direct increase of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars left others at a loss for how to respond. Was this man mad? Did Huo possess such formidable financial strength? This was utterly outrageous. Many believed that the highest value for the Tsim Sha Sui land would likely cap around this price point. Huo Zhengxiong's move was indeed ruthless. The onlookers silently cautioned themselves to tread carefully in future dealings within the business world, for they could not afford to offend such a formidable figure. To commence with a bid increase of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars was simply inconceivable. Huo Zhengxiong's audacity in quoting such a lofty price stemmed from his prior knowledge of the land's final transaction price, as well as his intimate understanding of the financial capacities and psychological thresholds of the four major conglomerates. Upon hearing the price escalate to such dizzying heights, the representatives of the four major families could no longer remain passive. Li Zhaoji shot Huo Zhengxiong a fierce glare, deeming his actions mere nonsense, and immediately called out his bid, 85 billion Hong Kong dollars. Simultaneously, a sense of dread gripped him. He realized that the entirety of the funds his family had prepared for this auction amounted to precisely that. Faced with Huo Zhengxiong's aggressive maneuver, he was compelled to reveal his hand prematurely, initially intending to retain some leeway to assess the subsequent bidding. He had not anticipated that such an upheaval would jeopardize his chances of success in this auction. The auctioneer's face lit up with excitement as he announced to the crowd, Hengji Jia bids for 85 billion Hong Kong dollars. Is there any other esteemed bidder willing to bid higher? Guodisheng, witnessing Li Zhaoji's mix of frustration and helplessness, couldn't resist a grin and promptly raised his paddle, 9 billion Hong Kong dollars. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Yutong followed suit, 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Before long, Guodisheng declared the highest bid yet, 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. The assembled crowd collectively gasped in awe. Zheng Yutong and Li Zhaoji wore expressions of unmistakable resignation. It was widely perceived that the reasonable estimated price for the Tsim Sha Sui land hovered around 5 billion Hong Kong dollars, and exceeding this threshold seemed increasingly imprudent. Neither had the intention to continue bidding. Chapter 387. Truly a vengeful character, his methods were unequivocally decisive. At this moment, the king of chartering could not help but glance at Huo Zhengxiong, who remained composed and unruffled, displaying no urgency to place a bid. The king of chartering silently admired him, pondering, this fellow truly possesses remarkable poise. Isn't he concerned that the auctioneer might swiftly hammer down the gavel and award the land to Guodisheng? Just as everyone was convinced that Guodisheng would emerge as the ultimate victor, Li Daheng finally leisurely entered the fray, 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd once more. At this price point, surely they had reached the ceiling of the land's value, hadn't they? Just then, Huo Zhengxiong slowly stood, raising his bidding paddle, 5 billion Hong Kong dollars, plus an additional 10 million Hong Kong dollars. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as countless individuals internally screamed, indeed, he has made his move. He has no intention of letting Li Daheng off the hook. Huo Zhengxiong was indeed a character who bore grudges and acted with ruthless resolve. The auctioneer, now brimming with enthusiasm, shouted to the crowd, Li's Enterprises bids 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Huo Zhengxiong of Oriental Group has outbid Li's Enterprises by 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Oriental Group bids 511 billion Hong Kong dollars, successfully surpassing Li's Enterprises. Will Li's Enterprises continue to participate in the bidding? This statement clearly carried a provocative undertone, and the auctioneer relished such a scenario, as it would drive the final transaction price ever higher. Li Daheng remained silent, not uttering a word. Zheng Yutong, Guodisheng, and Li Zhaoji also held their tongues. This was an unabashed humiliation. The leaders of the three major conglomerates were caught completely off guard by Huo Zhengxiong's maneuver. No one had anticipated he would be so thoroughly prepared. At this moment, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the audience. My goodness, has Huo Zhengxiong lost his mind? This is clearly an intentional affront to Li Daheng. How outrageous. By all logic, 5 billion should have been the ceiling price. Now, who knows how high it will go? Wow, Huo Zhengxiong is determined to pursue this relentlessly. Merely adding an offer of 10 million is evident to any discerning observer that he is deliberately provoking Tycoon Li. No one can definitively say whether Tycoon Li can maintain his composure and not be swayed by his emotions. Should he succumb to impulsive bidding, he would inevitably face losses. Yet, if he opts for silence, he risks losing face entirely. Regardless of his choice, he finds himself in a predicament. The machinations of Huo Zhengxiong are truly inscrutable. Does he merely seek to inflate the land price, or does he genuinely desire to secure this parcel of land? If his intentions are merely to maliciously drive up the bid, then Tycoon Li would certainly be left in a most humiliating position. Indeed, it seems that in the harbor, one can afford to offend anyone, except for Huo Zhengxiong, who is undoubtedly untouchable. Just look at Tycoon Li's expression. It is clear he is seething with rage. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold, haha. The prominent business figures present erupted into a cacophony of discussions, their voices rising and falling like waves. With even a modicum of perceptiveness, one could discern that Huo Zhengxiong's aim is squarely directed at Tycoon Li. It is not hard to imagine that at this moment, Tycoon Li's mood must be at its nadir. Beside him, Lu Yixiong's countenance is equally ominous. To be frank, his prominence has been completely overshadowed by Huo Zhengxiong, leaving him seething with indignation. However, at this juncture, Lu Yixiong is evidently not the center of attention. All gazes are firmly fixed upon Huo Zhengxiong and Tycoon Li. Even the staff from the harbor's government departments show no inclination to mediate. To them, this is undoubtedly the most ideal scenario. Competition breeds conflict. An escalating conflict will drive the auction price ever higher. The auctioneer, grinning broadly, hesitates to start the countdown, instead reveling in the spectacle of Tycoon Li's shifting expressions. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Tycoon Li's expression darkens further, his icy gaze filled with hostility towards Huo Zhengxiong, his anger laid bare without pretense. In truth, he cannot ascertain whether Huo Zhengxiong has come specifically to torment him or if he genuinely wishes to acquire this land. From his perspective, faced with Huo Zhengxiong's blatant provocation, he has only two paths before him. The first path is to gamble that Huo Zhengxiong is merely attempting to vex him. If that is the case, he could cease bidding right now. Should Huo Zhengxiong simply wish to toy with him, he likely lacks the cash to back his bravado. In such a scenario, if Tycoon Li halts his bidding, Huo Zhengxiong would be compelled to produce the requisite funds to secure the land. Should he fail to do so, the land would inevitably go unsold. For titans of the business world, reaching such a deadlock would utterly tarnish Huo Zhengxiong's reputation. The entire harbor would deride him. If one cannot afford to bid, they ought not to do so lightly, a lesson even children understand, let alone the foremost magnates of the harbor. Thus, Tycoon Li would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to regain the face he lost to Huo Zhengxiong. Yet, this line of thought carries immense risk. Should Huo Zhengxiong indeed possess sufficient funds, Tycoon Li would find himself in deep trouble. As everyone has surmised, the land's valuation hovers around 50 billion. Any bid surpassing this threshold becomes uneconomical. Hence, even Li Zhaoji, Zheng Yutong, and Guo Desheng have refrained from further bidding. After all, who among business people wishes to engage in a transaction that yields no profit? Especially considering that all four major families currently have ongoing land development projects. Securing this parcel would be ideal, but if it proves unattainable, they are not inclined to force the issue, particularly since the price has already exceeded their expectations. Only Tycoon Li finds himself in dire need of new land for the recently completed High Garden project. Otherwise, the expansion of Li's enterprises would stagnate. Yet, the first path carries too great a risk for Tycoon Li to venture lightly. The second path is far simpler. If Huo Zhengxiong genuinely desires this land, he will assuredly escalate the price to an unbearable height. Such a protracted struggle would benefit neither party. Even if they ultimately win the bid, it would carry the taint of incurring substantial losses merely for the sake of pride. In that moment, Tycoon Li found himself lost in contemplation. The magnates surrounding him, witnessing this scene, could not help but chuckle, believing Tycoon Li had relented, choosing to sacrifice his pride to safeguard his own interests. In truth, everyone could understand, after all, Tycoon Li's reputation in the harbor has plummeted, and his so-called face has long since vanished. Such a pitiful sense of pride brings no tangible benefits whatsoever. Soon, the air was filled with a chorus of mockery and derision. The auctioneer, displaying a hint of regret, finally called out, 551 billion, first call. 551 billion, second call. Chapter 388. How eagerly we await to see who will ultimately triumph in this auction. However, at this pivotal moment, Tycoon Li's gaze suddenly shifted towards Huo Zhengxiong, another member of the four major families. In fact, ever since the news of Huo Zhengxiong's qualification for the bidding spread, Tycoon Li anticipated he would come seeking trouble, and that very day he had invited Huo Zhengxiong to dinner, to which Huo Zhengxiong had agreed. Subsequently, Tycoon Li also met privately with Li Zhaoji and Zheng Yutong. Although none of them explicitly stated a desire for collaboration, Tycoon Li discerned the sentiments of the other magnates. They all wished to prevent Huo Zhengxiong, the disruptor, from swiftly entering the real estate sector. Given Huo Zhengxiong's modus operandi, his involvement would undoubtedly shake the foundations of the four major families. Thus, during his discussions with Li Zhaoji and Zheng Yutong, he learned that they would intervene, even if they were not particularly interested in the Tsim Sha Sui land. They would certainly take action should Huo Zhengxiong participate in the bidding. Yet, unexpectedly, the four major families had assumed that the estimated 50 billion was sufficiently high, only to discover that Huo Zhengxiong was far better prepared than they anticipated, leaving them in a reactive position. No one had foreseen that Huo Zhengxiong would possess such wealth. Not even Huo Zhengxiong and Li Zhaoji, even if they united forces, could hope to contend. Particularly, Huo Zhengxiong's sudden 10 billion increase had thrown Huo Zhengxiong and Li Zhaoji's plans into disarray. Thus, they could only pin their final hopes on Tycoon Li. At this moment, as the auctioneer prepared to bring down the final gavel, Tycoon Li could not help but glance at Huo Zhengxiong. On that very night, when he had discussed this matter with Huo Zhengxiong, although they had not directly reached a collaborative agreement, they had devised a contingency plan, commonly referred to as Plan B. The core logic of Plan B is straightforward. Should Huo Zhengxiong fail to successfully restrain Huo Zhengxiong, Tycoon Li would personally confront him. The Guo family would covertly collaborate with Tycoon Li to form a joint bidding alliance. Should they successfully acquire the land, both parties would develop it together and share the profits. Considering Tycoon Li's public image, the Guo family would provide support behind the scenes, refraining from direct involvement. Little did Tycoon Li anticipate that this originally merely backup plan would indeed come into play. Sigh. With a long exhale, Tycoon Li was filled with regret. After all, confronting Huo Zhengxiong head-on was not the best choice. But in the next moment, a fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes as he declared, 56 billion. The seasoned auctioneer, just as the hammer was about to fall, promptly halted the proceedings, and the scene was instantly turned on its head. He immediately, with palpable excitement, announced, Tycoon Li of Li's Enterprises bids 56 billion. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? As he spoke, his gaze bore an unusual significance directed at Huo Zhengxiong. The business elite present collectively gasped in astonishment. I never anticipated that the Tycoon Li would act so impulsively. This transaction is exceedingly unwise. Investing such a vast sum for a mere plot of land is hardly prudent. Yet, one can understand. For Li has been suppressed by Huo Zhengxiong for an extended period, and anyone in his position would likely experience a moment of emotional eruption. Now, we are in for quite a spectacle. I eagerly await to see who will ultimately triumph in this bidding war. With Li's latest bid, the atmosphere in the room surged to a crescendo, all eyes gravitating towards Huo Zhengxiong, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloping his shoulders. Li Zhaoji and Zheng Yutong breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Li finally make a move. Although they had not forged an alliance with him, they were disinclined to see Huo Zhengxiong seize the land unimpeded. Now that Li has finally shown some backbone, the two felt their anxieties dissipate. At this moment, they observed Huo Zhengxiong with a morbid curiosity, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. While they bore no personal animosity towards him, from a business perspective, they were more invested in seeing Li emerge victorious in this contest. Meanwhile, Li and Huo Zhengxiong glared at Huo Zhengxiong with palpable fury. In truth, had it not been for necessity, Huo would have preferred not to ally with Li, considering that the bid of 5.6 billion had already far exceeded the land's reasonable value. The pressure returned to Huo Zhengxiong. Despite the myriad gazes upon him, he remained composed, taking in Guo's dissatisfaction and the relief of Li Zhaoji and Zheng Yutong, before responding with a calm smile. 5.61 billion. The room was instantly engulfed in silence. Li's expression darkened further, and he blurted out, 6 billion. Before the auctioneer could embellish the atmosphere, Huo Zhengxiong's serene voice resonated once more. 6.61 billion. Huo was far from capricious. He fully understood that the future annual rental income from this land could reach 10 billion. This was no mere whim. As someone privy to the underlying details, he possessed crucial information that Li and the others were entirely unaware of. Consequently, every time Li raised his bid, it appeared begrudging and forced, while Huo remained unflustered and at ease. With Huo showing no signs of relenting, Li, his teeth gritted in frustration, bellowed a new high bid, 6.2 billion. Huo promptly countered, 6.21 billion. The tension in the room intensified. The assembled magnates recognized that the conflict between Huo and Li had escalated to a fever pitch. My goodness, the bidding has reached 6 billion. How outrageous. to dare increase again to 2 billion. This is a stubborn refusal to concede, an insistence on pride. Huo Zhengxiong has truly cornered Li. A cornered dog may leap over walls, and Huo need not be so ruthless. Unless he is resolutely determined to acquire this land as a stepping stone into the real estate sector, the four great families would surely not permit that. Undoubtedly, they have maintained a tight grip on this lucrative market. Perhaps there is a clandestine agreement among them? Otherwise, why would Li dare to continue raising his bid? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Li's face flushed crimson as he roared, 5 billion. He glared at Huo Zhengxiong, incredulous that his opponent would dare to continue, convinced that Huo lacked such substantial financial backing. Fortunately, he had formed a united bidding alliance in advance. Otherwise, he would not have dared to gamble so recklessly. Chapter 389. This bidding war had transcended mere pride. It had evolved into a complex interplay of intellect, meticulous calculation, overt and covert rivalries, the dignity of powerful families, and the immense allure of the real estate business. This matter had long surpassed the simplistic dichotomy of profit versus loss, entangling itself in a web of intricate interests. To onlookers, the land, initially valued at only 5 billion, had astonishingly soared to a staggering 7 billion, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Without a doubt, should this auction conclude, it would set a record for the highest sale in the port's history. In an instant, the room fell silent, all breaths held in anticipation, fearful of interrupting this monumental contest. Just as half the spectators believed the price had peaked, Huo Zhengxiong slowly surveyed the room. At that moment, Boss Lei and Lin Baixin silently hoped he would cease his bidding. However, Huo, before all eyes, produced a pack of Marlboro cigarettes from his pocket, ignited one, and exhaled a plume of smoke, forming a delicate ring. Just when everyone assumed he had calmed and was prepared to forego further bidding, Huo suddenly grinned and declared, 7 billion. The room was plunged into utter silence. All the business titans were left astounded by the audacious Huo Zhengxiong. To him, the arithmetic was exceedingly simple. With an annual rental income of 10 billion, the mere cost of 9 billion was insignificant. Li had allies supporting him. He was not alone. Boss Lei and Lin Baixin were willing to lend him money, and the shipping magnate had already pledged his full support. Li was utterly taken aback. Only at this moment did he realize that Huo Zhengxiong was not merely engaging in a bidding war. He was genuinely intent on securing this parcel of land. His eyes reddened with rage as he shouted, 1 billion. Huo regarded Li with a hint of disdain, speaking in a flat tone, surely. Such a trifling amount should not provoke such a reaction from you, Li. This was undeniably a brazen provocation. The onlookers were all taken aback. Huo then scoffed lightly, his gaze piercing into Li, and continued, this is far too mundane. If we're to compete, let us do so grandly. 5 billion. Li, I am eager to see if you possess the mettle to accompany me to the bitter end. A heavy exhalation shattered the air, and the entire venue fell into silence once more. 5 billion, an astronomical sum. This amount could secure an entire and a half plots of land. In a more affordable area, it could easily purchase 10 hectares. At this moment, every individual present was overwhelmed with a singular thought. This Huo Zhengxiong is nothing short of a flamboyant madman. Does he have so much money that he is at a loss on how to spend it? Is he truly willing to expend an additional 5 billion simply for pride? The pressure once again bore down heavily upon Li. Yet, the instant Huo announced this staggering figure, Li's demeanor and stature crumbled. Unable to sustain the previous air of defiance, the answer was crystal clear. He ultimately chose to withdraw from the contest. Beside him, Guo Desheng was nearly hoarse from his incessant coughing, subtly urging Li to reconsider. To know when to withdraw is undoubtedly a wise decision. Even if it means incurring some losses, it is a more palatable option than engaging in a fruitless contest that leads to utter ruin. At this moment, in the eyes of all the prominent figures present, including Guo Desheng, Li Zhaoji, Zheng Yutong, and Boss Li, Huo Zhengxiong appears to be nothing short of a deranged individual. Having audaciously called out a bid of 5 billion, there is no doubt that his last-minute increase of 300 million shattered the psychological defenses of everyone in attendance. Despite the burning anger and resentment coursing through him, Boss Li ultimately restrained himself, choosing not to act impulsively. After all, he did not allow his fury to cloud his judgment and plunge headlong into this senseless and vicious competition. Before the many titans of commerce gathered at the port, Boss Li lowered his head, his expression grim. On one hand, it signified his intention to no longer contend with Huo Zhengxiong. On the other, it reflected the profound embarrassment he felt, stripped of dignity. Previously, when he was overshadowed by Huo Zhengxiong in business dealings, he could still manage to find excuses, claiming that Huo's cunning and deceit had led to the downfall of both Baijia Supermarket and Watson's. Yet from the very beginning of today's auction, Huo Zhengxiong had targeted him directly, and by the end of the bidding, Boss Li was forced to concede. He had lost, utterly and helplessly to Huo Zhengxiong. In such dire circumstances, how could he possibly hold his head high? Meanwhile, the expressions of the other three major factions were equally grim. This was not merely Boss Li's failure. It was a collective defeat for all four powerful families. Despite their shared intention to obstruct Huo Zhengxiong's entry into the real estate sector, he had managed to break through their encirclement and successfully acquired the land. For them, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. It can only be said that their understanding of Huo Zhengxiong's capabilities and character was far too superficial. In their helplessness, they could only glare at Huo Zhengxiong, watching him become the undeniable focus of the event. Without a doubt, with Boss Li's capitulation, no one would dare to bid higher than 7.5 billion. This signified that the land in Tsim Shui now belonged to Huo Zhengxiong. The venue fell into a renewed silence. The eyes of the four great families were filled with resentment and bitterness, while the faces of the business elite were painted with shock and fervor. Had Huo Zhengxiong truly secured the bid at 7.5 billion? Had Boss Li actually lost? Huo Zhengxiong was undeniably formidable. He had regained his prestige, but at what cost? Would he not suffer immensely as a result? It was clear that, in his youthful exuberance and indomitable spirit, Huo Zhengxiong was willing to take significant risks. No wonder the Huo family had produced such a young tycoon in the port. This level of audacity was indeed extraordinary. Just as everyone was taken aback by this spectacle, the auctioneer, brimming with excitement, quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Oriental Group, Mr. Huo Zhengxiong, a bid of 7.5 billion. Is there any other esteemed gentleman willing to offer a higher price?" The room fell into a hush. No one dared to speak, fearful of inciting the auctioneer's misunderstanding. After all, 7.5 billion was no trifling sum for anyone. Chapter 390. This is undoubtedly a piece of news that would send shockwaves throughout the entire port. The auctioneer's face flushed with exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Mr. Huo, 7.5 billion, first call." Bang. The gavel struck heavily. "Mr. Huo, 7.5 billion, second call." Bang. Then, surveying the room, the auctioneer's tone became particularly fervent. "Mr. Huo, 7.5 billion, third call." Bang. Let us congratulate Mr. Huo for breaking the all-time highest auction record in the port with a staggering bid of 7.5 billion, successfully acquiring the last plot of land in Tsim Shui. Please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Huo. As the words left his mouth, applause erupted, led by the auctioneer and staff, with all the bosses joining in. Today, it was an honor to witness the birth of a new record in the auction history of the port alongside the elite business figures. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the relevant departments of the port government for your presence and participation. The applause showed no signs of abating, with cheers echoing, creating a deafening cacophony. Even the titans of the four great families, constrained by decorum, offered their applause and congratulation to Huo Zhengxiong. There was no doubt they had witnessed the highest-priced auction in the history of the port, and at the same time, their feelings were complex, as they faced the reality that Huo Zhengxiong had indeed broken through their united blockade. This was undoubtedly a sensational piece of news that would reverberate throughout the entire port. Soon, amidst the fervent applause, Lin Baixin and Boss Lei hurriedly approached Huo Zhengxiong, exclaiming excitedly, "Ha! We did it! Finally! We have the opportunity to enter the real estate industry. After so many years of anticipation, today my dream has finally come true. What a splendid son-in-law!" In that instant, both were unable to contain their excitement. Although Lin Baixin already owned a real estate company, due to the suppression from the four great families, his company had been unable to undertake significant projects, relegated to minor undertakings. The major projects in prime land had long been monopolized by the four great families. However, this time the situation was entirely different. According to Huo Zhengxiong's prior plans, once the land in Tsim Shui was developed, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. Lin Baixin saw a glimmer of hope in restoring the Lin family's former glory, while Boss Lei was finally embarking on the path to enter the real estate sector. At this moment, Boss Lei could hardly contain his excitement. "We must celebrate. We absolutely must have a grand celebration. Tonight, I will cover all expenses." Lin Baixin immediately countered, "No, it should be me who pays the bill." Upon saying this, the two exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter. Ha ha. The sight of Boss Lei and Lin Baixin exuberantly celebrating in front of Huo Zhengxiong left the surrounding business leaders astonished. So this was the source of Huo Zhengxiong's confidence. With the support of Lin Baixin and Boss Lei, it was hardly surprising that he could secure this plot of land. Indeed, the saying holds true, a good man has three helpers. How surprising it was that while Boss Lei's collaboration with Huo Zhengxiong could be understood, after all, his daughter was Huo's partner. How could Lin Baixin choose to ally with him? Reflecting on the past, the Lin family had nearly been driven to the brink by Huo Zhengxiong. Yet now they were unexpectedly choosing to unite. This was indeed shocking. Could this be the legendary transformation of enmity into goodwill? Nevertheless, Regardless of the myriad discussions and opinions circulating among the attendees, for Boss Lei and Lin Baixin, the voices from the outside world were inconsequential. The true crux of the matter was that they had successfully secured the land in Tsimsha Sui for Huo Zhengxiong and Jimmy. This was undoubtedly a pivotal opportunity to unlock the doors to wealth and ascend to the ranks of the elite. At that moment, several officials approached, ready to discuss relevant matters with Huo Zhengxiong. After a single command from him, Jimmy, who had been waiting at the entrance, immediately appeared to begin liaising with the government departments on various tasks. Shortly thereafter, the business magnates present keenly sensed that Huo Zhengxiong's rise was unstoppable, and they all tactfully approached him, wearing smiles as they exchanged pleasantries. Huo Zhengxiong, in turn, maintained an open-door policy, warmly responding to each individual. Before long, everyone was engaging in open and pleasant conversation, creating a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. The only individuals unwavering amidst the tumult were the representatives of the 4 prominent families and a few heavyweight tycoons from the business world, including the shipping magnate Liu Yixiong. At this moment, these distinguished figures gazed upon the scene where Huo Zhengxiong was being lavished with adulation by his peers, their expressions betraying a complex mix of emotions. Li Zhaoji and Zheng Yutong exchanged a glance, their visages darkening to an extreme degree. They had never wished for Huo Zhengxiong, this sudden disruptor, to intrude upon the real estate sector and create upheaval. However, they had grossly underestimated his formidable capabilities. The 5 billion they had meticulously prepared seemed utterly trivial in the face of Huo Zhengxiong's prowess. Ultimately, it was their hubris that had led them to belittle him. Now, they would undoubtedly have to pay the price for their arrogance and complacency. Subsequently, with a complicated expression, Li Zhaoji cast a sidelong glance at Huo Zhengxiong before turning to leave, his heart brimming with discontent. After all, being of distinguished lineage, how could they genuinely lower themselves to extend congratulations to Huo Zhengxiong? Moments later, Tycoon Li approached Guo Dashing, his eyes laden with reluctance and vexation. Observing this, Guo Dashing could not help but let out a soft sigh, lowering his voice to remark, "This young man has certainly conducted his preparations with exceptional thoroughness." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, to spend 7.5 billion on this parcel of land, and he appears so pleased. Could he truly be a fool?" The implication in Guo Dashing's words was unmistakable. He had previously emphasized that the actual value of this land was, at most, around 5 billion. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong had spent an additional 2.5 billion to acquire it. Even if he were to succeed in securing it, coupled with the subsequent development costs, it was unlikely he would turn a profit. He might even face catastrophic losses. Upon hearing this, Tycoon Li's eyes momentarily flickered with a glimmer of hope. However, before he could display any sign of joy, memories of his continuous defeats against Huo Zhengxiong flooded his mind. Huo Zhengxiong's repeated triumphs over him served as clear evidence that he was no ordinary adversary. If he dared to spend such a substantial sum, he must have had his own calculations and plans in place. If Huo Zhengxiong was indeed a fool, then what did that make Tycoon Li? Instantly, he found himself at a loss for words, the smile he had almost conjured freezing on his face, feeling inexplicably mocked by his own associate. His mindset was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 391. One day, you shall pay the price. Quickly, Guo Dashing discerned from Tycoon Li's increasingly grim countenance that he had misspoken and could only offer an awkward smile while hastily clarifying, "Tycoon Li, please do not misunderstand. I meant no offense. My comments were solely directed at that young man and have nothing to do with you." Tycoon Li remained silent, internally scoffing. "You would be better off saying nothing. The more you explain, the more unsettled I feel." As he observed the bitterness etched upon Tycoon Li's face, Guo Dashing realized that Tycoon Li's state of mind was evidently fragile. Anything he said would be misconstrued, so it was wiser to simply remain mute. Thus, he promptly ceased his remarks, casting a fierce glare at Huo Zhengxiong, who had provoked his misstep, and suggested, "Let us leave this place." Naturally, Tycoon Li would not refuse such a proposal. He slowly nodded and walked toward the exit alongside Guo Dashing. Tycoon Li had already endured enough embarrassment that day, and thus did not wish to incite further turmoil upon his departure. However, just as they were about to exit the hall, Huo Zhengxiong's voice rang out, "Tycoon Li, don't be in such a hurry to leave." This single utterance instantly thrust Tycoon Li and Guo Dashing into the spotlight of the gathering. In truth, Huo Zhengxiong had been attentively observing Tycoon Li's movements. When he noticed Tycoon Li attempting to discreetly exit, he could not allow him to achieve that goal. Thus, he seized the opportunity to thrust Tycoon Li into the center of attention. As the day's unsuccessful bidder, Tycoon Li had already suffered humiliation at Huo Zhengxiong's hands. And now, with this latest provocation, his composure shattered completely. His countenance darkened, eyes burning with fury as he fixed an intense glare on Huo Zhengxiong. Beside him, Guo Daheng also perceived Huo Zhengxiong's audacity as excessively brazen, his expression darkening as he too glared menacingly at Huo Zhengxiong. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong paid him no heed, inciting Guo Daheng's rage to the boiling point. How dare he disregard me? At that moment, all the tycoons' gazes converged upon Tycoon Li and Guo Daheng. Under the mocking and derisive scrutiny of the crowd, Tycoon Li felt as though he was being pricked by 1,000 needles, discomfort coursing through him. Ultimately, he locked his distorted gaze on Huo Zhengxiong for a few agonizing seconds before abruptly turning on his heel and striding out. Guo Daheng, seething with anger, shot a furious glance at Huo Zhengxiong, unable to suppress his internal curse. You arrogant fool. Don't get too cocky. Sooner or later, I shall make you pay the price. With that, Tycoon Li and Guo Daheng stormed out of the venue, their hearts heavy with indignation and resentment. Subsequently, at Huo Zhengxiong's behest, the auction venue erupted into uproarious laughter. No one had anticipated that this auction would conclude in such a dramatically theatrical manner. Tycoon Li had truly lost face today, serving as a mere stepping stone for Huo Zhengxiong, who basked in the limelight. Before long, Huo Zhengxiong jovially invited everyone present to join him in celebration, and many tycoons eagerly accepted, though accepting Huo Zhengxiong's invitation might offend Tycoon Li. The cases of Boss Lei and Lin Baixin loomed large. If they could forge deeper collaborations with Huo Zhengxiong, they might find themselves presented with advantageous opportunities in the future, rendering their minor concerns trivial. In truth, among these tycoons, many were on par with Boss Lei and Lin Baixin in terms of capability. The reason the four prominent families were regarded as such was that they had firmly established themselves in the real estate sector over the years. If they were in the same position, who wouldn't he aspire to become the next top-tier magnate? Thus, these individuals lavished Huo Zhengxiong with praise and flattery. Of course, Huo Zhengxiong also extended an invitation to the shipping magnate, but regrettably, the latter merely remarked, "The younger generation is formidable," offering a simple congratulations to Huo Zhengxiong before opting out of the celebratory banquet. That evening, Huo Zhengxiong's meticulously organized celebration gathered nearly a dozen pivotal figures from the business world. At the banquet, Boss Lei and Lin Baixin drank to excess, their inebriation reaching a point where they could scarcely maintain their composure. This opportunity was one they had long awaited, their hearts filled with eager anticipation. And the excitement they felt was truly beyond words. The most unruly at the banquet was undoubtedly Lin Baixin, who, by the end, had collapsed beneath the table in a drunken stupor. Yet, considering the tumultuous experiences and tribulations he had endured recently, such behavior was not altogether surprising. When one delves into Lin Baixin's life, it can only be described as legendary. Initially, his underachieving son had quarreled with Huo Zhengxiong over a woman, causing quite the uproar in the city. Later, during their rivalry, the entire Lin family had been on the brink of utter collapse. Fortunately, Lin Baixin had a timely moment of realization, casting aside his so-called pride to proactively seek reconciliation with Huo Zhengxiong, thereby preserving the foundation of the Lin family. Otherwise, the Lin clan would likely have ceased to exist, and his ineffectual son would not only have been unable to continue as the heir of the Lin group, but might have found himself destitute, begging on the streets. That night, every time Lin Baixin reflected on the tribulations and hardships of the past, tears of sorrow would involuntarily flow down his cheeks. Fortunately, he was a perceptive individual, adept at gauging the situation, willing to lower his stance to reconcile with Huo Zhengxiong, which ultimately led to this cooperative opportunity, presenting him with a precious chance. To speak candidly, the saga between Lin Baixin and Huo Zhengxiong is indeed replete with legendary elements. Who, in their right mind, would choose to collaborate with a rival who nearly brought their family to ruin? It must be said that Lin Baixin truly exemplifies a character of great resilience and adaptability. At the banquet, when confronted with those eager to ingratiate themselves with him, Huo Zhengxiong displayed no signs of delight, nor did he extend overly enthusiastic hospitality. He refrained from readily acquiescing to the specific requests put forth by these individuals, yet maintaining cordial relations remained essential. After all, one can never predict when mutual assistance may be required in the future. Moreover, Huo Zhengxiong was acutely aware that the competitors he faced were formidable adversaries. He had long anticipated that, aside from Tycoon Li, the other three prominent families might harbor animosity towards him. During the auction that day, he perceptively discerned this sentiment, clearly understanding that the heads of these three families were exceedingly displeased with his foray into the real estate sector. Therefore, Huo Zhengxiong must prepare thoroughly in advance to confront the imminent competition from the four illustrious families. Adopting a strategy of suppressing certain rivals while courting potential allies had become imperative. Chapter 392, Tycoon Li faced yet another defeat. Although the tycoons seeking collaboration were not particularly formidable, certainly not on par with Huo Zhengxiong, this scenario was, in fact, ideal for him. Only in this manner could he more easily exert control over these future allies. However, that very night, as Huo Zhengxiong, exhausted from socializing, fell into a deep slumber with his female companion beside him, Tycoon Li experienced a complete mental breakdown. At that moment, Tycoon Li was at his family's villa in the hills, furiously unleashing his inner fury. Bang! Crash! The various pieces of furniture and decor in the villa's grand hall were being violently destroyed by him. His wife and son, taken aback by his sudden rage, were left in a state of confusion and terror. Seeing this, Li's son approached, attempting to reason with his father, only to be met with a swift kick that sent him sprawling aside, followed by an enraged shout. "Get lost! All of you, get as far away as possible!" In response, the villa's butler and other servants stood frozen in fear, unsure of what to do. After all, if Tycoon Li was willing to lay hands on his own son, what fate awaited them if they dared to intervene? The risk of being severely harmed, or worse, fatally injured, loomed large. Thus, they could only stand obediently to the side, hesitant to act. In truth, such a scene was exceedingly rare for them, particularly for the butler, who had served Tycoon Li for many years. It was the first time he witnessed such a loss of control and madness. The servants could not help but whisper among themselves. Who could be so foolish as to provoke the tycoon to this extent? Truly outrageous. Is this the first time the tycoon has lost his temper so drastically? Though those questions were trivial, the crucial matter was what to do next. Li's son silently rubbed his sore backside and stepped aside, his expression suddenly shifting to one of fury as he could not contain his rage. "Curse you, Huo Zhengxiong! How dare you reduce my father to this state? You deserve nothing less than death." Yet, the cacophony of destruction within the villa showed no signs of abating. To the uninformed, it might have seemed as though the villa was undergoing renovations in the dead of night. The following day, as expected, the events of the previous day's auction were fervently reported by all media in Hong Kong. Shock! Tycoon Li once again succumbs to Tycoon Hua, suffering a devastating defeat. Breaking Hong Kong records. The Oriental Group splurges 7.5 billion, securing the last piece of prime land in Tsim Sha Tsui, letting the results speak for themselves. Tycoon Hua's strength may rival that of the four prominent families. Aggressive bidding. Huo Zhengxiong's commanding presence at the auction left the four great families distressed. A new era dawns. The Oriental Group may soon join the ranks of new elite families. Intense competition. The Oriental Group, backed by substantial funds, successfully penetrates the Hong Kong real estate market. Infuriated to the point of bloodshed, Tycoon Li is relentlessly pursued by Huo Zhengxiong, a sensation throughout the city. The 7.5 billion transaction sets a new historical record for land auctions in Hong Kong. With a decisive move, Tycoon Hua's path to invincibility has begun. That day, the citizens of Hong Kong were astounded by the news. The auction of the Tsim Sha Tsui land not only established the highest transaction record in Hong Kong's real estate market, but also sparked immense excitement and discussion among the populace. My goodness, 7.5 billion. This can't be real. Selling drinks can be this lucrative? It wasn't long since the Oriental Group acquired the Central Plaza. Truly, the most formidable of Hong Kong's elite. Wow, Tycoon Hua is genuinely making a significant investment in the real estate sector. That despicable Tycoon Li truly deserves what he's getting from Huo Zhengxiong. To be frank, Huo Zhengxiong's relentless pursuit of Tycoon Li during the bidding was nothing short of humiliating. How utterly disgraceful for someone of Tycoon Li's stature to find himself in such a predicament. Huo Zhengxiong is remarkable. The Oriental Group is remarkable. I hope Huo Zhengxiong continues to excel, and may he thoroughly dismantle that Li fellow. Indeed, Tycoon Hua is the nemesis of Tycoon Li. Ha ha. Witnessing that scoundrel Tycoon Li stumble is truly a source of joy. 7.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. A staggering 7.5 billion. My heavens. The value of land in Hong Kong is skyrocketing, becoming increasingly exorbitant. Once the results of the auction spread through various media channels, the entire Hong Kong was shaken to its core. The first to feel the impact were stocks related to the real estate sector. While the overall valuation of the property market also exhibited a marked upward trend, Huo Zhengxiong's investment of 7.5 billion Hong Kong dollars in land not only shattered the record for land transactions, but also vividly illustrated the current fervor and tremendous growth potential within the real estate industry, clearly affirming the continual rise in Hong Kong's land value. While the citizens of Hong Kong reveled in the sight of Tycoon Li being thoroughly humiliated by Huo Zhengxiong, the significant increase in real estate stocks and market prices was a natural progression. The people of Hong Kong were well aware of the underlying dynamics. Huo Zhengxiong's considerable strength was well recognized, and his willingness to pay such a premium for land conveyed profound implications that everyone understood, especially those business luminaries who participated in the bidding yesterday, as newspapers meticulously chronicled the fierce competition among the four prominent families. Coupled with the reality that nearly everyone in Hong Kong was involved in the stock market, led numerous investors to seize upon this positive signal. resulting in a massive influx of purchases of stocks from major real estate firms, driving the popularity of these stocks to new heights. Numerous investors have thus managed to make a modest profit, which can be attributed, to some extent, to the initiative taken by Mr. Huo Zhengxiong. Even the core leaders of the four prominent families are likely to remember this favor. Simultaneously, an evident outcome has emerged. The tycoon, Mr. Li, has once again encountered failure. As news spread, the citizens of Hong Kong erupted in a frenzy, engaging in mockery, making Mr. Li the focal point of this tempest. Previously criticized by the public due to incidents involving Watsons and Parkinshop, he has now become the subject of ridicule, serving as a stepping stone for Mr. Huo's ascent. As he faced severe suppression, his notoriety soared, drawing collective condemnation from the populace. How unfortunate for Mr. Li. It appears he has brought this upon himself by provoking Mr. Huo. Truly, a lapse in judgment. Initially seeking trouble, he chose to challenge the tycoon, and now he finds himself soundly rebuffed. To be frank, Mr. Huo's approach is exceedingly assertive, characterized by decisiveness and efficiency. One would have thought Mr. Huo's participation in the auction was merely for show. But he has unexpectedly dealt a blow to Mr. Li. Chapter 393. Heaven's sins may be forgiven. Self-inflicted misdeeds cannot be lived down. This ineffectual Mr. Li is nothing but a sycophant, deserving of being firmly grasped by Mr. Huo. I genuinely believe that Mr. Huo now possesses the formidable strength of a wealthy family, capable of acquiring Central Plaza while also mustering substantial funds for land purchases. It seems Mr. Huo has indeed set a new record in Hong Kong. With the power of a single individual rivaling that of the top-tier families, it is truly remarkable. Poor Mr. Li. I can hardly suppress my laughter. Indeed, sycophants like Mr. Li require a powerful figure like Mr. Huo to put them in their place. If the emergence of the Oriental Shopping Center was a meticulously planned strategy by Mr. Huo, then this auction for the Tsim Sha Sui land has little to do with schemes. It is a direct confrontation of raw strength. In this light, those so-called wealthy families seem rather unimpressive. Ultimately, Mr. Li is on a path to decline. This is self-inflicted torment. Who caused him to willingly become a puppet for foreign interests, a complicit accomplice? His misfortune is well-deserved. In no time, Mr. Li has once again become the target of ridicule across Hong Kong, inundated with various scornful, derisive, and humorous remarks. The overwhelming sounds of celebration and mockery have reached his ears, plunging him into despair, tossing and turning through the night, unable to find rest. Indeed, there is a saying that fits him perfectly. Heaven's sins may be forgiven. Self-inflicted misdeeds cannot be lived down. In stark contrast to Mr. Li's distress, which leaves him unable to eat or sleep, Mr. Huo's spirits are soaring, filled with satisfaction and pride. At the auction venue, he publicly humiliated Mr. Li in front of many business magnates, especially as he successfully broke through the blockade formed by the four major families. The exhilaration of that moment was unparalleled. Although Mr. Li, with his stronghold in Li's industries, remains a formidable opponent, the gap between Mr. Huo and him, and even among the top families, is narrowing. Meanwhile, Mr. Huo has not been idle. He called upon the explosion soldier system. The explosion soldier system is always at your service. Summoning price explanation. Ordinary soldiers cost 10,000 HKD each. Elite special forces cost 1 million Hong Kong dollars each, and technical troops also cost 1 million Hong Kong dollars each. Special note: all soldiers summoned through the system possess 100 loyalty and will never betray. Ordinary soldiers. Summon. Summon. Quickly summon. In recent days, Mr. Huo has been fervently summoning soldiers through the system. With ample financial support, his confidence in summoning soldiers has grown, maximizing the functionality of the explosion soldier system. The purpose of summoning these soldiers is, of course, to send them to the construction site to participate in the development of the valuable land acquired in Tsim Sha Sui, making it imperative for Mr. Huo to expedite the project. Under these circumstances, the strength of the explosion soldier system is vividly displayed. Just days after the auction, a significant number of fully loyal soldiers have reported to the designated construction site, all in position within a few days. Compared to ordinary construction workers, these soldiers exhibit superior teamwork and a higher level of diligence, thus reducing the estimated completion time of the development by more than half compared to typical construction companies. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Li's Industries, after several days of adjustment, Mr. Li has managed to regain some composure, and his previously shattered confidence has begun to return. He then summoned 3 secretaries and assistants, speaking with palpable indignation. Absolutely. We cannot allow Mr. Huo to develop so smoothly any longer. If he successfully develops this land and establishes a firm foothold in Hong Kong, Li Industries will be in grave danger. From his words, one can easily discern his steadfast resolve for revenge against Mr. Huo. He then stated with a serious expression, "Today, we must devise a practical plan to deal with Mr. Huo. The secretaries and assistants felt a chill run down their spines as they were met with his fierce gaze. Filled with anger. To be honest, Mr. Li's thoughts and emotions were well understood by his trusted aides. However, understanding is one thing. Coming up with a feasible plan is another matter entirely. With Mr. Li having issued a death order, his subordinates dared not slack off and immediately racked their brains, striving to formulate a concrete plan for retaliating against Mr. Huo. I believe we could leverage public opinion, one proposed, by dredging up all of Mr. Huo's past misdeeds, exposing his true nature to the entire populace of Hong Kong. I refuse to believe this won't bring him down. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing with displeasure as he shook his head. This approach won't work. The police have already clarified those rumors for him, and they have a cooperative relationship. With the police backing him, we can't touch him at all. In fact, Lin Baixin had long considered this tactic against Mr. Huo, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Yet Mr. Li is certainly not one to trip over the same stone twice. As a tycoon, he possesses a level of cunning and strategy that is hardly trivial. Just as everyone was at a loss, an assistant suddenly had a flash of inspiration and couldn't help but speak up. Tycoon, you mentioned before that the leaders of the 4 prominent families do not want Mr. Huo to venture into the real estate sector. Why not find a breakthrough from this angle? The implication of the secretary's words was unmistakable, suggesting some underhanded tactics to create difficulties for Mr. Huo's construction site, such as hindering the smooth progression of the project. Mr. Huo, simply laughable. If they dare, let them come at me. Upon hearing this suggestion, Mr. Li's eyes lit up. This is indeed a sound idea. Yet, in the next moment, he slightly furrowed his brow. For him, the implementation of this plan posed little challenge. Despite his tarnished reputation among the Hong Kong populace, the actual governance of the region lay in the hands of foreigners. Leveraging his connections with HSBC and the collaborative relationship he had forged with Jardine Matheson, it would be a mere trifling matter to enlist the relevant departments to obstruct the construction efforts of Huo Zhengxiong. All it would take is a single utterance. Chapter 394. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to rely on foreign powers. Just then, another secretary furrowed his brow and doused the group with cold reality. Have you all forgotten how the former Jardine Matheson leader met his demise? Furthermore, even if the tycoon could sway government officials against Huo Zhengxiong, would anyone dare to lay a hand on Huo Zhengxiong's Oriental Group? The last government executive sent by Jardine to sabotage the Oriental Group has yet to be found, alive or dead. Hiss. The assistants and secretaries suddenly recalled this alarming fact and couldn't help but gasp in shock. To be honest, they had indeed forgotten about it moments ago. With the secretary's reminder, Tycoon Li was instantly brought back to alertness, and his expression darkened further. He remembered this matter all too well and felt a deep-seated trepidation, leading him to promptly dismiss the plan. Indeed, Huo Zhengxiong's roots in the Hong Kong community run exceedingly deep. Such tactics are unnecessary. Simultaneously, Tycoon Li wished to add, unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to enlist the aid of foreigners. After all, his reputation among the citizens of Hong Kong had already plummeted to scandalous depths, and the animosity between him and Huo Zhengxiong was now common knowledge throughout the city. In this context, should foreigners take action against Huo Zhengxiong, the citizens would undoubtedly perceive it as him orchestrating from the shadows, further tarnishing his name, potentially leading to public scorn and condemnation. Though Tycoon Li's reputation in Hong Kong was already notoriously abysmal, he was still a prominent figure among the 4 great families. Despite his dire predicament, he maintained a sense of pride and had no intentions of succumbing to despair. In other words, he still cared about his reputation. Should he further ally with foreigners against Huo Zhengxiong, he would truly become a historical pariah, with even his ancestors' graves being desecrated. Subsequently, the assistants and secretaries proposed several alternative plans, which, although effective to some degree, clearly carried more drawbacks than benefits, their flaws far too pronounced, rendering them inferior to the previous suggestion. Gradually, the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly oppressive, with the assistants and secretaries wearing furrowed brows, and Tycoon Li's countenance becoming ever more displeased. At that moment, a secretary had a sudden epiphany and asked, "Perhaps we have been too obtuse. Might you possess a viable solution, Tycoon?" Observing the expectant gazes of his colleagues, Tycoon Li pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Undeniably, Huo Zhengxiong's influence has grown increasingly formidable. Yet, no matter how strong, even the most impregnable fortress may harbor vulnerabilities within. Upon hearing this, the secretaries and assistants' eyes brightened, as if they had grasped a revelation from his words. Tycoon Li paused for a moment, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes, before continuing. Thus, my proposal is this: rather than resorting to impractical schemes, why not directly undermine the Oriental Group from within? At this juncture, a cold smirk graced his face as he elaborated. It is well known throughout Hong Kong that Jimmy is Huo Zhengxiong's most trusted lieutenant. If we can turn Jimmy to our advantage, then Huo Zhengxiong would not prove so difficult to handle. As soon as he finished speaking, the secretaries and assistants displayed expressions of exhilaration. It must be said that Tycoon Li's plan was indeed astute, far more clever, insidious, and elusive than their prior suggestions. Should the plan succeed, it would undoubtedly strike a heavy blow against Huo Zhengxiong, potentially reducing him to a state of complete destitution overnight. The tycoon is brilliant. It truly hinges upon the tycoon's acumen. Alas, why did I not conceive of this sooner? This tactic is simply formidable. If we can win over Jimmy, we could at the very least sever one of Huo Zhengxiong's arms. This strategy is simply unparalleled. The room erupted with expressions of agreement, as a chorus of admiration filled the office. At that moment, Tycoon Li finally revealed a satisfied smile, radiant in its brightness. Thereafter, the secretaries and assistants delved into extended discussions regarding this plan, swiftly devising specific steps to persuade Jimmy and strategizing on how to maximize his potential contributions. Half an hour later, Tycoon Li, grinning with contentment, declared, "Let it be settled then. You shall discreetly reach out to Jimmy, and I will personally make an appearance. Given the generous conditions we have prepared, I refuse to believe that Jimmy's heart is made of stone and that he will remain unmoved." "Yes," the secretaries replied in unison. After careful deliberation, Tycoon Li was resolute in his intention to lure Jimmy away for the purpose of exacting revenge on Huo Zhengxiong, for which he was willing to offer exceedingly favorable terms. In his view, even if Jimmy harbored grand ambitions, the terms he proposed would surely satiate the latter's desires. Subsequently, under Tycoon Li's expectant gaze, the secretaries commenced their mission. As night descended and darkness deepened, Jimmy was on his way home after work when suddenly a car obstructed his path. Turning his head, he recognized the individual as Tycoon Li's most esteemed secretary, and a look of confusion crossed his face as he silently appraised the stranger. The secretary, having made adequate preparations, promptly opened the car door and greeted Jimmy with a warm smile, saying, "Jimmy, my boss would like to invite you to dinner. We hope you will grace us with your presence." Jimmy, a look of bewilderment. What ulterior motives lay behind Tycoon Li's secretary delivering this dinner invitation? Furrowing his brow, unable to contain his curiosity, Jimmy asked, "What is your intention?" Deep down, he had already formed a vague suspicion. The secretary's face briefly flickered with a calm smile as he replied, "The specifics will be conveyed directly by my boss. I lack the authority to speak on his behalf. However, I assure you, Jimmy, that we harbor no ill intentions, and we sincerely hope you will honor us with your presence." With that, the secretary's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he continued, "Please trust that this visit will not be in vain. I guarantee your satisfaction." At this moment, Jimmy had formed a rough inference regarding Tycoon Li's invitation, yet he had not fully confirmed his suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly nodded. His loyalty to Huo Zhengxiong was beyond doubt. His decision to accept the invitation was merely to validate whether his conjecture held truth. Before long, Jimmy arrived at a hotel owned by Tycoon Li, courtesy of the secretary's vehicle. Upon entering the private room, he was met with Tycoon Li's beaming countenance. As soon as he spotted Jimmy, he rose to warmly greet him. "Jimmy, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Please, have a seat." Jimmy sat down in silence, his gaze fixed intently on Tycoon Li. The latter wasted no time in beating around the bush, immediately instructing the waiter to serve the dishes. And soon, a sumptuous array of food and fine wine graced the table. Chapter 395. A virtuous woman does not serve two husbands, nor does a loyal minister serve two masters. He gestured for Jimmy to dine, yet Jimmy remained as still as a statue, his expression unreadable as he scrutinized the man across from him. This demeanor and gaze made Tycoon Li feel somewhat ill at ease. After a brief moment, Jimmy finally spoke with a tone of indifference. "If Mr. Li has something to say, please speak frankly. After all, you have invited me here for a reason." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Mr. Li's face as he slowly set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. "There isn't anything particularly special, but I have long heard that you, Jimmy, possess remarkable abilities and are the most capable aide to Huo Zhengxiong. Am I correct?" Jimmy remained silent, patiently waiting for him to continue. Mr. Li smiled faintly, exuding an air of authority and poise, and stated directly, "The purpose of today's invitation is rather straightforward. I have heard of your talents, and to be honest, without your assistance, Huo Zhengxiong would not have achieved his current position." Jimmy raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly replied, "Things are not quite as you portray them." Mr. Li, clearly unconvinced, immediately countered, "Though I am unaware of the treatment Huo Zhengxiong has afforded you, I can assure you that should you choose to ally with me, I can offer you at least twice what he provides." The terms he proposed would be met in full, and at that moment, Mr. Li brimmed with confidence, determined to secure Jimmy's allegiance. He gazed at Jimmy, awaiting his nod of agreement. A faint smile appeared on Jimmy's face, causing Mr. Li to feel a surge of hope. believing he had made an impression. However, that smile abruptly turned cold. The unfolding events were often unexpected. Before Mr. Li could react, Jimmy's demeanor darkened as he rose abruptly, stating in a deep voice, "A virtuous woman does not serve two husbands, nor does a loyal minister serve two masters. Regardless of how enticing your offer may be, I shall not accept it. Therefore, I implore you to abandon this notion." In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be clearly heard. Mr. Li looked at Jimmy in disbelief, astonished as he stammered, "Do you understand what you are refusing?" Jimmy's expression grew increasingly disdainful as he coldly replied, "Do you believe these things would concern me?" Mr. Li was momentarily rendered speechless by this retort, but after a moment, he could not help but press on. "I cannot believe you are not at all swayed. Otherwise, why would you have accepted my invitation?" Yet this time, Jimmy did not allow him to finish, interrupting, "I merely wish to see what new tricks you, Mr. Li, could conjure, but it seems it is nothing remarkable. You have thoroughly disappointed me." With that, Jimmy abruptly pushed his chair back and cast a scornful glance at Mr. Li, dismissively uttering a single word, "Trite." He then turned without hesitation and exited, leaving Mr. Li in stunned silence, his face a canvas of shock and bewilderment. At that moment, he still could not believe that Jimmy had refused his generous offer. It was utterly inconceivable, absurdly outrageous. How dared he be so audacious? However, before Mr. Li could express his anger, Jimmy's figure had already vanished through the door of the private room. At this juncture, a secretary leaned in, his expression grim as he remarked, "Boss, should we teach him a lesson? This Jimmy is far too arrogant." Mr. Li's countenance darkened ominously, his heart ablaze with fury as he muttered curses. "That wretched scoundrel! How infuriating! I cannot fathom what kind of enchantment Huo Zhengxiong has cast upon you to render you this foolish. Is being Huo Zhengxiong's subordinate all you aspire to be?" His anger stemmed not only from the shock of Jimmy's outright rejection, despite having indicated that the terms were open for negotiation, but also from the dismissive gaze and tone with which Jimmy had treated him. As if he were invisible, Mr. Li felt as though his very lungs were on the verge of exploding from rage. It was one thing to be incensed by Huo Zhengxiong, but now even his subordinate dared to treat him with such contempt. When had the once mighty tycoon of the port fallen to such a lowly state? With a resounding thud, Mr. Li slammed his fist onto the table with such force that it nearly toppled over. Even amidst his fury, Mr. Li maintained a level of composure and decisively rejected the secretary's suggestion, his expression dark and stormy. "Absolutely not. If that scoundrel Huo Zhengxiong were to find out, with his treacherous nature, who knows what malicious means he would employ, the trouble would only escalate." It must be said that it was this crucial moment of calm that ultimately spared Mr. Li from a disaster. Had he truly dared to entertain malicious thoughts against Jimmy and acted upon them, the tragic fate of the former head of he would surely soon befall him. In the realm of business, Huo Zhengxiong had never feared anyone, but when it came to ruthless measures that left no room for mercy, few could rival him in the entire port. Yet the resentment bubbling within Mr. Li was unbearable. He then spoke gravely. "To teach him a lesson is not out of the question, but we must employ a different strategy." The secretary immediately adopted a posture of focused attention, eager to not miss a single word. Mr. Li pondered for a moment before articulating his analysis. "Huo Zhengxiong is a man who acts with extreme caution and meticulous thought. Let us discreetly leak the information regarding my meeting with Jimmy to him. I refuse to believe he could be so magnanimous as to harbor no suspicions about Jimmy." Upon hearing this, the secretary's face registered astonishment, quickly followed by a glimmer of excitement as he eagerly praised, "Of course. How could I not have thought of such a brilliant idea? After all, Jimmy has dared to disregard us. He is simply courting disaster. If he dares to deny that he met with you, we might just leverage Huo Zhengxiong's hand to teach him a lesson." "Indeed, Mr. Li replied with a satisfied smile and a nod. "This is truly a case of killing two birds with one stone." The secretary feigned a look of partial understanding, granting Mr. Li ample opportunity to showcase his cunning. Subsequently, Mr. Li wore a triumphant expression, slowly detailing his strategy. "Huo Zhengxiong cannot possibly be without doubts. He will undoubtedly confront Jimmy for clarification. If Jimmy denies our meeting, Huo Zhengxiong will certainly suspect that he has entered into some form of collaboration with us." Chapter 396. This plan is a twofold masterpiece, simply brilliant. I wager Huo Zhengxiong is not so naive as to believe that Jimmy's rejection of my offer implies there is no connection between them. After a brief pause, Mr. Li continued, "Secondly, even if Jimmy were to convey the truth, Huo Zhengxiong may not easily accept it. He might even suspect him of being an undercover agent and dispose of him directly." As he reached this point, Mr. Li's smile grew even brighter, unable to conceal his excitement. Regardless of the outcome, once the news spreads, Huo Zhengxiong's suspicions towards Jimmy will take root like a seed. Whether Jimmy can preserve his life remains uncertain, but the trust between them will undoubtedly be shattered. This, without a doubt, severs one of Huo Zhengxiong's arms. And it will be by his own hand. Ha! How splendid! How splendid! The secretary feigned realization, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Boss, you are truly brilliant. This plan is a twofold masterpiece. Simply extraordinary." Mr. Li gazed at Jimmy's retreating figure, a cold smile playing upon his lips. "Dare to oppose me? Since negotiations have reached an impasse, do not blame me for disregarding any semblance of camaraderie." Having uttered those words, he turned sharply to his secretary and barked, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and disseminate this information. It is about a magnate." The secretary promptly acknowledged his command. Subsequently, under the covert orchestration of Li the magnate's secretary, a piece of information swiftly spread through various clandestine channels. The crux of the matter was nothing less than Jimmy had betrayed Huo Zhengxiong and secretly met with Li the magnate. Jimmy and Li had clandestinely reached some undisclosed agreement. Jimmy intended to forsake Huo Zhengxiong. Li the magnate, brimming with confidence, was certain that his scheme would undoubtedly succeed. Eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Huo Zhengxiong and Jimmy turning against each other, embroiled in a deadly feud. Yet, he could never have anticipated that after leaving Li the magnate's office, Jimmy would deviate from the original plan to return to his residence, instead making a beeline for Huo Zhengxiong's villa nestled in the hills. Approximately half an hour later, Huo Zhengxiong was at home, indulging in a massage from Lei Zhilan. While listening to her relay updates from Boss Lei, the construction progress was proceeding smoothly. "By the way, my father mentioned that he has ascertained that Li the magnate does not intend to create trouble for us through foreign entities or government agencies," Lei Zhilan casually remarked as she massaged Huo Zhengxiong's shoulders and neck. Satisfied, Huo Zhengxiong nodded and replied in a flat tone, "Please convey my gratitude to your father." "Certainly," Lei Zhilan responded softly. Just then, an urgent ringtone pierced the air. Lei Zhilan swiftly answered the call and held the phone to Huo Zhengxiong's ear. On the other end, Lin Baixin's serious voice resonated, "Boss Huo, we have a major crisis." The gravity in Lin Baixin's tone made Huo Zhengxiong's brows furrow instinctively. "What is going on?" he inquired. Lin Baixin lowered his voice, stating, "I just received credible information. Rumors suggest that Jimmy met with Li the magnate privately and reached some vague, undefined agreement." "What?" Huo Zhengxiong was taken aback, muttering to himself in disbelief. "This cannot be true. The information is substantiated," Lin Baixin asserted solemnly. "It is said that someone witnessed Jimmy at the scene." After a pause, he added, "Everyone in Hong Kong knows that Jimmy is your most capable assistant, your right-hand man. Now he is seen with Li the magnate. There must be something amiss." Huo Zhengxiong chuckled lightly, saying, "All right, I understand." His seemingly indifferent tone prompted Lin Baixin to urge, "Boss Huo, I know you wish to trust your own. But where there is smoke, there is fire. You should confront Jimmy directly to clarify the situation. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, the consequences could be dire. In the end, it will be you who suffers the losses." Huo Zhengxiong recognized that Lin Baixin was genuinely concerned for his welfare, and his words were indeed reasonable. However, with the backing of the explosive soldier system, he held absolute trust in Jimmy. While others might be unreliable, the system's credibility was beyond question. Nonetheless, it was understandable that Lin Baixin would be so anxious, given that he and Boss Lei were now business partners of Huo Zhengxiong and would naturally be particularly attentive to matters affecting their shared interests. With this thought, Huo Zhengxiong's tone suddenly grew serious, yet he remained gentle as he addressed Lin Baixin. "I fully comprehend your concerns. Rest assured, I will verify the situation with Jimmy right away." Upon hearing this, Lin Baixin felt a weight lift from his heart and quickly replied, "That's wonderful news." As soon as he finished speaking, the call was disconnected. Huo Zhengxiong fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, he could no longer contain his laughter, murmuring to himself, "If I'm not mistaken, this is likely a ploy devised by Li the magnate." After a brief pause, a hint of disdain flashed across Huo Zhengxiong's face. "Huh. Just some petty tricks unworthy of note. Trying to eliminate my capable subordinate through such means? Li, you underestimate me far too much." Indeed, not even 20 minutes after the call ended, Jimmy appeared at the entrance of Huo Zhengxiong's villa in the hills. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, Jimmy approached Huo Zhengxiong and recounted, word for word, how Li the magnate had sent someone to intercept him, inviting him to meet, along with every statement made during that meeting. After listening, Huo Zhengxiong's expression of disdain became even more pronounced as he muttered, "Just as I suspected." Jimmy looked perplexed, confusion evident in his eyes. Huo Zhengxiong immediately relayed the warning he had received from Lin Baixin. After a moment of silence, Jimmy said nothing, his countenance darkening. Unable to contain his anger, he exclaimed, "That Li is truly a despicable and shameless scoundrel, to resort to such underhanded tactics." Subsequently, Jimmy, fueled by indignation, inquired, "Boss, since Li is so intent on scheming against us, aiming to instill doubt in you towards me and ultimately eliminate me, His malice is quite profound. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Naturally. Huo Zhengxiong scoffed, adding, since Li the magnate dares to plot against me, I, Huo Zhengxiong, always reciprocate. I shall not be the one to suffer. Chapter 397. You've come so early. There must be splendid news to share. Observing Huo Zhengxiong's demeanor, Jimmy quickly surmised that he had formulated a plan and eagerly pressed, Boss, what strategy do you have in mind? Huo Zhengxiong offered a slight smile. You go make arrangements. On second thought, it's not appropriate for you to handle this matter. Let Zhao Yi take care of it. Let him publicly condemn Li's actions in the newspaper under my name. A look of confusion spread across Jimmy's face. Huo Zhengxiong explained with a cold smirk. This is what we call seizing the moral high ground. I must ensure that the citizens of the port comprehend the sequence of events. This time, it is Li the magnate who has undermined the rules and covertly undermined my personnel. In this manner, when I retaliate against him later, won't it seem all the more justified? Suddenly enlightened, Jimmy broke into an excited smile. Truth be told, having been so cunningly plotted against by Li the magnate, Jimmy harbored a reservoir of pent-up frustration. Early the next morning, the headlines in the newspaper sent the citizens of the port into a frenzy. Breaking news. The infuriated Huo magnate publicly denounces Li the magnate. Ignoring protocol, Li the magnate engages in underhanded schemes. What provoked Huo magnate's fury? Exclusive insights. A carefully orchestrated conspiracy. Li the magnate schemes against Huo's capable assistant. True colors revealed. Li the magnate undermines Huo Zhengxiong's right-hand man, Jimmy. Such eye-catching headlines made it nearly impossible for the citizens of the port to avert their attention. In an instant, the entire port was abuzz with discussions about the matter. My goodness, the Huo magnate actually denounces Li the magnate publicly? This is the first time I've seen him so uncharacteristically agitated. Undermining? Does Li the magnate intend to poach talent from Huo magnate? What an astute eye. He aims to undermine Jimmy, who is known to be Huo Zhengxiong's most capable aide, his solid right-hand man. Li the magnate certainly knows how to pick his targets. Who would have guessed that the plan would be exposed, leading to Huo magnate's justified rebuke, having been caught red-handed in his attempts to poach talent, and subsequently subjected to scathing rebukes? One can only conclude that Li, the tycoon, has brought this upon himself. Who would have thought that Huo, the magnate, could be so merciless in his criticisms? Such underhanded tactics to entice others away are indeed despicable. My utmost curiosity lies in whether Jimmy has, in fact, acquiesced to Li's demands. Indeed, this promises to be a spectacle. It remains to be seen how Huo will proceed. As Huo Zhengxiong publicly lambasted Li in the newspapers, the entire port was engulfed in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, as the citizens of Hong Kong were stirred into a frenzy, Li, in a fit of rage, hurled the newspaper to the ground. His visage darkened with fury as he bellowed, Huo Zhengxiong. One cannot deny that Li was on the brink of apoplexy at that moment. Is such behavior not common in the realm of business competition? What manner of individual is this, utterly incapable of accepting defeat? Damn that Huo Zhengxiong, how intolerable. At this juncture, gazing at the newsprint, Li found himself in a frenzy of impotent swearing, his composure utterly shattered. Ironically, as he accused Huo of being unable to bear defeat, he himself was clearly losing his own temper. After a considerable time, Li's ire began to subside, and upon regaining his composure, he fell into deep contemplation. Something is amiss. Does Huo have ulterior motives behind his actions? Why else would he resort to such public denouncements in the press? Does he not care one whit for his public image? Yet, no matter how Li pondered, he could not unravel Huo's true intentions. Concurrently, within the Eastern group, Jimmy too posed the same query to Huo. Although he understood that Huo's actions were a pretext to lay the groundwork for future retribution against Li, he only now dared to inquire about Huo's forthcoming plans. Upon hearing this, Huo smiled faintly, replying in a soft tone, What I am doing now merely serves as a prelude to the next phase of our retaliatory actions. A knowing smile graced Huo's face as he countered, Have you forgotten that the filming of Mr. Vampire is nearing completion? At this revelation, Jimmy abruptly halted in his tracks, a look of sudden realization dawning upon him. He had finally grasped Huo's true intentions. Undeniably, the release date of Mr. Vampire would coincide with the grand opening of the luxurious Seaview Garden under Li's domain. With the film's imminent release, this was indeed a pivotal moment to confront Li. Seizing the narrative control of public opinion was of utmost importance. Although Huo feigned to be engaged in filmmaking, Li, with his astute understanding of Huo, would surely deduce that everything was orchestrated by him. Huo had anticipated that his adversary would act at this juncture, which is why he planned to leverage this momentum to firmly establish the banner of righteousness. This strategic move was undoubtedly advantageous. Presently, the initiative had entirely shifted to Huo's favor, and the media's condemnation of Li was merely a preliminary setup. Thus, what Huo intended to undertake next was beyond any obstruction. Time slipped away unnoticed, and half a month passed in silence. On a sunny morning, as Ho entered the office of the Eastern Group, he encountered two familiar figures, Boss Lei and his daughter, Lei Zhilan. Upon seeing the duo arrive together, an inexplicable premonition stirred within Ho, a sense that something extraordinary was afoot, particularly due to Lei Zhilan's demeanor, which suggested she had something on her mind. After taking his seat, Ho, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "What brings Boss Lei to my office at such an early hour?" In stark contrast to Ho's relaxed tone, Boss Lei approached with a beaming smile, brimming with barely contained joy. "I've come to share some splendid news." "Oh," Ho replied, observing the smile on Lei's face. "Pray tell, has Lei taken a tumble? Or has the sea swallowed his corporate tower?" Boss Lei, still smiling, shook his head and leaned in closer. "I said it's good news. How could we discuss such morbid matters?" Ho chuckled in response, adopting an attentive posture. "Well then, I am all ears." Seeing Ho's demeanor, Boss Lei's smile grew even brighter. But rather than speak, he turned and beckoned to Lei Zhilan. "Zhilan, come here. You should be the one to convey this good news." Once a headstrong and capricious heiress, Lei Zhilan had tempered her temperament significantly since becoming Ho's girlfriend, much to Ho's growing satisfaction. Chapter 398. Lei Zhilan is pregnant. Yet, at this moment, the actions of the father and daughter duo bore an inexplicable peculiarity. Ho remained silent, his mind grappling with an unwelcome possibility. As he unconsciously furrowed his brow, Lei Zhilan playfully shook her head at her father and then stepped lightly between Ho and Boss Lei, a bashful expression gracing her features as she quietly murmured, "I feel a bit embarrassed to say this. Has Dad already shared the specifics with you?" Upon hearing this, Boss Lei turned to the bewildered Ho, chuckling. "Haha, have you not figured it out yet? Zhilan is pregnant." "Pregnant?" Ho stood frozen in place. In truth, he had harbored a vague suspicion upon witnessing their expressions earlier, but hearing Boss Lei articulate it left him reeling, instinctively gasping, "No way." His gaze involuntarily drifted to Lei Zhilan's belly, his mind racing with the thought, "Am I to become a father at such a young age? What on earth is happening?" Meanwhile, observing Lei Zhilan's flat abdomen, Ho quickly deduced, it must be that the news was freshly discovered, hence the absence of any visible signs of pregnancy. Noting Ho's bewildered and astonished demeanor, Boss Lei was thoroughly pleased, laughing heartily as he continued. "Yesterday, Zhilan returned home feeling unwell. So I had the housekeeper accompany her for a checkup, and lo and behold, what a grand surprise it turned out to be." Ho remained silent. While this was indeed joyous news, he could not shake off a sense of confusion. After all, he was not prepared for fatherhood. At this moment, Lei Zhilan, observing his dazed expression of happiness, remarked, "Who told you not to prepare in advance?" Ho continued to maintain his silence. He had weathered countless storms and never imagined he would face fatherhood so soon. The revelation was simply too abrupt. Yet, gazing at Lei Zhilan's bashful demeanor, he slowly began to accept this reality, a faint smile gracing his lips. In truth, having another child might not be such a bad thing. Just as he began to digest this information, Boss Lei suddenly interjected with a grin. "So, shall we start preparing for the wedding now? Xiong, I've already checked the lunar calendar, and there are several auspicious days next month for celebrations. I even brought the calendar along. Should we take a look now?" Upon hearing this, Ho immediately furrowed his brow. Boss Lei continued, following Ho's reaction, "Indeed, you already have a child. If we delay too long and Zhilan's belly grows, it would be quite unseemly to hold the banquet then. Wouldn't you agree, Zhilan?" Lei Zhilan, blushing, nodded in agreement. Huo Zhengxiong remained silent, and the joy of fatherhood that had surged in his heart dissipated almost instantly. Subsequently, under the expectant gazes of Boss Lei and Lei Zhilan, he spoke in a measured tone, "Since the child is already on the way, it is only natural that we keep it." Lei Zhilan nodded with a smile. But Boss Lei seemed to detect an underlying implication in Huo's words, and his expression abruptly darkened. Huo Zhengxiong then softened his tone to add, "As for marriage, that is unnecessary." In an instant, the atmosphere in the office felt as if it had solidified. Boss Lei's countenance turned grim, and before he could voice his thoughts, Lei Zhilan glared at Huo Zhengxiong with fury, exclaiming, "Why? What do you mean by that? I, Lei Zhilan, have known only you as a man since birth. Are you doubting me?" Huo Zhengxiong chose to disregard her anger, calmly stating, "That is not my intention. I trust you." "Then why?" Lei Zhilan's words were cut off as Huo Zhengxiong continued, "You should be aware of my character and the kind of person I am. Marriage is simply not an option for me at this moment. But I am already carrying your child." Lei Zhilan displayed her spoiled nature, glaring at him and demanding, "Do you not want to take responsibility?" "Not at all," Huo Zhengxiong replied succinctly. "I do not wish to marry, but I will acknowledge this child. And you may continue to be the child's mother." "Mother?" Both Boss Lei and Lei Zhilan stood frozen in place. Lei Zhilan, incredulous, asked, "I am already pregnant with your child, and you have no wife. Why can you not marry me?" Huo Zhengxiong responded in a calm tone, "I am a businessman. What relevance does that have to marriage?" He then elaborated, a businessman always aims for maximum benefit. Therefore, even if you are carrying my child, I will not sacrifice a promising future for the sake of a woman. As his words settled in the air, he turned to Boss Lei with a hint of a smile, inquiring, I believe you can relate to this, Boss Lei? Boss Lei fell into a contemplative silence, not uttering a word. Lei Zhilan trembled with rage, feeling as though a heavy weight was pressing against her chest, making it difficult to breathe. She glared at Huo Zhengxiong, her voice filled with fury as she shouted, You heartless scoundrel! You are a man devoid of responsibility. I have devoted myself to you, even willing to bear your child. And yet you refuse to marry me? Huo Zhengxiong maintained a stoic expression, showing no signs of anger, merely reminding her in a gentle tone. Do not let your anger harm your health. You are pregnant, and it would be troublesome if you were to disturb the child. A chill surged through Boss Lei's heart. He had initially planned to leverage his daughter's pregnancy to establish himself as Huo Zhengxiong's father-in-law. But he never anticipated that mere words would lead to such an unforeseen turn of events. This Huo Zhengxiong indeed possessed a heart as unyielding as stone. One could not deny that his social experience was extraordinarily rich. Observing that he was not jesting, and coupled with Zhao Yi's icy gaze, which left him feeling uneasy, Boss Lei shivered slightly, a flicker of trepidation stirring within him. At that moment, Boss Lei noticed Huo Zhengxiong's demeanor and forced a smile. Quickly turning to Lei Zhilan to counsel her, Zhilan, do not speak in anger. It could harm your relationship with him. Besides, this is your own flesh and blood. How can you be so impulsive? Take back what you just said. However, tears immediately welled up in Lei Zhilan's eyes as she choked out. He does not wish to marry me. Chapter 399. This truly is a double blessing. Boss Lei sighed wryly, fully aware of the situation. However, if Lei Zhilan truly caused a scene, it might endanger her life. As a businessman himself, he would never engage in a losing venture, especially when it involved safety. To preserve his own interests, he quickly adopted a different tone, leaning closer to Lei Zhilan to comfort her. Zhilan, do not think like that. Xiong simply does not wish to marry at the moment. Why cling so desperately to a title? Moreover, he only said he does not want to marry. He did not say he does not love you. As long as he holds you in his heart, a wedding is merely a formality, not of great importance. And you know, Xiong currently has only you by his side. When he eventually comes around, who else could he possibly consider marrying? After this speech, Lei Zhilan's emotions calmed considerably. Boss Lei leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice. Furthermore, you are the first woman to bear his child. This is a legitimate status. In ancient times, that would make you the mother of a crown prince. Who is the mother of the crown prince? The queen. Lei Zhilan, having watched numerous historical dramas, immediately exclaimed, exactly. Boss Lei's expression glowed with pride. See, it is true. Men are often fickle, but you are his first wife. Your status cannot be shaken. Lei Zhilan appeared contemplative, seemingly pondering the implications of his words. Observing this, Boss Lei quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He then quickly shot Huo Zhengxiong a glance, clearly conveying, I can only assist you up to this point. You should say something as well. Boss Lei's tone was akin to that of a supplicant. One could not help but admire Boss Lei's strong desire for survival. Huo Zhengxiong could not resist casting an admiring glance at him, as if to say, you truly know how to handle matters. I did not misjudge you. You are indeed a master of survival. Experience proves to be invaluable. The next moment, Huo Zhengxiong turned to Lei Zhilan, adopting a serious and earnest tone. Zhilan, I will speak plainly. I will certainly marry you, but not at this moment. This is not a reflection on you. He silently added a thought, and I never said I would only marry you. Ultimately, Lei Zhilan, this young lady from a prominent family, possesses a commendable disposition. Lei Zhilan's eyes reddened, and with a quivering voice, she asked, is what you say true? Absolutely. Huo Zhengxiong replied with unwavering conviction. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lei Zhilan threw herself into Huo Zhengxiong's embrace, sobbing. The issue was finally resolved satisfactorily. Huo Zhengxiong gave Boss Lei a thumbs up. Boss Lei sighed deeply within, contemplating the burdens he had brought upon himself. Yet, upon reflection, he could not help but find solace. At least this girl's future is secured. She will not become a fleeting dream in her pursuit of prosperity. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room finally softened. Just as Lei Zhilan continued to weep in Huo Zhengxiong's arms, a sudden knock sounded at the door, and Jimmy pushed it open, exclaiming, Boss, what is it? Huo Zhengxiong asked absently. Jimmy grinned widely and announced, just now, Mr. Zombie has officially premiered. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile broke across Huo Zhengxiong's face, and he murmured, what a delightful double blessing this is. Indeed, today proved to be an exceptionally fortuitous day for Huo Zhengxiong. As Mr. Lei, seated nearby, heard the words Mr. Zombie being released, a curious expression emerged on his face. However, noticing that neither Huo Zhengxiong nor Jimmy Zai intended to elaborate further, he refrained from pressing for details, though his curiosity was unmistakably evident in his eyes. Soon, Huo Zhengxiong had settled the lay father and daughter comfortably. After dinner, he returned to the Huo family's hillside villa. It was only then that Jimmy Zai began to report, Mr. Zombie has been released. But due to a lack of prior promotion, today's box office results are rather disappointing, standing at only 400,000. Upon seeing Huo Zhengxiong nod in acknowledgement, he continued, however, I did some research. Although the box office figures are mediocre, the film has received exceptional reviews. Many viewers have praised it, stating that it's both frightening and entertaining. Encapsulated in one sentiment, they want to watch it again. Huo Zhengxiong's fingers lightly tapped a rhythmic pattern on the desk, thud, 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 steady and methodical. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, while good reviews are a positive sign, the box office performance falls significantly short of expectations. Currently, the promotion has not been fully rolled out, and the general public has yet to pay widespread attention to this film. It's likely that Tycoon Lee will take some action. Thus, we need to stoke the flames. Jimmy Zai nodded. Shall I arrange a wave of promotion immediately? Huo Zhengxiong pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head. Let us proceed differently. Tomorrow, I will visit the cinema to watch this film. You should discreetly inform the media about my visit, so they can wait at the cinema entrance. Then, let them interview me about my impressions after watching the film. Upon hearing this, Jimmy Zai's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but give Huo Zhengxiong a thumbs up, exclaiming, brilliant, truly brilliant. Haha, Huo Zhengxiong chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. It must be said that his strategy was indeed quite clever. The media following the business tycoons of the harbor closely is nothing new. Even the gossip surrounding Lu Wanxiong's pursuits of starlets often graces the headlines. Thus, Huo Zhengxiong being casually spotted at the cinema by reporters is hardly extraordinary. Ultimately, he is subtly leveraging his own fame and influence to promote Mr. Zombie. Utilizing this outing, the film's popularity is bound to reach new heights. Jimmy Zai immediately grasped his intent, breaking into a smile. Huo Zhengxiong's maneuver was indeed exceptionally astute. Subsequently, Jimmy Zai utilized his media connections to discreetly leak the news of Huo Zhengxiong's film viewing to several prominent outlets, including the Singtao Daily. The following day, at the cinema, Huo Zhengxiong arrived early at the screening hall, where only a few spectators were present, indicating that the film had yet to attract significant attention. Soon, the movie commenced. Sitting beside him, Fu Zhilan displayed a hint of panic on her face and softly suggested, shall I send someone to take you home first? It wouldn't be good if you got frightened. As long as you are by my side, I am unafraid. The baby is unafraid too. Fu Zhilan resolutely rejected the notion. Observing this, Huo Zhengxiong felt a warmth swell within him. Fortunately, Mr. Zombie was a horror comedy, so there was no genuine concern that it would frighten her unborn child. The film began to unfold. In the opening scenes, the business magnate, Mr. Ren, made his entrance. Years ago, his father, having heeded the advice of a feng shui master, learned that they must relocate the grave in 20 years, and thus invited the adept Uncle Gio to assist. Coincidentally, Uncle Gio discovered that Mr. Ren's father's burial site was situated in a dragonfly-esque waterhole according to feng shui principles, and astonishingly, the body showed no signs of decay after 20 years. Even more coincidentally, this burial site was located precisely where the current high garden stands. Following this, the feng shui arrangement of the grave caused Uncle Gio to furrow his brow. Such a configuration would lead the coffin to gradually encroach upon the corpse pit, ultimately resulting in the body's transformation. As this unfolded, the atmosphere of horror thickened in the screening room, prompting Fu Zhilan to instinctively clutch Huo Zhengxiong's arm tightly. Just then, a chilling gust of wind swept through, causing Uncle Gio's somewhat eccentric apprentice, lacking genuine skills, to inadvertently topple a wooden barrel filled with glutinous rice. Thus, Mr. Ren's father's corpse became a zombie, mercilessly slaughtering Mr. Ren. It is well known that zombies possess no emotions. Uncle Gio soon realized that the Ren family was beset by a zombie and, understanding the peril facing Miss Ren Tingting, resolved to protect her. However, his two apprentices, in a bid to secure the opportunity to safeguard Miss Ren, clashed with the members of the opera troupe. Observing this, Huo Zhengxiong noted that although the film's historical context had been altered, the quality of its content remained uncompromised. Beside him, Fu Zhilan began to relax, amused by the antics of Uncle Gio's apprentices as they vied for Miss Ren's attention. This seamless transition between horror and comedy even surprised Huo Zhengxiong moments ago. He had nearly suggested taking Fu Zhilan to a hotel to rest, but thankfully, his resolve held, and he persevered through the film. This was Huo Zhengxiong's first experience of watching the movie from the perspective of an ordinary audience member. Although the plot roughly aligned with his recollections, the adjustments made by director Lu Guanwei, owing to the updated context, introduced many clever twists, enriching the film's content and leaving Huo Zhengxiong thoroughly satisfied. The narrative progressed. In an effort to protect Miss Ren, one of Uncle Gio's apprentices was injured by the zombie, becoming infected with corpse poison, and was on the verge of transformation. The corpse poison could typically be neutralized with glutinous rice, but the barrel containing it had been overturned, rendering the remaining rice ineffective, leaving them at a loss for solutions. Meanwhile, another apprentice was enchanted by the female ghost, Xiao Yu, but fortunately, Uncle Gio managed to rescue him in time. Upon discovering the issue with the glutinous rice, Uncle Gio soaked it in ink to create ink-infused glutinous rice, successfully saving his apprentice. However, the zombie continued to wreak havoc, inciting public outrage and plunging the entire harbor into chaos. The harbor police, sensing the strangeness of the situation, promptly invited Uncle Gio, his apprentices, and Miss Ren to unite in their efforts, ultimately succeeding in vanquishing the zombie that had transformed from Mr. Ren's father. Yet, the underlying dangers persisted. The feng shui of the land remained problematic. At the film's conclusion, Uncle Gio repeatedly emphasized the excessive yin energy in this area, warning that ominous events would inevitably occur in the future. Prolonged residence here would adversely affect personal fortunes, family safety, health, and even hinder future development, potentially attracting calamities at any moment. After delivering this caution, he assigned the land a grave assessment. In the final frames, the name of Lee's Enterprises subtly emerged amidst the images of this foreboding land, followed by the clear appearance of the four characters' high garden. Thus, the film drew to a close. A satisfied smile graced Huo Zhengxiong's face. To be candid, he was not the original director of Mr. Zombie. And although this adapted film diverged from his memories, its content remained utterly captivating. Uncle Ling's portrayal of Uncle Gio was both serious and earnest, contrasting sharply with the playful mischief of his apprentices, creating a delightful juxtaposition. The intertwining of horror elements with comedic moments rendered the film's quality and content impeccable, truly exceptional. Even Fu Zhilan could not help but applaud upon its conclusion, her expression radiating delight, clearly wishing to watch it again. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong and Fu Zhilan exited the screening room together. As they reached the cinema entrance, a throng of reporters suddenly surged from all directions, one of whom excitedly shouted, "I knew I wasn't mistaken. It's indeed Tycoon Huo. Tycoon Huo, could you spare a moment for an interview? Tycoon Huo, please hold on. Wait." In the blink of an eye, Huo Zhengxiong and his entourage found themselves surrounded by a throng of reporters. His subordinates immediately heightened their vigilance, readying themselves for protection. Huo Zhengxiong, with a smile, waved his hand and stepped forward. "I merely came to pass the time and watch a film. The entire city is aware that Tycoon Huo is vigorously developing the film industry. May I inquire what film you just watched?" One reporter pressed. "Mr. Zombie," he replied. "Are you satisfied with this film?" Huo Zhengxiong responded with a grin, absolutely delighted. "The quality of this film is on par with those produced by our Oriental Film Company, and it is particularly engaging. The accolades from the towering figure of the Hong Kong film industry, Huo Zhengxiong, are a testament to the success of Mr. Zombie." The reporters grew increasingly animated, and after Huo Zhengxiong briefly answered a few questions, he departed with his entourage. A glance exchanged among the reporters prompted them to rush to the cinema's ticket counter to purchase tickets. They were eager not only to witness the film lauded by Tycoon Huo, but also to provide comprehensive coverage. And indeed, Mr. Zombie did not disappoint. Undeniably, those fortunate journalists who secured an interview with Huo Zhengxiong emerged from the cinema with faces beaming with joy and eyes sparkling with excitement. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, should the average audience choose to trust these reporters' professional critiques, acquiring the information they sought would be a mere trifle. Before long, these journalists hurried back to their respective newsrooms, eager to convey the thrilling developments. The following day in Hong Kong was bound to be exceptionally lively. The next day, in the office of the chairman of Lee's Enterprises, the secretary busily reported on the sales preparations for the Oceanic Garden property and the progress of related promotional efforts. With a hint of trepidation, the secretary stated, "According to our previously established promotional plan, the property will officially launch for sales in 3 days. All promotional materials are ready, and TVB will fully cooperate with us in airing advertisements." Tycoon Lee could not help but inquire, "What about the situation with ATV?" The secretary's expression grew increasingly tense as he reluctantly replied, "ATV maintains a very close relationship with Huo Zhengxiong. We only inquired tentatively about potential collaboration, but they seem disinclined to cooperate." Chapter 401. Young people are, after all, young. Their curiosity is insatiable. Tycoon Lee's countenance darkened instantly. He was well aware that Huo Zhengxiong had transformed ATV from a state of loss to profitability with the hit Meteor Garden, making him ATV's savior. Thus, ATV's stance was, in fact, quite understandable. Although he could rationalize it in his mind, he could not help but feel a sense of displeasure. As he spoke, the secretary's tone suddenly brightened. "However, Tycoon, you need not worry. With our formidable promotional momentum, we will ensure that all citizens of Hong Kong are aware of the impending launch of Oceanic Garden. Therefore, the absence of ATV as a promotional channel will have minimal impact and is hardly a significant concern. Upon hearing this, Tycoon Lee's expression softened considerably. By the end of the work report, a blend of excitement and satisfaction graced his features. He nodded lightly, but then, as if an epiphany struck him, his expression darkened abruptly, and he asked in a hurried tone, "Has there been any unusual activity from Huo Zhengxiong lately?" The secretary promptly responded with respect, "As of now, we have not received any abnormal reports." Upon hearing this response, Tycoon Lee's brow furrowed instantly. While it seemed to be good news, an inexplicable unease coursed through him. No movement. He repeated the words softly, laden with doubt. This is not consistent with his usual modus operandi. The Oceanic Garden is currently the most critical project for Lee's enterprises. Given Huo Zhengxiong's character, he would never stand idly by while we smoothly sell the property. The secretary pondered inwardly, finding Tycoon Lee's comments somewhat strained. Isn't it better to have no movement? Must a commotion arise for peace of mind? Surely, the tycoon isn't so overly cautious that he begins to frighten himself. In truth, this was indeed the case. Though it must be said that Tycoon Lee harbored a measure of trepidation toward Huo Zhengxiong. Previous warnings had indicated that Tycoon Lee's disposition leaned towards caution, especially concerning Huo Zhengxiong, with whom he had stumbled several times before. Thus, such an extreme reaction was not entirely surprising. Tycoon Lee continued solemnly, "I cannot shake this feeling of unease. At this critical juncture, we must remain utterly vigilant. Any hint of complacency could lead to our downfall." The secretary found himself at a loss for words, falling into silence. Just as he contemplated how to soothe Tycoon Lee's emotions, another voice interjected. "Actually, Tycoon, I believe there is no need for such anxiety. Although Huo Zhengxiong is our competitor, the transaction of Oceanic Garden is already a foregone conclusion. He cannot easily undermine it." Before this statement could be fully articulated, the office door was abruptly pushed open. Another secretary hurried in, clutching a newspaper. After handing it to Tycoon Lee, he remarked, "Tycoon, I just saw a piece of news in the paper. Initially, I thought it was inconsequential, but in accordance with your instructions to report any relevant information, I brought it for your perusal." Tycoon Lee casually accepted the newspaper, his gaze swiftly scanning the headline. The secretary added, "Several media reporters captured related news, stating that Huo Zhengxiong intends to watch a film. Subsequently, reporters indeed spotted him at the cinema. According to what I overheard, he found a particular film quite interesting and is now considering acquiring the company that produced it." As the secretary finished speaking, Tycoon Lee had already perused the related article in the newspaper. He held no interest in the film titled Mr. Zombie, merely scoffing derisively. So, he finds a film enjoyable and wishes to acquire the company? This Huo Zhengxiong must be quite idle. The secretary, who had previously been interrupted, eagerly chimed in. "Indeed. Tycoon, you couldn't be more right. It's just a film. There's no need to go through such elaborate lengths." Though Tycoon Lee voiced this sentiment, a trace of unease lingered in his heart. He picked up the newspaper once more, rereading the article, and finally exhaled, "This Mr. Zombie must be a light-hearted comedy, I presume? I never would have imagined that Huo Zhengxiong, at his age, would still enjoy such frivolous entertainment." You speak the truth. Young people are, after all, young. Their curiosity knows no bounds." While Tycoon Lee harbored no fondness for Mr. Zombie, his wariness towards Huo Zhengxiong prevented him from discarding the newspaper. Instead, he scrutinized the report once more, maintaining a cautious tone. "Nonetheless, we should investigate the specifics of this film." The secretaries exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of how to respond. "Tycoon, this seems unnecessary, does it not? After all, this film is not even funded by Huo Zhengxiong. We need not concern ourselves with such trivial matters." Another secretary concurred. "Indeed. Tycoon, I too find it excessive to make a mountain out of a molehill." However, Mr. Lee shook his head and, with a slow yet resolute tone, stated, "It is prudent to investigate further. Huo Zhengxiong is a man of many schemes. The properties at Haidang Garden are about to launch for sale, and at this critical juncture, we must ensure that no errors arise. By clarifying the situation in advance, we can prepare ourselves should any issues arise." Observing Mr. Lee's unwavering stance, the secretaries promptly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Mr. Lee, I will make the arrangements right away." Mr. Lee exhaled deeply, unable to resist adding, "I hope everything proceeds smoothly." It must be said that Mr. Lee's cautious nature had indeed proven to be immensely beneficial this time. Subsequently, the secretary who had brought the newspaper stepped out, summoned his subordinates, and instructed, "News has come from the Eastern Group that Huo Zhengxiong is quite interested in a film titled Mr. Vampire, and is even considering acquiring the production company. Investigate what makes this film so special, or if there are any underlying issues." His subordinate readily agreed. "Well, might as well take this opportunity to unwind under the guise of handling business affairs." Before long, the subordinate hurriedly followed the secretary's instructions and rushed to the cinema. This was his first time receiving such a leisurely task, leaving him filled with curiosity. Going to watch a movie? Even if this film is recommended by Huo Zhengxiong, could it truly be that remarkable? He is not even the director. Is there really a need for such caution and anxiety? Chapter 402. This is clearly a vicious scheme aimed at undermining us. Over an hour passed as the film played, and Mr. Vampire finally reached its conclusion. In the closing scenes, a series of images fleetingly revealed the ancestral home of the real estate company. Although the names of Lee's Enterprises and Haitan Garden were obscured, Mr. Lee recognized them immediately. In an instant, he was nearly propelled from his seat, his expression darkening to an abyss of despair, his fury laced with an undeniable tinge of panic. This was not due to cowardice, but stemmed from the deeply ingrained reverence that Chinese people hold for their ancestors. Except for a few families with unique beliefs, nearly everyone honors their forebears. Every Qingming festival or ancestral memorial day, paying homage to one's ancestors is a long-standing tradition, deeply etched in the cultural psyche, with the unwavering belief that the spirits of the ancestors will protect their descendants. Yet, the content of Mr. Vampire, with its ominous implications, was truly chilling. Those who reside in Haitan Garden would not only face misfortune themselves, but would also endanger their departed ancestors. According to traditional Chinese beliefs, under such circumstances, who would dare purchase a home in Haitan Garden? If this film gains widespread circulation, how will the public perceive Haitan Garden? How will this development be marketed? This is undeniably a treacherous stratagem designed to strike at the very heart of our foundation. Truly despicable. The malice is unfathomable. This is not merely filmmaking. It is an assault on the trust of the people, shaking the very resolve of the public. Mr. Lee was utterly incensed, his complexion shifting from a deep blue to a ghastly pallor, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. From the initial blaze of anger to the chilling realization of the potential fate that Haitan Garden might face, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. He immediately declared sternly, "Absolutely not. This film must not continue to be screened. Otherwise, Haitan Garden will be irreparably doomed." At that moment, Mr. Lee recalled Huo Zhengxiong's prior praise of Mr. Vampire and his intention to acquire its production company. Unable to contain his rage, gritting his teeth, he rebuked Huo Zhengxiong. "You are indeed ruthless. I had anticipated your actions, yet I never imagined you would truly go this far. Such tactics are insidious and despicable." Just as Mr. Lee was engulfed in anger and panic, completely at a loss as to how to respond, the news continued to gain traction. Coupled with the media's fervent praise and aggressive promotion of Mr. Vampire, numerous citizens of Hong Kong, unable to contain their anticipation, hurried to the cinemas from early morning, eager to experience the film's allure firsthand. The impact of the promotion was starkly contrasting. With Huo Zhengxiong's unwavering support, Mr. Vampire experienced a meteoric rise in box office revenue. The film's ticket sales trajectory was nothing short of astounding, with the first day raking in 400,000 and the second day skyrocketing to 1,600,000. This remarkable surge was a direct result of Huo Zhengxiong's well-established reputation and extensive network. In no time, cinemas across Hong Kong were swept up in a frenzy to watch Mr. Vampire, particularly during the prime viewing hours from noon to afternoon, where every screening was sold out, leaving no seats vacant. In truth, Mr. Vampire had not initially stood out, only gaining recognition thanks to the enthusiastic endorsement of its creator, Huo Zhengxiong. With Huo Zhengxiong's full support, Mr. Vampire achieves a spectacular turnaround at the box office. It is worth noting that Mr. Vampire had only garnered 400,000 on its opening day, and there was no telling when it would become a sensation across Hong Kong. Fortunately, Huo Zhengxiong's timely assistance led to a dramatic increase in ticket sales by several folds the next day. After 2 days of screening, the anticipated ripple effect that Huo Zhengxiong had envisioned finally began to manifest. By the third day, major media outlets in Hong Kong were fixated on Mr. Vampire, launching an avalanche of coverage. For the tycoon's strong recommendation, the film's explosive box office ignites the entire city, a must-see of the year. The debut work of a new director sparks widespread discussion. Astonishing. Who knew a zombie film could be this extraordinary? Quality is top-notch. Mr. Vampire sweeps through all Hong Kong cinemas. Mr. Vampire breaks through the mold, ushering in a new era for horror comedy films. Opening day box office of 400,000, followed by a several-fold surge the next day. What is the secret behind this phenomenon? Mr. Vampire box office skyrockets, leading a new wave of cinema. Is this auspicious location nurturing quality works? The strongest zombie-themed film debuts, with the new director astonishingly shining. With the media's relentless coverage, Mr. Vampire shattered the barriers of social circles, becoming a household name among countless viewers. The script of this film had been meticulously reviewed and approved by Huo Zhengxiong, resulting in outstanding quality, even surpassing his recollections of similar works. Huo Zhengxiong himself praised the film highly, and the general audience's response was naturally even more enthusiastic. Although Mr. Vampire had only accumulated a total box office of over 2 million at that moment, it undeniably stood as a pinnacle work within the cinematic realm. Every viewer who had watched the film hailed it as a masterpiece, with satisfaction and praise ratings soaring to astonishing heights. Even more astonishing was that by the third day, Mr. Vampire experienced an explosive surge in box office revenue. Under the continuous promotional efforts of the media, an increasing number of Hong Kong citizens developed a keen interest in the film, flocking to the cinemas to watch it. The major cinemas in Hong Kong responded swiftly, observing the meteoric rise in the popularity of Mr. Vampire, promptly adjusting their screening schedules to allocate nearly all their resources to this film. Even though every screening had been fully booked, tickets for Mr. Vampire remained elusive. It seems that Mr. Vampire has truly transcended its confines and achieved widespread acclaim. The film, with its exceptional production quality and stellar reputation, erupted in popularity like a volcanic explosion, leaving the cinemas bustling and utterly overwhelmed. Media platforms, newspapers, magazines, television stations, and ordinary citizens on the streets of Hong Kong are fervently discussing Mr. Vampire, with many delving into an in-depth analysis of the film's various intricacies. My goodness, is this truly a zombie-themed movie? It evokes both admiration and trepidation. Chapter 403. Quickly spend money to quell this storm. This film is genuinely remarkable. Its production quality and narrative content have reached an unparalleled standard, devoid of any superficiality, and crucially, it features no advertisements throughout. Absolutely splendid. The price of this ticket was incredibly worthwhile. Given the film's excellence, it stands shoulder to shoulder with classic zombie series films. Our cinemas in Hong Kong are indeed becoming increasingly impressive. Truly, they are teeming with talent. By the way, I read in the newspaper that the tycoon Ho seems to be interested in acquiring this film company. This director is bound to become a sensation. I have noted the name Lu Guanwei. Indeed, films favored by tycoon Ho are destined to be exceptional. We must thank tycoon Ho, otherwise, this outstanding film might have been overlooked. I can't shake the feeling that the plot of Mr. Vampire seems a bit familiar, as if I've encountered it before. I believe I spotted the word pirate among the text. Alas, today's tickets are completely sold out. The only option to see it is to wait until tomorrow. The cinema, truly, should consider adding late-night screenings given that every seat is filled. Indeed, having just finished watching, tickets are already gone. We can only wait for the next show. However, as all of Hong Kong revels in the fervent discussions surrounding Mr. Vampire, on the other side, in the office of Lee's Industries, Tycoon Lee's desk is strewn with various newspapers. A mere glance reveals that nearly every headline prominently features Mr. Vampire. Below the headlines, the coverage of this film is nothing short of sensational. The atmosphere in the office is chillingly tense, seemingly frozen in time. The expressions of the secretary and assistants are grim, for they all understand the grave implications. Should Mr. Vampire achieve full-fledged success, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Lee's Industries. Currently, the Pirate Mansion project is progressing smoothly, and such an occurrence at this critical juncture is undoubtedly a heavy blow to Lee's Industries. Finally, Tycoon Lee managed to speak, stating, "By any means necessary, we cannot allow a single film to jeopardize the Pirate Mansion." The secretary and assistants nodded in agreement. Tycoon Lee then gravely added, "With all major media outlets reporting on this film and its plot receiving unanimous acclaim from audiences, we can no longer turn a blind eye." To be honest, after watching Mr. Vampire yesterday, Tycoon Lee began frantically devising solutions to this predicament, having spent an entire sleepless night. Yet even so, he could not devise an effective strategy. It was only upon seeing the related articles in today's newspapers that he realized the situation was growing increasingly dire. Lee's Industries could no longer remain passive. In his view, the Pirate Mansion project must successfully materialize, otherwise it would be tantamount to pushing him to the brink of bankruptcy. He had initially purchased the land for the Pirate Mansion for tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars, and the subsequent construction costs were astronomical. After years of arduous effort, the fruits of his labor were within reach. He could not afford any mistakes. Truth be told, upon witnessing Mr. Vampire ignite such fervor across Hong Kong today, Tycoon Lee felt an icy dread envelop him. Under immense pressure, Tycoon Lee conceived a countermeasure. He abruptly changed his demeanor, instructing with haste, "Immediately contact the production team of Mr. Vampire and demand they halt the film's release. Take this movie off the shelves at once." The secretary, displaying evident concern, replied, "Following your instructions, I communicated with them last night, but they refused to withdraw the film." Tycoon Lee coldly assessed, "Their reluctance to compromise stems from their fixation on the substantial profits this film can yield. Since we are all in business, let us adhere to the established norms of the industry. Present them with an offer that is sufficiently enticing, regardless of the cost. We must ensure this film ceases its screenings." Upon hearing this, the secretary's face reflected a sense of helplessness. In fact, he had anticipated such a scenario yesterday. The production team was unwilling to suspend the release, and the cinemas refused to withdraw the film, all of which were within his expectations. The crux of the matter, however, was that the price they demanded was exorbitantly high. Initially, Tycoon Lee hesitated over whether to acquiesce to this demand, as parting with that sum would feel like a waste. Yet, upon witnessing the overwhelming success of Mr. Vampire this morning, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, leaving little time to dwell on such trivialities. The immediate priority is to take this film off the shelves. One must understand that the Pirate Mansion project involves funding on the scale of hundreds of billions, and compared to that colossal figure, the money to be paid to the other party is negligible. Upon receiving the order, the secretary promptly exited the office to negotiate specific solutions with the production team and cinemas. Meanwhile, Tycoon Lee was genuinely furious, nearly spitting blood in his rage. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: quickly spend money to quell this storm. Just as Tycoon Lee was engulfed in turmoil, the secretary, with a grim expression, brought the deputy director of Mr. Vampire, Lu Guanwei, to the entrance of Lee's Industries office building. Upon entering the office, the secretary, visibly irate, exclaimed to Tycoon Lee, "Tycoon, I believe this fellow deliberately made this film to target our company." Tycoon Lee's face darkened ominously, and he did not respond immediately. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired slowly, "Has the matter still not been resolved?" The secretary, visibly frustrated, shook her head in exasperation, responding, "He is already outside the office. I brought him in." Pausing for a moment, she clenched her teeth, adding with indignation, "This greedy individual demands $2 billion right off the bat, with no room for negotiation whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Tycoon Lee found himself at a loss for words, his expression growing increasingly grim. To be candid, Lu Guanwei's request for $2 billion is indeed outrageous. It is worth noting that the top 5 films on the Hong Kong box office chart at that time were all produced by Huo Zhengxiong's Oriental Film Company, and the highest-grossing film among them barely reached 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Even the current box office leader, A Better Tomorrow, only achieved a total of 22 million Hong Kong dollars. After deducting production costs and cinema shares, the ultimate profit a film could yield for Oriental Film Company amounted to just over 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Yet Lu Guanwei's initial demand was $2 billion. This sum equates to the total profit from 10 films like A Better Tomorrow. Chapter 404, When it comes to making money, there is never such a thing as too much. This was also the reason why the Tycoon, Lee, hesitated and was unable to agree when he sent someone to negotiate last night. The asking price was simply too painful for him to bear. After a moment of silence, Tycoon Lee could not help but inquire, "Does the other party show any inclination to make concessions?" "Absolutely not," the secretary replied with a bitter smile. "His stance is unwavering. Either pay 200 million, or he will resolutely refuse to take the film down." Once again, Tycoon Lee fell into silence. After a long pause, he sighed helplessly and said, "It seems he is fully aware of how crucial this film is for our Lee Industrial." Upon hearing this, the secretary and the assistants present all fell silent. The exorbitant asking price from Lu Guanwei was unmistakably indicative of this. Subsequently, Tycoon Lee could not help but mutter softly, "I simply cannot comprehend who is secretly targeting me from behind the scenes." The assistants and secretary were taken aback by his words. One assistant could not restrain himself and asked, "Tycoon, are you suggesting that Lu Guanwei has someone else pulling the strings?" Without hesitation, Tycoon Lee nodded. Otherwise, how could such a situation arise? A suddenly emerging director not only manages to create such a critically acclaimed film, but also dares to publicly question the feng shui of our pirate mansion. This cannot merely be a coincidence. Initially, the assistants and secretaries wore skeptical expressions, but upon reflection, their faces turned grave. Tycoon Lee remained silent for a moment before stating resignedly, "Now is not the time to dwell on these matters. The Pirate Mansion project absolutely must not encounter any mishaps. Bring Lu Guanwei in. I will speak with him personally." "Understood," the secretary replied, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Moments later, Lu Guanwei was ushered into the office. Sporting a radiant smile, he addressed Tycoon Lee. "It appears that you have agreed to my terms, Tycoon Lee?" Tycoon Lee could not help but clench his fists, managing a wry smile as he said, "I can agree to 200 million. However, I must attach one condition." Lu Guanwei, still beaming, responded, "Please, do tell." With a serious demeanor, Tycoon Lee inquired, "I wish to meet the person behind you." "Tycoon Lee, you truly jest. I have no one behind me at all." Lu Guanwei's expression and demeanor remained completely natural, without a hint of a flaw, leaving even the astute Tycoon Lee unable to discern any issues. Tycoon Lee furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before solemnly stating, "I understand. 200 million it is." Lu Guanwei merely nodded in response. Tycoon Lee waved his hand wearily and instructed the secretary, "Draft the contract." Once we acquire the film rights, contact all major cinemas immediately and instruct them to take down Mr. Zombie. Understood, the secretary replied, promptly escorting Lu Guwei out of Tycoon Li's office. Just as Lu Guwei's figure vanished from the office doorway, Tycoon Li could no longer contain himself, and a fierce expression immediately overtook his face. Ultimately, the rights to Mr. Zombie were sold by Lu Guwei for a staggering 200 million. Tycoon Li became the biggest victim in this transaction. Following the acquisition of the rights to Mr. Zombie, Li Industrial swiftly directed the secretary to contact major cinemas. Fortunately, the effectiveness of the rights was unmistakable, leveraging the advantage of having the rights. The secretary only needed to spend 10 million Hong Kong dollars to persuade the cinemas that had initially been reluctant to cooperate in taking down the film. Of course, strictly speaking, the cinemas were not at a loss either. After all, even if Mr. Zombie was a massive hit, its box office performance might not surpass that of Eastern film companies A Better Tomorrow. Moreover, even if it did exceed, the cinemas would not stand to gain much. Overall, by taking this film down now, they would actually be able to earn more money, making this transaction a guaranteed profit for them. Although Tycoon Li had spent such a substantial sum, he felt a sense of relief. After all, while the money had been spent, as long as the Pirate Mansion project progressed smoothly, he would eventually earn it back. At this moment, Tycoon Li was secretly grateful that he had instructed his secretary to investigate the details surrounding Mr. Zombie yesterday. Otherwise, had Mr. Zombie exploded in popularity, the Pirate Mansion project would have truly been doomed. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Eastern Group, Huo Zhengxiong was beaming with delight. He laughed uncontrollably, utterly unable to contain his emotions. Especially when the 200 million was transferred to Lu Guwei's account, it seemed to sprout wings and swiftly flew into his own account. The account balance boldly displayed the figure of 200 million. Upon seeing this considerable sum, Huo Zhengxiong nearly laughed his jaw off. In his mind's eye, he could vividly picture Tycoon Li's furious and explosive reaction upon discovering the truth. Just imagining that scene sent shivers of excitement down his spine. But would the matter truly end here? Clearly not. Although successfully extracting 200 million from Tycoon Li was a significant gain, Huo Zhengxiong's core objective in producing Mr. Zombie was far from merely profit-driven. Earning money? That was merely a supplemental benefit. He had not forgotten the true goal he aimed to achieve. This 200 million was at most a windfall. The real adversaries awaited him further down the line. At this moment, in the office of the chairman of Eastern Group, Jimmy Zai pushed the door open and stepped inside. Seeing Huo Zhengxiong with a beaming smile, he could not help but ask, "Boss, the film rights have already been sold to Tycoon Li. How should we proceed with the subsequent matters related to this film?" Jimmy Zai initially believed that selling the rights was a key step in dealing with Tycoon Li, but he never anticipated that Huo Zhengxiong would immediately instruct Vice Official Lu to actually transfer the rights. This perplexing maneuver left him utterly confused, prompting him to rush over for clarification. Huo Zhengxiong, observing Jimmy Zai's bewildered expression, smiled even more brightly and leisurely responded. "Who said that selling the rights means we cannot still scheme against Tycoon Li?" Jimmy Zai furrowed his brow, his mind filled with question marks. Ha ha ha. Once Huo Zhengxiong had laughed enough, he explained, seeing Tycoon Li willingly hand over 200 million, "I simply could not resist lending him a hand." He paused and added, "When it comes to making money, there is never such a thing as too much." Finally, Huo Zhengxiong clarified, "The rights have indeed been sold. But I never promised I wouldn't produce a pirated version. Moreover, this was also for the consideration of the citizens of Hong Kong." Chapter 405. Truly, one cannot underestimate the boss. This tactic is simply brilliant. Jimmy Zai was even more confused upon hearing this. Huo Zhengxiong continued, "A movie ticket is not cheap. Ordinary citizens might hesitate to spend money to watch it, but a pirated disc can be purchased for just $10. Therefore, I plan to have the Hung Hing and Dongxing gangs handle the production and sales of the pirated discs." Jimmy Zai was completely astonished that such an operation could actually work. He stared at Huo Zhengxiong, his eyes seemingly asking how he had conceived such a scheme. Huo Zhengxiong found his expression amusing and retorted, "What is wrong with that? The sale of the rights is a settled fact, but I never agreed to refrain from entering the pirated disc business." Moreover, Huo Zhengxiong's tone was imbued with unwavering confidence. The Hong Hing gang had always relied on the piracy trade to sustain its operations, while the cunning Wu Chi Wei of the Tung Sing gang was also engaged in similar illicit ventures. They had long been eager for me to involve them in my undertakings. Entrusting the piracy business of Mr. Vampire to them would not only enable them to reap substantial profits, but I too would share in the bounty. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, devoid of any rationale for refusal. Jimmy, rendered speechless, began nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain, giving Ho Chung-sung a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. "Indeed, you are the boss. This strategy is truly remarkable. I am thoroughly convinced." Jimmy was genuinely astounded by Ho Chung-sung's maneuvering. Realizing that business could be conducted in such a manner, he suddenly felt as though he had learned something new, gazing at Huo Zhengxiong with admiration. Frankly, this experience had opened his eyes wide, as if Huo Zhengxiong had ushered him into an entirely new realm of commerce. In that moment, Jimmy felt his thoughts expanding rapidly, a torrent of inspiration flooding his mind. Ultimately, all his doubts and astonishment transformed into a profound sense of reverence in his gaze. To be fair, Jimmy's personal capabilities were not insignificant. Otherwise, he would not have become a valuable assistant to Huo Zhengxiong. Yet, even such a formidable subordinate displayed such admiration, prompting Huo Zhengxiong to burst into hearty laughter. He simply relishes witnessing Jimmy's admiration. As laughter subsided, Huo Zhengxiong's tone gradually softened. Go summon Fatty Li and the smiling tiger Wu Chi-wei for me. Just tell them I wish to treat them to afternoon tea. Understood, Jimmy replied, his steps noticeably lighter. An hour later, the portly Fatty Li and the smiling tiger Wu Chi-wei encountered one another at the office door. Wu Chi-wei scrutinized Fatty Li from head to toe and teased. Brother Sung summoned you, didn't he? Fatty Li snorted derisively and retorted, is Brother Sung implying that I am too idle, with nothing to do? Wu Chi-wei chuckled in response. Better than calling you a sickly wretch, right? Fatty Li's expression darkened. In the realm of verbal sparring, he was indeed no match for Wu Chi-wei. Stung by Wu Chi-wei's jab, he found himself at a loss for words. Unable to resist, Wu Chi-wei quipped, at this rate, you won't have many days left. You ease just from walking a few steps. When it comes time to make money, will I have to push you along? Fatty Li was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Wu Chi-wei breezed past him, leaving a parting remark. You stay here and catch your breath. I'll go see Brother Sung first. You. Fatty Li muttered curses under his breath, hastily pursuing him. You just want to see Brother Sung before me. Before long, the two entered Huo Zhengxiong's office together. Wu Chi-wei, having arrived first, smiled and leaned towards Huo Zhengxiong. Brother Sung, what brings you to summon me? Huo Zhengxiong nodded, prompting Wu Chi-wei to beam with delight. It is truly an honor to receive a call from you, Brother Sung. By the way, Boss Luo asked me to convey his regards and said he hopes to treat you to tea when you have the time. He recently visited Siam and specifically sought a Buddha amulet for you, claiming it will ensure your safety and prosperity. Known for his moniker, the Smiling Tiger, Wu Chi-wei was amiable and warm on the surface, yet shrewd and calculating beneath. However, in Huo Zhengxiong's presence, his smile bore a touch of authenticity. Any facade would be futile and only lead to embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Huo Zhengxiong's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, please extend my gratitude to Boss Luo. I accept his thoughtful gesture. Wu Chi-wei eagerly interjected, his tone effusive. I thought I heard magpies chirping this morning. Turns out Brother Sung was looking for me. Upon receiving your call, I wasted not a moment and rushed over. As he continued his effusive flattery, Huo Zhengxiong glanced up just in time to see Fatty Li, breathless, pushing the door open and exclaiming, Brother Sung. Upon seeing Huo Zhengxiong, the wrinkles on Fatty Li's face instantly smoothed, and an unmistakable joy radiated from his features. Brother Sung, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly. Since Huo Zhengxiong assumed control of Hung Hing, he had seldom involved himself in the gang's intricacies, delegating even the monthly meetings to Jimmy. Thus, it had been some time since Fatty Li had laid eyes on him. Nevertheless, this did nothing to diminish Fatty Li's enthusiasm. Brother Sung, you look even more vibrant today than before, and your abilities have certainly grown. A barrage of compliments flowed unabated, eliciting laughter from Huo Zhengxiong. You are busy with film projects and contemplating weight loss, yet your flattery skills have become increasingly polished. Fatty Li quickly seized the opportunity. My weight loss journey is inspired by your example, Brother Sung. With such an impressive figure as your support, how could I not strive to enhance myself? Otherwise, I would be bringing shame upon your name when venturing out. Huo Zhengxiong's lips twitched. Such blatant flattery was almost too direct, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a considerable absence, Fatty Li's eloquence had indeed improved significantly. At that moment, Wu Chi-wei interjected with a grin. Fatty Li, Brother Sung called you over. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Fatty Li hastily explained. As soon as I received Brother Xiang's call, I rushed over at the fastest speed. Yet, your actions do not seem to reflect the respect you profess for Brother Sung, do they? Wu Chi-wei added, his tone laced with provocation, implying that even Brother Xiang's summons were worthy of delay. Fatty Li's expression darkened instantly, glaring daggers at Wu Chi-wei, silently cursing. This scoundrel is deliberately opposing me. However, he dared not unleash his anger, fearing Huo Zhengxiong's displeasure, and hurriedly approached him, urgently stating, Brother Sung, I. Chapter 406. Indeed, competition breeds an inexhaustible drive. To be frank, Fatty Li's desperate defense only served to please Huo Zhengxiong. His respect was undoubtedly genuine. Within the Hung Hing gang, Fatty Li had never exhibited such humility towards others, save for Huo Zhengxiong, to whom he consistently displayed utmost reverence. This is not an exaggeration. Both Fatty Li and Wu Qiwei were always deferential before Huo Zhengxiong, never daring to show even the slightest sign of disrespect. In essence, they were leaders in their respective gangs, accustomed to a position of authority, yet in Huo Zhengxiong's presence, they were reduced to smiles of flattery. Furthermore, following the collaboration between Tung Sing and Huo Zhengxiong to deal with Ho Hung Ki and McDonald's, doubts began to fester among the Hung Hing members. If they possessed the capability to accomplish the tasks assigned by Huo Zhengxiong, why must they seek collaboration with Tung Sing? After all, Huo Zhengxiong was one of their own. However, as they witnessed Huo Zhengxiong and Tung Sing profiting handsomely, concerns arose among Hung Hing members that their own positions in Huo Zhengxiong's esteem might be supplanted by Tung Sing, escalating tensions between the two gangs. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in Hung Hing members' fear of Tung Sing usurping their place in Huo Zhengxiong's heart. After all, Huo Zhengxiong was the youngest business tycoon in the harbor, and the slightest concession from him could lead to substantial gains for these gang leaders. Thus, the atmosphere of competition grew increasingly intense. It is precisely due to the fierce competition at the hands of Huo Zhengxiong that the relationship between Dongxing and Hongxing has grown increasingly strained. Were it not for their apprehension of displeasing Huo Zhengxiong, these two factions would likely have clashed long ago. Indeed, this is fundamentally a grand performance centered on vying for favor. What other choice do they have when Huo Zhengxiong is so formidable? In terms of strength, they cannot match him. In terms of status, even the foreign affairs director of the police department seeks to curry his favor. Before him, they can only adopt a humble demeanor in hopes of reaping greater benefits. In truth, Huo Zhengxiong's decision to collaborate with Dongxing was initially intended to serve as a warning to Hongxing. During the film production, he deliberately assembled the original crew, excluding any involvement from Hongxing members, as he sensed their dissatisfaction and aimed to instill a sense of unease in them. One cannot deny that this tactic indeed achieved its intended effect. After a round of flattery, Huo Zhengxiong exhibited signs of impatience. Wu Qiwei, perceptive as ever, promptly inquired, "Brother Xiong, did you summon us today for a specific matter?" Huo Zhengxiong handed over a newspaper and asked, "Have you seen the film, Mr. Vampire?" "Of course." Fatty Li eagerly responded, "Brother Xiong, if you endorse a film, I make it a point to watch it at the earliest opportunity." Huo Zhengxiong smiled and continued, "I have heard that the rights to Mr. Vampire have been acquired by Tycoon Li, hence I require your assistance." Fatty Li and Wu Qiwei exchanged glances and simultaneously asked, "Are you suggesting we produce a pirated version?" They had always made their living through the piracy trade, and Huo Zhengxiong's private summons could not have been more overt in its intent. "Correct." Huo Zhengxiong snapped his fingers. "This is the tape version of the film, and I want you to ensure that pirated copies of Mr. Vampire flood the entire harbor in the shortest time possible. The price must be set low enough for even children to afford." Upon hearing this, Wu Qiwei and Fatty Li exchanged perplexed looks, pondering why Brother Xiong would pursue such a course of action. Nevertheless, they refrained from questioning further, simply nodding in agreement. "Leave this minor task to me, rest assured," Fatty Li declared. "Brother Hua, you can count on us to handle it meticulously." No sooner had he spoken than the duo hurried away, clutching the tape Huo Zhengxiong had provided, heading straight to their respective piracy workshops. At present, the two major forces of Hongxing and Dongxing are fully engaged in a fierce competition for the invaluable opportunity to collaborate with Huo Zhengxiong. The intensity of this rivalry is indeed noteworthy. Both sides are bound to exert every effort, for winning Huo Zhengxiong's attention and favor holds immense significance for them. Naturally, they must employ every means at their disposal to suppress the other and seize the advantage. Their shared ultimate goal is to execute the tasks entrusted by Huo Zhengxiong with perfection, leaving no room for criticism. Observing the two as they rushed off to fulfill their duties, Huo Zhengxiong couldn't help but smile and mutter to himself, "Indeed, only with competition can one find an endless source of motivation." One must commend Huo Zhengxiong's strategy of supporting Dongxing while restraining Hongxing. It is a masterstroke of ingenuity. This maneuver has undoubtedly ignited the enthusiasm of Hongxing's members. Although previously, whenever Huo Zhengxiong spoke, Hongxing would exert their utmost effort to please him. After all, winning his favor guaranteed subsequent benefits. He perceived that they often lacked the boldness and reckless ambition necessary for decisive action. Now, having instilled a sense of urgency within them, he was astonished by the significant results that ensued. Just as Huo Zhengxiong was deep in thought, Jimmy Zai approached with a smile, saying, "Everything has been arranged. In just a few days, pirated copies of Mr. Vampire will be widespread throughout the harbor." Huo Zhengxiong's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked, "In that case, it is also time for the citizens of the harbor to know why their beloved Mr. Vampire has suddenly been taken off the shelves." Jimmy Zai immediately grasped Huo Zhengxiong's underlying intention and broke into laughter. The following day, All the newspapers in the harbor erupted with sensational headlines. Various eye-catching articles flooded the scene. Breaking news. Tycoon Lee expresses trepidation regarding Mr. Vampire. Is Mr. Vampire shrouded in mystery? What has caused Tycoon Lee to panic? The harbor is abuzz. Two factions vie for pirated resources, forcing Mr. Vampire into an exorbitantly priced buyout. An in-depth analysis of what exactly Tycoon Lee fears about Mr. Vampire. The urgent withdrawal of Mr. Vampire. What truth is Tycoon Lee attempting to conceal? A hidden value of 200 million. With the film's withdrawal, the public loses its opportunity to view it. Setting records. The world's most expensive film rights make a stunning debut. Tycoon Lee creates legends anew, splurging on the rights to Mr. Vampire. What secrets lie behind Mr. Vampire? A lamentable loss. With the rights acquired, Mr. Vampire may vanish without a trace. Even Tycoon Lee harbors concerns about Mr. Vampire. A 200 million buyout, unveiling the enigmatic connection between Tycoon Lee and Mr. Vampire. Chapter 407. Spending 200 million on a film's rights, truly a sign of unhinged thinking. In an era where entertainment options were relatively scarce, the publication of such news sent the entire harbor into a frenzy. Everyone's curiosity was instantly ignited. My goodness, is this true? Mr. Vampire has been taken off the shelves? Could it be that Tycoon Lee has been duped? Spending 200 million on a film? Has Tycoon Lee lost his mind under Huo Zhengxiong's influence? How ridiculous. Just yesterday, when I visited the cinema, Mr. Vampire was still screening normally. What on earth is happening? What could this film possibly hold that could scare Tycoon Lee into such a state? Had I known, I would have gone to watch it yesterday. Who could have predicted Tycoon Lee would pull such a stunt? There is certainly something amiss. It cannot be as simple as it appears. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. Tycoon Huo claims the film is good, and Tycoon Lee immediately splurges 200 million for the rights. I feel as though I've missed something pivotal. TSK, with Tycoon Lee's wealth. Couldn't he spare a little for me? Spending 200 million on a film's rights is nothing short of madness. Indeed, there must be some hidden reasons compelling Tycoon Lee to spend such a fortune. It seems Mr. Vampire conceals a monumental secret. What a shame that I will never have the chance to see it again. We demand that Tycoon Lee re-release the film. We want to see it. Since Tycoon Lee has invested so much in acquiring the rights, if he allows you to watch it for free, wouldn't that be throwing his money away? I need to find someone who has seen Mr. Vampire to ask what the film is truly about. To be candid, at the outset, every citizen of Hong Kong approached Mr. Vampire with a straightforward intention of entering the theater to assess its quality. However, following Tycoon Lee's maneuvers, the curiosity of the populace has been propelled to unprecedented heights. Among Hong Kong films, the one with the highest box office revenue is A Better Tomorrow, which has barely surpassed 20 million. Who could have imagined that a film centered around the theme of zombies could command a staggering price of 200 million for its copyright? Even those who seldom indulge in cinema are fervently eager to uncover the nature of this $200 million film. What could possibly cause the esteemed Tycoon Lee to be so anxious? Is it conceivable that the plot of the film has parallels in real life? Or does the movie conceal a significant secret pertaining to Lee himself? Hence, he is willing to expend such a colossal sum to secure the copyright and prevent future repercussions? A myriad of questions swirls incessantly in the minds of the citizens of Hong Kong, from the elderly to the young children. All are keen to discern the hidden mysteries within this film. The inherent curiosity of the Hong Kong populace is particularly piqued by the key phrases in the news: Lee, film, and 200 million. The potency of these words amalgamated is enough to ignite intrigue in anyone. It wasn't long before numerous media outlets began voicing the sentiments of the public, their singular demand resonating clearly. They hope Lee will release the film's resources to satiate their curiosity. Yet, everyone is acutely aware that such appeals will hardly penetrate Lee's indifference. Indeed, as anticipated, upon receiving his secretary's report, Lee merely chuckled dismissively and stated in a nonchalant tone, "There is no need to heed the idle chatter of outsiders. After all, they cannot view the film's content. As long as it does not impede the sales of the Ocean View Garden properties, this is hardly a matter of significance." Observing Lee's nonchalance, his secretary inwardly scoffed. As expected of Lee, even amidst such a tumult, he remains remarkably composed. Lee thundered, "Get out of here." Lee was not genuinely unconcerned. Rather, he found himself with no alternative but to maintain an air of calm. Since forging a partnership with Jardine Matheson and HSBC, he had meticulously cultivated the persona of a philanthropist, intent on establishing a commendable reputation, which only underscores his intrinsic regard for public perception. However, the depths of his feigned indifference conceal a multitude of grievances and resentments that only he truly comprehends. Thus, Lee's current mindset is painfully straightforward. Since you all have never valued this film, the more anxious I become, the more triumphant you feel. Criticize and stir as you please. I care not. With this thought, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him, his taut nerves beginning to ease. Just then, a secretary burst into the office in a disheveled state, resembling someone fleeing from a specter. This reckless entrance somewhat dampened Li's spirits. He furrowed his brow and, with a hint of irritation, reprimanded, "Conduct yourself with some decorum." Yet, the secretary and the assistant, engrossed in the gravity of the moment, paid little heed to such details. The secretary, panic-stricken, exclaimed, "This is bad, tycoon. A calamity has befallen us." Li's brow furrowed deeper, his impatience evident as he queried, "What chaos has erupted now?" The secretary's face was a canvas of shock and disarray, his voice hurried, "I don't know the specifics, but countless bootleg copies of Mr. Zombie have suddenly surfaced throughout the streets of Hong Kong." Li froze, disbelief etched across his features as he demanded, "What did you say?" Before the secretary could reiterate, Li sprang to his feet, seizing the secretary by the collar, and furiously insisted, "Repeat that." Yet, even if uttered 10 times, the established reality would remain unchanged. The secretary, resigned, could only reiterate, "Bootleg copies of Mr. Zombie have flooded the Hong Kong market." Thud. Li's expression contorted, incredulity consuming him as he muttered, "How is this possible? How can this be?" He was utterly dazed, his gaze vacant, and even his stance faltered. In the next moment, Li abruptly rolled his eyes and collapsed backward. A familiar scene unfolded once more. Only then did the secretary and assistant spring into action, rushing to support him, but he had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the shock. Instantly, the secretary's anguished cries echoed throughout the Li industrial building. "An ambulance! Quickly, call for an ambulance! The tycoon has fainted." As expected, Li was once again urgently transported to the hospital for emergency care. Meanwhile, at the very moment he was admitted, the secrets he had expended 200 million to conceal within Mr. Zombie were ultimately uncovered by the insatiably curious citizens of Hong Kong. Chapter 408. If it were merely a swindle, that would be one thing, but to plot for wealth and life is another. Simultaneously, the media keenly sensed the newsworthiness of the situation. Soon, every newsstand was hastily printing related reports, while television and radio stations extensively covered the high-profile story. Who would want to miss the opportunity to capitalize on such a hot topic? That very evening, the nightly news revealed the significant secrets hidden within Mr. Zombie, with headlines flooding the media, the shocking truth behind Mr. Zombie unveiled. A bombshell revelation. The $200 million secret exposed. It turns out the secret Li desperately wanted to hide was this. Unbelievable. The Ocean View Garden, promoted by Li Industrial, is actually a cemetery. The new development, Ocean View Garden, harbors hidden dangers. Feng Shui masters declare. The location possesses abysmal feng shui. Terrifying. Ocean View Garden is indeed chilling. Mr. Zombie secrets revealed. Li's motives are suspect. Regarded as Hong Kong's #1 traitor, Li's intentions are reprehensible. The construction of Ocean View Garden conceals a sinister conspiracy, as Li attempts to jeopardize Hong Kong's business elite. Colluding with feng shui masters to devise schemes, plotting nefariously. Ocean View Garden, a colossal conspiracy that has shocked all of Hong Kong. In an instant, every media outlet in Hong Kong began feverishly delving into the intricacies of Mr. Zombie, and Li's ambitious plan for Ocean View Garden became the focal point of public attention. There was no need for him to exert effort in advertising. Now, the entire populace of Hong Kong was aware that Ocean View Garden belonged to Li. To Li Industrial, truly achieving notoriety, universally recognized. Yet when the citizens of Hong Kong learned that the secret Li had desperately tried to conceal was that his new development, Ocean View Garden, was formerly a cemetery, they were incensed, erupting in outrage against Li. Even the media aligned themselves with the public, launching fervent discussions and denunciations against him. Curse Li, selling subpar housing is one thing, but now he seeks to endanger our lives. This Li is certainly no good. If he's swindling money, he also intends to plot for our demise. Good heavens, this Li is truly malicious. No wonder he would rather spend 200 million to suppress Mr. Zombie. It turns out this film exposed his nefarious plot. May Li be cursed. May he be childless. Honestly, this Li is no fool. He is scheming to harm us. Why is this Li still alive? What a benevolent person to have leaked the bootleg of Mr. Zombie. I suddenly recall that tycoon Huo once praised this film. Its immense popularity might indicate he saw through Li's scheme and sought to warn us all. It must be so. The doctors say tycoon Huo is a good man. A patriotic hero. He cannot be mistaken. In the blink of an eye, accusations spread like wildfire throughout the port. The residents, fully aware of the underlying circumstances, were seething with anger. What does it truly mean to be heartless and unprincipled? Tycoon Li has vividly illustrated these 4 words through his actions. There was no need for him to come forward to defend himself. Even if he did, the citizens would not believe him. In the eyes of the public, Li's development, Ocean Paradise, was nothing short of a scheme to swindle. In fact, warnings about potential hazards had long been circulating. The people of the port have always held a deep-seated belief in feng shui, and now that the news had spread, Li could no longer conceal this grave oversight. That very evening, the news sent shockwaves throughout the city. Li was vilified, his reputation tarnished, like a rat scurrying through the streets, with everyone clamoring for his downfall. Yet, at that moment, he lay in a hospital bed, unable to explain himself due to his injuries. As the night silently passed, today marked the official launch of the Ocean Paradise sales. Thanks to Li's multifaceted maneuvers, the development had already garnered considerable notoriety. And with the promotional boost from Huo Zhengxiong the previous night, the project's fame had spread like wildfire, reaching an outrageous level. If anyone claimed they had not heard of Ocean Paradise, they could hardly be considered a true resident of the port. Last night, the sales manager had even led the entire sales team in a celebration, blissfully unaware of the external uproar. This morning, the manager exuberantly opened the sales office doors, his face adorned with a confident smile. A long line had already formed at the entrance, indicating that many citizens had been waiting for a considerable time. Observing the bustling scene on the first day of sales, the general manager felt a surge of joy. The fervor exceeded all expectations, and his grin nearly reached his ears. He warmly welcomed the guests. "Welcome, everyone. Ocean Paradise sincerely invites you to select your desired properties." No sooner had he spoken than a throng of port residents surged in, instantly blocking the entrance to the sales office. Simultaneously, a cacophony of shouts erupted. "Enough talk. Fulfill your previous promises. Refund our money. This dreadful development. Return the money I paid for my reservation. I am here to reclaim my deposit too. Hurry up and give back our money. Quit pretending and get out of the way. Don't block the path. Let me make this clear. If I don't get back a single dime today, this matter will not be over. Is it not you, Li's Enterprises, that speaks of wealth and harm? Are you serious? I worked hard for my money to buy a home, and you are pushing our entire family to the brink. How could you lack any sense of morality? That old scoundrel, Li, deserves his comeuppance." In an instant, chaos erupted at the entrance of the sales hall. The tightly packed crowd surrounded the general manager, their expressions cold, their eyes ablaze with fury. Accusations rained down upon Li and his family, even dragging in their ancestors, as the scene spiraled out of control. The cacophony of curses was deafening and utterly unbearable. The entrance of Ocean Paradise was shrouded in the furious shouts, with many standing guard, clearly wary of the general manager attempting to make a hasty escape. Witnessing the turmoil before him, the general manager was rendered speechless, his face paling in an instant. This man, known to all as the second master, wore an expression of disbelief interspersed with panic, unable to suppress his inquiry. "Is there some misunderstanding here? Our Ocean Paradise is developed by the renowned Li's Enterprises, a well-known entity in the port. This new district's development, in terms of layout and size, is among the finest in the port. What is going on?" Just as he began to explain, even louder shouts cut him off. "Stop with the useless chatter. Refund the money. Quit pretending to be confused. Just return the money quickly." "Yes, renowned in the port? More like the biggest scam in the port. Don't waste time dawdling. If you don't refund the money, I will smash this place." Chapter 409. Li, infuriated, fainted once more. The general manager found himself at a loss for words as the chaos escalated. His assistant, completely bewildered, cautiously approached and asked, trembling, "What on earth is happening?" Initially, when the general manager saw such a crowd upon opening, he was startled, but it was a surprise of joy. Now, however, he was genuinely terrified. He never anticipated that these citizens were not there to purchase homes. They had all come to demand refunds. To put it accurately, not a single person was there to buy. They were all there to reclaim their deposits. The entire sales office was in disarray, devoid of peace. Finally, the general manager grasped from the overwhelming insults that the core of the public's ire was directed at Li, the owner of Li's Enterprises. What on earth was happening? He suddenly realized that something must have gone awry on Li's end, leading to this sudden turmoil. However, he had yet to ascertain the specific reasons and did not dare to readily agree to the refund requests. After all, this was not just a few individuals seeking refunds. It was an entire crowd of depositors, and the magnitude was simply too great for him to shoulder. Just as the general manager hesitated, someone urgently called out to him, "General manager, manager." A quivering voice, filled with agitation, broke through, followed by a panicked employee who squeezed through the crowd. Clutching a newspaper tightly in hand, the employee thrust the newspaper into the general manager's hands, exclaiming in a trembling voice, "It's bad. Something major has happened. Our Ocean Paradise's land has feng shui issues. Anyone who moves in will encounter misfortune." Upon hearing this, the general manager's face turned ashen, disbelief etched across his features. He hurriedly opened the newspaper, and as he caught sight of the headline, his heart plummeted, and despair washed over him. As he continued to read the content, his mental state shattered. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He instinctively scanned the furious crowd demanding refunds and could not help but murmur to himself, how could this be? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he was even more reluctant to issue refunds. This was far from a simple matter of returning money. Once he initiated refunds, it would spell disaster for him. No sooner had he finished speaking than darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. The scene descended into even greater chaos. A cacophony of frenzied activity and deafening noise. Almost simultaneously, in a high-end hospital room at Mingxin Hospital, Li gradually regained consciousness. His 2 sons and wife sighed in relief, while several secretaries and assistants displayed expressions of profound relief. Upon awakening, Li did not engage in much small talk with his family, but immediately summoned his still weak secretaries and assistants into the room, urgently asking, "What is the situation outside?" One secretary, her expression grave, gritted her teeth and replied, "Tycoon, the news has spread throughout the entire port. By the time we received word, the sales office was already swamped with clients who had made deposits, all gathered together." Pausing here, the secretary hesitated, clearly concerned about inciting another fainting spell in the just revived Li. Seemingly anticipating what was to follow, Li urged, gritting his teeth, "Continue." The secretary forced a smile and continued, "They are all demanding refunds. The sales office is packed to the brim with clients. There isn't a single gap to be seen. And, is there any other news? Hurry up and clarify the situation." Li could no longer contain his growing impatience, his temper flaring ever more violently. The secretary promptly responded, "The other party has also contacted the police from the commercial crimes unit, demanding that we refund the deposit to the homebuyers." Upon hearing this, the tycoon Li's complexion instantly turned an ashen gray, dark and brooding, as if he were about to unleash a torrent of fury. The hospital room fell into an eerie silence, the air seemingly frozen, devoid of any sign of movement. A second slipped by quietly. 3 seconds passed in stillness. 10 seconds gradually slipped away. At last, Li took a deep breath, unable to maintain his composure any longer, and violently expelled a mouthful of blood. "Tycoon! Tycoon! Father!" The room erupted into chaos, the tension soaring to its zenith. Fortunately, this time Li did not lose consciousness. A contemplative expression crossed his face as he began to meticulously recall the entire sequence of events. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, igniting a suspicion that prompted him to exclaim with fervor, "No, this is undoubtedly a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. It must be that Huo Zhengxiong is pulling the strings behind the scenes. It is he. Without a doubt, it is him." As he carefully pieced together the pivotal moments of the affair, Huo Zhengxiong's figure became increasingly vivid in Li's mind, refusing to dissipate. It dawned upon him, all of this, without question, was a trap meticulously crafted by Huo Zhengxiong. The mere thought of the 200 million Hong Kong dollars he had spent on the film rights sent a shiver down his spine. Realizing that those funds had likely long since found their way into Huo Zhengxiong's coffers. With this realization, the origins of Lu Guowei's script became glaringly evident. It had undoubtedly been penned by Huo Zhengxiong. From beginning to end, he had unwittingly been a pawn, toyed with by Huo Zhengxiong. The more he contemplated, the more his anger swelled, his chest heaving violently as his emotions spiraled once again out of control. Then, with a sudden gasp, he expelled another torrent of blood, painting a vivid arc in the air. "Huo Zhengxiong!" Li shouted with all his remaining strength, his fury finally unleashed. Subsequently, he collapsed, crashing heavily onto the hospital bed with a thud. The room descended into chaos once more, a complete disarray. "Nurse! Doctor! Hurry, come and assist!" Li fainted again. The young nurse, rushing in for emergency treatment, beheld his bloodied and unconscious state and could not help but privately consider. That individual mentioned that as long as I report Li's condition to him, I would receive a reward of $2,000. Half an hour later, the young nurse accepted $2,000 from a man, leaving the hospital with a smile. Once she had departed, the man who had paid her was brimming with delight. Muttering to himself, "Haha, this is truly splendid news. Li's repeated fainting spells will secure my position as editor-in-chief without a doubt. This $2,000 was a most worthwhile expenditure." With that, the journalist hurriedly made his way back to the newspaper office. The following day, as expected, the business sections of major newspapers were filled to the brim with coverage of the incident. Chapter 410. The house is a trivial matter. Life is of paramount importance. Huo Zhengxiong takes drastic measures. Li faints twice. Unexpected cold reception for Hai Hao Yuan. 0 transactions on opening day. Shock. The largest deposit refund controversy of the year. Hai Hao Yuan faces mass withdrawals from buyers. A carefully orchestrated series of traps. 90% of Hai Hao Yuan's clients demand refunds. Insider information unveiled. Chaos engulfs Hai Hao Yuan. Rumor. Li fumed at Huo Zhengxiong before fainting. Total collapse of Hai Hao Yuan. Street interviews. Why are residents of the port city abandoning purchases? Why did Li berate Huo Zhengxiong before fainting? The rivalry between the Li and Hui giants resurfaces. The turmoil continues to escalate. Significant drop in Haihu Yuan's property prices. Hundreds of newspapers in the port city fervently reported these stories, maintaining a high level of public interest. Upon seeing these headlines, the citizens were astonished. The news was simply too sensational. It was truly laughable that Boss Li had fainted twice from anger. Is this news even credible? Twice is hardly enough. If he were to be angered again, he might not survive. There must be something amiss with the Haihu Yuan properties. They are practically haunted. I recall that this land was reclaimed by the port city government from someone with the surname Ren. This Li is truly heartless. A person who exploits others for profit and endangers lives. I specifically consulted a renowned feng shui master regarding this land, and the findings were indeed reminiscent of a horror film. It appears that the information portrayed in the movie holds a remarkable degree of credibility, regardless of its truth. No one dares to purchase properties on that land any longer. The house is a trivial matter. Life is of paramount importance. Speaking of which, this incident seems to have little to do with Tycoon Hua. It is simply the Li family's own downfall. Do you think Tycoon Hua is secretly orchestrating this? Although there is no substantial evidence, I believe that where there's smoke, there's fire. It is highly likely to be connected to Tycoon Hua. It would be preferable if it were true. I am quite fond of Tycoon Hua. His confrontations are simply riveting. In any case, with the explosive success of Mr. Zombie, Haihu Yuan has undoubtedly fallen from grace. Even with a price reduction, no one is willing to purchase properties there. As a result, the prices of Haihu Yuan began to plummet drastically. Simultaneously, news of Li's fainting spells brought immense joy to many port city residents who harbored disdain for him. Li's reputation plummeted, becoming even more detestable than a rat in the street. His influence had become almost negligible. As for why Li only lashed out at Huo Zhengxiong, numerous media outlets began to analyze the situation, with rumors circulating that Lu Guowei and Huo Zhengxiong were already acquainted. This incident nearly led the citizens of the port city to uncover the truth. Fortunately, lacking conclusive evidence, Huo Zhengxiong would never admit to anything. Realizing that public opinion was edging closer to the truth, Huo Zhengxiong, after careful consideration, finally decided to issue a public statement. Soon, through the Dongfang group, Huo Zhengxiong formally released a statement to the outside world. I, Huo Zhengxiong, hereby reiterate my firm stance. Recently, numerous unfounded rumors have circulated in the port city. The Haihu Yuan incident and Li's fainting spells bear no relation to me whatsoever. As for the film Mr. Zombie, it is purely coincidental that I happened to discover this excellent work while attending a screening with my girlfriend, Lei Zhilan, and merely recommended it during an interview. I have had no involvement in this matter from beginning to end. Please refrain from involving me in baseless conspiracy theories. It takes little to spread rumors, but it requires considerable effort to dispel them. Let me reiterate, the recommendation of the film was purely coincidental, and I did not perceive any hidden meanings therein. I solemnly emphasize, I, Huo Zhengxiong, have always been a law-abiding and reputable businessman, and I hope everyone will refrain from viewing me through a biased lens. Additionally, I urge everyone to approach this matter rationally and avoid blindly following the crowd. Huo Zhengxiong's stern statement was swiftly published by all media outlets in the port city. In summary, the core message of the statement contained 3 key points. This matter is not as conspiratorial as it seems. It is not my doing. Recommending a film was merely a coincidence. I am not acquainted with Lu Guowei in the slightest. Ultimately, I am a legitimate businessman operating within the bounds of the law. Upon witnessing Huo Zhengxiong's clarifying statement, the citizens of the port city displayed expressions of peculiar incredulity. In an instant, discussions regarding this matter echoed throughout the port. Why do I feel increasingly convinced that the more Huo the magnate explains, the more it seems he is indeed the culprit? I share that sentiment. While I can somewhat accept the first 2 reasons, I categorically refuse to believe the last one. If someone of Huo Zhengxiong's stature can be labeled as a law-abiding businessman, then I might as well be considered a divine incarnation. I truly wish to confront him and ask, is it not possible to maintain a semblance of dignity in one's dealings? Huo Zhengxiong's feigned innocence is utterly intolerable. He may indeed be a businessman, yet when it comes to the concept of rules, that is an entirely different discourse. Setting aside other matters, none can rival the sheer audacity of Huo Zhengxiong. Li the magnate is on the verge of exploding with rage, while Huo Zhengxiong feigns innocence. It is nothing short of absurd. Huo Zhengxiong, do you believe we will take your words at face value? Huo Zhengxiong, do not overstep your bounds. Even if we are not the most astute, we are by no means fools. You are nearly driving Li the magnate to a corner. In just one night, Mr. Vampire has become ubiquitous across the streets of Hong Kong, with its selling price being lower than that of several years' worth of subpar films, a fact that would surely raise eyebrows. Regardless of Huo Zhengxiong's acknowledgement, I firmly believe he is inextricably linked to the Haihu Yuan affair. A staggering 200 million in copyright fees. Huo Zhengxiong's maneuvering is truly ruthless. Indeed, both vicious and cunning. The entire Hong Kong is abuzz with discussions surrounding this incident. Huo Zhengxiong has issued a grave statement. Yet no one is convinced. After all, since Li the Magnate ascended to become one of Hong Kong's 4 great families, there are few who can contend with him. The sole individual capable of repeatedly thwarting him is none other than Huo Zhengxiong. Thus, everyone is keenly aware of who the shadowy figure is that has caused Li the Magnate to faint twice. Fortunately, Huo Zhengxiong has maintained a commendable reputation. And since this falls within the realm of normal business competition, few consider his actions excessive. Rather, there is an abundance of supportive voices. In Chapter 411, as they witnessed Li the Magnate stumble, the crowd merely applauded. To put it plainly, even if Huo Zhengxiong were to openly admit his deliberate targeting of Li the Magnate, no one would deem his actions as crossing the line. After all, Li the Magnate's reputation in Hong Kong has long been tarnished, and the citizens are delighted at his misfortunes. This time, Li the Magnate has indeed encountered a formidable rival. From start to finish, he has never gained the upper hand against Huo Zhengxiong, consistently finding himself in a state of disarray. Yet still, no one believes Huo Zhengxiong's explanation, nor do they consider his actions unjustifiable. In any case, when faced with a cunning and devious figure like Li the Magnate, seeing him falter only elicits applause from the spectators. As for Huo Zhengxiong, he is entirely indifferent to the opinions and judgments of the citizens of Hong Kong. His statement serves merely to convey his stance. He is unwilling to publicly acknowledge any discord with Li the Magnate, and is merely going through the motions. Ultimately, the outcome is of little consequence. At this moment, within the office of the chairman of the Oriental Group, Jimmy is reporting to Huo Zhengxiong on the developments regarding the new site in Tsim Sha Sui. The initial planning drawings are still in the process of being drafted, but barring unforeseen circumstances, a proposal should be forthcoming shortly. The tedious task of clearing debris is nearly complete. Next, once the design drawings and construction tools are prepared, they can commence with the foundation work. Huo Zhengxiong nodded to indicate his awareness. Subsequently, Jimmy furrowed his brow, his tone laden with hesitation as he spoke. The most pressing issue currently is that we find ourselves without available funds. Huo Zhengxiong was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the crux of the matter. Jimmy was not speaking frivolously. The reality was indeed as stated. The Oriental Group has run out of liquid cash. The reason is straightforward. Several months ago, Huo Zhengxiong expended 12 billion to acquire the Central Plaza, followed by the purchase of 10 shopping malls. Renovations, inventory accumulation, and substantial purchasing have all consumed a significant amount of capital. 12 billion is no trifling sum. Although Huo Zhengxiong possesses considerable wealth and generates income rapidly, his expenditure is outpacing his earnings. After the Central Plaza and the 10 shopping centers opened, his funds became constrained. Although Meteor Garden yielded considerable profits, he subsequently opened 50 Oriental 24-hour convenience stores, incurring substantial expenses for rental and merchandise. Coupled with the recent acquisition of the Tsim Sha Sui land for 7.5 billion, Huo Zhengxiong has truly found himself in a predicament of financial shortfall. Only Huo Zhengxiong, leveraging his stable cash flow business along with investments from Boss Hua and Lin Baixing, managed to barely secure the Tsim Sha Sui land. However, this has completely exhausted his available funds. While the land has been acquired, he lacks the finances to construct buildings. Although his system can reduce labor costs, materials such as steel, concrete, and sand are not free. Even the debris cleared from the land incurs disposal fees. The 7.5 billion is merely the cost of purchasing the land. Developing it and erecting high-rises will require substantial investment. During this period, Huo Zhengxiong has poured over 20 billion into real estate and the supermarket sector, nearly depleting his earnings. While these investments are poised to yield substantial profits in the future, the current issue of cash flow is most urgent. Ironically, Huo Zhengxiong owes a debt of gratitude to Li the Magnate. If it were not for Li the Magnate spending 2 billion to acquire the copyright for Mr. Vampire, he would not even have the means to remove the debris from the Tsim Sha Sui land. Reflecting on this, Huo Zhengxiong fell into contemplation. He must carefully consider how to develop this new plot of land, which has the potential to generate 10 billion in profit annually. Failing to develop it meticulously would be a disservice to such a prime location. However, to successfully develop this land, a considerable financial investment is undoubtedly required. Nevertheless, although Huo Zhengxiong currently lacks cash and is in a state of financial deficit on paper, those funds are categorized as investment expenditures, and when calculated, his net worth has actually increased significantly. After all, the establishment of Oriental supermarkets and the 24-hour convenience stores has substantially enhanced his financial standing. Acquiring the Tsim Sha Sui land has further elevated it. In this context, his assets are steadily growing, in stark contrast to Li the Magnate's situation. While he may be experiencing a cash crunch, His solid foundation means that raising the necessary funds for land development should not pose a significant challenge. The simplest and most direct approach would be to secure a loan from the bank. Jimmy shares this sentiment. Huo Zhengxiong is no longer the man he once was. The properties under his name can easily yield a substantial loan from the bank. Huo Zhengxiong promptly instructed, reach out to the 4 major foreign trading houses and those capable partner banks. I require a loan. Absolutely. Jimmy nodded vigorously. A look of excitement on his face. 2 days passed, and at last, Lee the magnate was successfully discharged from the hospital. His face was pale as paper. His physique somewhat emaciated, yet his spirits remained relatively intact. When handling the discharge formalities, the doctor repeatedly cautioned, Mr. Lee, you are undoubtedly aware of the detrimental effects that anger can have on one's health, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. You have fainted several times due to rage, and your blood pressure has persistently remained elevated. It is imperative that you take your antihypertensive medication punctually. You must learn to regulate your emotions moving forward. Should you faint from anger again, it could potentially trigger a cerebral infarction. Ultimately, maintaining a tranquil state of mind is of utmost importance. Mr. Lee nodded slightly, leaving the hospital in silence. Although the doctor's admonitions were earnest, his thoughts were already far removed from such concerns. Upon returning to his villa, Mr. Lee sat in his study and, with a grave tone, inquired, now, please tell me what transpired during my 2-day unconsciousness. As soon as he spoke, uncertainty flickered across the faces of his secretary and assistant, who exchanged glances before one secretary hesitantly replied, Sir, you have just been discharged and your health has not yet fully recovered. We will handle these matters appropriately and report to you once you are in better condition. Mr. Lee paused momentarily, then let out a gentle sigh. It seems the situation is rather dire. As the founder of one of the 4 great families of the harbor, Mr. Lee was frequently constrained by Huo Zhengxiong, yet his insight had always been sharp and discerning. The secretary's indecisive demeanor clearly indicated their concern that he might jeopardize his health again with such intricate matters so soon after his discharge. Gazing into the dressing mirror in his study, Mr. Lee was startled to see his once dark hair now completely white. He could hardly recognize himself. Though he was no longer youthful, 50 years is typically the prime of life, and until recently, his hair had been a lustrous black, showing no signs of aging. The last time he fainted from anger due to Huo Zhengxiong, he had awakened to find his temples already frosted with gray. Now his entire crown had turned snowy white, and coupled with his somewhat haggard visage, he appeared significantly aged. In the study, a heavy silence enveloped the room, with the secretaries holding their breath, scarcely daring to exhale. After a prolonged pause, Mr. Lee slowly lifted his head, his voice low and steady. Rest assured, I am not dead yet. I was prepared for this situation. Speak frankly. There is no need for concealment. The secretary's cautious and subservient demeanor began to irk Mr. Lee, who impatiently waved his hand. Speak up. Any further delay will only exacerbate the situation. This burden is one you cannot bear. Seeing Mr. Lee's resolute attitude, one secretary finally spoke in a hushed tone. Currently, no one in Hong Kong is unaware of the film Mr. Zombie. Everyone knows that our purchase of the rights for 200 million was primarily to cover up the issues surrounding Hai Hao Yuan. Consequently, many are convinced that the film's mention of the poor feng shui of Hai Hao Yuan is indeed true. Of the clients who had previously paid deposits for Hai Hao Yuan, 95% have canceled their orders, and the remainder are contemplating the same. In summary, the subsequent sales efforts for Hai Hao Yuan will be exceedingly challenging. Even if we opt to sell at a discount, it would likely require a substantial reduction in price to recover our initial investments. Mr. Lee's expression instantly hardened. He had anticipated this matter, yet he had not expected the losses to be so severe. His hatred for Huo Zhengxiong had now penetrated to the marrow of his bones. Wishing he could dismantle him piece by piece, silently, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Once alone in the study, he retrieved Huo Zhengxiong's pertinent information from the drawer and began to scrutinize it meticulously, muttering through clenched teeth, Huo Zhengxiong, I refuse to believe I cannot find your Achilles heel. In the subsequent days, Mr. Lee sequestered himself in his study, clutching the data on Huo Zhengxiong, his mind solely focused on devising a method of retaliation. 3 days later, a look of delight suddenly crossed Mr. Lee's face. Truly, the mark of a business magnate, after 3 days of in-depth study on Huo Zhengxiong. He finally uncovered the latter's formidable dilemma. Beaming with joy, he whispered excitedly, So, you are out of funds for turnover. Most of Huo Zhengxiong's business operations relied heavily on cash flow, making it inherently challenging to analyze his asset status and business conditions. Initially, Mr. Lee had not considered this angle. However, after 3 days of meticulous investigation and data organization, he discerned from subtle clues. Although Huo Zhengxiong had purchased that parcel of land in Tsim Sha Tsui for 7,500 million Hong Kong dollars, he currently lacked sufficient funds for development. Finally, I have discovered a weakness, Mr. Lee exclaimed in a low, furious tone, Huo Zhengxiong. Do not think I will let you off easily. Having endured numerous setbacks, Mr. Li cast aside all reservations, resolved to take a bold gamble. Without a moment's hesitation, Mr. Li seized the phone beside him and dialed the numbers for Jardine Matheson and HSBC. I have a plan to deal with Huo Zhengxiong, and I require your assistance. Upon uttering these words, he effectively acknowledged that he had thoroughly bound himself to these two factions. Previously, they had collaborated, but at that time Mr. Li was still concerned about his reputation and reluctant to publicly engage deeply with these foreign entities. Yet for Jardine Group and HSBC, they were indifferent to such veiled cooperation. They sought to utilize Mr. Li's influence among Hong Kong businessmen to lead a mass exodus of Hong Kong merchants when British enterprises withdrew, leaving a hollow shell of Hong Kong behind. Regrettably, their collaborative relationship had long been exposed, becoming a well-known secret. Even though their partnership was now public knowledge, Mr. Li still valued his reputation and refrained from openly aligning with Jardine and HSBC. It was only after experiencing Huo Zhengxiong's iron-fisted methods that he suddenly realized the vast disparity between them. This was not due to any inadequacy on his part. After all, having secured a place among Hong Kong's four great families, his capabilities had been rigorously tested. It was merely that Huo Zhengxiong's prowess was overwhelmingly formidable, leading to his repeated failures in their confrontations. Mr. Li was known for his cautious and thorough approach, yet he was by no means inflexible or resistant to change. Especially after his recovery from the hospital, he was acutely aware Huo Zhengxiong's current strength was no longer what it once was, and he could not hope to contend with him alone. At this juncture, decisive and aggressive measures were the only viable option. Engaging in open cooperation with Jardine Group and HSBC became his sole feasible path forward. On the other end of the line, as soon as the HSBC representative answered the call, a smile spread across his face. Upon hearing the mention of dealing with Huo Zhengxiong, he eagerly pressed for details. What is the plan? Mr. Li replied with a steady tone. I have thoroughly understood Huo Zhengxiong's background. He currently has a critical weakness. Oh. The esteemed HSBC magnate suddenly became intrigued and hastily urged, pray, elaborate further. From his tone, it was evident that he not only condoned the idea of collaborating against Huo Zhengxiong, but was, in fact, exceedingly supportive of it. He had long recognized the immense potential for growth embodied by Huo Zhengxiong. The higher a person's standing, the more profound their influence in the Hong Kong region. Huo Zhengxiong was not merely a formidable rival in the business arena for the tycoon Li, but was also lauded by certain circles as a patriotic hero. His presence had already thwarted the plans of the Victorian Empire to exploit the Hong Kong port. Thus, Huo Zhengxiong had to be eliminated. Otherwise, should his strength continue to burgeon, when British capital eventually withdrew from Hong Kong, his rallying cry would surely be welcomed by the mainland. This was precisely why the HSBC magnate was eager to partake in this collaboration. Upon hearing that Tycoon Li had a strategy to deal with Huo Zhengxiong, his interest intensified. In the realm of Hong Kong's commerce, Li Tycoon's acumen for profit was universally acknowledged. In a lowered voice, he remarked, barring unforeseen circumstances, Huo Zhengxiong is currently negotiating loans with various foreign banks. He lacks sufficient cash at present, yet the land he recently acquired demands immediate development. This is no trivial sum, and he must resort to loans for financing. If we unite to apply pressure, compelling all foreign banks in Hong Kong to deny him loans, we can ensnare him in a predicament of having the means to purchase land, but lacking the funds for development. Even if he wishes to commence construction, he would have to wait several years to accumulate enough cash. My aim is to render that land utterly idle in his possession, stripping it of all utility. Upon hearing this, the HSBC magnate's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This strategy was indeed ruthless, without sufficient funds for development. The substantial capital he had initially invested in the land would become entirely locked up, severely hampering the future growth of the Oriental Group. For him, executing this plan was not particularly challenging. After a moment of silence to clarify the pertinent details, he calmly responded, let us proceed as such. After a brief pause, he added, inform the Jardine Matheson magnate that we shall coordinate our actions. Understood. Li Tycoon replied with unwavering confidence, and promptly ended the call. Shortly thereafter, in the office of the Jardine Matheson magnate, the telephone rang unexpectedly. Hello? Came the voice of the Jardine Matheson magnate from the other end. Li Tycoon began, magnate. I have devised a plan to counter Huo Zhengxiong. David, the Jardine Matheson magnate, instantly perked up, as he had always harbored a strong aversion towards Huo Zhengxiong, and quickly inquired, what is the plan? We shall compel all foreign banks to deny him loans. David paused for a moment, quicker to react than the HSBC magnate, and immediately nodded. That scoundrel is hardly a reputable character. He undoubtedly poses a significant threat to our empire. We must seize this golden opportunity and not squander it. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up and swiftly mobilized his team, arranging all the necessary matters. Although the foreign entities in Hong Kong did not enjoy a favorable reputation among the local populace, and few were willing to accept them, their power and influence were never to be underestimated, especially in the realm of foreign banks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jimmy had already contacted several foreign banks on behalf of Huo Zhengxiong and confirmed the meeting arrangements. Citibank was their first destination. This bank, a subsidiary of Citigroup, is part of its retail banking division, with roots tracing back to the Citibank of New York, established in 1812. In Hong Kong's financial landscape, Citibank may not rank among the top echelon, but with the formidable backing of the United States, it boasted considerable confidence. The development funds Huo Zhengxiong required were substantial, and only banks of this caliber could accommodate such requests. His choice of Citibank was also influenced by its American affiliations, as this would minimize the risk of leaks. He was keen to avoid premature revelations about his cash flow difficulties. At that moment, in the reception room of Citibank's headquarters, the magnate welcomed Huo Zhengxiong with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Tycoon Huo, I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is indeed an honor to meet you today." Huo Zhengxiong exchanged pleasantries, aiming to bridge the gap between them. "I understand that you have a particular admiration for Hong Kong's female celebrities? I have always maintained a good rapport with ATV, where several starlets hold you in high regard. Once we conclude our business discussions, how about we enjoy a dinner together to foster a deeper connection?" The Citibank magnate, upon hearing this, smiled even more radiantly, his demeanor towards Huo Zhengxiong becoming increasingly cordial. "Tycoon Huo, you are far too gracious. Who in Hong Kong is unaware of your strong ties with ATV? I shall leave the evening's arrangements in your capable hands." Huo Zhengxiong waved his hand dismissively, downplaying the gesture. "It is but a trifling matter, nothing of great significance." After the secretary served coffee, the Citibank magnate shifted the conversation to the crux of the matter. "May I inquire about the amount of funding you require, Tycoon Huo? What are your intended applications for these funds? Additionally, which of your assets do you plan to use as collateral for the various foreign banks in Hong Kong?" A business titan of Huo Zhengxiong's stature was undoubtedly a highly esteemed guest. After all, while ordinary citizens save money for interest returns, prominent clients like Huo Zhengxiong, whether in loan collaborations or asset transactions, could generate far more lucrative returns for the banks, making them a focal point of attention. In order to cover the interest on deposits, banks must ensure their funds generate returns, achieving capital appreciation. Lending to titans like Huo Zhengxiong represents the lowest risk and most stable business, ensuring steady profits while handling a considerable volume of capital. Hence, he had become a coveted client among foreign banks. With a smile, Huo Zhengxiong responded composedly, "The amount I require is indeed considerable. However, I have yet to finalize which assets shall serve as collateral." He paused briefly, showcasing his innate generosity in his words. "To be candid, any asset under my name could serve as collateral. Not a single venture of mine has incurred losses, all yielding substantial profits." The Citibank magnate immediately beamed with delight. In Hong Kong's business circles, Huo Zhengxiong's prowess in generating profit was universally acknowledged, and no one dared to harbor doubts. Even Li Tycoon had been vexed and infuriated on multiple occasions by him. Lending to such a figure naturally instilled immense confidence, and indeed, Huo Zhengxiong was not exaggerating. Every property he owned was thriving and profitable. However, just as Huo Zhengxiong was about to elaborate further, an unforeseen interruption occurred. The secretary of the Citibank magnate entered the room, her expression unusually grave. "Sir, you have a phone call." The magnate's face flickered with displeasure. "Do you not see that I am currently attending to an important client? Tell them to call back later." From the investor's perspective, Huo Zhengxiong was undoubtedly the most desirable partner in Hong Kong at this moment, and his reaction was entirely understandable. Yet, in light of the magnate's irritation, the secretary appeared quite distressed, insisting, "You should take this call first." The magnate furrowed his brow, quickly sensing something amiss. His secretary was usually quite discerning, understanding the gravity of situations. Her insistence on him taking the call indicated that this call was of greater significance than even Huo Zhengxiong. After a few seconds of silence, he offered Huo Zhengxiong an apologetic smile, and upon receiving a nod of consent from him, instructed the secretary, "Very well, bring the call through." Chapter 414, Openly Defying Me. Is this a path to self-destruction? He grasped the microphone on the table and held it to his ear. As he observed the unfolding scene, Huo Zhengxiong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, pondering to himself. This situation feels decidedly off, as though something ominous is about to transpire. Just as this foreboding sensation surged within him, he distinctly noticed the expression of the Citibank manager gradually shifting, from initial bewilderment and mild dissatisfaction to frequent nods and a beaming smile. Throughout the entire exchange, the manager uttered few words, merely offering occasional acknowledgments. Approximately 2 or 3 minutes later, the manager ended the call, turned his gaze toward Huo Zhengxiong, took a deep breath, and with a look of resignation, stated, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Hua. But I have just been informed that the head office is dispatching personnel to inspect the vault reserves and account status. Thus, your loan application cannot be processed at this time. After all, the sum you require is indeed substantial, and you will need to consider other partners. Instantly, Huo Zhengxiong's demeanor darkened. After a brief silence, he replied in a flat tone, I suspect it is not the head office that is sending someone, is it? A flicker of embarrassment crossed the manager's face, and after a moment's hesitation, he could only shake his head in resignation. I truly apologize. Huo Zhengxiong refrained from saying more, rising decisively and striding toward the exit. The stark contrast between the manager's earlier exuberance and his current evasion was evident, clearly influenced by that unexpected phone call. The individual who could compel the Citibank manager to so resolutely reject him must either hold an exceptionally high rank or have offered terms that were impossible to refuse. Huo Zhengxiong's choice to leave without further ado stemmed from the understanding that, since the other party had changed their mind, continuing to press the issue would only jeopardize his own standing. As the youngest tycoon in Hong Kong's business community, he could not afford to lose face easily. After departing from Citibank, Huo Zhengxiong, while en route to the prearranged meeting with the foreign bank, Jardine Matheson, contemplated repeatedly, who could have made that call? Who had the audacity to openly oppose me? Are they courting disaster? His gaze gradually turned icy. The first suspect that came to mind was, of course, Tycoon Li, followed by David, the manager of Jardine Matheson. Nonetheless, he could not dismiss other possibilities, such as the notoriously flamboyant tycoon Lu Wanxiong, or the other three prominent families in Hong Kong. Even Sir Run Shaw of TVB fell within his realm of suspicion. This was not born of an inherently suspicious nature, but rather an acknowledgement that these individuals were, to varying degrees, his competitors. While he could not yet ascertain who was scheming behind the scenes, he had already formulated a plan to visit 2 more foreign banks, and soon enough, the truth would be revealed. Jardine Matheson, one of the 4 major foreign firms in Hong Kong, had established a firm foothold in the region for many years. It was worth noting that all 4 major firms were under the control of British consortiums. However, since Hutchison Whampoa was acquired by Tycoon Li due to mismanagement and poor returns, the standing of the 4 major firms in the Hong Kong financial circle had become less secure. According to Huo Zhengxiong's understanding, the relationship between Jardine Matheson and HSBC had always been lukewarm, with their respective backers historically at odds. This was a significant reason for his selection of Jardine Matheson as his second stop. Yet, just as he was approaching Jardine Matheson, he received a call from Jimmy. Mr. Hua, the meeting with Jardine Matheson has been cancelled. Huo Zhengxiong's expression darkened once more as he heard Jimmy's voice, filled with indignation. We had a confirmed appointment, and now it has been abruptly cancelled. Something is definitely amiss. The reason given was that the manager of Jardine Matheson had an urgent matter to attend to, stating they would reschedule for a later date. These foreigners are clearly trying to embarrass us. Huo Zhengxiong immediately instructed Su Jingyang, who was driving. There is no need to go to Jardine Matheson. Turn around immediately and head to Swire. Su Jingyang nodded, swiftly adjusting the steering wheel to change course. Unable to contain his urgency, Jimmy interjected, Boss, according to our previously arranged schedule, the next person we are supposed to meet has not yet arrived at the designated time. There is no need to rush to Swire. Huo Zhengxiong's tone was calm, yet underscored with an unyielding firmness. This matter is far more complex than it appears. I must investigate the circumstances thoroughly to uncover who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. The answers I seek will undoubtedly be found at Swire. After a moment's contemplation, Jimmy swiftly grasped Huo Zhengxiong's intent. Swire, a British capital firm with a long history, had been engaged in trade in China since the Qing dynasty. Today, Swire Group had evolved into a multinational enterprise deeply rooted in Asia, often utilizing the Swire name when expanding its business in Greater China, while Swire itself was a diversified enterprise listed on the port exchange. In truth, Swire had originally been Huo Zhengxiong's last option. His sudden decision to visit Swire was aimed at validating his suspicions. As the second largest firm in the port, its strength was second only to HSBC and even surpassed Jardine Matheson, making it a formidable contender among Hong Kong's trading houses. When there were other choices available, Huo Zhengxiong had preferred to seek partnerships with firms lacking British affiliations. However, the sudden changes from both Citibank and Jardine Matheson alerted him to the fact that something was amiss. Tycoons in the port and trading firms have always been interdependent, thriving together. Given Huo Zhengxiong's client base and influence, Citibank had no rational grounds to refuse collaboration. If Citibank's refusal could be considered an anomaly, then Jardine Matheson's unusual response clearly concealed a secret of significant magnitude. This situation was undoubtedly intricate. According to Jimmy's earlier arrangements, Huo Zhengxiong had several other trading firms lined up for potential collaboration. However, his abrupt change of heart to prioritize Swire was a strategic move to gauge their stance. If even Swire were to decline collaboration, The identity of the puppeteer pulling the strings would become glaringly evident. Those firms lacking the strength of Jardine Matheson were hardly worth considering. They simply lacked the capacity to compel Swire to refuse him as well. Jimmy's prior outreach to numerous firms aimed at comparing options to select the partner with the lowest interest rate. After all, this was a venture amounting to billions. Even a minor difference in interest could accumulate into a staggering sum. After ending the call, Huo Zhengxiong closed his eyes and sank into contemplation. Chapter 4:15. Those who become tycoons are indeed not to be underestimated. He understood that the answer would soon be unveiled. Before long, Huo Zhengxiong was ushered into the office of the manager at Swire. After sipping 2 cups of coffee, Su Zhengyang turned to the manager's secretary, his expression one of dissatisfaction, and inquired, "Why hasn't your manager arrived yet?" The secretary, displaying a troubled countenance, replied helplessly, "I am not entirely sure. I will go and check again, primarily. You have arrived far too early, before the scheduled time." Su Zhengyang's expression darkened further. Although Huo Zhengxiong had indeed arrived ahead of schedule, it was rather out of the ordinary for the manager of Swire to delay his appearance, given Huo's status. However, before Su Zhengyang could voice another prompt, Huo Zhengxiong suddenly turned to the secretary. Getting straight to the point, is it true that the head of Swire Group is currently in the company of the head of HSBC and the head of Jardine Matheson? Upon hearing this, the secretary was momentarily taken aback, her face a canvas of disbelief, her mouth agape, before she hastily shook her head in denial. "No, it's not that I am unaware of this matter." A heavy weight descended upon Huo Zhengxiong's heart from the secretary's flustered response. He had already gleaned the answer he sought. He promptly rose to his feet, his tone unassuming as he remarked, "It appears my suspicions were correct. In that case, with that, he coldly instructed Su Zhengyang, 'Let us depart.'" "Understood," Su Zhengyang promptly replied. The secretary, flustered, rushed forward to explain, "Mr. Huo, please do not misunderstand. There truly is no such situation as you mentioned. Our head merely has other temporary arrangements, and it will be resolved shortly. Would you care to wait a moment longer?" "It is unnecessary," Huo Zhengxiong replied with an expressionless countenance. Before striding out of Swire Group, with Su Zhengyang and his men stationed at the door. Once back in the car, Huo Zhengxiong's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, a sardonic smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Huh, Li Daxing, you have ultimately conspired with those foreigners. Truly, one's nature is hard to change." At that moment, he was entirely certain of the mastermind behind the chaos, without a shred of doubt. To orchestrate a unified front among the formidable entities of KWA, Citibank, and Swire, collectively refusing to cooperate and severing financial support, was not something an ordinary force could achieve. Huo Zhengxiong had few rivals at the port, and only the alliance formed by Li Daxing in conjunction with HSBC and Jardine Matheson wielded such formidable power. Coupled with the series of events that had transpired recently, Li Daxing's name was almost palpable. Huo Zhengxiong compelled himself to remain calm, meticulously reviewing the sequence of events, and spoke, "Truly, Li Daxing, even when cornered, you have managed to astutely sense my current cash flow deficiency, attempting to leverage this opportunity to sever my loan sources and counter me in this manner. Indeed, not everyone possesses such acumen." Now, he finally comprehended the motives of those foreign firms. They were intentionally withholding loans from him, ensuring that even if he acquired the land, he would lack sufficient funds for development. This effectively froze his 7.5 billion in capital, thereby stalling the progress of the Dongfang Group. Undeniably, Li Daxing's maneuver was indeed shrewd. Those who rise to prominence are not to be underestimated. Although Li Daxing had undoubtedly torn off the mask, disregarding his reputation to ally with foreigners against him, it undeniably posed a significant challenge for Huo Zhengxiong. He could not help but scoff. "It is to be expected that British firms would oppose me, as we have always been at odds, irreconcilable. But why has Citibank chosen to involve itself in this? Surely they could maintain their reliable profits. Could it be that their wealth was so abundant that it overflowed, making it too hot to handle?" After a moment, the agitation in his eyes gradually subsided, and he lowered his voice to murmur, "However, Li Daxing, do you truly believe that merely severing loans from foreign firms and hindering land development will trap me?" His expression grew grave once more as he fell into contemplation, meticulously retracing the events that had transpired. First, Li Daxing had taken the initiative to attack, mandating that ParknShop remove all products of the Dongfang Group. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war, hostility laid bare. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong retaliated in succession, from ParknShop to Watson's, and then to a series of events related to the Hyatt Regency, each strike inflicting significant losses upon Li's enterprises. Li Daxing was left in disarray, struggling to maintain his standing among the four great families. As the saying goes, a cornered rabbit will bite, and a dog in a desperate situation will leap over a wall. Clearly, Li Daxing had reached a dead end, resorting to an alliance with foreigners, employing external forces against him, revealing a hint of desperation. Yet, One must concede that this tactic was indeed ruthless. Although it had not inflicted direct economic damage upon the Dongfang group, it had undeniably slowed their development pace, an outcome Huo Zhengxiong most wished to avoid. After all, with the return of sovereignty in 1997 drawing near, he needed to seize the opportunity while Hong Kong was still in its golden period of development as the Pearl of the Orient, expanding his commercial territory without delay. Li Daxing's actions had certainly created substantial obstacles for Huo Zhengxiong's progress in the short term. Even if business flourished and financial resources flowed abundantly, developing that parcel of land would still require a prolonged accumulation of capital. With these thoughts weighing heavily upon him, he could not help but feel vexed, and he began to ponder solutions to navigate this predicament. As night fell, within the Huo family villa on the hillside, the pregnant Lei Zhilan, having shed her usual demeanor, entered the study with a bowl of meticulously prepared soup. Noticing Huo Zhengxiong's furrowed brow and worried expression, she gently encouraged, "Brother Xiong, if something is troubling you, why not let us go shopping to unwind? I have always believed that shopping is the most effective remedy for stress." Huo Zhengxiong affectionately glanced at her, tenderly caressing her rounded belly, and smiled as he inquired, "Where would you like to go?" "To Oriental Plaza," Lei Zhilan replied with a smile. "I've heard it's particularly bustling these days, and the sales staff in the boutiques are quite lovely." No sooner had she spoken, than Huo Zhengxiong suddenly froze. Plaza. Those two syllables struck him like a flash of inspiration, stirring memories of a significant historical event, the Plaza Accord, which profoundly impacted the global financial landscape. Tracing the origins of the Plaza Accord back to the early 1980s, during that time, the United States was grappling with soaring fiscal deficits and a widening trade deficit. The primary catalyst for this predicament was the outbreak of the second oil crisis, which led to a surge in energy prices, causing the consumer price index to skyrocket and ultimately resulting in double-digit hyperinflation. From 1980 onwards, the U.S. economy witnessed two notable shifts. Firstly, the trade deficit escalated year by year, reaching $160 billion that year, accounting for 36% of GDP. Secondly, the government budget was also mired in deficit. Under the pressure of this dual deficit, the U.S. government opted to raise domestic benchmark interest rates to attract international capital inflow. However, the influx of foreign capital caused the dollar to appreciate continuously, undermining the international competitiveness of American products and exacerbating the trade deficit. Thus, the United States sought to enhance its products' competitiveness through dollar depreciation to rectify the imbalance in international payments. Shortly thereafter, the high interest rate policy indeed attracted a massive influx of overseas funds into the United States. From the end of 1979 to the end of 1984, the dollar's exchange rate surged nearly 60. However, the significant appreciation of the dollar directly resulted in the U.S. trade deficit soaring to $100 billion in 1984, setting a historical high. Consequently, the United States once again pinned its hopes on dollar depreciation to rectify the imbalance in payments, attempting to boost export competitiveness. Subsequently, at the behest of the United States, the finance ministers and central bank governors of 5 nations, namely the United States, Japan, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, the G5 alliance, convened at the Plaza Hotel in New York, collectively reaching an agreement to intervene in the foreign exchange market to guide the orderly depreciation of the dollar against major currencies, aiming to address the United States' enormous trade deficit. This was the renowned Plaza Accord. Following the signing of the agreement, the 5 nations united to sell off dollars, prompting market investors to follow suit, resulting in a sustained and significant depreciation of the dollar. In the short term, the dollar-to-yen exchange rate plummeted from around 125 to a drastically lower level in less than 3 months post-agreement. Subsequently, American representatives, led by Treasury Secretary Baker and economist Bergstein, continued to intervene in the exchange rate of the dollar, causing it to plummet to a low of 11.20 against the yen. In his mind, Huo Zhengxiong calculated the timeline and realized that this event would transpire within the next 2 months. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This is certainly an opportunity for substantial profit. Such a chance was beyond the foresight and intervention capabilities of the few foreign firms in Hong Kong. The method of making money was rather straightforward. With the yen poised to appreciate, he could invest in yen futures simultaneously, as the dollar was set to decline. He could capitalize on dollar futures. He meticulously rechecked the timing, confirming that the moment was nigh. With this thought, Huo Zhengxiong could not contain his exuberant laughter. Fortune has smiled upon me. Suddenly, he recalled something, and his laughter became even more hearty. His resounding guffaws left Lei Zhilan beside him utterly perplexed. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "I must reward you generously this time. You have truly been an invaluable help." Lei Zhilan stared wide-eyed at Huo Zhengxiong, her mind swirling with unshakable confusion. Observing her bewildered expression, Huo Huo Zhengxiong's smile grew even brighter. In her heart, Lei Zhilan muttered to herself, is it really such a cause for celebration just because he successfully secured the Oriental Plaza project? She sighed quietly, considering that Brother Xiong must have endured tremendous pressure previously, and now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Noticing that Lei Zhilan was still in a daze, Huo Zhengxiong refrained from elaborating further. After all, even if he provided intricate details, she would likely remain oblivious. He merely remarked, your earlier reminder has brought to mind a matter of utmost importance. Therefore, tonight, I shall treat you well. Exhausted, Lei Zhilan fell into a deep slumber the moment she touched the bed. Subsequently, Huo Zhengxiong lit a cigarette, reclining against the headboard and lost in thought. It was Lei Zhilan's words that had unveiled the key to resolving his funding dilemma for land development. However, HSBC was covertly undermining him, and this grudge could not be overlooked. He had always believed in repaying grievances doublefold. While others might wait a decade for vengeance, he was determined to act without delay. Securing this plot of land had never posed a challenge for him, yet no one anticipated the collusion of Tycoon Lee, HSBC, and Jardine Matheson against him. Given his temperament, how could he simply let this slide? Since they dared to provoke him, they must be prepared to pay a heavy price. His expression darkened as he murmured to himself, it is time for the doctor to take action once more. He intended to leverage the doctor's identity to address the current predicament. Yet complications arose. In the eyes of Hong Kong citizens, doctors were akin to heroes, and any intervention must be justified. Having previously utilized his identity as a doctor to confront Tycoon Lee and Jardine Matheson, any rash move now would inevitably raise suspicion. Should his connection to the doctor be exposed, it would only invite greater troubles. Thus, he needed to devise a plausible excuse for the doctor's involvement. As he pondered this line of thought, an idea suddenly illuminated his mind, prompting him to pick up the phone and call Jimmy. Spread the news that the foreign firms are uniting against me. On the other end, Jimmy promptly replied, I will arrange it immediately. Prior to this, Huo Zhengxiong had already tasked Jimmy with acquiring media outlets in Hong Kong. Now, he owned over 30 media companies, commanding a third of the local media industry. Initially, he had purchased small media outlets, but recently he surreptitiously acquired 7 or 8 larger ones, making such tasks a mere formality for Jimmy. A few phone calls later, everything was meticulously arranged. This, however, proved burdensome for the reporters at the newspapers, who were summoned in the dead of night to work overtime, needing to reformat the newspapers scheduled for publication the next day. Their sole mission was to disseminate the news of Huo Zhengxiong being targeted by the foreign firms in an overwhelming manner. Initially, the reporters grumbled incessantly, but upon seeing the specifics of the front-page story, they were instantly invigorated, their professional instincts ignited. They eagerly published the news on the new layout. Major media outlets in Hong Kong also received the same information through various channels. 3 hours later, Jimmy surveyed the successful arrangements with a satisfied smile. The following day, as the citizens of Hong Kong purchased newspapers, they were left in shock upon seeing the front-page headlines. Shocking. Hong Kong's foreign firms unite to besiege Tycoon Hua. Loan cuts and pressure, just to obstruct the Oriental Group's land development. With foreign firms joining forces, can Tycoon Hua withstand the immense pressure? Who will stand up to challenge the foreign firms? Tycoon Hua trapped in crisis. What lies ahead? With foreign capital targeting him, can Huo Zhengxiong successfully turn the tide? Is the hero of Hong Kong destined to stumble? Tycoon Hua under siege. The puppet master suspected to be Tycoon Lee. Is the Oriental Group facing its doom? Hoping for the Oriental Group to break through. Madness. The foreign capital's collusion stems from him? Chapter 417 Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. All of Hong Kong's media outlets reported on the targeting of Huo Zhengxiong, explicitly outlining the circumstances surrounding the Oriental Group. Oriental Plaza, along with its supermarkets and Watsons, continues to operate normally, yet the land development project has been temporarily shelved due to a lack of funding support. Fortunately, the report did not paint the situation too dire, and the stock price of the Oriental Group remained stable, successfully maintaining the status quo. One must acknowledge that Jimmy indeed handled matters with finesse. Huo Zhengxiong's original intention was merely to provide a reasonable motive for the doctor's intervention, without complicating the situation unnecessarily. As for Tycoon Lee, he was entirely indifferent to public opinion. Regardless of the amount of criticism and vitriol directed at him, he remained unfazed, adopting an utterly nonchalant demeanor. It must be said that through Huo Zhengxiong's relentless trials, Tycoon Lee's willpower had become increasingly resilient, which implied that future attempts to deal with him would be even more challenging. Now, having completely aligned himself with foreign powers, Tycoon Lee enjoyed formidable backing, rendering him more robust than ever. Henceforth, the struggle between him and Huo Zhengxiong would be fraught with uncertainty regarding the outcome. Thus, under Huo Zhengxiong's guidance and Jimmy's meticulous orchestration, within just a day, the news of Huo Zhengxiong facing suppression by the foreign firms spread throughout Hong Kong. achieving a level of notoriety recognizable to all. The first day passed quietly, and the second day ended without incident. Just as the public had come to accept the targeting of Huo Zhengxiong as an established fact, on the third day, the situation took a dramatic turn. A letter containing identical content was delivered to all newspapers in Hong Kong. In the morning, as citizens received their newspapers, they were momentarily stunned upon glancing at the headlines. Explosive. The doctor's latest developments revealed. Panic re-emerging. The foreign firms face impending doom. In a moment of crisis, the brave step forward. Justice is never absent. A personal letter from the doctor. In a desperate situation, tycoon Huo finds a turning point. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. A lavish investment of 6 billion. The doctor makes a grand reappearance. The doctor dazzles, targeting HSBC. The protector of Hong Kong, the doctor, returns to the forefront. Once the news broke, it instantly stirred up a tremendous uproar throughout Hong Kong. Previously, although the citizens were indignant over Huo Zhengxiong's plight, they felt utterly helpless in their inability to assist. Now, with the doctor explicitly stating his intention to take revenge on HSBC in a letter, the populace erupted in fervor, applauding and cheering incessantly. This move was nothing short of spectacular. The doctor had become the savior of the port. Charge forth. HSBC must be toppled completely. Oh, mighty one. Will there be another astonishing display akin to the previous expenditure of 6 billion? I am utterly enamored by the doctor's generous disposition. HSBC is surely destined to face a calamity this time. This is truly exceptional news. At long last, someone has stepped forward to aid Tycoon Ho. Doctor, go forth and teach those foreign powers a lesson. A splendid spectacle is on the horizon, and it brings great joy to the heart. Might the HSBC executives be cowering in a corner, trembling in fear? The entire city is abuzz with discussions regarding this matter, with countless supporters rallying behind the doctor, all eagerly anticipating how he will address HSBC. The citizen speculations were not unfounded. At this very moment, the head of HSBC sat in his office, fixated on the headline of the newspaper, his face etched with disbelief. He was utterly taken aback, his mind reeling, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Stammering, he muttered to himself, how has this fellow resurfaced again? He had witnessed firsthand the doctor's numerous significant achievements in the port before, always regarding them as mere spectacles. Never did he expect that by merely assisting Tycoon Lee with a trivial matter, HSBC would become the doctor's new target. To describe his current state of mind as shattered would be an understatement. The doctor's illustrious reputation was earned through genuine prowess. He did not wish for HSBC to become a stepping stone on the doctor's path to fame. What could he possibly do now? In a flurry of panic, he seized the phone and called the foreign director of the police department. I must report a crime. The doctor has set his sights on HSBC. I implore the police to provide support to safeguard our assets. On the other end of the line, the foreign director fell into silence. In truth, even without the phone call, he had already learned of the news. After hanging up, he could no longer contain his seething anger, exclaiming, this doctor is truly relentless. And you, head of HSBC, do you really believe you can do as you please in the port? To follow that Lee fellow into a path of self-destruction is nothing short of deserved. He paused, then continued his tirade. You fool, seeking police protection? If the police were capable of dealing with the doctor, would he have made such a ruckus? The foreign director's composure had completely unraveled. It was not that he lacked mental fortitude. Rather, the doctor was exceedingly difficult to contend with. Upon hearing that the doctor was stirring trouble once more, he found himself in a state of despair, as if he were suffering an unprovoked calamity. What on earth should he do next? His head throbbed intensely. While the head of HSBC could still seek his assistance, whom could he turn to for help? Given the current capabilities of the port's police force, they were utterly incapable of handling the doctor. With the doctor's reappearance and the public disclosure of the threatening letter, it was not only the head of HSBC and the foreign director whose composure had shattered. In the office of the chairman of Lee's Enterprises, Tycoon Lee believed he had cultivated an indomitable mindset. After all, having lost face and dignity due to Huo Zhengxiong's machinations, no greater calamity could possibly shake him. Yet at this moment, he stared intently at the newspaper spread before him, his expression darkening ominously, as if it could overflow with despair at any moment. The humiliation was swift and brutal. He had just taken action against Huo Zhengxiong with the help of foreign powers, only for that doctor to suddenly emerge. How on earth could this situation be resolved? Damn it. This doctor, who should have perished on September 27th, is simply relentless. Tycoon Lee's composure was on the verge of exploding. On one hand, if the doctor intervened, their plan to jointly confront Huo Zhengxiong would likely disintegrate, especially since the doctor had clearly stated that his actions were motivated by that scoundrel Huo Zhengxiong. Through gritted teeth, Tycoon Lee cursed, damn it. Why weren't you cut down by the thugs? On the other hand, the head of HSBC faced the doctor's public threat, plunging HSBC into a dire predicament, one that Tycoon Lee had dragged himself into. This was the 418th chapter. This scoundrel. How could he appear again? Once this matter concludes, regardless of the outcome, the head of HSBC would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him. He had now irrevocably embarked on a path of no return. If he were to confront the head of HSBC and his foreign cohorts at this juncture, Li's enterprises would likely face total collapse. Contemplating the potential consequences sent Tycoon Li into a dizzying spiral. Fortunately, this time, the doctor had not directly targeted him, but instead had set his sights on HSBC, sparing him from a complete mental breakdown. However, even without fainting, he stood on the precipice of collapse. After all, when it came to the doctor, Li's enterprises was indeed a genuine victim. Had it not been for the doctor's sudden appearance, forcing him to liquidate all his floating shares, Tycoon Li would not have found himself in this dismal predicament. Yet lamenting the past was futile. He could only hope that the port's police would prove somewhat effective and prevent HSBC from suffering too greatly. Before him, 3 secretaries and 3 assistants stood like mutes, silent and unresponsive. They understood that Tycoon Li had summoned them for advice, yet these 6 merely observed from the sidelines, refusing to speak, resembling zombies. Of course, it was not that they lacked ideas. Rather, faced with such a formidable adversary as the doctor, they were genuinely afraid to voice anything. They feared that any suggestion they made would not only fail to help, but could also provoke Tycoon Li's wrath. To be honest, even Jardine Matheson had been left bewildered by the doctor's antics. How could they possibly muster the courage to confront such a figure? Dealing with Huo Zhengxiong was one thing, as they were all businessmen adhering to certain rules, but the doctor was entirely different. He was a world-class super-terrorist, in contrast to the crumbling mindset of Tycoon Li. In the office of the head of Jardine Matheson, David's expression shifted from grave to one of peculiar amusement as he perused the newspaper. A strange smile crept across his face, revealing an indescribable oddity. At that moment, he resembled someone in a trance, murmuring to himself, "This scoundrel. How could he appear again?" A hidden delight quietly spread within him. Reflecting on the past, when you mocked me for being unable to deal with mere terrorists, I now find myself eager to see how you at HSBC will respond to that, doctor. I only wish you do not find yourselves in a more humiliating predicament than I did. In truth, David harbored little opposition to the doctor's vendetta against HSBC. Ultimately, it stemmed from Jardine Matheson's previous entanglement with the doctor, which had resulted in significant losses and ridicule from other British interests. Among these factions, HSBC's attitude had been particularly egregious. Thus, at this juncture, when the doctor unveiled his intentions to take action against HSBC, David found himself ensnared in profound inner turmoil. On one hand, he yearned for HSBC to experience the doctor's formidable prowess firsthand. On the other, he harbored a seething animosity towards the doctor, wishing to rend him asunder. In other words, David was presently caught in a predicament of indecision. It must be acknowledged that since the doctor once again issued his menacing missive, the various factions within the port were indeed divided, with some reveling in delight, while others wallowed in despair. The ordinary citizens of the port predominantly sided with the doctor. Yet no one dared to predict the outcome of this confrontation. While the doctor was undoubtedly a figure of dread, HSBC's strength surpassed that of Jardine Matheson by a considerable margin, making it difficult to ascertain which party would ultimately prevail. Beyond them, the heads of Citibank, Swire, and other foreign firms also found themselves weighed down by the gravity of the news upon seeing it in the newspapers. After all, on this occasion, they were all complicit in HSBC's plight. Thus, each of these magnates silently congratulated themselves. How fortunate they were. How fortunate indeed. This time, the doctor had not set his sights on me. Swire, Citibank. HSBC must rally its forces. They must stabilize the situation. Just as the British interests teetered on the brink of collapse, the monthly Dragon Head meeting of the Hung Hing Society convened as scheduled. It was a rare occasion for Huo Zhengxiong to reappear after several days, and upon entering the venue, he was met with a warm welcome from the leaders of various factions. Brother Ji exuberantly exclaimed, "Xionggu, it has been far too long since I last saw you. I have missed you dearly." The formidable Long appeared with a hint of reproach, stating, "Xionggu, I thought you had forgotten about us brothers." Sister Shursin chimed in. "Xionggu, have you truly forgotten your little sister here?" The Crown Prince loudly declared, "God of wealth, since you have graced us with your presence, do you perhaps have lucrative ventures to engage us in, allowing us to amass great wealth?" Fatty Li laughed heartily. "Ha ha, I told you Xionggu would definitely come." Liang Kuan echoed, "Xionggu?" At the moment Huo Zhengxiong stepped into the conference room, all the faction leaders stood up excitedly, their spirits invigorated as they gazed upon him. Huo Zhengxiong's eyes swept across the room, capturing the excitement etched on every face. Beside him, Ma Wangjian and Secretary Chun Yao were bustling about. One rushed to pull out a chair for Huo Zhengxiong, while the other hastily brought him tea. Who could have imagined that these illustrious leaders of the Hung Hing Society, renowned and commanding in the underworld, would appear so obedient and subservient before Huo Zhengxiong. Even all the faction leaders, including Liang Kuan, showed him the utmost respect, not daring to exhibit even a hint of negligence. To an outsider witnessing this scene, one might easily mistake who truly held the mantle of leadership within the Hung Hing society. Speaking of leadership, Jiang Tianxing, seated in the principal position, observed all of this with reddened eyes, the jealousy within him nearly bubbling over. Yet, as soon as Huo Zhengxiong's gaze fell upon him, Jiang Tianxing abruptly snapped back to reality, swiftly suppressing all emotions. By rights, Jiang Tianxing was the undisputed leader of the Hung Hing society. While Huo Zhengxiong was merely a red stick within the organization, their statuses were worlds apart. However, times had changed, and Huo Zhengxiong had become a figure of great renown within the port, poised to join the ranks of the four great families. In light of such formidable power, the title of leader was merely an empty shell devoid of substance. Jiang Tianxing realized he no longer held the privilege to speak freely before Huo Zhengxiong. He had long since recognized the reality. In the presence of Huo Zhengxiong, he was hardly an important figure. Chapter 419. The ability to bend and stretch is a mark of a true character. Thus, when Huo Zhengxiong's gaze brushed over him, he immediately regained his composure from his jealousy, feeling an overwhelming pressure that was almost suffocating. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Tianxing rose and, bowing slightly to Huo Zhengxiong, said, "Xionggu, it has been a long time. I have been thinking of you." According to the customs of the Underworld, it was unheard of for a leader to show deference to a mere red stick. Such politeness was unwarranted. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong, as a singular entity in the port, warranted a unique respect. Even someone as formidable as Jiang Tianxing, revered by all, had to temper his demeanor in Huo Zhengxiong's presence. The lesson Huo Zhengxiong had imparted to him remained fresh in his memory. He had merely suggested that Huo Zhengxiong attend a few more Dragon Head meetings, and soon after, the latter had quietly subdued the Dongxing society. When this news reached Jiang Tianxing, he was left utterly astonished. Although Dongxing society was not yet on par with Hung Hing society, it was certainly not an entity to be trifled with. The two societies had engaged in open and covert struggles for decades, with neither able to fully assimilate the other. Their grievances were intricate and unresolved. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong had managed to incorporate Dongxing society without a hint of fanfare, and Jiang Tianxing immediately perceived that he had no right to make any demands of Huo Zhengxiong. Huo Zhengxiong's willingness to include the Hung Hing society in his lucrative endeavors was solely due to past camaraderie. Should matters turn sour, Huo Zhengxiong could easily dismantle Hung Hing. As even Dongxing, an equal rival, had become his subordinate, what was Jiang Tianxing in comparison? Coming to terms with the vast disparity between them, Jiang Tianxing settled down entirely. Subsequently, as this incident circulated, the faction leaders of Hung Hing harbored grievances against him, believing that his offense had led to Huo Zhengxiong's withdrawal from their business dealings. This was a truth that all understood. They were expendable in Huo Zhengxiong's eyes. While he was the god of wealth, they needed to serve with utmost caution. From that point onward, Jiang Tianxing's standing within Hung Hing plummeted. He could even sense clearly that should Huo Zhengxiong display the slightest dissatisfaction, the faction leaders would quickly unite to oust him from his position. That fleeting twinge of jealousy was merely a momentary lapse of pettiness. Upon feeling Huo Zhengxiong's gaze upon him, he unhesitatingly adopted a humble posture, rising as the leader to bow before Huo Zhengxiong. The weight of Huo Zhengxiong's presence needed no further elaboration. Recognizing Jiang Tianxing's timely awareness and sense of propriety, Huo Zhengxiong silently commended him. The ability to bend and stretch is indeed the hallmark of a true character. Jiang Tianxing smiled and extended his hand. "Xionggu, please take a seat." Only then did Huo Zhengxiong, satisfied, move to his usual spot, which happened to be beside Brother Ji. When it came to flattery and sycophancy, none could rival Brother Ji's prowess among the group. Once Huo Zhengxiong settled into his seat, a gentle smile gracing his face, he addressed the assembly. "Please, everyone, take your seats. The reason I have gathered you all here today is to discuss an important matter." As soon as he spoke, the previously lively atmosphere fell into complete silence. Unable to contain his excitement, Brother Ji was the first to rise and inquire, "Xionggu, are we about to embark on a journey of great wealth together?" This question struck a chord with everyone present. All eyes were fervently fixed on Huo Zhengxiong, their gazes brimming with barely contained anticipation. Huo Zhengxiong gradually surveyed the faces of those assembled, witnessing a tapestry of greed and reverence interwoven in their expressions. Even Jiang Tianxing was no exception. He nodded in satisfaction and immediately got to the crux of the matter. "Let's set aside the pleasantries for now. I'm here today to share some good news. There is a lucrative opportunity available, and I would like to inquire if you are interested in participating. The rules remain the same as before. I will take 50% of the profits." Before he could finish his statement, Brother Ji and Fatty Li could no longer contain themselves, eagerly interjecting, "I'm in. I'll invest 10 million. I'll put in 12 million. Following suit, Sisters Shursan and Hanbin also expressed their intentions. I'm willing to contribute 14 million. I'll invest 9 million. Even the typically aloof and status-conscious Liang Kuan and Jiang Tianxing momentarily set aside their pretenses, urgently declaring, I'll invest 20 million. I'll put in 30 million. Seeing the eagerness of those before him, Huo Zhengxiong wore a faintly helpless smile. I haven't even finished explaining yet. Although he said this, he was acutely aware that the trust the leaders of Hung Hing placed in him had deepened more than ever. After all, he was a prominent figure in the port's business community, and the opportunity to profit alongside him was not something anyone would wish to hesitate over. He couldn't help but jest. I haven't even laid out the details yet, but with your lavish offers, it seems you've all been doing quite well lately. To gather 100 million so effortlessly shows considerable audacity. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter, praising Huo Zhengxiong in turn. It's all thanks to Brother Xiong. Following you has allowed us to recoup our investments, giving us the confidence we have now. Indeed, working with Brother Xiong always yields generous returns. There's plenty for everyone. Others would never offer us such a golden opportunity. Brother Xiong has always been fair to his own. Huo Zhengxiong graciously accepted the accolades while seamlessly accepting the more than 100 million they had pulled together. At this point, his objective for the visit was accomplished. The atmosphere in the conference room grew animated. The prospect of earning another profit alongside Huo Zhengxiong excited everyone. After all, he seldom attended the leading meetings. And at this moment, the attendees had long since abandoned their agenda, surrounding him with casual chatter to bridge the gap between them. Compliments flowed freely, and the ambience was particularly lively. Huo Zhengxiong felt a wave of satisfaction. Ever since he allied with Tung Sing, the members of Hung Hing had finally developed a sense of urgency. One could easily surmise that Fatty Li had informed the leaders of Hung Hing about the piracy of Mr. Zombie. And they were certainly aware that Huo Zhengxiong was now collaborating with both Fatty Li and the cunning tiger of Dongxing. Realizing that they could be easily replaced at any moment, the sycophantic attitude of this group was laid bare. Even Jiang Tianxing, usually composed and reticent, wore a smile when facing Huo Zhengxiong. Chapter 420. Were we being set up to provide funding? In the past, had Huo Zhengxiong collaborated with Dongxing, Jiang Tianxing would have confronted him under the guise of loyalty to the gang, even attempting to diminish Huo Zhengxiong's influence to bolster his own position. However, Huo Zhengxiong's stature had risen to an unprecedented height, rendering Jiang Tianxing's former schemes obsolete. He dared not even breathe a word of dissent. Ultimately, he too sought to seize the opportunity for profit. How could he dare offend Huo Zhengxiong? Jiang Tianxing understood well. Given Huo Zhengxiong's current standing, he would hardly covet the petty leadership of a small gang. To offend him over such trivial matters would be a grave miscalculation, akin to losing a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. Recognizing the vast disparity between them, Jiang Tianxing relinquished his previous calculations. Even if he felt overshadowed by Huo Zhengxiong, he wisely chose to remain silent and join the others in praising him. This further elevated Huo Zhengxiong's spirits. As time drew near, he politely declined the group's invitation to dinner, leaving the members of Hung Hing with reluctant and dissatisfied expressions as he departed from their headquarters. To be honest, given their current status, they were hardly qualified to dine with Huo Zhengxiong. After leaving Hung Hing, Huo Zhengxiong did not pause, but proceeded directly to the Dongxing headquarters. At the entrance, Camel, accompanied by the 5 tigers of Dongxing and the second marshal, the white-headed old man, had been waiting for quite some time, creating a grand scene. The junior members of Dongxing speculated in hushed tones. What kind of significant figure could warrant the leader personally bringing the various heads out to greet him? Before long, a stretched Rolls-Royce glided to a stop at the entrance, and Huo Zhengxiong emerged from the vehicle. Camel immediately greeted him with a broad smile. Ushering the 5 tigers forward, Brother Xiong, good to see you. Huo Zhengxiong smiled lightly, visibly pleased with the display. Let us discuss inside. Please, Brother Xiong. Camel slightly bowed, his demeanor as respectful as that of Huo Zhengxiong's subordinate. This scene left the junior members of Dongxing astounded. This person carries an immense reputation. Moments later, in the conference room of Dongxing, Huo Zhengxiong observed the respectful smiles and obsequious expressions on everyone's faces. Even the unruly Crow and Lei Yaoyong, usually defiant, looked at him with admiration as he began. Let me get straight to the point. In the past, I made a substantial profit with Hung Hing, and now I have another promising opportunity. Dongxing is now part of the family. I will not treat you unfairly. The rules are the same for both Hung Hing and Dongxing. I will take 50% of the profits. If you wish to earn money, it's up to you to determine how much capital you can contribute. Huo Zhengxiong scanned the unfamiliar faces of Dongxing, noting their furrowed brows, and added with a smile, the opportunity is before you. Think it over carefully. After all, this was their first collaboration with Dongxing, and unlike the members of Hung Hing, the leaders of Dongxing had yet to establish sufficient trust in him. Huo Zhengxiong closed his eyes to rest, awaiting their response. Should they wish to collaborate, he would not hesitate to help them profit. If they were reluctant, he would not press the matter. To be frank, their limited funds held little significance for him. Seeing Huo Zhengxiong close his eyes, granting them time to deliberate, the members of Dongxing quickly became animated, whispering and discussing fervently. They had already heard of the profits earned by following Huo Zhengxiong, but this was Dongxing's first opportunity of such kind, and excitement and anticipation were etched on every face. Of course, not everyone felt completely at ease. For instance, the second marshal, the white-headed old man. He hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice. There is no doubt that Brother Xiong is wealthy. After all, he is a renowned tycoon. But has everyone been following the recent news? The Dongfang Group is currently facing a financial crunch. Is it possible that we are being set up to provide support? As soon as he finished speaking, several nodded in agreement, echoing his concerns. The white-headed old man's apprehensions were not unfounded. During that period, the newspapers were rife with reports of tycoon collaborating with foreign financial groups to offer loans to Huo Zhengxiong, naturally sowing seeds of doubt in their minds. However, the crow, who had always regarded Huo Zhengxiong as a paragon, immediately shot a fierce glare at the crowd. His tone laced with a hint of disdain as he remarked, "The newspapers merely state that Brother Xiong is currently experiencing a shortage of liquid funds. Yet does he not possess an abundance of properties under his name? Are these assets merely for show? Do you truly believe that our meager finances are worthy of Brother Xiong's elaborate deception? Do you think you hold any significance that would warrant such extensive efforts from him?" Known for his ruthless and decisive actions, the crow was also rather blunt. However, in terms of interpersonal relations and discerning the thoughts of others, he was significantly lacking. This statement, once uttered, essentially chastised the venerable elders of the East Star, including the white-headed elder. In an instant, the expressions on the faces of the group grew exceedingly grim. The crow noticed the change in their demeanor, but paid it no mind. He continued, his face filled with contempt. Brother Xiong could easily liquidate a fraction of his assets, and they would still far surpass the total worth of your family's fortunes. You truly overestimate your own importance. After a brief pause, he continued, "Regardless of what you may think internally, I have unwavering faith in Brother Xiong. I possess 10 million in my account, should Brother Xiong require it. He is welcome to take it." Huo Zhengxiong, with his eyes closed, pretended to be resting, yet absorbed every word. He revealed no outward expression, but inwardly, he silently commended the crow. In fact, prior to this, while chatting with the camel, he had learned that the crow had long viewed him as an idol. Whether it was Huo Zhengxiong's resolute decisiveness or his principle of exacting revenge without delay, the crow admired him deeply. Although Huo Zhengxiong was merely a red stick of the Hongxing gang at that time, the heads of the East Star and Hongxing had to behave like obedient quails in his presence. Thus, the crow harbored genuine respect for Huo Zhengxiong, and he would undoubtedly be the first to support him whenever called upon. However, the crow's character was rather lacking, akin to the plot of Young and Dangerous, where he dared to eliminate his own leader. Otherwise, Huo Zhengxiong might have genuinely recognized him and supported him as the next leader of East Star. Chapter 421. This is indeed a significant investment. As soon as the crow finished speaking, the smiling tiger, Wu Zhiwei, let out a chuckle and chimed in. "I also believe in Brother Xiong. Since Brother Xiong intends to lead us to prosperity, I shall certainly heed his guidance." Wu Zhiwei paused before adding, "I envied the hall masters of Hongxing when they profited alongside Brother Xiong. Now that such an opportunity has finally come our way, I am determined to seize it." With both the smiling tiger and the descending mountain tiger, the crow, expressing their stances, Situ Haonan and Lei Xiongyang quickly followed suit. "We believe Brother Xiong can lead us to great wealth. Brother Xiong, my family is of modest means. I can only contribute 6 million. The camel also spoke up. "I can muster 14 million on my end." With 4 out of the 5 tigers of East Star having declared their positions, the older members, including the white-headed elder, finally dared not voice any dissent. Even the leader, the camel, had stepped forward to support Huo Zhengxiong. Opposing him at this juncture would undoubtedly bring about self-inflicted hardship. After much hesitation, the white-headed elder and his companions exchanged glances, their faces etched with worry. They harbored a persistent belief that Huo Zhengxiong's promise to lead them to wealth was likely underpinned by ulterior motives, and they were fundamentally reluctant to invest their own finances. Yet, with everyone expressing support, failing to contribute at this moment would clearly show a lack of respect towards Huo Zhengxiong, potentially inviting his ire in the future. After a moment of internal conflict, the white-headed elder reluctantly lowered his voice, saying, "I have recently invested the majority of my family's assets into the stock market, leaving only 2 million in liquid cash, so." This was evidently a pretext to avoid contributing more funds, a mere formality to save face for Huo Zhengxiong. 2 million was, in essence, a token gesture, a means to extend Huo Zhengxiong a favor without making him uncomfortable. Huo Zhengxiong remained silent throughout, yet inwardly, he couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Subsequently, The remaining individuals also began to express their stances, most merely symbolically offering a small amount, barely accumulating around 40 million. This was a stark contrast to the over 100 million raised by Hung Hing. However, Huo Zhengxiong felt quite satisfied with this outcome. After all, the lesser funds raised compared to Hung Hing were attributable to two factors. Firstly, the white-headed elder and his associates lacked faith in him, and secondly, East Star was inherently poorer than Hung Hing. One need only look at the leaders of both gangs. Jiang Tianxin contributed 30 million, while the camel could only manage 14 million. Hung Hing was already more affluent, and ever since Huo Zhengxiong had led them to profit, the disparity had only widened. Huo Zhengxiong was already content with the amount raised. He then opened his eyes, smiling as he surveyed the gathered individuals. The white-headed elder and others immediately felt an increased pressure. Huo Zhengxiong did not intentionally exude any imposing aura, yet given his current identity and status, even a mere glance was not something everyone could withstand. He smiled lightly and spoke. Then it is settled. I have other matters to attend to. I shall treat you all to a meal another day. Brother Xiong is too courteous. We are all our own people. Since there is a lucrative opportunity, we should be expressing our gratitude to Brother Xiong. Huo Zhengxiong chuckled, exchanged a few pleasantries with the crowd, and then departed from East Star's territory, heading directly to the next destination with his subordinates. At the leasing group. In the chairman's office, Boss Lin and Boss Lei had been waiting there for some time. Upon seeing Huo Zhengxiong's arrival, both perked up immediately. Boss Lei, in front of Huo Zhengxiong, displayed none of the demeanor of a father-in-law. He promptly rose with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Haha, we have been waiting for you for quite a while." Lin Baixin added, "Big tycoon Hua." After the three settled down, Boss Lei eagerly inquired, Xiong, what exactly is the money-making opportunity you mentioned earlier? That is a confidential matter that cannot be disclosed prematurely. Huo Zhengxiong responded with a smile. If you both are willing to trust me, gather the funds quickly. The principle of seizing the moment is one I need not elaborate on. After a pause, Huo Zhengxiong's expression grew somewhat serious. First, let me clarify the rules. I will take 50% of the profits. If you are unwilling or overly concerned about the risks, I will not force you. As soon as Huo Zhengxiong finished speaking, Lin Baixin and Boss Lei exchanged glances and hurriedly replied, Xiong, you are speaking as if we are strangers. We are all family here. If you can't trust us, who else can you trust? Boss Lei is absolutely right. Lin Baixin chimed in with a smile. I have never seen Big Tycoon Hua mistreat his own people. I have already arranged for my subordinates to gather funds. Together with Boss Lei, we can raise approximately 800 million. This figure astonished Huo Zhengxiong greatly. Previously, during the bidding for the Tsim Sha Sui land, these two had helped him raise funds, but now they could produce 800 million, underscoring their trust in him. This was indeed a significant investment. A warm feeling enveloped Huo Zhengxiong's heart. He could clearly sense that both Boss Lei and Lin Baixin had genuinely embraced him. A smile of contentment unconsciously spread across Huo Zhengxiong's face, and his heart was filled with countless emotions. At this moment, Boss Lei refrained from saying much more, for his daughter Lei Lan was already carrying Huo Zhengxiong's child. Such an unbreakable bond of blood ties had forged an unwavering trust in Huo Zhengxiong. Moreover, Boss Lei was inherently a person of deep loyalty and affection. When the time came to offer his full support, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his entire fortune. As for the matter concerning Lin Baixin, it was indeed quite amusing. Not long ago, he and Huo Zhengxiong were at odds, locked in a fierce rivalry. Even Peng Peng clearly remembered that they were once bitter enemies. Yet now, Lin Baixin could trust Huo Zhengxiong so completely, a testament to his discerning judgment, which was truly admirable. Even Huo Zhengxiong himself could not help but silently command. This Lin Baixin possesses an extraordinary insight and remarkable courage, with his unwavering confidence. He will undoubtedly achieve great wealth by my side. Lin Baixin's inner thought, are you sure that's not a roundabout way of praising yourself? As Huo Zhengxiong stepped out of the new Xiong group, the smile on his face vividly expressed his satisfaction. The busy morning had not been in vain. Dongxing and Hongxing, the two major factions, had collectively raised 1.5 billion in funds. Boss Lei and Lin Baixin contributed 800 million in robust support, while Huo Zhengxiong himself had consolidated all available liquid assets, gathering 500 million. Chapter 422, Leveraging Capital to Propel Capital, an elite operational strategy within the business realm. In essence, this meant he had siphoned off a portion of funds from all his enterprises to finance the factory's operational capital, consolidating the settlement amounts from 10 Wanfang shopping centers, barely reaching a total of 14.5 billion. Although this sum still fell considerably short of his target, merely sufficient to acquire 1/5 of the land in Sha, it was ample for Huo Zhengxiong. According to his plan, he intended to realize capital appreciation with this sum, and before long, he would accumulate even more capital. Leveraging capital to propel capital was indeed a pinnacle strategy in the business world. Huo Zhengxiong had already meticulously devised his strategy, seizing the opportunity presented by the Plaza Agreement for a bold endeavor. The current scale of funding was precisely as he desired, if the principal investment were too substantial. Once the funds multiplied several times over, it would attract the attention of the Eagle Nation and Victoria, risking the hard-earned wealth being intercepted mid-course. At this moment, all funds had been deposited into Huo Zhengxiong's account, instilling him with confidence that it was time to put his plans into action. Meanwhile, news of the substantial funds entering Huo Zhengxiong's account swiftly reached the ears of Tycoon Li. Ever since being outmaneuvered by Huo Zhengxiong, Tycoon Li had closely monitored his every move. With the HSBC and Jardine Group publicly announcing their deep collaboration, it would not be difficult for those foreigners to trace Huo Zhengxiong's account transactions. Although the bank was obligated to protect client privacy, in that era, those in power often disregarded such rules, which were merely meant to restrain ordinary individuals. As the saying goes, rules are established by the powerful for the powerless to follow. Thus, the moment Huo Zhengxiong's account received this significant influx of funds, the bank promptly relayed the information to Tycoon Li. This time, Tycoon Li finally caught a break regarding Huo Zhengxiong. Upon hearing this news, Tycoon Li's expression darkened instantly. He slammed his hand on the table, fuming. Damn it. Huo Zhengxiong is like a centipede that refuses to die. The bank has already denied him a loan. Can't he just play it safe for once? In truth, Tycoon Li had long calculated that if Huo Zhengxiong relied solely on existing liquid funds to develop the Sha land, he would need at least 6 months before officially breaking ground, as the initial investment for real estate projects was exceedingly substantial. Even if construction commenced after 6 months, the subsequent influx of funds would be delayed by another year or two. In the past, this time frame wouldn't have been significant. After all, building houses is not an instantaneous endeavor. However, now coinciding with the critical period of the 97 handover, the longer the delay, the more dire the capital environment in the island would become, and any unexpected variables could arise during that half year. Who could have imagined that, in such a short span, Huo Zhengxiong had managed to amass 14.5 billion in cash? Tycoon Li was utterly unsettled. He had previously allied with foreign partners, disregarding all camaraderie, with the sole aim of thwarting Huo Zhengxiong's South real estate project. Though Huo Zhengxiong's current funds were insufficient to purchase the land outright, they were enough to significantly shorten the project's development timeline. It seemed his plan had not been entirely successful. Tycoon Li was genuinely taken aback by Huo Zhengxiong's ability to gather such a sum, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration at the near miss. He asked darkly, "Have you traced the source of these funds?" The secretary promptly nodded in response. "We've traced it thoroughly. Of the total, 800 million was transferred from New Xiong Group and Boss Lei, while 500 million is from Huo Zhengxiong's own account. The remaining 1.5 billion appears to be from the Dongxing and Hongxing factions, based on the account holder's identity information." Tycoon Li was momentarily stunned, but then he burst into laughter. Huo Zhengxiong is truly regressing. A prominent businessman resorting to borrowing from those lowly thugs is utterly disgraceful. The secretary quickly chimed in. "You're absolutely right, Tycoon. I also find Huo Zhengxiong's actions to be extraordinarily reckless." Tycoon Li's expression softened slightly, and he continued, "Since he has been reduced to borrowing from street thugs, it indicates that he is indeed at his wit's end. This suggests my plan has been quite successful." The secretary immediately flattered him. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Tycoon." Tycoon Li's laughter grew more triumphant. However, after being outsmarted by Huo Zhengxiong several times, I have become much more cautious." He then shifted his tone. "Nevertheless, this has provided me with an opportunity. We cannot allow this to continue. I must devise a way to create some trouble for him and delay his progress." Tycoon Li pondered inwardly, suddenly recalling the other 3 members of the 4 great families. He understood well that these 3, like himself, were averse to any new forces encroaching upon the real estate market. The pie was already too small, and with more participants, his share would inevitably dwindle. During the previous land acquisition contest, Tycoon Li had sensed the intentions of the other 3. It seemed he needed to devise a strategy to involve others actively. "I cannot toil alone, laboring tirelessly, only to let others reap the rewards without effort." As Tycoon Li ruminated, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Just then, a secretary hurried into the office, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Tycoon, we just received notification from HSBC that the funds in Huo Zhengxiong's account have not even been transferred to his real estate company's account. No movement at all." Tycoon Li was instantly taken aback. In his view, Huo Zhengxiong had already humbled himself to borrow money from the factions. Wasn't he that precisely to advance the development of the real estate project? The news brought forth by the HSBC trading house was in stark contrast to his expectations. Tycoon Li found himself utterly perplexed, unable to decipher what calculations Huo Zhengxiong was truly undertaking. The surge of excitement that had briefly filled his heart vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Furrowing his brow, he muttered softly, "If this sum of money is not to be utilized in real estate development, could it possibly serve another purpose?" His face was a mask of confusion as he pondered the matter without arriving at any coherent conclusion. Meanwhile, as Tycoon Li wallowed in his bewilderment, Huo Zhengxiong had already made meticulous preparations for action. Armed with a staggering 14.5 billion in funds, he headed directly to the foreign exchange market. His goal crystal clear: to execute a currency exchange from yen to dollars. Chapter 423. The Plaza Accord takes effect. He was acutely aware that once the Plaza Accord was officially signed, the exchange rates would inevitably experience significant fluctuations. Furthermore, Huo Zhengxiong had already comprehensively grasped the timeline for the announcement of the agreement, anticipating it would be made public in approximately a week. In fact, the Eagle Nation had long since laid the groundwork for this operation, engaging in private discussions with other G5 nations. Thus, once the news was released, all proceedings would unfold according to the predetermined plan. After all, the Eagle Nation was far from foolish. They would not afford global magnates the opportunity to react and withdraw, for that would only jeopardize their own interests. Huo Zhengxiong was determined to be the pivotal figure seizing the initiative and positioning himself ahead of the curve. This rare opportunity must be firmly grasped without allowing any missteps. In the following week, his schedule was filled to the brim, with a plethora of tasks awaiting his attention. The foremost priority was to closely monitor various news developments, keeping a vigilant eye on every subtle fluctuation within the foreign exchange market. Although all parties involved would maintain strict confidentiality, with sufficiently keen observation, he could capture the faintest signs of market shifts, enabling him to better identify the optimal timing for entering trades and executing maneuvers. In this world, no change occurs without reason. Behind every market fluctuation lies a deeper cause. Armed with the advantage of foresight regarding future trends, Huo Zhengxiong was entirely capable of staying ahead of the crowd and seizing the market opportunity. Subsequently, he summoned Jimmy and Fang Shibua to join him in the relevant tasks. Concurrently, a wealth of information from the foreign exchange market continued to converge upon the trio. After meticulously reviewing all the documents, Fang Shibua immediately furrowed his brow and remarked to Huo Zhengxiong, "Boss, I sense that the current market situation is somewhat amiss. What exactly seems abnormal?" Huo Zhengxiong quickly inquired for further details. Fang Shibua reopened the documents and carefully verified them word by word, confidently asserting, "I have an inkling that the foreign exchange market is on the brink of a significant upheaval. However, the information and clues at our disposal are far too scant to conduct a comprehensive and in-depth analysis." As he spoke, he found himself scratching his head, his face etched with frustration and confusion. Although Jimmy did not possess Fang Shibua's keen insight, he too sensed that something was off, which in itself was commendable, indicating he was not entirely dull-witted. Observing this exchange, Huo Zhengxiong grew increasingly appreciative of Fang Shibua, at least in the realm of foreign exchange operations. Fang Shibua's expertise was indeed reliable. He took the documents and perused them attentively. Gradually forming a hypothesis, it appeared that the capital from the Eagle Nation had quietly infiltrated the market. Turning to Jimmy, Huo Zhengxiong cautiously instructed, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Eagle Nation is poised for significant action shortly. Immediately arrange for some trustworthy personnel to head to the Eagle Nation and closely monitor market dynamics and relevant news. The moment any minor changes occur, regardless of the hour, the information must be relayed back post-haste." Jimmy was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Huo Zhengxiong had certainly detected something critical. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in acknowledgement. "I will make arrangements right away." Also, Huo Zhengxiong added, "To ensure absolute certainty, recruit a few more individuals." "Understood," Jimmy affirmed, and promptly set about executing the plan. In no time, he selected 3 reliable and steady individuals from among Huo Zhengxiong's subordinates, facilitating their passports through Lin Baixin's connections. That very evening, the trio boarded a flight to the Eagle Nation to gather intelligence on the specifics of the impending meeting. A day passed swiftly, followed by another 2 days that slipped away quietly. Huo Zhengxiong's focus remained unwaveringly fixed on the Eagle Nation, meticulously tracking news developments. And he waited for a full 3 days. On the 3rd day, he murmured to himself, "Based on the current situation, the timing is nearly ripe." That morning, Huo Zhengxiong finally made up his mind, mobilizing all available funds without hesitation, and decisively entered the foreign exchange market to purchase yen and dollar futures. Compared to the vast scale of the yen and dollar futures markets, his investment of 14.5 billion was akin to a mere pebble cast into the ocean, failing to create any noteworthy ripples. Yet, this was precisely the ideal scenario, as it would not draw the attention of larger capital forces, thus avoiding unnecessary disruptions. Huo Zhengxiong exhaled with a modicum of relief, yet in the following days, his nerves became increasingly taut. He arranged for personnel to gather market news with heightened frequency, keeping his attention firmly fixed on the foreign exchange market, unwilling to allow even a moment of laxity. During this time, he discerned from various channels that an ever-growing influx of capital was continuously pouring into the foreign exchange market. The global foreign exchange market was undergoing intense fluctuations, developing in a manner rarely seen before. In the face of such dramatic volatility, even though Huo Zhengxiong had anticipated it, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. As time slipped by, for days sped past in a blur. On September 22, 1985, this day was destined to leave an indelible mark on the annals of financial history, forever etched into the records. The finance ministers of the 5G5 member nations, Eagle Nation, Foot Basin Chicken, Germania, Gull Rooster, and Victoria, along with the president of the Eagle Nation Central Bank, convened at the Plaza Hotel in New York for a pivotal meeting of far-reaching consequence. During this meeting, the five nations reached a core consensus to jointly intervene in the international foreign exchange market, facilitating an orderly depreciation of the dollar against other major currencies, thereby alleviating the significant trade deficit challenges faced by the Eagle Nation. Due to the limitations of communication technology at that time, this critical information required a full day to reach Hong Kong via official channels. Fortunately, Huo Zhengxiong had long anticipated this development before the media could release related reports. The three subordinates sent by Jimmy to the Eagle Nation promptly relayed the final outcome of the meeting. The Plaza Accord was officially in effect. The tension that had gripped Huo Zhengxiong's demeanor finally began to ease. The anxieties that had weighed heavily upon him over the past few days dissipated in that moment. At last, the curtain was about to rise. His whispered words rippled through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending waves across the harbor city. Several hours later, these waves crossed the harbor, spreading directly towards the vast Asian continent. Chapter 4:24. Overnight wealth becomes an attainable dream. On September 23rd, a shocking announcement reverberated globally. The Plaza Accord had officially been reached and made public. As the news broke, the exchange rate of the yen surged like a wild stallion breaking free from its shackles, swiftly overcoming the dollar's constraints and beginning to ascend rapidly. As the vast majority of the global populace remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, the exchange rate of the US dollar commenced a precipitous decline. Meanwhile, Huo Zhengxiong had already astutely grasped the market's rhythm in advance. He resembled a keen-sensed hunter, stealthily infiltrating the foreign exchange market, and at this moment, he was reaping substantial profits from this robust market wave. In truth, prior to the official signing of the Plaza Accord, the G5 nations had covertly collaborated to offload dollars. The massive sell-off of dollars incited a panic among investors, which directly precipitated a dramatic plunge in the dollar's exchange rate, driving it to rock bottom. This scene mirrored the memory of Huo Zhengxiong's own transaction involving $23 billion. Initially, $1 could be exchanged for approximately 250 yen. But after the signing of the accord, the yen's exchange rate soared to 200 yen per dollar, marking an astonishing increase of 20. Thus, the $14.5 billion Huo Zhengxiong had invested in the foreign exchange market had already yielded a 20 profit the moment the Plaza Accord was announced. The news of the Plaza Accord spread like wildfire across the globe, with the citizens of the harbor city being the first to react, all acutely aware that the yen was poised for explosive growth. Every newspaper on the island appeared invigorated, with headlines dominated by reports of this financial tempest. Madness. The Plaza Accord disrupts the global financial market. A new storm approaches. The financial tsunami officially erupts from the land of the rising sun. Shock. Within mere hours of the agreement's ratification, the yen surges over 20. Could the yen become the new currency hegemon? This once defeated nation is on the brink of a powerful resurgence. A stunning reversal in the foreign exchange market. Profits guaranteed, even with closed eyes. Overnight wealth is no longer an elusive dream. Breaking news. A frenzy of Japanese investment floods in, potentially reshaping the financial landscape of the harbor city. The collapse of dollar hegemony. The golden era of the yen is upon us. Is the yen destined to become a global currency? The yen's significant appreciation could bring monumental changes to the Asian regional landscape. Is there a hidden conspiracy behind the Plaza Accord? In the wake of the yen's meteoric rise, what lies ahead for future investments? This news stirred tremendous turbulence in the previously tranquil financial market. The citizens of the harbor city began to deliberate. Previously, many had claimed that the harbor city was a market driven by speculative fervor, akin to real estate trading, leading numerous individuals to clutch their funds tightly as they rushed into the foreign exchange market. However, in the face of true international capital titans, the funds of these retail investors appeared utterly negligible. Their entry failed to create even the slightest ripple, as they were swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming tide of the market. The Plaza Accord became the focal point of global attention, captivating the populace of the harbor city, who were tightly drawn in by the fluctuations in exchange rates. Wow. The yen I purchased is soaring immensely. Who could have anticipated that the once dominant United States would resort to such actions? Ultimately, in this current climate, successfully acquiring yen in the foreign exchange market was undoubtedly a foolproof venture. I have heard that many large consortia have already taken action, investing sums of an unimaginable scale. Yet, I can't help but worry. Is this possibly a meticulously designed trap? The forces serving as pawns for the United States are hardly superior to the minor players. Could the dollar face complete collapse? I have a lingering suspicion that there are ulterior motives at play. Just as a portion of the citizens in the harbor city hurried to enter the market, another segment hesitated in watchful contemplation. Huo Zhengxiong had already begun preparing to profitably exit. The following day, the yen's exchange rate continued its upward trajectory by the third and fourth days. The rate between the yen and the dollar gradually stabilized, ceasing any further significant fluctuations. Yet, Huo Zhengxiong's profits snowballed. For he was the one who had strategically positioned himself ahead of time. The dividends from this wave of policy and market dynamics had filled his coffers to overflowing. By the time the outside world reacted, scrambling to enter the foreign exchange market, Huo Zhengxiong had already amassed considerable wealth and exited the market without a trace of regret. Such an investment return was, even for him, somewhat hard to believe. By this time, the foreign exchange market had become overcrowded, leaving ordinary retail investors unable to gain entry. Trapped in a predicament of having funds, but being unable to procure foreign exchange. Without any opportunity to enter, how could one even contemplate profits? Over a week later, Huo Zhengxiong felt the moment was ripe and decisively resolved to withdraw completely from the foreign exchange market. In the chairman's office of the Eastern Group, he murmured to himself, the phase of accruing substantial profits through short-term operations has come to an end. The dollar will continue to decline, while the yen will maintain its upward trend. However, given the current situation, its ascent has become exceedingly modest, making this an inopportune time for investment. He possessed a clear assessment of the subsequent market dynamics. Should the United States wish to implement economic harvesting on the minor players, it would require further waiting. Throughout this waiting period, the amplitude of exchange rate fluctuations had already significantly narrowed. Remaining in the market would merely squander time, with returns on investment too paltry to bear. It was time to embark on a new chapter in his career. On the 9th day, Huo Zhengxiong decisively sold off all his foreign exchange holdings, converting them entirely into Hong Kong dollars. He fixated on the amount in his bank account, unable to conceal the smile on his face. Upon entering the foreign exchange market, he had brought with him 14.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, and at this moment, his account balance had soared to 5.9 billion Hong Kong dollars. Indeed, it was a tangible 5.9 billion Hong Kong dollars. In just 9 days, his initial investment had quintupled. Is there any business in this world that could be more lucrative? The answer is evidently negative. Following his successful withdrawal from the foreign exchange market, the total funds in his account effortlessly surpassed 6 billion Hong Kong dollars. Gazing at this exhilarating figure, Huo Zhengxiong exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, the funding issue for the Harbor City project is now completely resolved. Just as Tycoon, Li had ambitious expectations of 15-fold returns for the Ocean View Garden project. Huo Zhengxiong harbored similar hopes and aspirations for the Harbor City project. This project marked a pivotal step in his formal entry into the Harbor City's real estate sector, directly influencing how far he could progress and the heights he might attain in the realm of real estate. However, the news of his exit from the foreign exchange market with 5.9 billion Hong Kong dollars did not go unnoticed by the media. Once the news broke, the entire Harbor City was instantly thrown into a frenzy, with Huo Zhengxiong once again gracing the front pages of hundreds of media outlets in the Harbor City. Shock. A windfall of 5.9 billion Hong Kong dollars. Huo the Tycoon's maneuver is nothing short of legendary. Incredible. Huo the Tycoon has long been strategically positioning himself in the foreign exchange market. Profits galore. Huo the Tycoon quietly ventures into foreign exchange, reaping enormous gains. One step ahead, leading the pack. Huo Zhengxiong's vision and insight. Frenzied profits. The apex trader in the foreign exchange market. The capital player on the cutting edge, Huo Zhengxiong. Chapter 425. Is this the unique business acumen of a tycoon? In an instant, the entire harbor was engulfed in fervent discussion. My goodness. Just how much did Huo Zhengxiong earn this time? From now on, if anyone mentions Li Ka-shing in front of me, I'll be furious. This is utterly outrageous. Not long after the Plaza Accord was signed, he managed to earn such a staggering sum, a whopping 5.9 billion Hong Kong dollars. He initially acquired the Harbor City for merely 7.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. In this light, isn't the funding for the Eastern Group's development of Harbor City now firmly in place? Indeed, it is Huo Zhengxiong, who never fails to execute unexpected maneuvers. No wonder he is able to amass great wealth, as he can foresee shifts in the international landscape. Such is the unique business acumen possessed by a magnate. It is truly admirable. He is poised to become the youngest tycoon in the harbor. Haha, after this operation, Tycoon Li will surely be driven to madness. Having expended considerable effort to thwart Huo Zhengxiong's loan from the foreign firms, only to see it all come to naught. I dare say, the heads of those foreign firms must be seething upon hearing this news. Not only have they failed to derail the plans of the Oriental Group, but they have also squandered the opportunity to reap substantial profits from the loans. The foreign firms in the harbor are utterly befuddled. A lucrative opportunity was glaringly evident, yet they chose to relinquish it. They must be regretting it deeply right now. Undeniably, Huo Zhengxiong's recent actions are truly remarkable. 95 million Hong Kong dollars is tantamount to acquiring half of the harbor city's land without cost, is it not? I wonder if Tycoon Li will be so infuriated by this news that he suffers a heart attack. The citizens of the harbor, while marveling at Huo Zhengxiong's ability to anticipate changes in the international situation, commend his extraordinary courage and exceptional insight, all the while unable to resist teasing Tycoon Li. At present, Tycoon Li's reputation in the harbor has completely crumbled. The public's previous reliance on him has waned significantly, especially as Parkenshop and Watsons find themselves struggling, allowing the citizens to mock Tycoon Li without any psychological burden. Just as the citizens of the harbor awaited Tycoon Li's comeuppance, he received the news in real time that Huo Zhengxiong had made a fortune in the foreign exchange market. What? Tycoon Li abruptly rose from his chair, incredulously staring at his secretary. You mean Huo Zhengxiong earned 95 million Hong Kong dollars in the foreign exchange market? At that moment, Tycoon Li's eyes were wide as saucers. Filled with shock and disbelief, his composure utterly shattered. What on earth is happening? His furious shouts reverberated throughout the office. The two secretaries exchanged a glance, their expressions turning grim. Faced with Tycoon Li's inquiry, one secretary mustered the courage to respond, if nothing unexpected occurred. The funds that Huo Zhengxiong previously raised for the development of the harbor city were entirely allocated to foreign exchange trading. But Tycoon Li still wore a face of disbelief. Unable to contain his frustration, he shouted, "The Plaza Accord is a matter of international significance and is certainly highly confidential. How could Huo Zhengxiong possibly obtain the news in advance and make such a substantial profit in the foreign exchange market? How could he achieve this?" His voice was filled with boundless rage. Damn, that madman. Only at this moment did Tycoon Li finally comprehend why Huo Zhengxiong had concealed his true identity to raise funds. Previously, he had allied with HSBC and Jardine Matheson to target Huo Zhengxiong, believing that this would at least delay him for 2 years. However, it now appeared that they had only managed a week's delay, rendering their efforts utterly futile. Even more infuriating was that Huo Zhengxiong had amassed sufficient funds and no longer required a loan from the bank. The foreign firms must be regretting this news deeply. Does anyone genuinely believe that a mere word from Tycoon Li would compel those firms to show him respect and resolutely refuse to lend to Huo Zhengxiong? The Swire Group and the C.K. Hutchison Group are fortunate. Being British-owned firms, a minor loss in business is inconsequential to them. However, institutions like Citibank are purely profit-driven entities. In the past, to persuade Citibank to join forces against Huo Zhengxiong, he had promised numerous generous terms and invested considerable resources himself. But now, Huo Zhengxiong has not borrowed a single penny from the bank and has effortlessly resolved the funding issues for the Harbor City project. What a foolish endeavor have I undertaken? Tycoon Li's mindset was entirely shattered. It would have been one thing to have wasted effort, but to have additionally conceded significant advantages was undoubtedly a further blow to the already struggling Li's enterprises. This is utterly unreasonable. Tycoon Li could no longer suppress the fury within him and violently shattered everything on his desk. Huo Zhengxiong, the two secretaries, witnessing his uncontrollable rage, understood that if this continued, he might very well relapse, yet none dared to approach him with advice. The sound of shattering echoed through the silence, piercing the night at 11 o'clock. The secretaries quietly calculated, at this rate, the chairman's office will likely require a complete renovation. After a considerable time, Tycoon Li's emotions began to slightly stabilize, but the thought of Huo Zhengxiong wielding that sum of money, enabling the immediate commencement of the Harbor City project, while his own similarly named project was struggling to even recoup initial costs, reignited his fury, essentially pouring gasoline on the fire. Already mired in difficulties, Li's enterprises now faced further calamities, rendering them nearly immobile. Subsequently, Tycoon Li's expression darkened to the extreme, and he barked sharply, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and arrange a meeting with the executives at HSBC for me." Yes. The secretaries nodded vigorously, not daring to delay. Just as Tycoon Li was in a state of agitation, desperately seeking to confer with the HSBC executives on a counter-strategy, on the other side, Huo Zhengxiong was in high spirits, celebrating his hard-earned victory after netting 95 million. Previously, The foreign firms in the harbor had made things exceedingly difficult for him regarding the loan, leaving him with a lingering resentment. Yet, in such an adverse situation, while all the tycoons in the harbor were frowning and at a loss, Huo Zhengxiong seized the crucial opportunity to profit handsomely, finally releasing the pent-up emotions he had held for so long. In a joyous mood, Huo Zhengxiong chose not to visit the Peninsula Hotel, which he often frequented, but instead turned to the Yunlai tea house, which he had previously regarded favorably. Just as he found a suitable spot to sit and picked up a pineapple bun, a traffic officer suddenly emerged from around the corner, parked his motorcycle by the roadside, and walked straight into the tea house. Chapter 426. This invisible display of wealth is truly impressive. Huo Zhengxiong was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, "Isn't that Zhou Xingong? No, wait. I seem to recall hearing that this fellow earned a commendation after watching the movie I invested in. Even if he hasn't restored his original position, he shouldn't still be a traffic officer, right?" As he pondered, Zhou Xingong had already ascended the steps of the tea house, confidently calling out to the owner, "2 baskets of char siu buns and 3 layers of dim sum. Oh, and another cup, please." In the brief exchange with the owner, Zhou Xingong habitually scanned the tea house. Although he often appeared somewhat cynical, his vigilance had not diminished in the least, being a former member of the Flying Tigers. To his surprise, upon glancing around, he locked eyes with a piercing gaze. As he focused, his pupils constricted, and disbelief washed over his face. "Is that Ho?" Just as he was about to call out Huo Zhengxiong's name, he saw the latter smile nonchalantly and raise a hand in greeting. Zhou Xingong immediately understood the gesture, greeted the owner, and quickly approached, lowering his voice to respectfully address him. "Tycoon Ho." Huo Zhengxiong smiled and gestured for him to take a seat opposite him. Zhou Xingong grinned widely, comfortably settling down, casually picking up a pineapple bun, and couldn't help but ask, "Tycoon, do you know me?" Huo Zhengxiong nodded slightly and replied, "I have a good relationship with Inspector Lei from the West Kowloon police station. He has mentioned you." Zhou Xingong's face instantly radiated a sense of pride and satisfaction, clearly reveling in the glory of his newfound fame following his role in the film funded by Huo Zhengxiong. This experience significantly gratified his vanity. However, he also understood the nuances of interpersonal relations and quickly added with a smile, "I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Ho. Without your investment in that film, I would have never had the opportunity to achieve such success." Huo Zhengxiong replied nonchalantly after the film's release, "Many police officers have watched it, and you're certainly not the only one. Yet, you are the only one who has turned the inspiration from the film into action. And you are still serving in this area." He shifted the conversation, acknowledging that while this matter bore some relation to him, the primary credit belonged to Zhou himself. Seeing Huo Zhengxiong attribute the accolades solely to him, Zhou Xingong felt a surge of emotion. Truly, he was a magnate, devoid of any arrogance or self-importance. Suddenly, his voice brimmed with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "By the way, Mr. Ho, you might not recall, but we have actually met before." Huo Zhengxiong's interest was piqued as he recalled a few past incidents. He remembered being pursued by a traffic officer while accelerating in his luxury car, only for the police motorcycle to fall far behind his Rolls-Royce, disappearing from view in no time. He distinctly recalled seeing Zhou Xingong, flustered and agitated in his rearview mirror. Amused by this memory, Huo Zhengxiong chuckled, "Oh, is that so?" Zhou Xingong replied animatedly, "Indeed. I remember that day vividly. I was directing traffic on the roadside when I suddenly spotted a luxury vehicle speeding past. I immediately thought that someone important must be inside. I intended to chase after you to introduce myself, but alas, the police motorcycle was too slow, and I couldn't catch up to converse with you. How unfortunate." Huo Zhengxiong mused silently, surprised at Zhou Xingong's eloquence. He had initially wanted to pull him over for speeding, yet now he spoke with such grandeur. Assessing Zhou, he thought to himself that this individual was quite articulate and capable, so why was he still stuck in a subordinate position? Zhou Xingong, oblivious to Huo Zhengxiong's doubts, awkwardly remarked, "I never expected someone of your stature would dine in such a humble establishment. Surely, you don't eat at the Peninsula Hotel every day?" Huo Zhengxiong replied with a smile. Zhou nodded and, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, "By the way, Mr. Ho, I read in the newspaper that you made 5.9 billion in the foreign exchange market. Is that true?" Huo Zhengxiong grinned and countered, "It's nothing significant, merely a small sum." Zhou Xingong found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, Huo Zhengxiong remained as he had always been. This subtle display of wealth was utterly impressive. After some casual banter, Huo Zhengxiong suddenly inquired, "By the way, how has Chun Yunxiang been lately? Isn't he your team's representative now? I haven't seen him on the police news program for a while." What was initially a casual question led Zhou Xingong to a contemplative state. He sighed, "Alas, it seems he has gotten into some trouble and has gone to the mainland." He quickly added, "But this is confidential information. You mustn't disclose it, or I will be in trouble." Huo Zhengxiong remained silent, noting that Zhou Xingong was unusually enthusiastic today. Serving tea and pouring water, which was quite unlike his usual demeanor. He quickly deduced that Zhou likely had a request. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Zhou could no longer contain himself. Mr. Ho, I know you are on good terms with our chief, Uncle Biao. Could I trouble you to say a few good words for me if you happen to meet them? I truly do not wish to remain a traffic officer any longer. This request was trivial for Huo Zhengxiong, a mere word for him, and he had no reason to refuse, especially since he had a favorable impression of Zhou Xingong. Just as they finished their conversation, Zhou Xingong's pager went off. He immediately stood up, saying, "There's a traffic accident that needs my attention. I must go." Once Zhou left, Huo Zhengxiong quietly murmured to himself, "Chen Yunxiang has gone to the mainland. What could he be doing there?" After a moment of contemplation, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes as he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, could Chen Yunxiang's trip to the mainland possibly be related to the plot of Police Story 3? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, why would a port police officer venture to the mainland without reason? He immediately signaled to Su Jingyang to approach. "Boss." Su Jingyang responded promptly, hurrying over. Huo Zhengxiong, his expression grave, commanded, "You must go to the West Kowloon police station immediately and ascertain Chen Yunxiang's true purpose for going to the mainland. Additionally, check if there is an officer named Yang Jianhua in Yangqing." After a brief pause, he added, "If the police station cannot provide relevant information, have Jimmy use his connections on the mainland to inquire." Understood. Su Jingyang replied, accepting the task. The Yang Jianhua he mentioned was, in fact, the character played by Michelle Yeoh in Police Story 3. To be candid, this was merely his speculation. But he was confident that Chen Yunxiang's journey to the mainland was closely tied to the film's narrative. Chapter 427. Gaining several hundred million Hong Kong dollars without cause would undoubtedly excite anyone. Given his current influence in the mainland, gathering such information shouldn't pose much difficulty. However, he preferred not to leverage his personal connections, as remaining in the shadows would afford him greater flexibility in his actions. His keen interest in the plot of Police Story 3 was not a mere whim. He distinctly recalled that the antagonist, Guai Ba, possessed an anonymous account in a Swiss bank. And crucially, he remembered the account number and password down to the last detail. The account number was 338-6776, and the password was 1270WKU. This revelation was indeed astonishing. Had he not heard about Chen Yunxiang's trip to the mainland, he might have nearly forgotten about this matter altogether. But now the circumstances had changed. As long as he possessed this account number and password, even if the account was anonymous, he could withdraw the funds from the bank. Although the yen was currently depreciating, Huo Zhengxiong was unconcerned. He firmly believed that it wouldn't be long before the situation reversed, with the yen emerging as a popular currency for the coming century, and the dollar would rise accordingly. As for how those affected by the yen's depreciation fared, he paid no mind. Soon, he would leverage these funds to reap profits in the foreign exchange market once again. With these thoughts, Huo Zhengxiong couldn't help but chuckle. "I never expected Zhou Xingong would turn out to be my lucky star." Ha! He lost interest in continuing his tea and promptly left the tea house, returning to his company. 2 days later, just as Huo Zhengxiong was deliberating whether to use his connections to seek assistance from high-ranking officials in the mainland to gather information, he finally received a response. Zhao Yi respectfully reported, "Boss, the investigation is complete. There is indeed a police officer named Yang Jianhua in Yangqing, who has recently gone out of contact. It is presumed he has gone to undertake a secret mission." A flicker of excitement flashed in Huo Zhengxiong's eyes. Though he was a business magnate in Hong Kong with assets nearing the 4 major families, this situation was distinctly different. This was $100 million. The key point was that this money was essentially free. Gaining several hundred million Hong Kong dollars without cause would excite anyone. With these funds, the Oriental Group's growth trajectory would surely ascend to new heights. He nodded in satisfaction, and Zhao Yi immediately bowed in reverence, gradually retreating. Huo Zhengxiong retrieved an encrypted satellite phone from his drawer and dialed a number. "Boss," exclaimed the assassin Tor, his voice brimming with excitement. "Is there a new mission?" Huo Zhengxiong replied with a smile, "Indeed. There is an anonymous account at a Swiss bank, with the account number and password. You need to go to the Swiss bank as soon as possible, withdraw the funds, and transfer them to my account." "Understood, boss." Tor responded respectfully, since he had conceived the plot of Police Story 3 and set his sights on the substantial sum. Huo Zhengxiong had been deliberating on who to assign for this vital task, while it was feasible to send an ordinary subordinate. To ensure the safe retrieval of this $100 million, Huo Zhengxiong ultimately decided that Tor was the most suitable choice. The amount involved was exorbitant, necessitating absolute assurance in the operation. Tor's capabilities were beyond question. Even the most perilous tasks seemed effortless to him. However, this assignment was not solely about executing the transfer. The paramount objective was to ensure Huo Zhengxiong's personal safety. In this light, Tor was indeed the ideal candidate. As a top-tier assassin, Tor typically engaged in handling Huo Zhengxiong's clandestine dealings, maintaining contact with him primarily via phone. After concluding the call with instructions, Tor sprang into action. He first forged a fake passport, then hastily purchased a ticket for the next flight to Switzerland. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Swiss bank, he hummed a tune and summoned the bank manager, providing the anonymous account number. After verifying the information, the manager warmly invited him inside the bank. Following a series of stringent security checks, Tor was escorted to a lounge area within the bank to await the account password. Sitting in the lounge, he surveyed the bank's formidable security measures and couldn't help but ponder, what would be the likelihood of successfully robbing this place? This notion, while undeniably outrageous, was merely a fleeting thought without any intention to act upon it. After all, his purpose for this visit was to facilitate a transfer. And considering the Swiss bank's security level, any attempt at robbery would undoubtedly be futile, merely a fantasy in his mind. The subsequent process unfolded smoothly. Under Tor's operation, $100 million was first transferred to another account, subsequently laundered through dozens of accounts, before finally landing securely in Huo Zhengxiong's possession. Upon receiving the notification of the fund's arrival, Huo Zhengxiong erupted into joyous laughter. Ha! The feeling of having this money in hand is simply exhilarating. Meanwhile, in a manor on the mainland, Guan Gaiba was restlessly pacing the living room, his mood more suffocating than swallowing a fly. Nearby, his older brother engaged in casual conversation with a teacher named Chen Wan, oblivious to the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the room. As their conversation progressed, an unexpected incident occurred. Chen Wan accidentally slipped and fell, her face turning pale with fright. Fortunately, Guan Gaiba's sister, Lin Hua, the head of the mainland's criminal investigation department, promptly intervened to ease the tension, diverting their brother's attention and diffusing the awkwardness. To Guan Gaiba, someone like Chen Wan, who was already married, was hardly trustworthy. Keeping her around would only invite trouble. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, prompting him to call a subordinate for a report in a secluded location. Soon, news came through the phone. The individual sent to rescue his wife had succeeded. Guan Gaiba breathed a sigh of relief and instructed with a smile. As long as she's safe, bring her back quickly. The wanted notice will be issued soon on the mainland. The sooner we return, the safer we will be. Yes, his subordinate affirmed before hanging up. After ending the call, a smile graced Guan Gaiba's face, but as he contemplated the next steps, he couldn't help but murmur. Once my wife is back, I'll need to start planning the rescue of my father. Otherwise, before he could finish his thought, a subordinate rushed into the living room, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Boss, something terrible has happened." Guan Gaiba furrowed his brow, irritated, and asked, "What are you panicking about? What has happened now?" Chapter 428. You shameless wretch. How dare you keep a lover behind my back? The subordinate, not daring to delay, quickly reported, "Boss, didn't you ask me to try the password for that anonymous account?" Guan Gaiba was bewildered and impatiently replied, "Did I not instruct you to try every number related to my wife? She has been captured by foreign police. I must urgently transfer the funds to ensure their safety." This was indeed a thrilling scene from Police Story 3. Guan Gaiba racked his brain, summoning his subordinates for an urgent discussion on rescue plans. With a singular focus, to save his wife. It was crucial to note that his vast fortune overseas was entirely managed by his wife, resting in an anonymously established account at a Swiss bank, holding a staggering $100 million. Regrettably, before her arrest, his wife had only conducted a single transaction with the bank, and the account password was known solely to her. Failure to successfully rescue her would mean the complete obliteration of the fortune he had painstakingly accumulated over the years. For this reason, Guan Gaiba had already instructed his subordinates to attempt to crack the password, yet the grave expressions on their faces indicated that the endeavor had evidently failed. One subordinate, increasingly frantic, stepped forward to report, "Boss, I've just verified the latest situation. The funds in that Swiss bank account have already been withdrawn." Guan Gaiba's expression instantly darkened, his fury palpable as he bellowed, "A bunch of useless imbeciles. What could be worse than failing to crack the password?" The frightened subordinate, pale-faced, stammered in a trembling voice, "Boss, I just checked again, and the money in the account has indeed been taken." "How is that possible?" Guan Gaiba seethed, his body trembling with rage. He immediately pulled out a gun from the cabinet, his gaze fierce as he demanded, "What exactly happened? Did you embezzle my money?" "No, absolutely not." The subordinate, his legs quaking, frantically waved his hands in protest. "This has nothing to do with me. Even if I had 10 lives, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing." "Boss, you must believe me. If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" Guan Gaiba, consumed by rage, felt the fire within him reaching a boiling point. That was his most significant savings accumulated over the years. Losing it would surely drive him to despair. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the subordinate seized his last chance for survival and hurriedly interjected, "Boss, could it be that your sister-in-law has been scheming behind the scenes?" "My wife?" Guan Gaiba exclaimed, his arms swinging wildly. "That's impossible. She has been under police control for ages. She couldn't have had the opportunity to transfer that money. A nearby underling interjected, his tone laced with doubt. What if your sister-in-law arranged for someone else to withdraw the money in advance? Upon hearing this, Guan Gaiba's mind buzzed. As if a multitude of bombs had detonated simultaneously, he instinctively grasped the collar of that underling, a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, leaving him agitated and restless. After much contemplation, Guan Gaiba's expression darkened ominously, and he suddenly bellowed, "You shameless wretch! How dare you keep a lover behind my back? This is utterly intolerable." Aside from this suspicion, he could conjure no other plausible explanation. The more he pondered, the more resolute he became in his judgment, feeling as if a verdant haze enveloped his head, leading to a complete collapse of his mental state. So be it, let it be green, he thought, resigned to his fate. Damn it! Bang! 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 Guan Gaiba immediately drew his pistol and fired, shouting, "You filthy woman, do you still think I will forgive you? Go die!" Once the gunfire ceased, his countenance was as dark as ink, and he barked at his underling, "Hurry and investigate. Find out who withdrew this money. Even if I have to scour the globe, I must track down this person and reclaim my funds." The underling, having narrowly escaped retribution, felt a wave of relief wash over him and hastily turned to follow orders. However, just a few steps away, he was frozen in place by Guan Gaiba's furious curses. "You harbinger of doom! You infuriate me!" The underling stood petrified, too frightened to move. Meanwhile, Guan Gaiba's wife, imprisoned, was surrounded by several guards. That evening, a Bao received a call from Guan Gaiba, instantly losing interest in trailing Chen Wanchuan, urgently shouting to those nearby, "Something big has happened with the boss. Hurry! Return to Hong Kong Island with me." Chen Wanchuan remained silent, quietly standing aside, her expression calm, seemingly still recovering from the earlier turmoil. At that moment, Huo Zhengxiong was elated, reveling in the possession of $100 million in cash, his spirits soaring. However, this sum could not be touched just yet. It would need to wait until the Plaza Accord took formal effect and the dollar began to appreciate, providing an opportunity for further profit. Anticipating the compound growth of his wealth was perhaps the most delightful endeavor in the world. Yet, just as Huo Zhengxiong eagerly awaited the initiation of the Plaza Accord and a substantial rise in the dollar, on the other side, HSBC's top brass was experiencing utter despondency. He had not slept soundly for several days, his complexion alarmingly pale. To be frank, ever since the doctor stirred up trouble regarding HSBC, the morale of everyone within the institution plummeted. From the top brass to the ordinary employees, an air of anxiety and tension enveloped them all. After all, the outcomes faced by HSBC's previous adversaries, such as Jardine Matheson, Lee's Industrial, and Coca-Cola, were all too evident. Pepsi and Coca-Cola, both affected by factory explosions, saw their market share in Hong Kong Island dwindle to a mere tenth of what it once was, with the two companies combined barely reaching 8. Jardine Matheson fared even worse, having its years of reputation obliterated in a mere 600 seconds, becoming a stepping stone for its rival's ascent, resulting in a market value evaporation exceeding 10 billion and a loss of billions in market share, with stock prices plummeting. Under the tense circumstances on Hong Kong Island, the situation had drastically changed, with various industries suffering severe blows. Lee's Industrial also faced heavy losses and was compelled to sell all circulating stocks for cash. Although they managed to secure some funding, it undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the company's future development. Now, the doctor's target was finally set on HSBC. Can one expect the morale of HSBC's employees to be high? Chapter 429. This treacherous and cunning fellow will inevitably drive me mad. Take HSBC's top brass, for instance. He had been in a state of disarray these days, plagued by insomnia. The reason was simple. He was exceedingly tense. He constantly worried that the doctor would take sudden action, reducing HSBC to rubble. His nerves were taut, nearly reaching the brink of collapse. What infuriated him even more was that despite the doctor's threats to target HSBC having lingered for so long, there had been no tangible action. What kind of situation was this? The HSBC executive was genuinely fearful that the adversary was secretly amassing strength or plotting some underhanded scheme, ready to catch them off guard when the time came. It was only natural for the employees below to feel tense. After all, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be implicated when the doctor struck? This constant state of apprehension, living on edge day in and day out, was utterly unbearable for him. Huo Zhengxiong was naturally aware of HSBC's current predicament, yet he felt no urgency. This was, in fact, to ensure that the previous dealings with Jardine Matheson and Lee's Industrial had already left HSBC on high alert. He intended to orchestrate a spectacular performance on Hong Kong Island, and thus could not allow any missteps in his plans. Meanwhile, the doctor was also diligently preparing, and it wouldn't be long before action was taken. At that moment, The ever-tense HSBC executives summoned Tycoon Li and Jardine's executive David, and the three secretly convened a meeting. Why has that scoundrel still not made a move? The HSBC executive's face was a portrait of frustration. David, the Jardine executive beside him, quickly interjected, "His delay in action is actually a good thing. It gives us ample time to prepare." The HSBC executive's brow furrowed, his face a mask of fury as he sharply rebuked, "That treacherous scoundrel. If he truly intends to act, he should do so decisively, not keep me in suspense like this. He will drive me insane." Tycoon Li quickly stepped forward to offer comfort. "Calm down, executive. Perhaps this so-called doctor is merely pretending to be formidable, attempting to intimidate us. Even if the port police are negligent, customs inspections have become significantly stricter recently, making it undoubtedly challenging to smuggle in explosives. Even if he harbors intentions of chaos, it won't be so easily executed. Who knows, one day the police might follow existing leads and successfully apprehend him." Tycoon Li, with good intentions, sought to reassure. Yet the HSBC executive's ire was primarily directed at him, and he shot him a glare, coldly huffing, "If it weren't for your ill-conceived idea, how would HSBC have come under his scrutiny?" Tycoon Li's expression darkened as if he could squeeze out water. However, the HSBC executive was crystal clear, outwardly calm. Tycoon Li was, in fact, in a state of panic, unsure of how to proceed. The HSBC executive spared no mercy, continuing, "Had that initial plan succeeded smoothly, it would have at least yielded some benefits for Zhengxiong's development. But now, not only have we suffered substantial losses, but we also have to keep pouring money into that abandoned project's gaping hole." Upon hearing this, Tycoon Li was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to find any counterarguments. Who could have anticipated that that old coot would manage to siphon away so much capital from the foreign exchange market? The comment was clearly an attempt to shift blame, yet it was couched in such a way that no one could find fault with it. Just empty pleasantries. Unable to fault Tycoon Li's plan for its shortcomings, he could only lament the extraordinary luck of the fellow surnamed Hua. But the HSBC executive was entirely unreceptive to these explanations, his tone growing increasingly aggressive. "It's easy for you to say. Your family hasn't been affected by this, so you don't have to live in fear, standing there as if it doesn't hurt. I've been tormented by this and haven't slept a wink. Do you even know how much I've lost?" A discerning listener would immediately recognize that he has long harbored a deep-seated anger towards the partner he has betrayed, with resentment seeping through every word he utters. Tycoon Li's face abruptly darkened, his lips turned pale, and he stood rigidly in place, at a loss for how to respond. As HSBC's chief grew increasingly vehement in his tirade, David, standing nearby, allowed a fleeting smirk to cross his lips, only to quickly revert to an expression of calm. Witnessing David's detached demeanor, as if he were merely an onlooker, further stoked the flames of Li's frustration. To be frank, David had looked down upon Tycoon Li from the very beginning. It was only their shared interests that had prevented their relationship from reaching a breaking point. As Li's emotions threatened to spiral out of control, David finally spoke, his voice deliberately subdued. "In fact, the doctor's delay in taking action is, paradoxically, a fortunate turn of events." The chief of HSBC abruptly raised his head, urgently lowering his voice to inquire, "David, what do you mean by that?" David's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied nonchalantly, "Please, don't be hasty. I have some good news to share with you." Tycoon Li, immediately alert, pressed for details. At such a critical juncture, what good news could there possibly be? The HSBC chief echoed his eagerness. "What is this good news?" David lifted a cup from the table, taking a small sip before slowly responding, "Rest assured, I have already contacted my former comrades and subordinates. They will soon arrive at the port. Once they are here, that so-called doctor will be unable to stir up any trouble." The HSBC chief's eyes lit up, his face instantly reflecting anticipation. He was well aware of David's background. David had served for many years in Victoria's Royal Marine Corps and was an officer. That was the most elite force in Victoria, and in terms of combat capability, David was no less formidable than any of its elite soldiers. However, with his current status as a corporate leader, there was no longer any need for him to take to the field personally. David's assertion that he would summon his former comrades to the port was tantamount to bringing in a battalion of Victoria's most valiant soldiers to tackle that doctor. It was, indeed, a stroke of fortune. The HSBC chief became animated, excitedly asking, "Is this truly the case? Such matters of significant interest are not to be trifled with." David replied with unwavering conviction, "They have already set off and will reach the port tonight. You need not worry. Once they arrive, whether it be that doctor or any so-called expert, they will be utterly inconsequential. At that time, they will certainly be able to track down that Mr. Hua and eliminate this nuisance entirely. Then we can announce this news to the public, allowing those who regard the doctor as a hero to witness that we, Victoria, are indeed the most formidable force in the world." Chapter 430. Only by completely eradicating that doctor can we erase the stains of past humiliation. Upon hearing this, the HSBC chief could not help but burst into hearty laughter, and even Tycoon Lee could barely suppress an exhilarated smile. David continued, his tone laced with self-importance. This is precisely why I assert that the doctor's hesitance is a blessing. Once my men arrive, with their unparalleled skills as Royal Marines, capturing a mere doctor will be a trivial task. The HSBC chief laughed heartily, exclaiming, this is truly splendid. Being a native of Victoria himself, he was already familiar with the illustrious reputation of the Royal Marine Corps. Moreover, David's confidence deeply inspired him, and he firmly believed that once this contingent arrived, they would no longer need to fear that doctor. What doctor? Merely a minor character unworthy of consideration. At this moment, David exuded an air of arrogant superiority. The HSBC chief inquired further, I have absolute faith in your capabilities, David. I have never doubted the prowess of the Royal Marine Corps. His words were heartfelt praise for David, reflecting the deep trust he placed in this unit. Upon hearing this, David's pride swelled even further. However, in truth, David had long been preparing to reach out to his former unit. Even when that doctor extorted $6 billion, inflicting substantial losses on him and the corporation, David had silently resolved, this trouble must be dealt with. As a member of the Royal Marine Corps, he could not allow this doctor to become a blemish on his life. Thus, from that moment onward, he began to contact his old comrades, forming a specialized task force. As for why it had taken until now for the team to arrive at the port, it was primarily due to the need for equipment and weaponry allocation. After all, David was no ordinary soldier. As a retired officer, the quality of the gear could not be taken lightly. He aimed to equip his men with the latest weaponry, which caused some delays. Fortunately, the doctor had not rushed to take action, granting him ample time to prepare. The HSBC chief excitedly asked, what specific plans do we have moving forward? David nodded, explaining, once they disembark, you can arrange for them to be stationed at HSBC Bank, providing them with office and living space. They will ensure comprehensive defensive measures are in place. After a brief pause, he added, that doctor is nothing more than a desperate rogue capable of manipulating explosives. With such limited skills, he is utterly insignificant before us. Should he dare to act recklessly, my men will detect him immediately, capturing him and his accomplices without fail. As he spoke, David's voice held a hint of vengeful ferocity. It would be no exaggeration to say that once this elite unit arrived, they would swiftly gain control of the situation at the port, rendering the mysterious doctor powerless to cause any further disruption. His hatred for that doctor had reached its zenith. The losses incurred during the last confrontation with the Bicon Consortium weighed heavily on him, and only he truly understood the severity of it. Now, at long last, the opportunity to exact revenge on that doctor had presented itself, and he was determined to seize it, leaving no room for retaliation. This time, the objective was not solely to vent the HSBC chief's anger, but to exact thorough retribution against that doctor, cleansing the humiliation of the past. Only by completely eradicating that doctor could he erase the stains of past disgrace and earn the forgiveness of the family patriarch. At this moment, David brimmed with unwavering confidence. Clearly, this assurance was not unfounded. The unit he led was better known by another name, the Victoria Royal Airborne Special Operations Task Force, commonly referred to as the SAS. As the world's first modern special forces unit, the SAS was originally formed to serve the Victoria royal family, evolving from the commando forces of World War II. Since then, numerous country special operations units have emulated its organizational model. When the SAS was first established, it comprised only one squadron, expanding to 390 personnel by 1942. Officially named the 1st Airborne Special Operations Regiment. Following various reorganizations, the SAS was dispatched to the Northern European Theater in 1944. They gained a reputation for executing independent missions deep behind enemy lines with their well-trained teams, though their notoriety in the early stages was relatively modest. The event that truly catapulted the SAS into the limelight was the Iranian embassy hostage crisis that occurred in London in May 1980. At that time, they executed a decisive and audacious assault, broadcast live on global television, which catapulted the name of the SAS to worldwide prominence, securing its position among the ranks of elite special forces. This event transpired several years ago when 6 armed assailants, donned in white hats and equipped with sophisticated weaponry, took 26 hostages inside the Iranian embassy in London, while police negotiators engaged in a tense standoff with the perpetrators. The SAS had already devised a meticulous plan for the impending raid. On the day of the operation, the operatives stealthily infiltrated the embassy through a shattered window on the rooftop, swiftly rescued the hostages, neutralized the scene, and confirmed safety before executing a complete withdrawal, all within a mere 17 minutes, with no casualties among the team. This operation has since been heralded as a quintessential example of special operations, propelling the SAS to fame. Coincidentally, the BBC provided live coverage throughout, capturing the intricate details of the mission with a long focus lens, thereby thrusting this esteemed Victoria Cross Royal Airborne Special Task Force into the public eye and dramatically elevating its notoriety. David was indeed a member of this legendary unit. The combat prowess of this team is extraordinarily formidable and should never be underestimated. It could be said that their capabilities rank among the very best in the world. Thus, dealing with that doctor would prove to be a mere formality, and the operation was destined to be a one-sided suppression without suspense. Many police characters in first-person shooter games are modeled after this team, donned in masks and clad in black tactical gear, and with their exceptional combat acumen. David firmly believed he could eliminate that doctor. Although he commanded only a small contingent, with equipment not as advanced as that of regular forces, such a configuration was more than sufficient to establish an overwhelming advantage against a mere doctor. The expression on HSBC's chief finally brightened, and he could not conceal his excitement as he said, "We are entirely reliant on you for this matter. You must ensure that doctor is completely eradicated." David nodded emphatically. Although Lee, the tycoon, was unaware of the true capabilities of the SAS team, seeing the confidence exuded by David and the HSBC chief alleviated his concerns. That night, at the airport, the HSBC chief personally arrived to welcome David and the 7 individuals he had summoned. While the number was modest, the combat effectiveness of these elites was such that claiming they could take on 100 foes would not be an exaggeration.